He was the scion of a prestigious family, yet deemed a waste, having suffered the severing of his limbs at the hands of his enemies and subsequently exiled to a forbidden land by his father for a full 3 years. Upon his return from this desolate place, he emerged reborn, vowing to stir the winds of fate and reclaim all that he had lost. He is Luo Tian, a slayer of gods and demons, destined to defy the heavens. Chapter 1. The Return of the Waste. In the Canglong continent, within the kingdom of Yinshan, lies the grand city of Wangcheng. A luxurious carriage sped along the official road, and the opulent decorations of gold and jade on the carriage revealed the noble status of its occupant. Inside, a strikingly handsome young gentleman, adorned in splendid attire, reveled in the company of several beautiful women, indulging in wine and merriment. "Brother Tian, where on earth have you been for these 3 years?" One of the beauties inquired, her delicate hand gently massaging the young man's shoulder. With a roguish smile, the young man took a hearty swig of fine wine and replied, "To a damned place. Would you all care to hear about it?" The surrounding ladies erupted into laughter, nodding eagerly. "The place I visited was a land strewn with corpses, rife with savage beasts, and teeming with countless man-eating monsters. I nearly met my end there." As he spoke, the young man playfully grasped the bow-tie's chin, affectionately shaking it. "Oh dear, Brother Tian, you're so wicked. You've made my heart race," she giggled, collapsing into his embrace. Yet, with a wicked grin, he gazed out of the carriage as the massive iron gates of Wangcheng loomed ahead, memories flooding his mind. His name is Luo Tian, the son of General Luo Tian of the kingdom of Yinshan, notorious for his reckless behavior and infamous as a wastrel, leading a life of excess and indulgence. In his everyday life, few dared to cross him, but 3 years prior, he had provoked Yuan Changkong, the son of the Marquis of Jinshi, enduring a brutal beating that left him crippled and nearly cost him his life. The Marquis of Jinshi and Luo Tian had long harbored animosity towards one another, their rivalry palpable, and Luo Tian's disgrace brought shame upon his family. In a fit of anger, Luo Tian exiled him to the frigid northern wastelands. Upon his arrival, Luo Tian discovered that his father had condemned him to the sea of corpses and ghosts, a place steeped in legend and peril, said to be one of the most dangerous, forbidden zones in the entire Canglong continent, with no one surviving its core. On the outskirts of this macabre realm resided a cantankerous old man, the one appointed by Luo Tian to train Luo Tian. "It's been months since I emerged. I wonder if that perverted old fool is still alive." Even now, the memories of his harrowing trials at the sea of corpses and ghosts made Luo Tian shudder involuntarily. Yet, these 3 years had transformed his destiny and character, particularly 2 years ago, when he, unable to endure the grueling training, fled only to stumble into the dense forest of the sea of corpses and ghosts, pursued by formidable beasts. He had sought refuge in a vast, labyrinthine, ancient tomb. There, he encountered a woman of unparalleled beauty. Lying within an ancient sepulchre thaw, she was technically a corpse. She exuded an aura of life. The powerful beasts that had been chasing him fled in terror upon catching sight of her, as if confronted by their nemesis. Beside her lay a peculiar black stone, which, upon their first encounter, flew into his body, instantly transforming into strange black and white energies that coursed through his meridians, altering his constitution in a matter of moments. From that day onward, Luo Tian's talents flourished, his spiritual awareness sharpened, and his cultivation speed accelerated. "Brother Tian, what are you thinking about?" One of the beauties beside him asked softly. Luo Tian chuckled, shaking his head. "I was pondering where to take you all for a leisurely outing, haha. I've recently learned to compose poetry. Would you like to hear it?" The beauty nodded eagerly, anticipation gleaming in her eyes. With a theatrical flourish, Luo Tian began to recite, "I ask the heavens, what is the way?" The heavens laughed, deeming me absurd, haha. At the Luchang Tower, the most extravagant tavern in Wangcheng and a favored haunt of Luo Tian's in the past, he burst through the entrance, proclaiming, "I, Luo Tian, have returned. Today, the place is mine, everyone. Please vacate." The attendants hastily rushed to accommodate him. But just then, a group descended from the upper levels, led by a short, bespectacled youth. "Who dares to make such grand claims?" "Ah, it's merely the waste of the Luo family returned," he sneered, scrutinizing Luo Tian with derision, noting his cultivation at the second level of the Qi refinement stage. This youth, named Yuan Bufan, was the second son of the Marquis of Jinshi, notorious for his tyrannical behavior, often bullying others in the city. "Oh, is it the infamous Yuan Bufan? I thought you had met your end in the embrace of a woman," Luo Tian retorted sharply. "Enough of your nonsense. If it weren't for my brother's mercy 3 years ago, you would have already met the king of hell," Yuan Bufan growled darkly. Luo Tian appraised Yuan Bufan, who had reached the fourth level of the Qi refinement stage, and smirked. 3 years ago, you were merely at the third level of Qi refinement. Why have you made no progress since? How unfortunate for your father to have sired such a useless offspring." Yuan Bufan's face twisted with rage as he spat. "You wretched waste dare mock me? Even at the third level, I could eliminate you, second level waste. Think you can challenge me?" With a casual wave of his hand, Luo Tian replied, "If you're so confident, I'd be delighted to engage you." The tavern was filled with nobles and wealthy patrons, and Yuan Bufan, unable to save face, erupted in fury, charging at Luo Tian with a powerful punch, the force of his qi surging forth. "I am not my brother today. I will cripple you," he bellowed, unleashing the full might of his fourth-level qi refinement. The onlookers, eager for a spectacle, cheered for Yuan Bufan, hoping to see Luo Tian meet a humiliating defeat. "Go, young master. Teach him a lesson. The waste of the Luo family dares to challenge the young master he's doomed. Such strength?" Unexpectedly, a voice laced with disdain emerged from Luo Tian. Yuan Bufan, taken up. Chapter 2. The tumult of power, however. Luo Mu grew increasingly anxious and spoke up. "My child, how have you become so reckless after being away for 3 years? The Yuan family is not to be trifled with. You are merely at the second level of the Qi refinement stage, while Yuan Chongkong has reached the 9th level, a chasm as vast as the sky and the earth between you. Do you still dare to provoke him? Have you a death wish?" "Humph, he is but at the 9th level of Qi refinement," Luo Tian replied nonchalantly, with the emperor gravely ill and internal strife rampant within the royal family. The third prince wields the greatest influence, and the Marquis of Jinshi is his favored aide. How could you afford to offend them?" As Luo Mu spoke, her voice trembled with emotion, tears nearly spilling forth. Her face a portrait of worry. The Songlong continent was vast and boundless, teeming with cultivators. The myriad levels of cultivation were classified into 9 stages: Qi refinement, human pill, earth pill, heaven pill, mysterious portal, transformation of void, transformation of spirit, tribulation crossing, and sacred path. The stages of human pill, earth pill, and heaven pill were collectively referred to as the condensing pill realms, each stage further divided into 9 levels. The disparities between these realms were indeed staggering. And it was no wonder that Luo Mu was so distressed. The gap between the 9th and 2nd levels of Qi refinement was not merely significant, but an insurmountable chasm. Do not fret. My lady, Tiangu has grown formidable. Today he dispatched Yuan Bufan and his entourage of sycophants with ease. Yet, the mere thought of the disheveled old man sent a chill down Luo Tian's spine. The moment he departed, he had vowed never to cross paths with the old man again in this lifetime. "Mother, rest assured, everything will be fine. I shall handle it myself. The hour grows late. You should retire early." "I am weary and will take my leave," Luo Tian declared, hastily retreating to the side chamber with his maid. Luo Mu, having borne a son in her later years, placed all her hopes upon him. Showering him with affection, for over a decade, he had lived aimlessly, achieving nothing and becoming the subject of ridicule in the grand city. It was precisely for this reason that Luo Kuan had cast Luo Tian into the sea of corpses for his trials. "This cannot stand. I must swiftly inform the Lord and have him take Tian away." At this juncture, Luo Mu found herself devoid of alternatives. Compounding her worry was the fact that Luo Yin and suffered from a congenital ailment. Unable to bask in sunlight or cultivate any technique, lest her body succumb to excruciating pain. Yet, the tragedy did not end there. Due to her pure spiritual constitution, her body stored an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Any man who came into contact with her would inherit this vast energy, leading to her being scrutinized by the outside world for years. Had she not been born into the general's household, she would likely have faced dire consequences. "Brother, I am sorry. I cannot meet anyone due to my recent afflictions," Luo Yinren coughed, her voice laden with pain. "It is quite all right, but I merely came to see you. Rest well, and one day, I shall cure your ailment," Luo Tian said gently. "Yes, I believe in you. Brother. It has been 3 years. And I think of you every day, she replied. Then sleep well. Once you feel better, I shall play with you, he responded, turning to depart. The trials in the sea of corpses over the past 3 years had imparted a crucial lesson. In this land, strength could accomplish anything. He resolved to become the utmost powerful being, for only then could he discover a remedy for Luo Yanran's congenital illness. The Marquis of Jinxi's residence was ablaze with light that a young man with a sullen complexion sat upon a chair. His gaze fixed upon his brother, who lay on a stretcher with his hands rendered useless, his eyes ablaze with fury. Moments later, the wine glass in his hand was crushed to shards, this good for nothing. After 3 years of absence, has grown increasingly audacious, daring to provoke the esteemed Ho residents of Jiangxi. Brother, you must avenge me. The scion of the Luo family has become increasingly arrogant, not only injuring me on the spot, but also daring to declare that even you are but an ant in his eyes. Asserting that to kill you would be as simple as squashing a bug. Lying on the stretcher, Yuan Bufan wept inconsolably, cursing Luo Tian 1,000 times over, yet his wrath remained unquenched. Yuan Changkong regarded his disappointing brother, his own ire bubbling to the surface. You truly are a waste. You cannot even defeat a mere second-tier Qi refinement practitioner and still have the audacity to come to me with your grievances. I was careless. Who would have thought that the Luo waste would strike without hesitation, showing utter disregard for our Ho residents of Jiangxi? Shall this matter simply be brushed aside? How will others perceive our Ho residents? What will they think of you? With a grim countenance, Yuan Changkong sneered, brushed aside. Humph, if I cannot act, rest assured, others will that a mere waste is of no consequence. Soon enough, both he and his father, Luo Kun, will find themselves without a grave. In the center of the grand tent, a servant of the Luo family observed Luo Kun, who appeared unfazed by Luo Tian's peril, even making derisive comments, unable to restrain himself. He cautioned, My lord, your son has stirred up a grave calamity. He has severed the hand of Yuan Bufan, the second son of the Ho residents of Jiangxi. The Yuan family will undoubtedly seek retribution. Given that you are currently stationed at the border, if the Yuan family chooses this moment to cause trouble, your son will be in jeopardy. The lady hopes you might consider removing your son from the capital for his safety. Luo Kuan's demeanor turned solemn. Despite being at the frontier, he was well aware of courtly affairs. However, with the third prince gaining the support of the Ho residents of Jiangxi and subtly overshadowing the other princes, should the third prince ascend the throne, even our general's residence would be in peril. Humph. It shall not be so simple. In the capital of Yunshan, within the general's residence, Luo Tian dined while conversing. At that moment, Lady Luo was still seething with anger towards Luo Kun, incredulous that this old fool would disregard his own son's life. You should not be so pleased with yourself. How could the Ho residents of Jiangxi, having been at odds with our general's residence for so many years, let you off easily? Moreover, you have injured their second son. You would do well to seek refuge with your father. As Lady Luo began to drone on about the matter once more, Luo Tian set down his bowl and chopsticks, hastily departing the hall. He had no desire to endure further torment from that eccentric old man. Just as Luo Tian's carriage departed the general's residence, in a nearby corner, 2 cloaked figures stirred, stealthily following in the direction of the carriage. Chapter 3. The Sea-High Martial Pavilion. Young master, where are we headed? The coachman inquired. Luo Tian, holding a wine pouch, cast a sidelong glance at the rear of the carriage with a smirk, replying, to the southern part of the city, to the Sea-High Martial Pavilion. The tallest structure in the southern district of the capital was a grand tower, soaring to a height of 100 meters, known as the Sea-High Martial Pavilion, which housed countless tomes of martial arts, exclusively for the use of the nobility within Yunshan. What manner of person is this? The guard at the entrance halted Luo Tian as he approached. Luo Tian retrieved a golden token from his bosom, prominently engraved with the character for Luo. This token signified the residence of the Grand General. And ordinarily, an average guard would not dare to obstruct him. However, today proved to be an exception. It is the young master of the Luo family. I apologize, but you cannot proceed today, spoke the captain of the guards. Adorned with a feathered cap, Luo Tian furrowed his brow and inquired. What do you mean? The captain disdainfully replied. Who in the kingdom of Yunshan is unaware that you are notoriously inept? The Four Seas Martial Pavilion is established for the strong. What could you possibly learn there? Even so, I am the son of Grand General Luo Kun. What right do you have to bar my way? Luo Tian's expression turned icy. The guards of the Four Seas Martial Pavilion were elite forces from the Great King City, and members were required to possess at least the 3rd level of Qi refinement. The captain before him, at the very least, needed to be at the 5th level. I am affiliated with the Royal City's Imperial Guard. directly under the command of the third prince. Your father has no authority here. Today, I shall not permit you entry into the Four Seas Martial Pavilion. If you have the ability, attempt to force your way in. But with your second level of chi refinement, you would scarcely be able to withstand even one of my hands. 3 years prior, such a person would not have dared to act so brazenly. Even though Luo Tian was then known as a notorious failure and wastrel, he would still be treated with a modicum of respect. However, now, with the Emperor's health in decline and rumors circulating that the third prince was soon to ascend the throne, it seemed that General Luo Tian, standing in opposition, was destined to lose his power. The more rampant the rumors spread, the more audacious the soldiers below became. Luo Tian's countenance darkened completely. The captain, with a blade at his side, bore an expression that suggested he would not hesitate to retaliate if provoked. Humph, a dog dares to bare its teeth. Has it truly lost its life instincts? Luo Tian chuckled coldly, having no intention of striking back, viewing himself merely as obstructed by a mutt. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a voice called out from behind him. Xiao Tian. Another voice echoed, and Luo Tian turned to locate its source. Not far behind Ji Yuling stood another figure, of a similar age to Luo Tian, clad in a golden python robe, exuding an air of regality from a distance. This person was Ji Yuan, the sixth prince of the kingdom of Yinshan. The siblings had known Luo Tian since childhood, as he frequently accompanied his father to the palace, making him familiar with the princes. Ji Yuling, still possessing an innocent and carefree demeanor, blinked as she spoke, though her beauty had blossomed into a graceful elegance. Ts, just a foolish servant. What brings you here? Luo Tian inquired with a smile. I would rather not be here. It's dreadfully dull. However, my royal brother comes to the Four Seas Martial Pavilion every day to meditate and cultivate, so I've accompanied him. Tian Go, weren't you always averse to the Four Seas Martial Pavilion? The guard captain had not anticipated this turn of events. Intending only to show off, he was taken aback by the princess's outburst and hastily knelt. You blind fool, Xiao Tian is the son of Grand General Luo. How dare you obstruct his path? Open the gates at once and allow us entry. Ji Yuan's words radiated authority, and though still in his teens, he already exhibited the demeanor of a sovereign. The captain, now filled with trepidation, retreated and promptly ordered his subordinates to open the grand doors of the Four Seas Martial Pavilion. Present, Ji Yuling is holding Luo Tian's hand, and the three prodigies step into the Four Seas Martial Pavilion together. Upon entering the grand doors, the interior of the pavilion is enveloped by the art of Shuyunaj Yazi, appearing merely as a modestly sized pagoda from the outside, yet the internal space is a staggering 10 times that of its exterior. Divided into 7 levels, with a massive stone staircase spiraling toward the pinnacle. This is not Luo Tian's first visit to the Four Seas Martial Pavilion. He is well acquainted with its regulations, knowing that one cannot ascend freely upon entry. It is imperative to obtain a corresponding pass for the respective level from the person in charge. Only with this pass may one proceed. To wander aimlessly would trigger the intricate mechanisms within, resulting in injuries at best and death at worst. The ground level serves as a resting area for royal relatives and nobility, with dedicated personnel for reception. An elderly man with silver hair and a long beard sits behind a white jade platform, engrossed in an ancient tome. Master Guan, it has been quite some time. Ji Yuan approaches the old man with utmost courtesy. Master Guan has served at the Four Seas Martial Pavilion for several decades. And even after all these years since Luo Tian's first visit, his appearance seems unchanged. Upon hearing the voice, the old man does not lift his head but gestures toward the wall ahead, where passes are displayed, showing no sign of deference even to a prince. This old man remains as arrogant as ever. Luo Tian murmurs, indeed, the most formidable figure in the entire royal city is Master Guan. Even my father shows him great respect when visiting the Four Seas Martial Pavilion. There are rumors that Master Guan's cultivation is the highest in the entire Yinshan kingdom, perhaps even surpassing that of the national master. Ji Yuling whispers to Luo Tian, sticking out her tongue. Ji Yuan retrieves the pass, and is about to ascend when Luo Tian suddenly senses a gaze fixed upon him from behind. The moment this intense stare lands on his back, he feels as though he is being scrutinized by a terrifying beast. Slowly turning his head, he catches a glimpse of Master Guan's eyes. Despite Luo Tian's current strength, being assessed by Master Guan evokes a sensation of being but an ant. The gaze does not linger for long. Once Master Guan resumes reading, Luo Tian feels a profound sense of relief. No fighting is permitted within the tower, Master Guan remarks, turning the pages of his book, uttering the sole sentence. The cultivation techniques of the Songlong continent are categorized into 6 levels: white, black, green, red, blue, and purple, with each level further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. Legends speak of even higher techniques beyond the 6th level, but such tales remain mere myths, as none have ever witnessed them that we must ascend while discussing. Ji Yuan states as they proceed upward. Luo Tian chuckles and inquires, "Does our Yunshan kingdom possess any purple-level techniques? I would like to see. What are you thinking? Our Yunshan kingdom is merely a frontier nation on the Songlong continent. How could we possibly have such advanced techniques? Even among the great empires, it is rare to find a single purple-level technique. Such treasures are exceedingly rare, almost mythical across the entire continent. Most of the techniques collected by our Yunshan kingdom are primarily white and black level, and it is considered fortunate for a few families to possess even a single green level technique. The royal family has the largest collection, yet to this day, they have only 3 green level techniques." Ji Yuan replies with a smile. Luo Tian feels a slight disappointment in his heart as he responds, "Then I shall first take a look at the black level techniques. Point 1 must possess a cultivation level of at least the 6th layer of qi refinement to qualify. However, my brother and I are not bound by such rules and can certainly escort you up," Ji Welling said with a cheerful smile. Ascending the stone steps to the 3rd level, those who come to witness the black grade techniques are undoubtedly the elite of Yunshan Kingdom. A 6th layer qi refinement level among the younger generation is a force to be reckoned with. The black grade techniques on the 3rd level are already quite scarce, and as Luo Tian journeyed through, he found none that truly resonated with him. Although the eccentric old man was peculiar, the techniques he imparted were genuinely profound, rendering the methods here as mere trifles in comparison. After a brief exploration, Luo Tian's disappointment deepened. Chapter 4. The Pangu Reincarnation Technique. With spiritual vision, one could perceive countless black threads intertwining with the extraordinary meridians and all acupoints within the body. The spiritual energy does not traverse through the meridians, but weaves through the black threads with remarkable swiftness. After 3 years of learning, he had acquired numerous spells, yet the foundational cultivation method he practiced was singular, known as the Pangu technique. This method diverges significantly from the majority of techniques found within Yunshan Kingdom and even the vast Songlong continent. The human body comprises 720 acupoints, including 108 major acupoints and 612 ordinary ones, distributed throughout the body and interconnected by meridians. The Pangu technique utilizes these acupoints, abandoning the conventional method of storing spiritual energy in the dantian. Instead, refining the entire body's acupoints into an acupoint seed that, if perfected, it allows for an uninterrupted flow of spiritual energy throughout the body, exponentially surpassing the potency of ordinary techniques. Point 1 begins by refining ordinary acupoints. And once a sufficient accumulation is achieved, the major acupoints can be refined. According to the eccentric old man, a person of decent aptitude would require 5 years to refine the first major acupoint and establish a minor cycle, after which the speed of cultivation would gradually accelerate. Yet to completely refine all 720 acupoints would demand a lifetime of effort. However, at the outset, the Pangu technique's apparent realm seems significantly lower than that of other methods. Primarily due to the dispersion of spiritual energy, most individuals gauge their realm based solely on the energy within their dantian, thus failing to discern the true nature of a practitioner of the Pangu technique. Only upon refining the first major acupoint does the formidable strength of the Pangu technique become evident, a point the eccentric old man emphasized repeatedly. Luo Tian had only practiced for 3 years. Based on his original aptitude, his strength should have paled in comparison to someone like Yuan Bufan, who was at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Yet, fortune smiled upon him when he acquired that peculiar black stone. The origins of this black stone remain ambiguous, and the eccentric old man offered no explanation. Nevertheless, once the stone entered Luo Tian's body, it transformed into countless black threads enveloping his meridians, accelerating the flow of spiritual energy. Not only did his cultivation speedily advance, but based on Luo Tian's original aptitude, the eccentric old man had surmised it would take him at least 10 to 8 years to refine his first major acupoint. However, 3 years later, when Luo Tian revealed to the eccentric old man that he had successfully refined his first major acupoint, the old man was taken aback. The spiritual energy surged, traversing through the black lines, ultimately converging upon an unrefined acupoint. Each time a new acupoint was refined, it brought a sharp sensation of pain. The more significant the acupoint, the more intense the pain. Yet, after 3 years, Luo Tian had grown accustomed to such discomfort. With the refinement of just one more acupoint, his outward realm would elevate to the third layer of chi refinement, while his actual combat prowess would likely see even greater growth. After meditating for 3 hours, the sound of disordered footsteps drew the vigilant Luo Tian from his tranquil state. The footsteps drew ever closer. Though he appeared calm and composed on the surface, he was secretly prepared to act. His spiritual senses heightened. Every pore on his body stood on end, for among the approaching figures were not merely one, but several formidable experts. Within this group, a particularly potent aura of sinister energy loomed, akin to a terrifying beast intent on devouring and annihilating all that existed, gradually closing in on him. Brother Tian. At that moment, Luo Tian heard Ji Yuling calling out his name. He opened his eyes to behold a gathering of individuals ahead of him. At the forefront stood a young man in attire reminiscent of Ji Yuan's, appearing to be in his 20s. This individual was surrounded by skilled warriors, particularly a tall, gaunt figure in a black robe whose visage remained obscured. Third brother. Just then, Ji Yuan approached with a smile. The young man donned a golden python robe. The current third prince, who basked in the zenith of his power, wielding authority over the royal city's elite guard, with half of the court's ministers aligning themselves with him. He was the most likely among the princes to ascend to the throne. Heh, you have come here to cultivate as well. In response to Ji Yuan's smile, the third prince sported a grim expression, his gaze toward Ji Yuan laced with disdain. My talents do not rival those of third brother. I can only strive to practice diligently in hopes of catching up to even a fraction of your prowess, Ji Yuan replied with a tone of modesty. The third prince, however, coldly chuckled. Do you wish to contest the throne with me? Ji Yuan paused, shaking his head with a smile. What merit or capability do I possess to dare vie for the position against my royal brother? That is wise. Should you harbor no ulterior motives? When I ascend the throne, I may grant you a lifetime of glory and wealth. However, if you dare to oppose me, I shall show no mercy. No amount of techniques or spells learned will avail you. He warned. Luo Tian was among the prominent ministers who openly opposed the third prince's succession. Your Highness, we have urgent matters to attend to. The enigmatic figure in the black robe murmured. The third prince nodded, preparing to depart. Yet he left Luo Tian with a final remark. Since you acknowledge yourself as a waste, learn to let go. Some things no longer belong to you, but to me. With that cryptic statement, the third prince led his entourage away. After watching them leave, Ji Yuling expressed her displeasure. Look at how arrogant he is. Sixth brother, I support you. You must ascend to the throne and set things right with him. Luo Tian inquired. The third prince indeed holds considerable power and is the closest to the throne, yet I am more curious about the mysterious figure in the black robe behind him. That is the current national master, Xiao Tian Xiong. Ji Yuan replied with a serious expression. Oh, it is indeed true that seeing is believing. Although Luo Tian had long been aware of the national master's renown, he had never encountered him until now, and he was taken aback by the encounter. Xiao Tian Xiong had only been in Yunshan Kingdom for a decade, yet all details about him remained shrouded in secrecy. Even to this day, no one had glimpsed his true appearance. He perpetually donned a black robe, with a wide hood obscuring most of his face, rarely spoke, yet possessed profound cultivation and unfathomable schemes. A decade ago, the kingdom of Yunshan faced a fierce invasion from the northern barbarian tribes. At that time, General Luo Tian and his fellow commanders were preoccupied with repelling an incursion from the southern realms. Leaving them stretched thin. As the barbarians rampaged through several towns, the third prince recommended Xiao Tianxiong to the emperor. Xiao Tianxiong, undeterred, ventured alone to the northern front. After a fortnight, he triumphantly returned, bearing the severed head of the barbarian chieftain. Single-handedly resolving the crisis. It is worth noting that the chieftain was a formidable adversary, having attained the third level of the Dan realm. Only a handful of warriors in the entire kingdom of Yunshan could claim victory over him. Thereafter, Xiao Tianxiong repeatedly achieved remarkable feats, ultimately being appointed as the national master. While undeniably impressive, he was not the most formidable individual encountered today. In Luo Tian's mind, he had already juxtaposed the enigmatic national master with the elderly official. Despite the national master's aura of ominous mystique, it was evident that the official exuded a far greater sense of intimidation. Rumors had it that the third prince had taken him as a mentor, and he was now the third prince's most trusted advisor. Enough of this. Then do you have any particular martial arts techniques in mind? Ji Yuan shifted the conversation elsewhere. There are none here. I have heard that the Four Seas Martial Pavilion houses several exceedingly precious green-level techniques. Could you take me to witness them? Luo Tian expressed his eagerness to explore higher realms. Ji Welling nodded with satisfaction and replied, "Of course, with our status, bringing you up there will certainly not be an issue." The prospect of viewing more advanced martial arts filled Luo Tian with delight. As the saying goes, one skill should never be in excess. Acquiring additional high-level spells would undoubtedly aid him when seeking vengeance against Yuan Changkong. Haha, I knew you were the best. Yueling, hurry, take me up there. Luo Tian urged impatiently. I can take you up, but I have two requests, Ji Yueling replied, her large eyes glimmering with mischief. What are your requests? First, I find it unbearably dull within the palace. You must take me out to have some fun. Tonight, the Moon Palace will host a performance by the courtesan, and you must accompany me to see it. Second, I have heard that in 7 days, a large merchant caravan from foreign lands will arrive, setting up an underground market in the royal city. You must take me to experience it. If you agree to these two conditions, I will take you up. Ji Welling's request posed quite the dilemma. The Moon Palace was a place of revelry, and as a princess, it would be quite improper for her to venture there. Moreover, the underground market was rife with dangers, and should any foreign ruffians harm Ji Yueling, the consequences for Luo Tian would be dire. However, observing Ji Yueling's smug expression, he surmised that refusing her would likely prevent him from reaching the upper levels. After a moment's contemplation, he finally nodded and said, "Very well, I agree, but you must promise to heed my words when we visit these places." Ji Yueling's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Hooray! Finally, I can go out to play. Sixth brother, you must come with me. I prefer to avoid the commotion. You all go and have fun, but do not go too wild," Ji Yuan said indulgently, ruffling Ji Yueling's hair. Chapter 5. The Deadly Assassin. With the princess leading the way, Luo Tian enjoyed an unobstructed journey and finally ascended to a higher level. Here, several wooden racks stood, displaying only a few martial arts techniques. As Luo Tian's gaze swept over each tome, he noted that most were low-level green techniques, with not a single high-level one in sight, though there was one of intermediate rank. Why is it always this kind of lowly quality? Luo Tian felt a profound disappointment as he scanned the surroundings, finding nothing that caught his eye. It seemed that only a fraction, perhaps merely a third, of the techniques were present here. Luo Tian murmured to himself. Incomplete techniques could lead to unforeseen consequences. Recklessly practicing them might trigger unexpected mutations, which was why the level of this particular technique had been downgraded, while an ordinary person would surely lament the loss and refrain from attempting to cultivate it. Luo Tian harbored different thoughts. Sister Yuling, I find this technique rather intriguing. Might it be possible for me to take it outside for further study? Luo Tian said, leaning closer to Ji Yuling with a playful smile. That is likely not permissible. Green-level techniques are far too precious to be taken outside, Ji Yuling replied, shaking her head. Then think of a way. Will you? How about this? If you assist me with this favor, I shall treat you to something delightful when we reach the underground market. Luo Tian coaxed persuasively. Ji Yuling paced a few steps, shook her head, and then said, How about this? Once you procure something enjoyable for me, I shall arrange a special access pass for you, allowing you to come to this level for cultivation each day. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Luo Tian laughed heartily. You little schemer, it is a deal. Xiao Tian, to speak candidly, you are notoriously inept. What use do you have for techniques? As the curtain was lifted, Luo Tian, holding a jug of wine, wore a cold smirk as he said, I had already suspected you were masquerading as a driver. Your accomplice should reveal themselves now. You have been tailing me since morning, and it is time to show your face. No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in black emerged from the nearby woods, wielding a long knife and exuding a murderous aura directed at them. With just a glance, Luo Tian discerned that both individuals were concealing their true strengths, each being a formidable master at the 4th level of Qi refinement. In the realm of Yunshan, a 4th level Qi refinement practitioner was already considered to be of 2nd-tier caliber. Had it been 3 years prior, Luo Tian, at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, would have likely met his demise in an encounter with these two. Whose dogs are you? Luo Tian inquired, taking a sip of his wine. There is no need for the dead to know, one of the men replied coldly. Luo Tian shrugged and retorted, Are you certain you can kill me? As he spoke, his gaze suddenly turned icy. In an instant, the two assassins felt as though the youth before them had transformed into a ferocious beast. Are you afraid? Luo Tian asked, rising to his feet. The two assassins exchanged glances and immediately shouted, Afraid? What a mere 2nd-level Qi refinement brat is pretending to be. With their luck manifesting around them, the two black-clad assassins moved in unison, one to the left and one to the right. At the fourth level of chi refinement, the energy within their bodies could be projected outward, enhancing the power of their techniques, the spiritual energy amplifying the force of their strikes. Bang! One of them moved with incredible speed, closing in on Luo Tian and unleashing a punch that detonated with a muffled sound in the air, while the other attacked from the side, his palm glowing crimson, delivering a terrifying impact aimed at Luo Tian's waist. These two acted decisively, clearly seasoned in taking lives, and judging by their technique, they had undoubtedly practiced commendable methods. It was evident that they were not mere street thugs. Even mid-level white techniques could fetch a considerable price in the underworld, which ordinary killers could hardly afford. Many had only trained in low-level white techniques, relying on brute force to earn their keep. Thus, it was apparent that these two assassins were men of significance, sent by someone to take his life. The two individuals collided with a surge of energy. A powerful shockwave erupted instantaneously. After successfully executing their strike, they swiftly retreated, yet the area where Luo Tian stood was engulfed in a swirling tempest of sand and wind. Having endured the full force of our assault, even a brutish bull would have fallen. Slaying this wretch would surely inflict grave injuries upon our master. Haha, the assassin on the left exclaimed with excitement. However, their smiles quickly froze upon their faces. Beneath the swirling dust, Luo Tian was surrounded by a faint white radiance, seemingly unscathed by the combined might of the two assassins. Unharmed? This is impossible, the assassin on the right shouted in shock. Our duo, both at the fourth level of chi refinement, could not inflict any harm upon you. What is your cultivation level? The left assassin demanded loudly. If you have any other tricks, now is the time to reveal them. Otherwise, you shall soon find no opportunity left. Luo Tian replied with a cold smile, displaying a sneer in the face of two masters at the fourth level of chi refinement. Seeing this, the two quickly drew their long blades, channeling their energy from the dantian, layer upon layer enveloping the swords. Gathering energy into their blades, they executed the intermediate white-level skill, the falling wild goose slash, aware that failing to eliminate Luo Tian today would lead to dire consequences. They unleashed their most cherished techniques. The glint of their blades resembled the wings of a wild goose, slicing towards Luo Tian at an uncanny angle, while the energy enveloping the swords transformed into razor-sharp energy blades capable of cleaving through iron. Even if Luo Tian evaded the swords, a mere brush with the energy blades would still leave him grievously wounded. As the two long blades approached, Luo Tian's form remained unmoving, his smile unyielding. He tilted his head back, gazing up at the star-studded night sky, and remarked, "The night is deep, and the starlight is resplendent. Attack!" The two assassins bellowed as they surged towards Luo Tian, their blades flashing ominously. The cold light almost upon him. In that critical moment, two streaks of starlight descended from the heavens, ensnaring the bodies of the two assassins in an ethereal cage. Luo Tian arrogantly inquired. The assassins swung their blades, attempting to cleave through the starlight that bound them. Yet the barrier forged from that radiance proved harder than steel, impervious even to the falling wild goose slash. Could it be a high-level white-tier spiritual technique? One of the assassins gasped in astonishment, but then they heard Luo Tian's thunderous laughter. High-level white-tier? You underestimate that old coot. This is merely the most rudimentary technique among those I have learned. Yet it is of the black tier. Chapter 6. Wild Soul. Luo Tian raised his right hand, revealing a peculiar black pattern upon the back, intricate as a formation. Wild Soul incantation, manifest, as Luo Tian's voice echoed. A tempest arose behind him, and from the storm emerged a colossal shadow. The two assassins felt a tightening in their chests as they gazed at the indistinct figure. The overwhelming pressure drew closer. Amidst the raging winds, they sensed a tremendous threat, one that left one of them trembling in fear. A deafening roar erupted, and the massive black silhouette materialized from the storm, soon followed by the anguished screams of the two assassins. After the onslaught of the spiritual technique, the ground lay strewn with two lifeless bodies, their features rendered unrecognizable by the ravages of the tempest. Luo Tian approached, lifting the sleeve of one assassin to reveal a tattoo resembling a soaring eagle. Members of the Yuan family, he scoffed. The crest of the West Town Marquis Yuan family is none other than the soaring eagle. Hence their trained assassins bear the eagle's likeness as a tattoo. Luo Tian held a vivid recollection of the tattoo. 3 years prior, the Deadpool who had accompanied Yuan Changkong bore the same ink.it was these very Deadpools who had pinned him to the ground, compelling Yuan Chongkong to fracture his own limbs. How ruthless indeed, Yuan Chongkong. One day, you shall pay the price. After setting the corpse ablaze, Luo Tian drove his carriage towards the great king city. For he was to keep an appointment with the 7th princess that night. More importantly, he was to visit the Moon Palace Pavilion to meet an old acquaintance. The Moon Palace Pavilion was renowned in the great king city as a lavish den of indulgence. A place where the affluent and their scions would gather to drink and revel in the company of beautiful companions, indulging in the finer pleasures of life. At the West Town Marquis' residence. Yuan Chongkong, clad in opulent attire, also boarded a carriage bound for the Moon Palace Pavilion, intent on meeting the courtesan. She was the most exquisite woman in the entire great king city. Indeed, throughout the entire Yunshan kingdom, a paragon of beauty that countless noble families sought to behold. This night, he was equipped with lavish gifts, eager to experience her charms as he ascended the palanquin. A man in a black robe approached, bowing his head to speak. Young master, a scout has just reported the discovery of 2 corpses in the southern outskirts of the city, tonight, under the full moon. The courtesan would perform, and those wishing to glimpse her unparalleled beauty numbered over 100,000, rendering the Moon Palace Pavilion and the Flower Street utterly congested, despite being the son of a great general. Luo Tian found himself unable to navigate the throngs of people in his carriage, forcing him to proceed on foot. Upon reaching the entrance of the Moon Palace Pavilion, he was taken aback by the sheer volume of people. Layers of men surrounded the venue, all eager to enter but thwarted by the guards stationed at the entrance. These guards were formidable, possessing at least the strength of the 1st or 2nd layer of the Qi refinement realm. We are at full capacity today. We sincerely apologize, but if you wish to see the courtesan, please return next month, announced the matron of the Moon Palace Pavilion from behind the guards. Luo Tian frowned. He detested waiting in line, having always utilized the VIP entrance on his previous visits. What a charming and rakish young scholar you are, truly more alluring than any woman. You dare to stand guard without any companions? Are you not afraid of being abducted? Luo Tian taunted her deliberately. Abduct me? I am of the 5th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Can mere petty thieves capture me? Yet, it was true that he could not be discovered. If his mother were to learn of it, he would face dire consequences. This was the reason for Ji Yueling's disguise, observing the throng before the Moon Palace Pavilion, with countless nobles eager to gain entry. Ji Yueling, growing impatient, inquired, Tiangu, are we truly to wait indefinitely? With a slight smile, Luo Tian led Ji Yueling around to the side of the Moon Palace Pavilion, where the crowd was significantly thinner. Before a grand crystal door stood 5 or 6 brawny men, keeping watch. I apologize, but this is the VIP area. Entry is restricted to ordinary patrons. Do you possess a VIP token? One of the large men inquired after sizing up Luo Tian. No, Luo Tian replied, shaking his head. How audacious to approach here without being a VIP. Kindly return to the front and wait in line, the man retorted, casting disdainful glances at Luo Tian. You lowly cur. Summon your matron, Luo Tian bellowed. The guard's expression darkened, ready to retaliate, when suddenly an extravagantly adorned elderly woman emerged, shouting, What is all this commotion? Has young Master Yuan arrived yet? Granny Lu, there are 2 troublemakers at the entrance. I will dispatch them shortly. The guard hastily ingratiated himself. Old Madame Lu nodded slightly and peered outside, her expression instantly shifting. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to the face of the burly man, startling him into lowering his head, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Bowing her head, old Madame Lu spoke with deference. Luo Tian nodded and said, I heard that the courtesan is performing today. I have brought a friend to witness the spectacle. Please let us in. 3 years prior, Luo Tian was a distinguished guest at the Moon Palace Pavilion, and old Madame Lu had always regarded him as a benefactor. This place held significance for Luo Tian beyond mere revelry. It was here, 3 years ago, that he suffered a brutal beating, becoming the subject of ridicule in Wang City. With a wave of his hand, he took Ji Yueling by the arm and headed towards the side entrance. Upon passing through the crystal doors, the gentle melodies of silk and bamboo filled the air, and his gaze was drawn to the grand stage, where an enchanting beauty, unparalleled in grace, glided towards him amidst the mist. After 3 long years, during which he had been a frequent patron of the Moon Palace Pavilion, he had once spent a staggering sum of 100,000 taels just to catch a glimpse of her. Yu Yao, it has been far too long, Luo Tian murmured to himself. Gazing at the celestial figure on stage, they settled at a table near the corner, and the exquisite dancer before them was the very person he had yearned for over the past 3 years. Meanwhile, Dechong and the others, under the protection of Duanmuzi, remained safe and sound, having encountered no trouble or danger within the 9 heavens. When they finally reunited with Luo Tian, they were still grappling with the reality that he had ascended to the status of a sage. Eyes darted from one person to another. Leaving them momentarily speechless, it was Zhongsu who broke the silence, muttering as he approached Luo Tian and casually draped an arm over his shoulder. Logically, he should have been repelled by Luo Tian's protective aura, but Luo Tian had lowered his defenses upon entering, mindful not to inadvertently harm anyone. Zhongsu remarked, "You still owe me quite a few favors. I hear you've gained considerable power. Isn't it time you repaid me?" As Zhongsu spoke, Dechong and the others gathered around. The towering Dechong exclaimed, "Boss, you are truly remarkable. A sage. That is something I've only heard about in myths. In fact, sages are seldom mentioned even in those tales. They are exalted figures indeed." Luo Tian, however, remained unfazed by Dechong's exuberant praise. Once seated, he addressed Zhongsu, "Please allow me to examine your golden lock." "What? Are you planning to take my golden lock again?" Zhongsu hesitated, a hint of reluctance evident, as he recalled Luo Tian's previous encounters that had left him apprehensive. With a smile, Luo Tian replied, "I am merely curious about your golden lock and wish to uncover the secrets it harbors. My past cultivation was insufficient to discern its mysteries, but now that I have attained sagehood, perhaps I can unravel its intricacies." Luo Tian continued, "The rules governing this lock are indeed peculiar. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. Step back a little. I wish to test the power of the rules embedded within this lock." With that, he gestured for Dechong and the others to retreat. As they took several cautious steps back, Luo Tian's fingers hovered over the surface of the lock, entwined with a trace of abyssal energy. He intended to probe these unique rules with the essence of the most vile of monsters, a move that was, in truth, quite perilous. The lock possessed by Zhongsu serves as the principal source of his extraordinary fortune, possessing the ability to directly alter calamities and influence the rules and energies of the 9 heavens. Although Luo Tian has ascended to the status of a dual saint, he remains uncertain about fully grasping the peculiar rules inherent to this lock. The consequences of the abyssal aura stimulation are also beyond his foreknowledge. The unique rules of the lock yawned wide open. Luo Tian's focus sharpened to an acute degree, his breath having long since ceased. As a saint, his exhalations are meant for cultivation, and the cessation of breath does not hinder him in any way. The abyssal aura swiftly engaged with the lock's unique rules, and in the next moment, it devoured these rules. Hold at this juncture, Luo Tian's other hand lay concealed behind him, ever ready to intervene should the situation spiral out of control, ensuring the safety of those around him without delay. However, the anticipated tumult failed to materialize. The unique rules were consumed by the abyssal aura without inciting any conflict, to the point where it seemed overly mundane, as if the abyssal aura had devoured the most fundamental rules of the world. In the following instant, the devoured unique rules were reborn, and the abyssal aura that had consumed them bestowed no advantage upon Luo Tian. It was as though nothing had transpired, and this ordinariness was, indeed, the most extraordinary aspect of the event. Luo Tian made several more attempts, each yielding the same result. The abyssal aura could nearly boundlessly consume the unique rules of the lock, yet no benefit accrued to him. While the consumed rules would immediately regenerate, creating a cyclical pattern akin to an infinite loop. All the rules in the world are distinct. Fundamental rules are regarded as the simplest, forming the bedrock of existence. Encompassing the elements of earth, water, wind, fire, and the 5 elemental forces, these foundational rules can regenerate after being consumed, much like planting new trees after the old ones have fallen. However, certain rules are incapable of regeneration. The more advanced and enigmatic the rules, the less likely they are to be reborn. Examples include the cycle of life and death, the interplay of light and darkness, and the transformation between illumination and obscurity. These seemingly perpetual rules are, in truth, in a constant state of flux. The alternation of light and dark signifies spatial transitions, while the interplay of black and white illustrates the passage of time. The bygone moments cannot be resurrected, nor can distorted spaces be restored. Thus, the most prevalent understanding of rules is that the simplest can regenerate, albeit in a straightforward manner, while the most advanced rules, powerful and mysterious, cannot. Luo Tian firmly believed that the unique rules before him belonged to the latter category, forces of immense strength and mystery that are incapable of rebirth. Yet the outcome contradicted his expectations, as these peculiar rules exhibited characteristics akin to the most fundamental ones. Since the abyssal aura could not reveal its true nature, I shall directly manipulate it to uncover the essence of the unique rules of this lock. Luo Tian proclaimed to Zhongshu. Between his hands, the power of yin and yang emerged, and as he utilized his dual sane identity to engage with the lock's unique rules, he endeavored to unveil the secrets hidden within. Accompanying the interplay between himself and the rules, it seemed as if Luo Tian was gradually entering the realm contained within the lock, step by step approaching its innermost core. Upon thoroughly entering the world within the lock, Luo Tian beheld a mysterious realm, an entire space intricately composed of special rules. These rules resembled components within this enigmatic domain, forming an exceptionally precise mechanism, revealing the true nature of the golden lock. This treasure, crafted from rules and distinct from mere artifacts, could be described as a highly sophisticated vessel, serving to harbor these interwoven and mutually supportive special rules. When these unique rules commenced their operation, they could swiftly bestow immense fortune upon the wielder. Luck, a concept shrouded in mystery, is believed in by some while others scoff at its existence. Yet, within the circles of cultivation, the majority concur that luck is real. Albeit a cryptic rule that evades comprehension, to master luck, one must first grasp the essence of fate, and to fully understand fate is a task that even the mightiest of saints may find insurmountable. Thus, luck remains elusive and ungraspable. However, upon observing the lock in Zhongshu's possession, Luo Tian discovered an astonishing phenomenon. The mysterious special rules within the lock were generating luck in a manner beyond his understanding, guiding its possessor towards fortuitous paths. If luck can indeed be manufactured, then even if this lock is not a divine artifact, it surpasses all treasures in existence. Zhongshu, from whence did this lock originate? Luo Tian inquired. I have no idea. It feels as though I have carried this lock for an eternity. Tio put it plainly. I cannot recall how I acquired it, nor can I remember when I began to possess it. Memories of this lock seem to stretch back to a time long past. Zhongshu mumbled ambiguously, while Luo Tian returned the lock to him. Such a remarkable object would tempt anyone to claim it as their own. Yet Luo Tian was not of that ilk. After examining the intricate structure of the lock, he recognized that even as a saint, comprehending its complexity in a short span was beyond his reach. Moreover, could such a mysterious and powerful artifact randomly manifest in the hands of an ordinary individual like Zhongshu? The answer was evidently no. The only plausible explanation was that either the object or its creator had chosen Zhongshu, and those capable of crafting such a formidable artifact were likely formidable themselves. Luo Tian, having attained sainthood, wished to avoid entanglements with such experts, preferring to maintain a respectful distance. Chapter 7. The Courtesan Mo Yao. The most beautiful woman of Yunshan Kingdom, the most enchanting courtesan of the Moon Palace Pavilion. Some say her melodious voice can lull ferocious beasts to sleep, while others claim her dance can dim the brilliance of celestial maidens. Hailing from a foreign land, she has single-handedly captivated the entire royal family and aristocracy of Yunshan Kingdom with her beauty. Indeed, she is the courtesan, undeniably exquisite. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Yuan Changkong strode in with remarkable grace. Accompanied by a retinue of attendants, the grandeur of his arrival leaving onlookers in awe. Upon seeing Yuan Changkong take his seat, Granny Lu hurriedly approached to flatter him. Yet, Yuan Changkong gazed tenderly at the aloof Mo Yao on stage and softly declared, I have sent someone to the celestial peak to gather jade lotus flowers as a gift for Yao. A resplendent flower, shimmering with a brilliant emerald glow, lay quietly within an exquisite wooden box. This single jade lotus was worth a staggering 100,000 taels. Upon receiving it, Granny Lu beamed with delight and ascended the stage, proclaiming, Tonight, the esteemed guest who bids the highest shall have the honor of drinking with the courtesan for an entire night. Starting at 10,000 taels. For the common folk of Yunshan Kingdom, 10,000 taels was an astronomical sum, yet here it seemed merely a trifling coin. However, after Granny Lu made her announcement, silence fell over the crowd. For no one dared to place a bid. It wasn't that the wealthy young masters present lacked the desire to indulge in the courtesan's charms. Rather, who would dare to compete with Yuan Changkong? Observing the unease in the room, Granny Lu felt a twinge of anxiety. Just then, Yuan Changkong made his move. 200,000 taels, he declared nonchalantly, stunning everyone present. 200,000 taels was ample to equip a battalion of 1,000 men along the border. The brothel keeper's face lit up with delight as she eagerly inquired, "Is there anyone willing to bid higher than 200,000 taels?" Anyone. She repeated her question several times, but the hall remained silent. Just as she was about to finalize the sale, a voice emerged from an inconspicuous corner at the back. 300,000 taels. The call came from Luo Tian, but the true instigator was the seventh princess, concealed in the shadows behind him. "What are you doing?" Luo Tian whispered. Ji Welling chuckled softly. "I have plenty of money, and I simply cannot tolerate Yuan Changkong's arrogance. Had it not been for third brother's intervention, I would have dealt with him long ago for breaking your hands and feet. Today, I shall avenge you. Moreover, I am quite curious about what Mo Yuang is like." However, her meddling made Luo Tian the scapegoat. Yuan Changkong immediately spotted him, a flash of cold light crossing his face as he growled, "Long time no see, Luo family waste." Luo Tian sipped his drink and replied with a smirk, "Stop calling me waste. Has your brother's hand been reattached?" A flicker of murderous intent crossed Yuan Changkong's eyes, and his attendants immediately stood, gripping their blades in a stance ready to strike. Facing such hostility, Luo Tian remained unfazed, sipping his drink and observing them coolly. "Oh dear gentlemen, do temper your tempers. Let us not resort to violence here. Let us proceed with the bidding. The highest bidder shall prevail," Granny Lu interjected, eager not to miss any opportunity for profit. Yuan Changkong waved his hand, signaling his guards to sit down, then rapped on the table and called out loudly, "For 100,000 taels." Yuan Changkong slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Good, very good, Luo Tian. You're courting death." The fury within the eldest son of the Yuan family reached its peak as his guards drew their swords, causing the guests and maidens of the Moon Palace to retreat in fright. Luo Tian stood, raising his wine cup with an air of defiance, declaring, 3 years ago, you broke my hands and feet here. I was just looking for an opportunity for revenge. Why not practice here today?" "Very well. Bring it on. Ruin him." Yuan Changkong had approached the brink of losing control. With a single command, his guards advanced swiftly, each a formidable practitioner at the third level of qi refinement. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth as Luo Tian met their gaze with cold composure. Contemplating how best to confront Yuan Changkong. At that very moment, Yuan Changkong caught sight of Ji Yuling, who was seated in a corner. He often frequented the imperial palace, and although he was not intimately acquainted with her, he had seen her on numerous occasions. The seventh princess had disguised herself, yet he still recognized her. Wait. Upon discovering the presence of the seventh princess, Yuan Changkong halted the guard who was about to take action. "I didn't expect you to carry a shield today. No wonder this worthless fool dares to provoke me," Yuan Changkong scoffed. "Enough with the idle chatter. Shall we not engage in combat?" Luo Tian replied, his hands clasped behind his back, yet he was already channeling energy between his palms. Should his opponent make a move, he would immediately summon the wild soul, vowing to avenge the grievances of yesteryears. Even if it meant razing the Moon Palace pavilion to the ground, but we shall have ample opportunities in the future. When you are no longer hiding behind a woman, we will settle this. With that, Yuan Changkong, in a fit of rage, overturned the table and departed the Moon Palace pavilion with his entourage. As he passed by Luo Tian, he leaned down and whispered, "Now is not the time for your demise. But that moment will soon arrive. Once the third prince ascends to the throne, you and your Luo family will meet your end. I have heard that you possess a sister with a pure spiritual constitution. When the time comes, I will annihilate your family and sell her to foreign cultivators as a slave, ensuring she will never rise again." A surge of anger surged within Luo Tian, prompting him to rise abruptly. Just as he was about to act, he was restrained by the brothel keeper. Yuan Changkong, however, merely laughed as he exited. The atmosphere within the great king city was fraught with peril, and the political turmoil could very well jeopardize his family. The brothel keeper hurriedly approached Luo Tian, bowing deeply, nearly kneeling as she spoke. "Young Master Luo and this esteemed gentleman truly are like celestial beings descending upon us. Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly, take us to see her." Jiling exclaimed excitedly. Ha ha. I have sent you to freshen up. You two may accompany me to settle the payment. Once that is done, I shall arrange for you both to meet Yao. 100,000 taels secured a night's stay, and as Luo Tian stepped into Mo Yao's chamber, he recalled his visit 3 years prior. However, unlike that time, the room had transformed into a realm of opulence. Mo Yao sat by the bedside, donned in a red gown, and the view from the window revealed the luminous full moon. Luo Tian remained by the door, hesitant to enter, uncertain of how to address the woman before him. The seventh princess was inside, spending the night with Mo Yao, yet their conversation remained a mystery. Before long, the seventh princess emerged, shaking her head and saying, "If I were a man, I would undoubtedly marry her." Luo Tian smiled, calm and composed. "I apologize for the conflict between you and Chong Kong 3 years ago. I never anticipated it would culminate in such a manner." Mo Yao spoke softly. 3 years ago, at the Moon Palace Pavilion, Luo Tian and Yuan Chong Kong had clashed over the title of the Flower Queen, leading to an unexpected physical confrontation where no one anticipated that Yuan Chong Kong would break Luo Tian's limbs. "It is my lack of skill that led to this. Let us not dwell on that. How have you fared these past 3 years? The wealth you have amassed should suffice for your redemption. Or if not, I could purchase your freedom, and you could reside with my Luo family." Luo Tian said with a light chuckle. He had uttered these very words 3 years prior, but at that time, his mother vehemently opposed it, and Mo Yao herself was unwilling. Though she dwelled in a world of pleasure, her aspirations were noble. She did not wish to rely on a man, nor did she desire to become someone else's plaything or object of protection. "No need for that," Mo Yao replied with a gentle shake of her head, as she extended her delicate hand to twirl a beautiful gemstone ring. "This was bestowed upon me by Chang Kong. Next month he will redeem my freedom, and subsequently we shall become engaged. Although I cannot assume the role of his primary wife, I am willing to become his concubine. A woman must always find her place in the world. The third prince is soon to ascend the throne, and at that juncture, the power of the Jinshi Marquisate will dominate the court. By becoming his woman, my future days will be more comfortable." Mo Yao took a sip of wine, awaiting Luo Tian's response. "You once declared your unwillingness to depend on a man, to be a mere plaything for another. Have you now changed your stance?" Luo Tian inquired. "People inevitably change," she replied. "You have changed as well. 3 years ago, you were the most notorious wastrel of Yunshan Kingdom. Yet now you conceal your true potential. I have encountered many individuals and can discern your transformation." Mo Yao took another sip of her wine, waiting for Luo Tian to speak. Luo Tian, feeling a pang of bitterness, slowly rose to his feet, drained his cup, and murmured, "The third prince may not necessarily inherit the throne. The future is uncertain for everyone." With that, he turned and walked away. Mo Yao watched his departing figure and gently shook her head, saying, "Have you yet met Long Ruxin?" "Not yet. But my mother has informed me that my engagement with her has been annulled. The Long family is merely a minor clan in Yunshan Kingdom, yet in the previous generation, Long Fong saved Luo Kuan's life on the battlefield, which led to the arrangement of our betrothal. 3 years ago, despite your reputation as a notorious playboy and wastrel, everyone in the royal city knew you were destined to marry Lang Ruxin as your primary wife. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, Long Fong perished in battle, and the Lang family unilaterally dissolved our engagement. If you have not yet met her, I advise you to refrain from doing so, for she is now the third prince's woman. Mo Yao's words struck Luo Tian like a sudden jolt. This small clasp served as a wake-up call for him. Embarking on the path of sanctity is indeed an extraordinary feat, yet one must not forget that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. In the vast multiverse, the path of sanctity is merely the beginning for the strong. Zhongsu evidently knew little about his own lot. Perhaps this ignorance was a source of his happiness, for he harbored neither excessive desires nor an overly intense curiosity, allowing him to live a contented life. Luo Tian then turned his attention to Dechong, beckoning him closer. "Come before me," he commanded. Dechong, feeling somewhat anxious, cautiously approached Luo Tian. Luo Tian seized Dechong's wrist. The latter's forearm was as robust as a massive python, and merely gripping it conveyed a terrifying strength. Luo Tian tightened his hold, gradually applying pressure, which made Dechong increasingly uncomfortable. "Boss, my arm feels rather uncomfortable. Could you please loosen your grip?" Dechong pleaded. However, Luo Tian disregarded his request and continued to exert pressure, causing Dechong to feel increasingly distressed. "Boss, please let go. My arm hurts," he insisted. This moment, the skin on Dechong's wrist began to redden, resembling a state of congestion, while the muscles visibly swelled. Luo Tian remained silent, and Dechong started to lose control over his body. "Boss, please release me. I feel unwell, and a surge of energy keeps rushing to my head. I feel something is amiss, as if I am about to go mad." Pressure serves as a significant catalyst for the great beast's descent into madness, and Luo Tian relentlessly exerts this pressure upon it, aiming to provoke its frenzy in order to uncover the true source of its turmoil through the power of the sacred path. This constitutes the second objective Luo Tian endeavors to accomplish today. As the will of the great beast crumbles, it gradually loses control over its own body. One hand clenched tightly, its entire skin flushed a vivid crimson. Most alarming, however, are its eyes, which radiate a chilling ferocity, as if they yearn to slay Luo Tian. Reason is unraveling, and the aura of murderous intent intensifies. The great beast thrashes desperately, attempting to extricate its hand from Luo Tian's grasp. Yet all efforts prove futile. It is astonishingly effortless for Luo Tian to subdue it. Boss, I am losing control. You must flee. I can no longer contain myself. This utterance marks the last coherent thought of the great beast. As it succumbs to complete madness, with a roar of fury, its blood-red, tightly clenched fist comes crashing toward Luo Tian's face, only to be effortlessly thwarted by the 3-meter barrier Luo Tian conjures. Kill, I shall kill you. The great beast bellows, unleashing a flurry of punches against Luo Tian's protective sphere, yet the barrier remains unscathed. The disparity in cultivation between the two is immense. Even if Luo Tian were to remain motionless and allow the beast to strike for an entire year, it would still fail to breach the 3-meter shield. Moreover, the rationale behind Luo Tian's grip on the beast's other hand is deliberate. He pinches its pulse, channeling energy into its body, as if Luo Tian's very essence penetrates the great beast, granting him an unfiltered view of its internal condition. Upon this observation, Luo Tian discerns a troubling anomaly. The beast is engulfed in a state of frenzy, with an unusual energy coursing through its meridians and blood. This energy is pivotal in inciting the beast's madness. What astonishes Luo Tian is the dual nature of this energy. Ordinarily, it remains tranquil and benign within the beast, yet upon its descent into madness, this once harmless energy erupts, transforming it into a monstrous entity that dominates its thoughts and engenders an insatiable thirst for violence. While energy mutations are not unheard of, the peculiar nature of this transformation, coupled with its rapid onset, is indeed rare. Those nearby, witnessing the great beast frenzy, quickly distance themselves. At this moment, Luo Tian's expression darkens as the energy invading the beast's body suddenly retaliates, swiftly penetrating its intricate meridians. Luo Tian's formidable energy clings to the beast's volatile essence, and under its influence, the beast's energy begins to reverse. Simultaneously, as the energy shifts, the beast's condition gradually stabilizes. It first collapses, gasping for breath, then its breathing grows steadily more tranquil and elongated. With each inhalation and exhalation, its skin slowly returns to its original state, and its consciousness appears to awaken. Boss, I believe I have regained my senses, the great beast murmurs softly. Luo Tian nodded and said, Your descent into madness is attributable to 2 factors, the energy coursing within you and the essence of your blood. I have just forcefully reversed the chaotic energy within you using my own power. And to my surprise, it has indeed proven effective. The madness within you is gradually dissipating, and consequently, you are regaining your clarity. How did I end up like this? Dechong inquired, utterly bewildered by the inexplicable state he found himself in. Over the years, his sole endeavor had been to restrain the recurring bouts of fury that plagued him. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian replied, Upon deeper reflection, the root cause lies within your blood. Your blood that perhaps has a significant connection to mine. Is that so? Boss, do you know the reason? Dechong eagerly pressed. Luo Tian pondered for a brief moment before saying, Do not move. Allow me to experiment. With that, he swiftly drew a small incision on Dechong's wrist with his nail, and a single drop of blood emerged. Dechong gazed at Luo Tian in confusion, while in the next instant, Luo Tian consumed the drop of blood. Boss, have you turned into a vampire? Dechong exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Tian shot him an exasperated glance, finding both amusement and annoyance in the words of the simple-minded giant. He then closed his eyes. The drop of blood rapidly dissolved within his mouth, yet the tumultuous energy contained within it began to spread through Luo Tian's body, despite being merely a single drop. It possessed an alarming infectious quality, as the chaotic energy incessantly infiltrated the spiritual power within Luo Tian, infecting a small portion of it with madness in mere seconds. However, this did not affect Luo Tian adversely. He intentionally allowed that small fragment of spiritual power to be tainted, aiming to observe its transformation and conduct a bold experiment. The energy infected by madness exhibited a marked increase in intensity, astonishing Luo Tian as he noted that even his saintly-level spiritual power could be further amplified by this chaos. Yet, despite the evident enhancement in strength, this portion of spiritual power displayed a state of uncontrollable fury. mirroring De Chong's own violent demeanor, unmanageable and intensely aggressive, with a propensity for heightened attack urges upon even the slightest provocation. Luo Tian contemplated whether it was possible to harness this chaos for his own purposes. Currently, there were 3 methods to enhance one's strength at the saintly level. The first was to traverse further along the path of Tao and Buddhism, refining oneself until achieving the saintly level, wherein the measure of prowess lay in one's distance traveled along this path. For instance, Senior Duanmusen lagged merely 3 steps behind the evil demon ancestor, yet the disparity in strength was substantial. The second method relied on acquiring more potent artifacts. Divine weapons naturally surpassed celestial instruments in this era. The might of one's possessions directly correlated with actual combat capability. Securing a legendary chaotic artifact would indeed be cataclysmic. The third method involved the cultivation of more advanced secret techniques. Above the Earth Lord level lay the Heaven Lord level, followed by the chaotic level, which itself had varying degrees of superiority. Mastering higher-tier secret techniques would undoubtedly render one stronger. The 3 methods of enhancing one's strength remain fundamentally unchanged, yet upon reaching the sacred path, each avenue becomes fraught with challenges. Remarkably, this peculiar madness can significantly elevate the spiritual energy at the sacred path level, likely corresponding to the third method of empowerment. This madness may very well be an advanced secret technique. Should Luo Tian manage to master it, he would essentially hold the key to a pathway of strength augmentation. However, the question of how to control this madness looms large. Luo Tian's internal experiment aims primarily to observe this madness, while the subsequent step involves devising a means to counteract or manipulate it, which would not only benefit the Great Worm, but also assist Luo Tian himself. Chapter 8. The World Has Changed. The Lung family is an obscure little clan within the Yunshan Kingdom. When Luoquan proposed a marriage alliance, it sent ripples throughout the nation. Many remarked that the Lung family had latched onto a grand opportunity, while others claimed that Lung Ruxin had transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix, achieving a complete turnaround. Standing before the opulent residents of the Lung family, Luo Tian's demeanor remained serene. In truth, he had received news of the marriage annulment 2 years prior, only now realizing that the Lung family had secured the support of the third prince, a far greater ally. 3 years ago, the Lung family's dwelling was dilapidated, yet now it resembled a palace adorned with pavilions. 3 years ago, a hobbled old man stood guard at the gate. Now, 8 servants of the second layer of Qi refinement stood watch. This scene evoked a sigh from Luo Tian. How the times have changed. As he traversed the long street, a figure barred his path, questioning, "Who goes there?" Luo Tian politely clasped his hands and replied. The elder head of the Lung family furrowed his brow and remarked, "The marriage contract was dissolved 2 years ago. Does young Master Luo Tian not know this?" "Of course I am aware," Luo Tian responded, "but at that time, I was ensnared in the depths of the sea of corpses and ghosts, unaware of the unfolding events. Hence, I sought to inquire directly about Ruxin's sentiments." Their gazes locked. Within the depths of Lang Ruxin's eyes flickered a complex light, yet her lips merely curled into a smile as she stated, "To marry the third prince is a great fortune for my daughter." Luo Tian felt as though his heart had been squeezed, but the 3 years spent in the sea of corpses and ghosts had imparted one crucial lesson: no matter how much pain one feels within, it must not manifest on one's face. Do you recall the words you spoke the night I left the royal city 3 years ago? Luo Tian inquired. On that fateful night, when he was exiled by Luoquan, Lung Ruxin had quietly come to see him off. A distraught Luo Tian gazed at the young woman descending from the carriage, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Ruxin, please beseech my father to spare me. I do not wish to perish in the sea of corpses and ghosts. I do not want to die." After uttering those words, Lang Ruxin walked past him, as though they were mere strangers. The elder head of the Lung family sneered, "Do not mistake our family for being ungrateful, young Master Luo Tian. The third prince is destined to succeed the throne, and should Ruxin marry him, she will become a noble consort. To speak candidly, whether your Lu family can retain its current wealth is still in question. If Ruxin were to align herself with a waste like you, would that not be a waste of her potential?" "A waste of the Lu family? You speak with such bravado," a voice retorted. "Our Ling family boasts an abundance of talented individuals. Any young master among us could crush you as easily as squashing an ant." The assembly of elder members from the Lang family immediately erupted in uproar. Cold Ru Xian stood aside, her expression as frosty as ice, observing Luo Tian in the grand hall. Luo Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Lung family, and he scoffed. "Then let us engage in a contest in the Lung family's martial arts arena. Hundreds of their direct descendants encircled the platform in layers. While Luo Tian stood alone atop it, gazing at the elderly patriarchs of the Lang family seated nearby, alongside the indifferent Ru Xian. You, a mere waste from the Luo family, with your paltry cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, should possess some self-awareness. Do not be reduced to a cripple by my Lang family as disciples. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lang Chan swiftly summoned his spiritual energy, which coalesced into a fierce whirlwind. With the cultivation of the fifth level of qi refinement, he was no weakling. After executing this maneuver, the surrounding Lung family members erupted in applause, and the elderly patriarchs smiled with satisfaction. You, the renowned waste of Yunshan, shall today experience some hardship. Lang Chan raised his fist, and the whirlwind suddenly surged towards Luo Tian, leaving behind a path of devastation on the ground. Observing this, cold Ru Xian instinctively bit her lip. While the elderly members of the Lung family displayed cruel smiles that if they could cripple Luo Tian here, it would curry favor with the third prince and the Duke of Jinshi. The elders had long since plotted to use this incident as a grand gesture to ingratiate themselves with the third prince and Yuan Changkong. The whirlwind, sharp as a blade, approached Luo Tian, whose long hair billowed in the wind, yet his eyes were filled with disdain. Waste, today you shall witness true prowess. How dare you wreak havoc in our Lung family? Just based on your feeble self, Lang Chan declared arrogantly. The whirlwind intensified, and in an instant, it reached Luo Tian. The young man's disdain deepened in his eyes, and as the whirlwind surged forth, he suddenly stepped forward, his foot striking the ground and unleashing a thunderous roar from the platform. The blade-like whirlwind seemed to be torn apart by sheer force, and the terrifying spiritual energy rippled outward, causing hundreds of Lung family disciples to be knocked back. On the platform, Lang Chan let out a horrified scream as he was sent flying by the overwhelming impact, crashing heavily outside the arena and spitting blood upon landing. This moment left the entire Ling family in stunned silence. With the elderly patriarchs rising from their seats, fixated on the platform, in the center of the arena, Luo Tian remained standing with his hands behind his back, his long hair billowing, a glint of cold light in his eyes as he proclaimed. Nearly trivial. Bring forth someone stronger. At that instant, a daring thought flashed through Luo Tian's mind. Since the madness stemmed from the blood of the great beast, could his own blood have an effect on it? This notion quickly took form, and he summoned a thread of blood energy from within himself into the area infected by the madness. That thread of blood energy resembled a feeble child gradually losing its way, wandering into a terrifying forest, while the madness was akin to beasts lurking in the shadows, eager to devour this child at any moment. In the eyes of the madness, this thread of blood energy was a delectable morsel delivered right to its mouth. Luo Tian was merely presenting this thread of blood energy to the madness, yet who would be the predator and who the prey remained uncertain, upon discovering that the blood essence lacked reinforcements. A surge of madness rushed forth, encircling this solitary fragment of vitality at the very moment when the formidable beast opened its gaping maw. This flicker of blood essence shed its disguise. It was not a lost, pitiable child, but a powerful creature entering the forest with aspirations of dominion. The bloodline of Luo Tian was that of frenzied blood, inherited from the ancient god's lineage, augmented by various energies within his being, rendering his blood exceedingly fearsome. Even a mere thread of it was sufficient to trample all the madness present. The beasts, initially perceiving a child, gradually transformed their view to that of a terrifying monster. In that instant, the madness was shattered into disarray as the fragment of blood essence surged forward with fervor. Luo Tian's conjecture was validated. Although the madness was formidable, it emanated from the blood of the great insect, whereas Luo Tian's blood proved to be far superior. This scenario resembled placing a fierce tiger before a pack of savage wolves. Without the support of the wolf pack, no matter how cunning or ferocious the lone wolf, it could never hope to rival the tiger. Thus, before this fragment of blood essence lay but two paths, either to obediently serve as the tiger's lackey or to be consumed by it. The essence of the abyss was monstrous, affording no opportunity for choice to these mad entities. Yet, Luo Tian's blood essence did present them with an option, albeit with dire consequences for those who remained unwise. The reality confirmed that Luo Tian's moment of insight was indeed accurate. The madness, when confronted with the essence of the abyss, found itself without choices, yet when faced with Luo Tian's released blood essence, it was offered a decision, and swiftly came to a conclusion. It chose to submit beneath Luo Tian's blood essence. Upon submission, these madness-driven entities resembled wolves shackled by chains. Although they could not be entirely tamed as with the essence of the abyss, they could still be harnessed by Luo Tian. Through observation, Luo Tian quickly discerned two notable changes in the subdued madness. First, these entities could only linger within Luo Tian for a fleeting moment, unable to remain as they had previously. Second, while they could still augment Luo Tian's strength, it was limited solely to the spiritual energy within him, proving ineffective against the essence of the abyss or any other energies, especially the abyssal essence, which devoured them as if offering flesh to a savage beast, consumed in mere bites. Thus, strictly speaking, the madness offered minimal assistance to Luo Tian, and opportunities to utilize his internal spiritual power would be scarce. Initially believing he had discovered a pathway to bolster his strength, he soon realized it was a fleeting mirage. However, upon further contemplation, Luo Tian recognized that while this revelation bore little utility for him, it held profound significance for the great insect. When the great insect was seized by the madness, its power would multiply, yet it would lose all reason, leading to disastrous performance in battle, often attacking indiscriminately and employing perilous tactics that risked its own life. Yet, if the great insect could tame its frenzied state, even cultivating the madness while retaining its reason, would not its power then multiply, becoming a formidable ally? Among the most promising individuals by Luo Tian's side, one is Wu Ri, formerly known as Xiao He, and the other is Dechong. It is anticipated that Wu Ri's physical form will be reshaped with the assistance of the esteemed Elder Duanmusin, followed by cultivating the power of chaos under the Elder's guidance. In due course, he is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. As for Dechong, he might, with my assistance, learn to harness and cultivate his wild fury, achieving greatness that even Luo Tian cannot fully estimate. However, to realize this, it is imperative to infuse my vital essence into Dechong's body. This endeavor is akin to plunging directly into a den of wolves. Luo Tian possesses confidence in his strength and vitality. It is akin to 100 tigers facing 100 wild wolves, with both sides evenly matched and the tigers under unified command. The wolves would undoubtedly stand no chance. Yet, a shadow of concern lingers in Luo Tian's heart. His apprehension revolves around Dechong. Although my vital essence may not rival the abyssal energies led by others, it is nonetheless of the sacred Tao level. Should such energy penetrate the body of one at Dechong's cultivation level, even with meticulous control, it could potentially inflict unforeseen harm, perhaps even endangering Dechong's life. After organizing his thoughts, Luo Tian spoke. If I were to inadvertently cause your demise, would you harbor resentment towards me? The moment these words escaped his lips, everyone present, including Xiao Shuang, was taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment and bewilderment at the nature of Luo Tian's inquiry. Dechong, equally surprised, fixed Luo Tian with a peculiar gaze and quietly asked, "Boss, do you wish to kill me?" Luo Tian shook his head and replied, "No, I do not wish to take your life. But I will provide you with an opportunity to grow stronger. I have discovered a method to conquer the wild fury within you and to harness it for our benefit. This method entails infusing my vital essence into your body. In simpler terms, you must consume my blood." Dechong's demeanor grew tense, his attention unwavering and serious. Perhaps it was the first time in his life he exhibited such gravity. "However, my blood is inherently unique. For many, it is akin to poison. Moreover, having recently ascended to the sacred Tao, my vital essence has inevitably been tainted by its power. Thus, should you absorb my vital essence, there is a considerable risk that you may not withstand its force, leading to injury or even death. I will certainly endeavor to preserve your life. But having only recently attained the sacred realm, my mastery over its power is not particularly refined. I fear that." Luo Tian laid bare all his concerns before Dechong. Believing him worthy of such knowledge, he awaited Dechong's response. Should Dechong opt for self-preservation and hesitate to take the risk, Luo Tian would not look down upon him. In that case, he would devise a means to leave his energy within Dechong, thereby suppressing the wild fury, ensuring that it could no longer erupt uncontrollably. Although Dechong would forfeit the chance to grow stronger, at the very least, his life would be spared. The wait was not excessively long. Dechong lifted his head and revealed a smile, then declared to Luo Tian, "Boss, I have given it thought. Let us take a chance. As the elders say, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. In simpler terms, it reflects the notion that like attracts like. Luo Tian is an unruly gambler, and naturally, those around him are not inclined to play it safe. Dechong made his decision, fully aware that this choice might very well cost him his life. "I too aspire to become formidable, so that I may accompany you, my esteemed leader, and indulge in more delectable delights. I have heard from the young lady Duanmuzi that the flesh of the exotic beast beyond the heavens is exquisite, and I yearn to sample it. It seems that among all in this world, Only the great worm is driven to toil relentlessly for sustenance, although the rationale may sound somewhat ludicrous. Luo Tian understands that beneath this half-joking pretext lies the great worm's dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs and a resolute determination to keep pace with its own aspirations. Luo Tian nodded and declared, "Very well, let us, as brothers, venture forth into peril together." Chapter 9. The spell of the wild soul upon the arena ravaged by spiritual energy. Luo Tian's icy gaze swept across the faces of the members of the Long family, ultimately pointing a finger towards the elderly figures of the Lung clan upon the high platform. Is this all that the Long family is capable of? The expression of the patriarch of the Long family darkened. For the defeated Lang Chan had been regarded as a promising young master within their ranks, his prowess ranking among the top 5 of the younger generation. Yet, before Luo Tian, he fell in a single encounter. Is this truly the so-called waste of the Luo family, infamous throughout the royal city? Longer, demonstrate your prowess against this waste from the Luo family, commanded the patriarch of the Lung family, his face a mask of displeasure. Yes, came the languid response. In an instant, the atmosphere around them fell into silence, and the gazes of the onlookers gradually converged upon a figure at the back. This individual, appearing to be around 20, exuded an air of arrogance, his eyes brimming with a sense of superiority. After stretching his limbs, he ascended the arena. The Lung family was merely a small clan. Individuals like Lung Chan, though deemed young masters within their family, were inconsequential in the broader context of the entire Yunshan kingdom. Among the younger generation of the Lung family, there was but one who garnered some renown in the grand city. This individual was known as Lung Long. Hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of the Lung clan, the very hope of the family, the strongest talent among the youth, upon whom the clan had invested its finest resources, Lang Long appraised Luo Tian with a cold smile, saying, "How could that fellow Lung Chan possibly lose to you?" Luo Tian, too, scrutinized Lung Long, noting his cultivation at the 6th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Although he fell short of Yuan Chong Kong, he was still an object of pride within Yushan Kingdom. At merely 20 years of age, given another decade, he would undoubtedly break through to the essence pill realm. Longer, do not bring shame to our Lung family, commanded the elder on the high platform. Lung Long scoffed dismissively, shrugging his shoulders as he replied, "Against a mere 2nd layer waste of the Qi refinement realm, I cannot possibly lose." As soon as he finished speaking, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from Lang Long's being. If Lang Chan's spiritual energy could be likened to a brook, then Lang Long's was akin to a mighty river, flowing endlessly. "You waste of the Luo family, I shall permit you to strike first, lest it be said that I am bullying you." Lang Long provocatively beckoned to Luo Tian, with his hands clasped behind his back. Luo Tian's gaze flickered ambiguously as he replied, "Is this your proud foundation?" At the sound of these words, Lung Long furrowed his brow, about to retort when he suddenly perceived a change in Luo Tian. Taking a step forward, Luo Tian activated the refined points within his body, and streams of spiritual energy coursed through the black lines formed by the black stone within him. Converging at the singular great acupoint he had refined. It was as if countless stanchions were simultaneously in operation. The spiritual energy began to radiate outward, its momentum growing stronger, gradually overpowering Lang Long's 6th-layer cultivation in the Qi refinement realm. Witnessing this scene, no member of the Lung family could believe their own eyes. How could a mere 2nd layer of Qi refinement possess such overwhelming spiritual energy? The elder members of the Lung family were utterly unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. On the arena, the fully activated cavern of meridians unleashed an overwhelming force, causing Lung Long, who had just moments ago worn a haughty expression, to undergo a complete transformation in demeanor. "How many of my moves do you think you can withstand?" Luo Tian began to stride towards Lung Long, resembling a fearsome beast advancing upon its prey. Longer, do not falter, the elder master of the Lung family shouted. Under immense pressure, Lung Long bellowed, flames seemingly igniting between his palms. A manifestation of a high-tier white-level technique that transformed spiritual energy into spirit flames, which burned hotter than ordinary fire, capable of turning common steel to ash upon contact. "I shall not be defeated. I am the foremost talent of the Lung family. In the future, I will rank among the top 10 prodigies of the entire Yunshan kingdom. How could I possibly lose to a mere 2nd-layer Qi refinement waste like you?" With the swiftness of the wind, Lang Long moved, his hands resembling flaming blades, incinerating everything in their path as he launched a lethal strike. "Humph, did you not challenge me to strike first?" Luo Tian merely responded with a cold smirk. A pair of fiery hand blades swiftly approached, Seeing Luo Tian's lack of response, Lang Long assumed his speed had left Luo Tian no time to react. Trash, indeed, remains trash. I shall sever your arm. The fiery hand blade descended with ferocious intensity, the searing spirit flames seemingly poised to ignite Luo Tian's very being. All onlookers from the Lung family involuntarily displayed smiles, convinced of their imminent victory. Lang Ru instinctively lowered her head, unable to bear witness to the anticipated agony that would befall Luo Tian. However, the cruel scene that the Lung family had eagerly anticipated did not materialize. Instead, at the very moment that Lang Long was about to strike, terror suddenly flared in his pupils, followed by an immediate retreat, as he stumbled backward over 10 steps, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. In that moment, Luo Tian had gathered spiritual energy behind him, forming a peculiar incantation. Lang Long was now entirely certain that the dreadful beastly aura he sensed as he approached Luo Tian emanated from this formidable incantation. Wild Soul Incantation, manifest. As the words left his lips, a tempest erupted upon the arena, and a colossal, ethereal figure materialized within the swirling winds. Lang Long could not discern its true form, yet he felt an immense presence drawing near. Its aura growing increasingly potent, he continued to retreat, but the gargantuan silhouette within the storm drew ever closer to that instant. A massive claw surged forth from the tempest, striking downwards with catastrophic force. Lang Long raised his hands, ablaze with spirit flames in defense, yet the claw's terrifying strength sent him hurtling away with a single blow. Lang Long screamed in agony as he tumbled to the edge of the arena. And upon closer inspection, his arms were a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. The once preeminent genius of the younger generation of the Lung family was now paralyzed with fear, his valiant spirit shattered. Yet the storm continued to rage. And Lang Long could still see that unreal figure advancing towards him, the incantation emanating a beastly aura flickering ominously amidst the gale. Elder Gong. The younger members of the Lung family bowed in unison. The elder nodded, saying, I heard there were disturbances. I had thought it would quiet down swiftly, yet it seems the turmoil has escalated considerably. The patriarch of the Lung family hurriedly approached the elderly man. Speaking with great courtesy, I did not anticipate that I would disturb your peaceful meditation, since your esteemed self has been invited as an elder by the Lung family, and is thus revered by us. I shall certainly take it upon myself to mediate on your behalf. This ruffian who has caused the commotion today is no ordinary character, although Luo Tian was unfamiliar with the old man before him. He understood that many small to medium-sized families in the Songlong continent often invest heavily in hiring skilled experts as elders. These experts are predominantly solitary figures, unbound by familial ties, relying on their prowess to protect the families, which in turn provide for their sustenance and cultivation. So, you are the troublemaker today, are you? I am Gong Changping, known among certain acquaintances in the realm as the Ghost-Faced Taoist. Chapter 10. The Ghost-Faced Taoist Shanggui City. Nestled deep within the swampy mists of the eastern region of Yinshan Kingdom, is one of the most enigmatic and perilous forbidden zones in the realm. Although it does not hold the same notorious status as the Sea of Corpses and Ghosts, one of the top 10 forbidden lands in the Songlong continent, the dangers it harbors are enough to deter even the most intrepid cultivators of Yinshan Kingdom. To emerge alive from Shanggui City and to return with tangible gains indeed marks one as a legendary figure. And the Ghost-Faced Taoist is no exception. Gong Changping ascended the arena, the air thick with the scent of savage beasts. With a grave expression, he fixed his gaze upon Luo Tian and remarked, Young man, your cultivation is rather peculiar. While your dantian clearly indicates a mere second layer of qi refinement, your combat prowess is remarkably formidable. Are you also here to represent the Lung family? As Luo Tian spoke, he scrutinized Gong Changping. Yet this time he found himself unable to discern the old man's level of cultivation. It was as if the elder was enveloped in a shroud of mist. Luo Tian recognized that this obscurity stemmed from the vast disparity in their powers. The Lung family has honored me as an elder. When trouble arises, it is only natural that I step forward to resolve it. Gong Changping scoffed. Resolve it? Are you truly qualified? Luo Tian's energy surged as he activated his acupoints, allowing a continuous flow of spiritual energy to emanate from within him. Young man, be wary. If I choose to act today, you may find it impossible to leave the Lung family unscathed. Gong Changping, a master in his own right, exuded an intimidating presence as he spoke. The initial stage of the condensation of Dan realm is the human Dan. Further cultivation leads to the earth Dan, and upon reaching the pinnacle, One attains the Heaven Dan. Once the Heaven Dan is formed, one may challenge the Xianguan realm, standing at the apex of human physicality, with the potential to transcend into immortality. Currently, Luo Tian's actual combat strength should be around the 7th layer of Qi refinement. By refining one more acupoint, he could ascend further, being but a step away from the 8th layer. Although the gap between these two layers is immense, with the formidable spells of the Sea of Corpses and Ghosts at his disposal, he might indeed stand a chance against a master of Gong Changping's caliber. With this thought igniting a fierce determination within him, Luo Tian resolved to challenge a master at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, akin to scaling a towering mountain. Should he emerge victorious in this battle, he would cast aside the label of being a waste once and for all. An arrogant brat who knows not the limits of his own capabilities. In response to Luo Tian's provocation, Gong Changping was incensed. As he channeled his energy, an eerie black mist began to swirl around them, within which the horrifying visages of ghostly faces gradually materialized. Ghost Dao secret arts? Luo Tian gasped in astonishment. Gong Changping's display was indeed a manifestation of the Ghost Dao secret techniques, a category of malevolent sorcery recognized in the martial world, where the lines between righteousness and wickedness are clearly drawn. As the black mist gradually enveloped the entire arena, Luo Tian could hear the incessant low growls emanating from within it, while his peripheral vision caught fleeting glimpses of ghostly faces darting by. Luo Tian stood on high alert. A master of the condensation realm was undoubtedly a top-tier opponent within the entire Yushan kingdom. The ghostly arts were unpredictable and required utmost caution. Just then, a ghostly visage lunged out of the mist, sinking its fangs into Luo Tian's shoulder. However, Luo Tian had already been aware and swiftly countered, striking the specter back with a powerful palm. Strangely, the area where he had been bitten did not throb with pain, suggesting that the attack lacked significant force. Archaic soul spell, manifest, he declared. He could not afford to remain passive. Summoning the spell, the aura of a wild beast coalesced into a terrifying tempest that swept across the arena. Under the ferocious winds, the black mist began to dissipate. Observing this, Gong Changping immediately enacted his own spell, consolidating all the black mist to one side of the arena. At this moment, the members of the Lung family beheld a scene of stark contrast. One half of the arena shrouded in ghostly faces, while the other was dominated by a raging storm. Young man, to possess such cultivation at your tender age is quite commendable. You have managed to push me to this extent, which is a feat that most of the so-called top 10 geniuses of Yinshan Kingdom cannot achieve. Your spell is indeed remarkable, but alas, your cultivation is too shallow. You can barely harness 1/10 of its power. To think you could defeat me is but a fanciful dream. At that moment, all the ghostly faces suddenly merged into one, gradually transforming into an enormous, menacing visage. The monstrous face opened its gaping maw and clamped down on the claw of the wild beast. As Luo Tian endured the excruciating pain the claws conjured by the spell, deprived of spiritual energy, were ultimately crushed by the giant specter. With the archaic soul shattered, Luo Tian felt as though he had been struck with tremendous force, stumbling back 5 steps and spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. My ghostly visage is forged from the malevolent energy of the mountain ghost city. Those bitten by it will have the foul energy invade their bodies, and those of low cultivation cannot withstand it for long. That you have managed to endure for so long truly astonishes me. As Gong Changping spoke, he approached Luo Tian, the black mist swirling around him, while the colossal ghostly face wore a silent, sinister grin. Luo Tian continued to retreat until he found himself cornered at the edge of the arena. The elders of the Leng family finally revealed smiles upon witnessing the scene, relieved to preserve their family's honor. You, a waste of the Luo family, if you are willing to kneel and apologize, I might spare your life for the sake of Luo Kuan. The elder of the Leng family sneered from the high platform. Kneel and apologize? You old fool must be dreaming. Luo Tian retorted disdainfully. Your defiance will not serve you well. Gong Changping, spare his life, but shatter his cultivation. I doubt Luo Kuan will dare to intervene. The elder commanded. Gong Changping nodded in agreement. I am aware that your father possesses profound mastery, yet I am unafraid. I am eager to ascertain just how formidable this general of Yinshan Kingdom truly is. In that instant, the enormous ghostly face loomed, its terrifying maw resembling a black hole, ready to swallow Luo Tian whole. I shall sever your spiritual senses and cripple your cultivation, ensuring that you cannot escape the fate of being a waste. Ha ha! The Leng family elders cackled with glee. The giant mouth of the ghostly visage drew ever closer, the situation reaching a critical point. Luo Tian gritted his teeth, the pain in his wounded shoulder intensifying. Even as he wished to cast a spell, he found himself utterly immobilized. I cannot perish here. I have yet to avenge my great grievances, after 3 years of trials in the sea of corpses and ghosts. Each time he faced the brink of death, an unwavering resolve surged within him. If one were to abandon hope, then nothing would remain. As long as there is even a single breath left, one must continue to fight. With a resounding shout, in a moment of dire urgency, Luo Tian concentrated all the spiritual energy within him upon the new acupoint he had been relentlessly attacking. At that instant, perhaps it was his indomitable will that stirred the heavens, or perhaps it was the culmination of his long and arduous training, but astonishingly, the acupoint that had resisted his efforts for so long was finally unblocked. Luo Tian staggered to his feet, his injured shoulders still immobile, yet the breakthrough in his cultivation breathed new vitality into him, the third layer of qi refinement. How could such a modest advancement unleash such formidable energy? Gong Chopping discerned Luo Tian's progress in cultivation, yet was simultaneously perplexed by his peculiar condition. You old rascal, let us engage once more. Luo Tian summoned the archaic soul incantation anew, a fervent battle spirit surging within him. In the tempest, he exhibited no trace of timidity, akin to a young tiger brimming with fighting spirit. In the third heaven, the temporary abode of the Yin Ming, the narrow room appeared devoid of any presence. Standing at the threshold, Luo Tian sensed no signs of Yin Ming's existence. Yet unexpectedly, apart from the chilling spiritual energy of the Yin Ming, he discerned the presence of some peculiar energy, reminiscent of the traces of ancient godly power. Approaching the door, he pushed it open, a faint luminescence illuminating his face. It was the residual barrier of the premises. It seemed that Yin Ming had not vacated this place for long, as the lingering energy within the barrier still sustained its operation. However, this barrier posed no threat to Luo Tian. With a mere wave of his hand, it shattered before him. Having visited this place before, Luo Tian found nothing of value for himself. Outside, De Chong and the others awaited. And upon witnessing Luo Tian's emergence, they hurriedly inquired, "Boss, what did you find inside?" Luo Tian shook his head. "I found nothing. There is essentially no valuable item." "What then? Has that Yin Ming fellow scurried away with his tail between his legs?" Such an act was not difficult, yet Luo Tian needed to exercise caution. After all, his opponent was that old rascal, Yin Ming. This crafty creature feigned weakness, claiming to be forsaken by the sinister ancestors. But in reality, this former lord of the abyss still possessed the strength to pose a threat to Luo Tian, even standing at the precipice of the Tao and Buddha paths to strike at him. Thus, even in his current state, Luo Tian dared not let his guard down. With his right hand outstretched, an incessant flow of rule-based energy surged into Luo Tian's palm from all directions. These rules began to fold the space surrounding Luo Tian, akin to the delicate folding of a piece of paper. Subsequently, Luo Tian's fingers gently tapped, piercing through the folded space, as if breaking through a sheet of paper. Countless realms traversed before Luo Tian, as the power of the sacred path relentlessly advanced. The residual energy left by Yin Ming served as a guiding tool, aiding Luo Tian in navigating through space to pursue Yin Ming's trail. In the context of the multiverse, such a pursuit would typically require considerable time, especially if the opponent possessed the strength to conceal their whereabouts, rendering the chase futile. However, within the confines of the 9 heavens, this pursuit did not demand an excessive duration. It would take Luo Tian merely the span of half a joss stick to ascertain Yin Ming's location. As space continued to be traversed before him, Luo Tian sensed that he was closing in on Yin Ming's footsteps, yet a distance still lingered between them. At the same time, he could feel that Yin Ming had become aware of his pursuit from behind, prompting it to employ every conceivable method to shake off Luo Tian. Nonetheless, Luo Tian, having attained sanctification in the path of space, found that despite Yin Ming's desperate attempts to evade him, the distance between them gradually diminished. The space before him was now reduced to the final layer of paper. In the instant he tore through this barrier, Luo Tian beheld Yin Ming's visage manifesting within his gaze. However, Yin Ming, realizing it had been pursued, radiated a potent aura of spiritual light, clearly prepared for a desperate fight. Upon seeing Luo Tian's appearance, it immediately adopted a vigilant stance, ever ready for battle. In a hushed tone, Luo Tian declared, "The one I pursue is not you, but her." He gestured towards Yin Ming's rear, and soon a figure emerged from the shadows, initially concealed in darkness. This individual was compelled into the light by Luo Tian's words. To Lin's astonishment, the figure was none other than Hudu, The Earth Mother, who had long claimed to be Luo Tian's mother but had always regarded him merely as a tool, a relic of the ancient era.it, was a mysterious benefactor who had rescued her. And unexpectedly, it was Yiming who had rendered assistance. Huda had been concealing her presence beside Yiming, yet such a laughable ruse could hardly deceive Luo Tian's keen perception. Son, upon revealing herself, put to affectionately address Luo Tian, not out of genuine warmth, but rather as a strategic maneuver, recognizing Luo Tian's elevated status as a formidable being within the multiverse due to his dual sanctification. Even during the zenith of the ancient era, Buddha would have shown the utmost respect and deference to a sage of Luo Tian's caliber. This ancient, dilapidated temple seemed to possess profound significance. Luo Tian inquired, "You might enlighten me as to the nature of this place. I sense the presence of ancient deities here, yet they are not above the sacred path. Why should I feel fear?" The corners of Yiming's mouth curled into a chilling smile as he spoke. "It seems you have become rather proud due to your sanctification. Pay heed, for this place is indeed connected to the ancient deities, yet it is far from ordinary. This is the very site where the celestial path forged the ancient gods. And within this most ancient and primordial temple lies a certain power bequeathed by the celestial path. I can harness this power, and should you engage me here, it is you who shall inevitably taste defeat." One must admit, Yiming is quite cunning. Upon realizing that Luo Tian was tracking him through the arcane methods of the spatial path, he swiftly fled with Huda on one hand. He sought to conceal his whereabouts, while on the other, he prepared contingencies, fearing that if Luo Tian caught up, he would be unable to respond. Thus, he deliberately lured Luo Tian to this ancient temple, which serves as his trump card for survival. Chapter 11. The underground market. As the saying goes, a tiger father does not raise a dog. In a moment of peril, one can unexpectedly break through their cultivation. Yet, even so, he remains but a trifling figure at the third level of chi refinement. Ultimately just a tool for the ghostly visage. The murderous intent within Gong Changping reignited as the shattered little ghostly face reformed into a gigantic specter. Within Luo Tian's heart, a fierce tiger roared. Having broken through to the third level of chi refinement, his actual combat prowess should be comparable to that of an 8th level practitioner, not significantly weaker than Gong Changping. They were, indeed, evenly matched, providing an excellent opportunity for him to test the strength of his newfound abilities. As Luo Tian on the arena unleashed spiritual energy rivaling that of Gong Changping, the expressions of the members of the Lung family darkened. Should Gong Changping falter, the family's reputation would surely be compromised. At that moment, Lang Ruxin, who had been silent in her high seat, suddenly rose and slowly but resolutely approached the edge of the arena. "Ruxin, what are you doing?" The head of the Lang family shouted anxiously. If anything were to happen to Lang Ruxin, the third prince would undoubtedly place the blame upon them, jeopardizing the family's future. Lang Ruxin gazed up at Luo Tian, her voice icy as she inquired, "What is it that you truly desire?" Her eyes held no warmth, appearing utterly devoid of emotion. "That I only wish to ascertain whether your abandonment of the engagement to marry the third prince is genuine, or if you, like the rest of the Lung family, are merely seeking to ingratiate yourself with the powerful." Luo Tian expressed the turmoil in his heart. Yet, to his astonishment, Lang Ruxin ascended the arena, positioning herself between the two formidable opponents. The imminent clash thus stagnated, and as Luo Tian beheld the woman before him, no matter how he searched, he could not find the familiar shadows of the past. "Awaken. I have found a far better destiny now. Once I become a favored concubine, even your father shall pay me great respect. Do you understand?" Lang Ruxin tore away the last remnants of her modesty, causing Lu Tian's countenance to pale in an instant. "Is this truly your heartfelt confession?" Luo Tian asked in a hushed tone. "Do not inquire further. Let us retain a semblance of dignity for both our families. If you stir up trouble again, I shall inform the third prince," Lang Ruxin declared before descending from the arena. Upon witnessing this, Gong Changping sneered, "It seems you have lost your fighting spirit. If you shan't fight, then be gone from the Lang family." When Luo Tian entered, he believed himself prepared. Yet as he departed the Lung family, he still felt a lingering ache within his heart. Upon exiting the grand gates, it seemed as though the mocking laughter of the Lung family still echoed in his ears. Despite having triumphed over the formidable masters of the Lung clan today, even the most exceptional prodigy of their younger generation could not stand against him. Yet, what did it matter? He had come seeking sincerity, only to confront a terrifying truth. As he stepped away from the Lang estate, not having ventured far, an extraordinarily opulent carriage approached from across the street. When the carriage drew near, the curtains were drawn back, revealing the sweet smile of the seventh princess. "Seventh princess, What brings you here? Luo Tian inquired, taken aback. I intended to find you this morning, but alas, you were not at home. Subsequently, I dispatched my spies to search everywhere, only to discover that you had gone to the Lang family. Tian Gu, are you all right? At that moment, Luo Tian realized that the time to meet the seventh princess had indeed arrived. Very well. But you cannot simply go like this, Luo Tian replied, shaking his head. What do you mean? The seventh princess asked, puzzled. The underground market is a place rife with all manner of peculiar individuals and events. Dressed so lavishly and riding in a carriage of immense worth to such a locale is akin to courting trouble, Luo Tian remarked with a smile. Then shall I disguise myself, like last time at the Moon Palace? The seventh princess seemed quite intrigued by the idea of disguise. Merely dressing as a man will not suffice. Allow me to assist you, Luo Tian said as he stepped into the carriage. Before long, the originally exquisite and beautiful seventh princess had transformed into a mere street urchin. Gazing at her grimy and tattered attire, she expressed her discontent. Why must I dress like this? It looks dreadful. Luo Tian chuckled softly. Wealth should not be flaunted. If you wish to explore the underground market safely, it is best to don this outfit. Besides, you dwell in the palace every day. Occasionally adopting the guise of a commoner can be quite refreshing. Don't you think? As their banter continued, evening fell swiftly. In recent days, the influx of foreign visitors to the royal city had been incessant, with an overwhelming number of bizarre and unusual individuals populating the streets. Where are we headed? The seventh princess asked as she followed Luo Tian through a dimly lit alley within the royal city. This alley led directly to the entrance of the underground market. Once we enter the underground market, do not stray from my side. Many foreigners harbor ill intentions. Should they capture you, you might find yourself sold into the treacherous mountains of the Songlong continent, where you would eat dirt and drink gruel daily and be expected to bear numerous children. Luo Tian feigned a scare tactic, inadvertently managing to frighten the proud princess, who instinctively grasped his arm. As they ventured deeper into the alley, they encountered a throng of individuals queuing to enter the underground market. The seventh princess looked up to see menacing figures adorned with strange tattoos and a plethora of weapons, all eyeing one another warily. Are you buying or selling? A towering man, easily 2 meters tall, inquired as they reached the entrance. Buying, Luo Tian replied. The burly man nodded, preparing to collect the entrance fee that Luo Tian offered. But his gaze fell upon the seventh princess hiding behind him. That girl behind you looks quite appealing. Is she for sale? The giant leered. Not for sale. Let us pass, Luo Tian retorted, pulling the seventh princess behind him. He had anticipated that their disguises would spare them such troubles, yet he had underestimated the perceptiveness of the foreigners. The burly man let out a cold chuckle as he opened the door, and Luo Tian along with the seventh princess slowly descended along a long corridor. After approximately 20 meters, the sounds of merriment could be heard. Upon entering the grand underground market, a vast array of stalls unfolded before their eyes. It was the seventh princess's first visit to such a place. Initially filled with trepidation, her fear dissipated as soon as she laid eyes on the intriguing wares, the cultivation technique of an ancient demon. Priced at merely 20 taels of silver, a bargain indeed. From one of the 10 forbidden grounds, the bones of the evil dragon's tomb were offered at 10 taels per pound. Mysterious meteorites that had fallen at the southern end of the Songlong continent could forge exquisite magical artifacts, enticing potential buyers to engage in negotiations. The cacophony of vendors hawking their goods was relentless, and the market teemed with people, many merchants directly approaching to promote their products. Wow, such a plethora of fine items. And at such affordable prices, I must buy more, exclaimed the seventh princess, captivated by the clamorous calls. However, Luo Tian shook his head and cautioned, do not be deceived, that so-called demon's cultivation technique is merely a fragmented, low-tier white-grade method. As for the dragon bones, they are simply the bones of ordinary beasts painted black, and that meteorite is nothing more than common iron ore, pure trickery. In that case, it seems this underground market is merely a den of deception. The seventh princess lamented in disappointment. Not necessarily. One could argue that it is a mixture of truth and falsehood. 3 parts genuine, 7 parts fake. There are indeed valuable goods to be found, and if fortune smiles upon us, we might stumble upon a remarkable bargain. Just as they conversed, a sudden uproar erupted not far ahead, seemingly indicating a conflict. Chapter 12. Testing the blade in a place like the underground market. Disputes and quarrels were commonplace. However, this particular altercation was notably close to Luo Tian and the seventh princess, thus capturing their attention. What kind of wretched blade are you selling for 10 taels of silver? Why don't you just go rob someone instead? A diminutive, dark-skinned individual shouted, his words laced with a heavy foreign accent, as he surrounded a small stall with a group of thugs. The stall displayed several knives of varying lengths, their blades dull and lifeless, while the handles appeared to be mere wooden carvings, certainly not indicative of quality. The stall owner was a sullen young man clad in tattered robes. If you're not buying, then be gone, he retorted rudely. Brother Tian, does this person not fear retribution for speaking so brazenly? The seventh princess whispered. Luo Tian chuckled lightly. Though the underground market may seem chaotic, it operates under certain rules. Firstly, there is no forced buying or selling. Secondly, one cannot resort to violence within the market. Observe the sturdy men with weapons standing around the market's perimeter. The seventh princess glanced around and soon spotted numerous robust foreign men, most of whom bore impressive cultivation levels, several of whom had already turned their gaze toward them. Indeed, there are. What is their purpose? She inquired. Those who conduct business in the market are required to pay stall fees. Once they have paid, they are afforded protection. Should a stall be vandalized, these market enforcers will intervene. The entire underground market is organized by a prominent merchant association from the Songlong continent, wielding wealth that rivals nations. Employing skilled fighters, ordinary wealthy individuals or nobles dare not provoke them. Be silent if you do not understand. The young stall owner said darkly that I do not understand. The blade wielder, the sovereign of weaponry, first assesses a fine sword by its gleam, then contemplates its spirit, weighs it carefully, and tests its edge. Yet, the sword you forge lacks luster, devoid of intent, unbalanced with a heavy front and a light rear. And as for its edge, it dulls after just a few strikes. To claim I lack understanding is truly laughable. Although this fellow named Luo Bai exhibits an arrogant demeanor, he undeniably possesses some skill. Prompting a slight nod from Luo Tian upon hearing him, my sword is exceptional. You cannot appraise it with ordinary measures, declared the young vendor defiantly. Then I shall let everyone witness the truth. I possess a cold iron combat blade brought from the southern snowfields, crafted by a renowned master. This blade belongs to the mid-tier of human artifacts, and I spent a staggering 50,000 taels of silver to acquire it. If you assert that your sword is also of mid-tier, let us compete. Should my cold iron blade sever yours, it shall prove you to be a braggart. With that, Luo Bai gestured, and a subordinate brought forth a treasure box. Upon its opening, a chilling aura emanated forth, as one of Luo Bai's men retrieved a blade that resembled ice itself, its mere movement seemingly lowering the surrounding temperature. Do you dare to compete? Luo Bai asked haughtily. Let us compete. You claimed your blade was formidable, did you not? So let us see. The onlookers urged, the crowd swelling in anticipation. However, unexpectedly, the young vendor suddenly rolled up his stall, shaking his head. I will not compete. Are you frightened? That is an admission of boasting. The crowd erupted as they perceived the young vendor's retreat, with Luo Bai laughing heartily. It is not I who tarnishes your reputation, but you who have burst your own bubble. What a pitiful blade that dares to be considered a mid-tier artifact. Young man, refrain from such boastful claims in the future, lest you bring shame upon your ancestors. My refusal is not born of fear, but rather my blade is displeased. It refuses to compete with you, the young vendor muttered, his face a picture of defiance. A blade that feels discontent. Have you lost your senses? Blades are inanimate objects, devoid of emotions. Even the most prestigious artifacts do not exhibit sentiment. Do not tell me these few wretched blades of yours are celestial tools that I in all of Songlong continent. Even the mightiest empires possess but a handful of such treasures. The surrounding crowd seemed convinced of the young vendor's arrogance, showering him with insults and ridicule like falling snowflakes. His face flushed crimson. Yet he would not concede. Meanwhile, Luo Tian, standing at the back of the crowd, smiled and remarked to the seventh princess, Today is fortuitous. We have stumbled upon a treasure. The seventh princess, perplexed and about to inquire, found Luo Tian already pushing through the crowd to the front, exclaiming, You, the dwarf from a foreign land, truly lack discernment and appreciation. Who dares insult me? Luo Bai bellowed, turning to find Luo Tian's calm smile. Did you insult me? I did not insult you. I merely stated that you were blind to true worth, mistakenly believing that possessing a mid-tier cold iron combat blade renders you impressive. Little do you know. This young man's craftsmanship surpasses your cold iron blade tenfold. Luo Tian replied with a smile. The young vendor shot a glance at Luo Tian, while Luo Bai paused in surprise, before erupting into laughter. Are you attempting to defend him? Luo Tian smiled gently, and took a few steps forward, saying, He dares not compare. Instead, allow me to contest your Han-Tai battle blade with his deities, he spoke. Luo Tian swiftly drew a short dagger from the young vendor's bundle. The blade appeared pitch black, its edge dull and lifeless, and at first glance, it seemed far from impressive. My dagger. The young vendor attempted to intervene. However, Luo Tian paid him no heed and addressed Luo Bai. How about we wager? I shall test this dagger against your Han-Tai battle blade. If it breaks, I will owe you a sum of 100,000 taels of silver. Yet, should it remain intact, you must concede your battle blade to me. What say you? The stakes immediately soared to 100,000 taels, astonishing the onlookers. 100,000 taels. Do you truly possess such wealth? You wretched boy. Luo Bai felt a surge of excitement. For him, 100,000 taels was indeed a considerable fortune. Luo Tian chuckled as he produced a silver note from his pocket, showcasing the full amount to all present. Huh? Have you lost your mind, so willingly to part with 100,000 taels? Since fate has smiled upon me today, I shall not be rude. I accept your wager, and let all present bear witness. Should you fail to pay if you lose, you shall not leave this underground market today. At that moment, a burly man swung his blade toward him, the Han-Tai battle blade glinting ominously. Luo Tian raised his own blade to meet it, and upon impact, a brilliant flash erupted. Clang, with a sharp sound, the crowd held their breath, while Luo Bai exclaimed, "Ha! Bring forth the 100,000 taels." Yet, the crowd gasped in astonishment as Luo Tian replied with a smile. Did you see clearly? Hearing this, Luo Bai scrutinized the scene, and the smile vanished from his face as he beheld both blades intact after their clash. Luo Tian raised the black short blade high, and all could see it was flawless, without even a nick. This is impossible. Luo Bai's expression shifted to one of surprise. Facts speak louder than words. A wager is a wager. Your Han-Tai battle blade is now mine. As he spoke, Luo Tian stepped forward, extending his hand to claim the Han-Tai battle blade. Chapter 13. The Beast Egg. Luo Bai's countenance darkened, clearly reluctant to concede. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, his pride began to wane. You are audacious, boy, daring to seize treasure from my grasp. You shall pay the price. Hand in the blade. Luo Bai barked in discontent. One of his subordinates reluctantly passed the Han-Tai battle blade to Luo Tian, who took it and swung it a few times, chuckling, a treasure of the human weapon mid-tier, on the market. It would fetch at least 50,000 taels of silver. Today, I have profited handsomely. Luo Bai glared at Luo Tian with resentment before turning away with his entourage. The crowd, witnessing the outcome of the blade contest, finally recognized the young vendor's wares as genuine treasures, and they rushed to purchase them. However, the young vendor clutched his cloth tightly, refusing to sell. You lack discernment and are unworthy to purchase my blade. I shall not sell to you. My blade has no fondness for you. With that, Luo Tian shouldered his blade case and pushed through the crowd to leave, but to his astonishment, he soon discovered that the seventh princess had vanished. Previously, I was preoccupied with testing the blade and failed to notice that the seventh princess had vanished. The underground market is a chaotic place, and if her identity were to be discovered, she could very well be abducted. If anything were to happen to the seventh princess, it would spell disaster for both her and the entire Luo family. Casting my gaze around, I was dismayed to find not a single shadow in sight. This is dire. A significant calamity has unfolded. After wandering the underground market for over half an hour, I had yet to locate the seventh princess, and my anxiety heightened with each passing moment. Have you heard? A wealthy magnate has appeared in the southern district of the market, accumulating debts of 50 to 60,000 taels at the wild beast egg stall while still bargaining with the vendor. Many have flocked to witness the commotion. At that moment, I overheard some discussions around me. A flicker of hope ignited within me. The seventh princess has a penchant for revelry and is accustomed to spending lavishly. This time, to prevent any display of wealth, I had deliberately instructed her to leave all her silver notes with me. Hence she is likely to be incurring debts for her purchases. The southern district of the market is home to several prominent merchant stalls, among which the wild beast eggs are the most renowned. Wild beasts have long posed a significant threat to the common folk of the Zhanglong continent, with various species lurking in forests, rivers, and abyssal ruins. These formidable and bloodthirsty creatures also harass the borders of the Yunshan kingdom, where Luo Tian has previously led his troops to fend off their assaults. Wild beasts are social creatures, capable of living for millennia, and throughout their prolonged evolution, they have developed various forms. A group of individuals dedicated to hunting and selling wild beasts is known as beast hunters. The hides, flesh, and bones of these creatures hold immense value, with wild beast eggs being the most prized commodity. A single wild egg can fetch hundreds of taels in the black market. and if it belongs to a powerful beast, the price can skyrocket to astronomical heights. I had once encountered some formidable wild beasts in the forests bordering the Sea of Corpses, as well as reckless beast hunters seeking to strike it rich, yet all met their demise within those woods. Selling wild beast eggs is a highly entertaining venture. Merchants prepare hundreds of eggs, the vast majority of which are offspring of artificially bred weak wild beasts, worth at most a few dozen taels. Each auction requires a payment of 1,000 taels, and striking it lucky with a powerful wild beast egg can lead to great wealth, though more often than not, it results in considerable losses. Despite the knowledge that most participants end up with nothing, there will always be those willing to play the fool. Approaching the wild beast egg stall, I found hundreds gathered there, and through the throng, I immediately spotted the 7th princess engaged in the auction. "Young brother, you already owe us nearly 70,000 taels. If you wish to continue, I fear you may not be able to pay up," bellowed a burly man with a full beard from behind the stall. Displayed on the stall were a myriad of colorful wild beast eggs, numbering in the hundreds, while beside the 7th princess lay dozens of eggs, all evidently from artificially bred weak wild beasts, scarcely worth a few coins. "Perhaps you should settle your previous debts first," the bearded man scoffed. At this moment, Luo Tian navigated through the throng and approached the 7th princess, who immediately exclaimed, as if she had encountered a savior, "Brother Tian, please pay for me. I refuse to believe I cannot procure the fire phoenix's beast egg." However, Luo Tian shook his head and replied, "How could you run off on your own? What would I say to your brother if something were to happen? Moreover, these vendors selling beast eggs are merely engaging in deceitful tricks. It would be wise to reconsider." To his surprise, the 7th princess pouted and insisted, "No, that bearded man claimed I lacked discernment, and I am determined to procure the fire phoenix's beast egg to prove him wrong. He is merely trying to provoke you. Do not fall for it. Let me pay, and we shall leave," Luo Tian urged. Understanding the tricks of such underground markets, he intended to pay and pull the 7th princess away, but the bearded vendor suddenly smirked. "Deceit? I have conducted honest business on the Zonglong continent for many years. Here, there are a total of 565 beast eggs, and the fire phoenix is among them, should you succeed in selecting it. I will even gift you a premium beast egg." After making this proclamation, the vendor produced a large cage and opened it to reveal a beast egg that resembled a rough stone, its surface appearing as if it had been unearthed from a mountainside. "What is this?" Onlookers questioned with curiosity. "Brother Tian, what is this? It looks like a rock," the 7th princess inquired. Equally perplexed, Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and frowned, asking, "Beard, you have truly invested heavily, even presenting an ancient beast egg." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Ancient beast eggs are a rare phenomenon, surviving the ravages of time for millennia, and if such an egg were to be alive, it could potentially give birth to an ancient beast, the value of which is incalculable, Luo Tian explained. "Haha, be careful not to bankrupt yourself, bearded one," the 7th princess, invigorated by the revelation, taunted the vendor. "If you can select the fire phoenix, I will gift you this ancient beast egg that I assure you it is not a dead egg. The possibilities of what beast might emerge are endless. The might of an ancient beast is formidable, and raising it from a young age may allow you to tame it. Even if you cannot tame it, its remains would fetch a fortune. That I have shown my sincerity. I only fear that you lack the courage to continue this charade." Just as the 7th princess was about to shout again, Luo Tian seized her arm. "Brother Tian, I cannot afford to tarnish the royal family's reputation. You must assist me this time, or I shall not aid you in obtaining the special pass to the Four Seas Martial Pavilion," she whispered earnestly. Luo Tian, resigned, shook his head and retrieved a silver note. "Before making a purchase, I wish to thoroughly examine these beast eggs," he stated after paying. "You have the duration of an incense stick to decide. Once it burns out, you must make your choice. Light the incense," the vendor bellowed, as an assistant ignited the incense in the burner. Luo Tian, hands clasped behind his back, began to circle the 500 or so beast eggs, each unique in appearance, yet lacking any apparent peculiarity. Having encountered beasts in the Sea of Corpses and Ghosts, he had often fled from their claws and fangs, but the old man had once taught him that powerful beasts possess formidable bloodlines, which exist from the moment of their birth. In other words, if one could discern which of the more than 500 beast eggs possessed a stronger lineage, it would undoubtedly lead to the selection of the fire phoenix beast egg. As his gaze swept across the eggs, time ticked away, and spiritual energy began to coalesce around his eyes. Yet, all he could perceive was the varying strength of the auras that enveloped these beast eggs. However, These auras might very well be the result of deceitful merchants who could smear the blood of powerful beasts on some feeble eggs, thereby fabricating a formidable aura to ensnare the unsuspecting. "How are things, Tiangu?" the seventh princess inquired softly. Luo Tian furrowed his brows and remained silent. That moment, the bearded man chuckled. "The incense is nearly burnt out, lad. The fire phoenix is a beast that resides in the eastern flame mountains, dwelling beside the rivers of lava. Thus it should have a particular affinity for flames. Perhaps a trial with fire could yield remarkable results." With this thought, Luo Tian began to gather spiritual energy within his palm, which sparked with tiny embers as the energies collided. Suddenly, with a soft whoosh, a flame ignited in the center of his palm. He flicked his wrist, casting the fire into the air, where it scattered like flowing flames. The bearded man's expression slightly faltered upon witnessing this. Just then, one of the beast eggs among the 500 suddenly quivered, and Luo Tian spotted it with clarity. "I choose this one," he exclaimed, pointing at the egg that had moved ever so slightly. "Are you certain?" The bearded man's eyelid twitched, as if sensing that the egg chosen by Luo Tian was no ordinary specimen. "Absolutely. Let us verify the egg," Luo Tian affirmed resolutely. The bearded man's subordinate lifted the selected beast egg, while another hand held a lantern that emitted a peculiar ethereal glow. The strange light swept over the beast egg, and an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The glow illuminated the interior of the egg, revealing a bird-like beast peacefully slumbering within. "That you've chosen correctly," the seventh princess exclaimed with elation. Surrounding onlookers were equally astonished, erupting into cheers. And the southern district of the marketplace was suddenly abuzz with excitement. The fire phoenix beast egg was valued at no less than 500,000 taels. This terrifying beast, which thrived in the land of flames, could grow to a wingspan of 10 meters, its fiery breath capable of incinerating all in its path. It is no exaggeration to say that an adult fire phoenix beast would be equivalent to a master at the 5th or 6th level of the Dan realm. "Are you convinced? Hand over the beast egg to me," the seventh princess playfully demanded. The bearded man's face darkened, yet he found himself powerless. With so many witnesses, any attempt at deceit would ruin his reputation and jeopardize his business. Reluctantly, he surrendered the 2 beast eggs. "We've browsed enough for today. Let us depart swiftly." However, Luo Tian's expression bore a hint of concern as he pulled the seventh princess toward the exit of the underground marketplace. "Leaving so soon? I haven't had my fill of fun yet," the seventh princess replied, cradling the 2 beast eggs with delight. Those who conduct substantial business in the underground marketplace often have significant backing. Today marks the inaugural day of the market, and you've purchased the fire phoenix beast egg, which equates to undermining someone else's trade and costing them a fortune. If that bearded man were to lose his temper, it could lead to trouble. "We should hasten our departure." As he was about to step out of the alley, Luo Tian's expression suddenly darkened. He raised his head and caught sight of 5 or 6 individuals emerging slowly from the shadowy recesses of the alley. Blocking his path, at the forefront stood the foreign dwarf Luo Bai, the very one from whom Luo Tian had claimed the Hantai battle blade. "What do you intend to do?" Luo Tian inquired. Discerning their ill intentions, the 5 or 6 companions flanking Luo Bai were indeed formidable opponents, each with a history of violence. "What if I refuse?" Luo Tian retorted with a cold smirk. "This place no longer falls within the jurisdiction of the underground market. Even if I were to kill you, those in the underground market would turn a blind eye. Do not court death." Upon finishing his words, Luo Bai waved his hand, prompting his men to advance towards Luo Tian. The narrowness of the alley allowed the hulking figures to fill it completely. Luo Tian secured the ancient beast egg in his bosom, then firmly grasped the hilt of the Hantai battle blade at his back. "What a perfect opportunity to test my blade on you." As soon as the words left his lips, the hulking men charged forward, growling, their cultivation levels in the 3rd and 4th layers of chi refinement not particularly high. Yet their numbers and weapons posed a significant threat. A surge of spiritual energy was unleashed in the alley, sharp blades aimed directly at Luo Tian. With a swift retreat of a step, he held the ancient beast egg with one hand while slowly drawing the Hantai battle blade with the other. "You, a mere 3rd-layer chi refinement cultivator, truly have a death wish," Luo Bai remarked. Initially reluctant to shed blood in Yinshan country, his subordinates were meant to intimidate Luo Tian, but he never anticipated that Luo Tian would draw his blade as his men charged, ruthless and unflinching. Luo Bai's mind began to race with plans for damage control should a life be lost. However, he was taken aback when the Hantai battle blade unleashed a frigid aura, and the first to reach Luo Tian, a fourth-layer Qi refinement practitioner, faltered before him, falling victim to a single strike to the shoulder, collapsing with a resounding thud-da-da. A cry of agony echoed, causing the surrounding assassins to halt in their tracks. Luo Bai was left reeling. How could a fourth-layer Qi refinement expert be felled by a mere third-layer novice? The disparity of a single layer felt as vast as 100 meters. Yet now the weaker party exhibited overwhelming strength, a testament to a power that far surpassed that of a typical third-layer practitioner. In that moment, Luo Bai was engulfed by regret, lamenting his ill fortune in provoking a hidden powerhouse. Shouldering the Han-Tai battle blade, Luo Tian surveyed his surroundings with cold, piercing eyes and a faint smile, asking, "Are you not coming?" The injured man writhed on the ground, howling in pain, while the others hesitated. Deterred by Luo Tian's apparent ease, Luo Bai's brow furrowed deeply. Having engaged in commerce for many years, he measured all matters by profit and loss. He had intended to teach Luo Tian a lesson today while acquiring an ancient beast egg, envisioning a bountiful victory. Yet, faced with such formidable strength from his opponent, he feared that he would not only lose the prize, but also his men. In a sudden burst of clarity, Luo Bai slapped himself across the face before taking several steps forward and deeply bowing, declaring, "I was blind to your greatness. My offense today is truly unforgivable." Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that his adversary would persistently cling to the confrontation, and he had prepared himself for a prolonged struggle. However, he was astonished to witness the other party shift tactics as effortlessly as turning a page in a book. "You possess quite the audacity," Luo Tian remarked with a cold smile. Luo Bai continued to express his apologies, saying, "It is truly my fault for being blind to your prowess. Please do not take offense. May I inquire which sect or school you hail from, if it is not too much trouble? Could you enlighten me about your cultivation level?" Luo Tian was not foolish enough to divulge his background. He simply waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I belong to no sect and have no school. There is no need to inquire about my cultivation. Rest assured, your lackluster subordinates would be no match for me. Since you acknowledge your error, it is time to make amends." With that, Luo Tian extended his hand towards Luo Bai and stated, "If you recognize your fault, you should understand the rules. Without offering something of value, how can I find it in my heart to forgive you?" Engaging in such negotiations was something Luo Tian was quite adept at. Luo Bai gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of displeasure, yet recognizing his inability to contend with Luo Tian, he could only force a smile and say, "What would you like to receive to appease your anger?" Initially, Luo Tian contemplated demanding several thousand taels of silver, but just as he was about to voice his request, his gaze fell upon the ring adorning Luo Bai's finger. After all, Luo Bai was a merchant of considerable standing. A man who could afford to spend 50,000 taels on a cold iron sword would not be wearing an inconspicuous, shabby ring. "That ring of yours," Luo Tian began. Luo Bai instinctively concealed his hand behind his back, clearly reluctant to part with the ring. Witnessing this reaction, Luo Tian felt a surge of delight. The more the other party attempted to conceal it, the more it indicated that the item was of significant value. "Hand over the ring, and we shall consider this matter forgotten," Luo Tian asserted. "I cannot give you the ring. It is a crucial token of significance. Alternatively, I can compensate you with several thousand taels of silver, and we can treat this incident as if it never occurred." Luo Bai continued to evade. "That is unacceptable." Luo Tian's voice darkened as he stepped closer, positioning himself directly in front of Luo Bai. Though Luo Bai's guards intended to intervene, they recoiled in fear at the mere glare from Luo Tian. "That I truly cannot part with this ring. However, I do possess a treasure I could offer you as a gesture of friendship." As he uttered these words, Luo Bai felt as though his heart was bleeding, his face contorted in anguish. He gestured for one of his subordinates to bring forth a wooden box. Upon opening it, a fiery red gourd came into view. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the crimson gourd, a peculiar sensation surged within Luo Tian. Whether due to miscalculations or failed endeavors, in the end, Yin Ming, that old rascal, had failed to drag Luo Tian down from the path of sanctity and, instead, had inadvertently exposed himself at a critical moment, leading to Luo Tian's current predicament. "There is no enmity between us. We can continue to collaborate in the future. I possess knowledge that you do not, including the methods of utilizing and cultivating the core fragments within your Dao Si." Yin Ming attempted to diffuse the tension between them. Yet, it was evident that Luo Tian had no intention of reconciling. The message was simple: "You must refrain from making any further attempts against me, and all resources you acquire must be shared with me. Additionally, I require you to divulge how you ascended to power in the abyss and how you gradually claimed the title of Abyssal Sovereign. The price that Luo Tian demanded appeared to far exceed the limits that Ming could endure. Upon hearing it, Ming immediately retorted, "Do you wish to meddle in the abyss? Your demands are excessive, far beyond what I could possibly concede." Luo Tian, however, responded with a cold smile. "Negotiation requires leverage. Can you currently wield spells of the Celestial Monarch level?" This statement struck at the core of Ming's vulnerabilities. His lips, as thin as a blade, twitched slightly, as if he were about to speak, yet he seemingly reconsidered and shook his head, saying, "Do not be too unreasonable. Present me with demands I can actually accept." Luo Tian exhaled a puff of smoke and replied with a grin, "Very well, there is no need for a contract. You must agree to the other two conditions. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. That I possess ample time to wear you down." While Luo Tian did not assert that he would surely eliminate Ming, the latter could not afford to drag this out. His cultivation had been seen through by Luo Tian, and the old man's internal strength fluctuated like the tides, sometimes plummeting, other times rebounding swiftly, indicating a precarious condition. That it was evident that the recent forced summoning of the residual powers of the Tao had drained much of his spiritual energy, and he had not anticipated that Luo Tian would emerge unscathed. "There is no need for you to feign strength. If I am not mistaken, your cultivation is exceedingly unstable, fluctuating between highs and lows. This indicates a severe depletion of your vital energy, and you no longer possess the capital for negotiation. Should I wish to eliminate you, you would stand no chance to retaliate. Do you think these feeble serpents can intimidate me?" Luo Tian dismissed, sweeping his arm horizontally, his fingertips slicing through the space before him. Waves of spiritual light radiated outward, causing the bizarre venomous serpents conjured by Ming to expand rapidly into monstrous forms akin to dragon serpents seeking to attack Luo Tian. Yet, as the spiritual light passed, the heads of these serpents fell one after another, leaving not a single one alive. With a mere gesture, Luo Tian had obliterated Ming's spells entirely. "Thank you, esteemed elder. But I sincerely hope you refrain from taking hostile actions against me in the future to avoid any unpleasant confrontations between us." Ming snorted coldly, replying, "I too wish to avoid further encounters with you. You are indeed deeply entwined with that lineage. Oh, what do you mean by that?" Luo Tian inquired. "Only those of that lineage continue to smoke like common ruffians even after attaining sanctity." Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The truly formidable entities are neither those from beyond the heavens nor us relics of a bygone era, but rather those with ulterior motives who wield vast resources. While Ming refrained from naming names, it was evident that he was privy to some insider knowledge. However, Luo Tian had exerted enough pressure on the old man. Further coercion might provoke him into desperation. "The space is now open. May you refrain from courting disaster, esteemed elder," Luo Tian said bluntly, simultaneously unsealing the confined space, concerning the abyss, the core shards of the Dao Si, and the secrets that Ming was privy to. Luo Tian had now also become aware of these mysteries. The depths of memory are an exceedingly peculiar realm. Ming, a seemingly inconsequential being born from the abyss, ultimately ascended to the position of Abyssal Lord. Remarkably, it is the sole figure from the ancient era who did not self-appoint this title. Rather, it is a title acknowledged by all. The principal reason for its rise to power lies in its unparalleled strength, reaching the pinnacle among the denizens of the abyss. Yet, how did this unremarkable life form, birthed in a realm devoid of anything but slaughter and consumption, evolve over time? This enigma constitutes the most profound secret of Ming's existence. Its ascendance is attributed to the fragment of the Dao Si residing within it. To be precise, this fragment was not acquired following the cataclysmic explosion of the Dao Si. Instead, it was obtained shortly after Ming's emergence during the ancient era. In other words, this fragment had already made its presence known in the abyss long before. However, this raises further questions, as the explosion of the Dao Si occurred much later. How, then, did Ming come into possession of this fragment prior to that event? Could it be that the Dao Si had already been shattered or damaged long before? This remains an enigma that Ming has yet to unravel, and the memories imparted to Luo Tian offer no answers, only recollections of its rise to Abyssal Lord through the fragment. It is precisely because of its prolonged possession of this Dao Si fragment that it possesses a deeper understanding of its properties than many of the formidable beings in this world. Chapter 15. Ingeo, an unstoppered gourd, resplendent in a fiery red hue, appeared extraordinary at first glance, with an unusual crimson luminescence coursing across its surface, reminiscent of flames and fervent motion. What is the origin of this treasure? Luo Tian inquired. This is quite remarkable, replied Luo Bai, a seasoned merchant with a discerning eye. If I am not mistaken, this red gourd is at least of upper-tier human artifacts. Luo Bai's expression grew increasingly awkward as he continued. While I can ascertain that this is indeed a treasure, I am at a loss as to how to utilize it. Why fellow merchants are equally unaware of the incantation necessary to activate this gourd. I have studied it for quite some time, yet I cannot discern any insights. Heh, are you attempting to offer a worthless item as an apology? Luo Tian retorted, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction. Of course not. I believe this treasure simply has yet to find its true, destined owner. Perhaps you are its fated master. Regardless, it is indeed an upper-tier human artifact. After a moment's glance at Luo Tian's unyielding countenance, Luo Bai hesitated, then continued, how about this? I shall give it to you. With that, Luo Bai produced another item, a square token. Upon receiving it, Luo Tian observed the words Tongtian Association inscribed upon it. This is our guild. I am a traveling merchant, primarily engaged in trade across the continent. That I in the future, should you possess treasures to sell or wish to procure items, you may present this token at any branch of the Tongtian Association for considerable discounts. How does that sound? Luo Tian was already familiar with the Tongtian Association. Although it was not a premier family or sect, it ranked among the notable merchant guilds throughout the Songlong continent. This token served as a mark of VIP status, undoubtedly useful. Very well, shall we consider ourselves friends or otherwise? In the future, refrain from engaging in covert and overt thievery, lest you tarnish the reputation of your merchant guild. With this lesson imparted to Luo Tian, let us consider the matter settled. As Luo Bai departed with a smile, the following day, within the confines of the Luo residence, Luo Tian gazed at several items laid upon the table. Astonished that a mere excursion to the underground market with the seventh princess had yielded such a bountiful reward, his gaze shifted to the vibrant red gourd, though its origins were unknown. Luo Bai's extravagant praise suggested it may possess some hidden intricacies. Contemplating this, Luo Tian reached for the crimson gourd, removing it from its box and examining it for a while, yet finding nothing particularly remarkable. However, when he directed his attention to the base of the gourd, he discovered a single character engraved upon it. Yen, Luo Tian pronounced, unsure if this character denoted the name of the gourd or its owner. Setting aside the gourd, what captivated Luo Tian's interest most was the ancient beast egg, an exceedingly rare item throughout the entirety of Yinshan Kingdom. Even Luo Tian, who had dealt with the sea of corpses and ancient beasts for 3 years, had never encountered one before. It was rumored that the probability of successfully hatching an ancient beast egg was less than 1 in 10,000. Even if it did hatch, the ferocity of ancient beasts made domestication exceedingly improbable. Luo Tian had heard that only a handful of immensely powerful empires on the Songlong continent possessed tamed ancient beasts, and that the corpses of deceased ancient beasts commanded prices of at least 100,000 taels in the black market. Young master. At that moment, a servant called from outside. What is it? Luo Tian inquired as he approached the door. The attendant hastily replied, a peculiar individual has arrived at the residence, bearing numerous blades and claiming to seek you. The guards instructed him to set down his weapons, but he has refused, and now a scuffle is imminent. Haha, he has finally arrived. Luo Tian chuckled in response, striding purposefully outside. The entrance of the Luo residence. More than a dozen guards had surrounded a lone figure, none other than Ingio, whom Luo Tian had met in the underground market. To storm the general's residence armed is quite audacious. Apprehend him, the captain of the guards bellowed. Ingio, clutching his tattered belongings and wielding a black battle knife of his own making, appeared apprehensive as he surveyed his surroundings. Stand down, Luo Tian commanded as he stepped forward. The guards, upon witnessing this, hastily retreated. Luo Tian continued, this is my friend. I invited him here. Ingio, please come inside. Within the grand hall, the disheveled Ingio stood in stark contrast to the opulence of the general's residence. Clinging to his belongings, he was the subject of pointed stares from the surrounding maidservants and guards. You asked me to find you yesterday. Ingio, seemingly awkward in social situations, spoke with a flickering gaze. Indeed, let me be direct. I wish to invite you to be my personal armorer, Luo Tian stated with a smile. The Luo family, renowned for their military lineage, required that any armorer aspiring to serve them possess significant skill and experience. Luo Tian's declaration elicited gasps of astonishment from those present. Young master, this is utterly inappropriate. How can a mere beggar be worthy of serving as the armorer for the Luo family? Exclaimed the onlookers in alarm. Listen closely, Luo Tian asserted. I am not proposing that he serve the Luo family. Rather, I am extending a personal invitation for him to forge blades for me. As my personal retainer, the surrounding individuals were left in a state of astonishment. Yet only Injio, burdened with his luggage, wore an expression that seemed entirely appropriate. Young master, you have yet to inherit the position of the family head. How can you recklessly take on guests? Moreover, the annual expenses for maintaining guests are considerable. Do not act on a whim and end up nurturing a good-for-nothing, the anxious steward implored. However, Luo Tian paid him no heed and turned to Injio, inquiring, "What are your conditions? Feel free to state them." Injio scratched his head, which had not seen a wash in many days, and began, "I have 3 requests. First, you must pay me at least 100 taels of silver each month. The time I spend forging blades is extensive, and regardless of whether I produce a finished product, you must compensate me. Second, my forging process consumes a great deal of materials. You must provide them abundantly. If you cannot supply sufficient materials, I cannot guarantee the quality of the blades. Third, you must provide me with food and shelter, for I have gone 2 days without a meal." Injio was a rather peculiar individual. Or perhaps one could say, a singularly focused person. Born in the northern Iron Kingdom, amidst a mountain village perpetually cloaked in snow, his father imparted to him the ancient heavenly flow blade forging technique. Although merely 18 years of age, he claimed to have wielded the smallest hammer since the age of 3, spending every day in the workshop in the company of blades he was destined to forge. The ancient heavenly flow blade forging technique had once been revered as the divine method of blade crafting, yet it was rumored to have been lost to time. The reason for its decline was not due to an inability to create high-grade weapons, but rather its excessive reliance on materials. The better the materials used, the higher the grade of the weapon forged. Conversely, inferior materials yielded poor results. Born into poverty, Injio could not fathom why his father possessed such a technique. And due to his impoverished circumstances, he could not afford quality materials, thus failing to forge excellent weapons, which led to his current plight. That a promise? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Yes, but let it be known that I will not follow you for eternity. One day, I shall forge a divine blade that surpasses those of our ancestors. At that time, I will leave you, my name renowned across the continent. Injio affirmed with a nod. What qualifies as a divine blade? Luo Tian inquired that my father once told me that long ago, our ancestor crafted an unparalleled divine blade, one capable of cleaving the heavens and rending the earth, even causing ancient gods and celestial beings to shy away from its edge. My father referred to this blade as the Ba Luo Tian Dao. From a young age, I have aspired to surpass our ancestors. I will forge the greatest weapon in history. For now, I merely reside here. So could you perhaps provide me with something to eat? I am starving. Chapter 16. The blackbird coo. A peculiar sound emanated from the garden's underbrush as Luo Tian picked up the last fragments of eggshell. The grass ahead swayed incessantly. Frowning, Luo Tian concentrated, allowing his spiritual energy to flow through his meridians. It was likely the Yuan family had come seeking trouble, but if that were the case, he would not hold back. Just then, a dark figure burst forth from the thicket, startling Luo Tian, who was on the verge of unleashing his gathered energy. In the blink of an eye, he discovered that the creature emerging from the grass was, in fact, a most curious little black bird. The damp feathers of the diminutive blackbird, roughly the size of a palm, fluttered a few times before it tumbled to the ground. Its emaciated form appeared as if it had just emerged from the egg. And even after its fall, it struggled valiantly to rise. Its tender visage was directed towards Luo Tian, and its cries seemed to beckon him. Furrowing his brow, Luo Tian sensed that this black bird was no ordinary creature. It emanated a faint aura of a primordial beast. Could it possibly have hatched from an ancient beast's egg? Approaching slowly, he extended his hand to cradle the blackbird. This newly hatched juvenile beast bore no malice. Instead, it nestled into the warmth of Luo Tian's palm, its round eyes gazing up at him with a pitiful innocence. What a stroke of fortune, hatching from an ancient beast's egg. Luo Tian chuckled as he gently stroked the little bird. Yet, a sense of perplexity lingered in his heart. Setting aside the fact that the likelihood of successfully hatching an ancient beast's egg was less than 1 in 10,000, even a typical beast's egg would yield a robust offspring. Luo Tian had witnessed several hatchings in the Sea of Corpses, where the newborn beasts immediately exhibited their ferocity and strength. Some, with powerful lineage, could conjure tempests or even take down ordinary beasts upon their birth. Yet, this juvenile primordial beast appeared so frail, even weaker than a common animal. Was it perhaps a case of congenital deficiency? The thought crossed Luo Tian's mind as he instinctively probed the blackbird's body with his spiritual energy. This exploration confirmed his suspicions. The bird's internal vitality was severely lacking, indicating significant innate flaws that it seemed that it had exhausted all its strength the moment it broke free from its shell. And merely surviving was a stroke of luck. Born into suffering, it was no wonder it could barely muster the energy to fly. Gently caressing the unidentified beast, Luo Tian noticed that the black bird seemed to take a liking to him. Or perhaps it was simply fatigued, for it began to doze off in his palm. Observing the struggling creature, Luo Tian sighed and said, "Very well, since we are fated to meet, I shall care for you. Given your inky appearance, I shall call you Xiao He." Whether this young beast truly understood him was uncertain, yet it nodded slightly before succumbing to a deep slumber, after entrusting the care of the blackbird to a maid. Luo Tian forged a contract with Jiao, who possessed an enormous appetite, consuming 2 liters of rice in a single meal. Thus, the agreement was set. He would arrange for Jiao to settle in and find a suitable space for forging. The kingdom of Yinshan is a small nation upon the continent, historically marked by the legend of a divine being descending to protect it from invading foes at its inception, ensuring the city-state's survival. Now, 3 centuries have elapsed since its founding, and each successive monarch has regarded the heavenly sacrifice as a paramount event. During this ceremony, nobles, ministers, and military leaders must attend, alongside esteemed foreign guests, making it the most significant occasion of the year for the kingdom of Yinshan. As the Grand General, Luo Kun was expected to attend this grand ritual. However, due to the pressing warfare in Song'er City, an exception was made for Luo Mu to represent the family. Before his exile, Luo Tian was the most reluctant to participate in the grand sacrificial ceremony. Firstly, the event was dreary and tedious, requiring one to stand under the blazing sun for several hours. Secondly, the ceremony featured martial arts performances each year, and as the notorious wastrel of Yinshan Kingdom, Luo Tian could not escape the ridicule of others that I do not wish to attend. Luo Tian stated bluntly to his mother, "That will not do. This year, your father will not be present, and as the eldest son, you must represent the dignity of the Luo family," Luo Mu retorted. "Even so, I would rather spend that time enjoying a drink at the Moon Palace Pavilion." In truth, Luo Tian yearned to practice at the Sihai Martial Pavilion, yet he spoke in contradiction. Atop the heavenly altar in the royal palace of Wangcheng, the sacrificial venue had been completed after days of diligent work, unveiling a grand ceremonial platform encircled by 6 dragons that on the day of the ceremony, all residents of Wangcheng were required to stand outdoors and bow in the direction of the altar. The families invited to partake in this grand event were either wealthy or noble, and many small to medium families within Yinshan Kingdom took pride in their participation. Brother, cough cough, Luo Yinran's health remained frail. Although the day was particularly sunny, it was a torment for her. Luo Tian gently leaned closer, grasping her icy hand, and with a smile, reassured her, "Do not worry, I am here." The Luo family's procession formally commenced. A magnificent sight as they traversed the streets and entered the palace's towering walls. At the center of the 6-dragon altar, the enigmatic national master sat cross-legged. The national master, Yuan Changkong, donned resplendent attire and approached the master with a bow. The national master, with an indifferent tone, remarked, "Today, a delegation from the Eastern Feather Kingdom arrives. Their prodigy may challenge you. Are you prepared?" Yuan Changkong replied with a grim smile, "I have long been aware of this matter. However, it should not be me who engages with the prodigy of the Feather Kingdom, but rather that wastrel of the Luo family." After much contemplation, Luo Tian concluded that wagering his greatest trump card at this moment would yield little benefit. Additionally, he did not presently require extraordinarily potent strength. Though he possessed a gambler's nature, he was not a fool. When the time called for it, he would weigh the consequences, having dispelled the true dragon's tier barrier. Luo Tian temporarily set aside his curiosity regarding the core fragment of the Dao Si and stepped out of the temple. Meanwhile, Yin Ming and Ho Tu, who had narrowly escaped after tearing through space, breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming that Luo Tian had not followed them, Yin Ming sat cross-legged to recuperate, restoring some of his previously expended energy. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately fixed his gaze on Ho Tu and exclaimed, "Are you considering aligning yourself with Luo Tian?" Luo Tian remarked, I never realized you feared your wife." Beside them, Zhang Su chuckled. "This is not fear, it is the way of marriage. You singles wouldn't understand. Besides, in half a year, I shall venture beyond the heavens again, and this time it may be perilous. I am troubled by how to convey this to Xueying. Sigh. The greatest regret of my life is towards my family. My parents and elder brother have all passed. I am unable to repay them. Yet, Xueying has sacrificed so much for me that I am forever indebted to her. Every family possesses its own unique way of coexisting. And in Luo Tian's heart, he and Xueying share not only the bond of marriage but also a deep-seated affection. Each time Luo Tian lays eyes on Xueying, he cannot help but reminisce about the past. For although his physical wounds may heal, the scars etched upon his heart remain challenging to mend. The suffering Xueying endured on his behalf is something that Luo Tian feels he can never atone for. Well, I just fear that even in the 9 heavens, there may be nothing that catches your fancy. Gifts for the brothers are easily managed, but for sister-in-law Xueying, it is likely that no mere treasure or secret art will suffice. Brother, you must put some thought into this, De Chong interjected. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian turned to Xiao Shuang and inquired, as we are both of the fairer sex, why don't you suggest what I should buy for my wife? Xiao Shuang pondered for a brief moment before responding. For a woman like sister-in-law, no matter how extravagant or precious the gift may be, while she may appreciate it, it may not truly resonate with her heart. Rather than purchasing something, it would be better for you, young master, to create something of value with your own hands though, but I am not skilled in crafting treasures or the like. Luo Tian hesitated. Xiao Shuang shook her head. It need not be a treasure. Even something small and simple that reflects your genuine feelings can bring joy to sister-in-law Xueying. Only you truly understand what that might be. Chapter 17. The grand ceremony to honor heaven at the 6 Dragons' altar. The streets of the great king city lay deserted, with the Luo family standing at the forefront as esteemed officials of the Yunshan kingdom. Luo Tian wore a look of helplessness as he observed the national master and his retinue performing rituals at the altar, various spiritual techniques swirling through the air amidst a kaleidoscope of colors. Brother, is it lively outside? Luo Yanran, who could not see the sunlight, whispered. The ceremony to honor heaven had progressed significantly, and as per tradition, the national master would soon invite the sovereign to personally express gratitude to the heavens. However, the old emperor's health had been deteriorating, and it remained uncertain whether he could make an appearance. Xiao Tian. Just as Luo Tian hoped for the ceremony to conclude swiftly, a familiar voice unexpectedly reached his ears. He turned to see a figure in a hooded cloak standing beside him, obscuring their face. Who are you? Luo Tian asked. The figure pushed back the front of the hood, revealing a glimpse of their true identity. It was none other than the 6th prince. What brings you here? Luo Tian exclaimed in surprise. Logically, given his high status, the 6th prince should be positioned at the forefront alongside his fellow princes. My father is gravely ill. Today, my 3rd brother presides over the grand ceremony. The crucial matter is that the envoy from the Eastern Yu Kingdom will also participate in the ceremony. Among them is a young talent named Xiang Qi, who ranks among the top 10 of the younger generation in Yu Kingdom. Possessing a cultivation level around the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he will challenge our nation's peers. Originally, Yuan Chongkong was supposed to face him, but to counter you, the Yuan family has covertly arranged for the 3rd prince to designate you for the battle. It turned out the 6th prince had come to deliver this news. The Yuan family had refrained from making a move against Luo Tian for some time, leading him to believe they had forgotten about him, only to realize they were plotting against him on such a significant day. By sending me, they surely hope for my defeat. They are not afraid of losing face for the nation, Luo Tian remarked with a cold smile. Once you are defeated, Yuan Chongkong will undoubtedly issue another challenge. At that time, with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, he will find it effortless to contend with Xiang Qi. Not only will he have dealt with you, but he will also have preserved the dignity of his nation and the Marquisate of the West. Most importantly, the 3rd prince will gain immense popularity among the populace as a result, achieving a trifecta of benefits that a mere contest belies the terrifying intrigues lurking beneath that. To contend with me is no simple feat. After all, what is an 8th level Qi refining expert? I may not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Luo Tian detests being schemed against, especially by the Yuan family. At this moment, his fury ignited. He gazed through the throngs of people towards Yuan Chongkong. The latter seemed to sense this, turning his gaze towards Luo Tian as well. The tension was palpable. Had their stares been lethal, they would have already engaged in combat. Xiao Tian, do you have a chance? Inquired the 6th prince with concern. Not really. After all, he is an expert at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm. Luo Tian replied with a smile. Then why do you appear so relaxed? How about this? I will step in and declare that you are unwell, allowing you to leave at your convenience. The sixth prince suggested, wishing to shield Luo Tian from this calamity. Unexpectedly, Luo Tian waved his hand and said, 3 years ago, I evaded once. 3 years later, I will not flee again. I in the sea of corpses and ghosts. I learned one thing. When facing formidable foes, no matter how you attempt to escape, you will inevitably be pursued. Only by bravely confronting them do you stand a chance of survival. The grand ceremony soon approached its conclusion. As anticipated, due to the old emperor's physical ailment, the third prince ascended the platform to perform the heavenly rites in his stead. In the past year, our nation has enjoyed favorable weather and our people live in peace and prosperity. Our Yunsan kingdom has thrived for over 300 years, all thanks to the divine protection. Today, we offer cattle and sheep, expressing gratitude to the heavens. The third prince's voice, amplified by the national guru's incantations, resonated throughout the entire royal city. Simultaneously, in every street and before every household, the citizens knelt in reverence. Beneath the six-dragon altar, from princes to humble servants, all bowed low. Save for two individuals. One was the third prince, standing proudly upon the altar, seemingly reveling in the adoration of the masses, while the other was Luo Tian. The Eastern Feather Kingdom, originally named the Iron Feather Kingdom, possesses a national strength and territory comparable to that of Yunsan. Due to overlapping borders, several minor conflicts had occurred in earlier years. The Iron Feather Kingdom venerates martial prowess, with a majority of its court comprised of military officials. 20 years prior, General Xiang Long led an elite force to launch a surprise attack along the border. Reaching 5 passes and coming within 1 pass of the royal city, the force that repelled them was none other than the current Grand General, Luo Tian, who at that time was merely a captain of a border defense detachment. With Luo Tian's rising fame, the Iron Feather Kingdom found it increasingly difficult to gain the upper hand, ultimately negotiating peace with Yunsan a decade ago. However, despite the absence of major conflicts, a subtle rivalry persisted. Particularly among the younger generation, Xiang Qi, the son of Xiang Long, is an 8th-level Qi refining expert and currently ranks 8th among the youth of the Iron Feather Kingdom. He is said to possess innate strength, having been able to defeat Xiang Long's elite soldiers at the tender age of 10. As soon as the third prince finished speaking, a towering man, standing at 2 meters tall and resembling a small mountain, stepped forward and bellowed, "My name is Xiang Qi, son of the great General Xiang Long of the Feather Kingdom, but I wonder if anyone from your humble Yunshan Kingdom dares to challenge me to a duel?" His insolent words immediately incited the displeasure of the people from Yushan, who would dare to engage in battle. Xiang Qi shouted again, his voice thunderous. The third prince let out a cold laugh, his gaze falling upon Luo Tian, and remarked, "I have heard that General Luo once clashed with General Xiang Long, and neither yielded. Now that Xiang Qi has thrown down the gauntlet, should the Luo family not rise to the occasion?" As soon as the words left his lips, all eyes turned towards Luo Tian. Was it not a disgrace to have this waste of a person fight on our behalf? Surely, this good-for-nothing would not dare to step onto the stage. I can only imagine he is terrified. Look at him. Could he withstand a single punch from Xiang Qi? Rumors and slanders assailed him. Luo Tian had always shunned participating in the celestial ceremony precisely to avoid confronting such petty individuals. Regardless of how splendid their attire or how opulent their abodes, they remained but small-minded people. "Stop embarrassing us, you worthless fool. Trash. Why do you not retreat and spare us the humiliation of Yunshan? Do you not realize you are a failure? Why do you not leave?" Their jeers echoed as Luo Tian held his head high, seemingly impervious to their venomous words. At last, he arrived before the six-dragon altar, where Xiang Qi arrogantly inquired, "Do you dare to fight?" The third prince regarded Luo Tian with a frosty gaze, while Yuan Changkong's eyes glinted with malice. Meanwhile, among the crowd of the Lung family, Lung Ruxin observed the slender figure of the youth standing against the wind, her heart tightening slowly. The young man tilted his head back, suddenly bursting into laughter, wild, unrestrained laughter that only grew more fervent. "What is there to fear? If you wish to fight, then I shall fight. I am a fierce tiger. What need have I to fear the beasts?" Xiao Shuang's words offered Luo Tian a moment of insight into what truly might captivate Shui Ying's heart. Was it precious jewels, rare celestial treasures, or perhaps exquisite artifacts unseen by outsiders? Were these truly what Shui Ying desired? For many years, traversing from the mortal realm to the 3rd heaven, the 6th heaven, and even the 9th heaven, and now on the verge of stepping beyond the heavens, Luo Tian had been perpetually busied. He was uncertain if he truly knew how to court a woman, even one who had given him everything. Nearby, Decheng shook his head in disapproval. Luo Tian sensed something amiss. He instructed everyone to disperse and search the area for signs of others while he made his way directly to the headquarters of the Ghost Pattern sect within the city. Under Luo Bai's management, the Ghost Pattern sect had been flourishing of late, and given Luo Tian's growing renown in the 9th heaven, one would expect no one in the 6th heaven would dare to challenge them. Yet the current state of affairs hinted at something sinister, as though the entire city had been taken hostage. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Ghost Pattern sect, although the doors were firmly shut, Luo Tian immediately discerned that the protective barrier surrounding the headquarters had been breached, indicating that it had indeed suffered an attack, one from a formidable opponent. Luo Tian pushed open the grand door, and a chilling gust of wind rushed in to greet him. Within the headquarters, not a single soul was in sight. Luo Tian glanced around, observing the traces left behind by the multitude. It was evident that many had been hastily taken away. Some servants had abandoned their tasks midway. Approaching the room where Xue Ying resided, Luo Tian noted that the door was ajar, and a cup of tea sat on the table, long since turned cold. He entered, closed his eyes, and unleashed his spiritual energy. Sweeping it across the entire room, he could ascertain that a struggle had occurred within, yet no trace of spiritual energy remained, indicating that the assailants had done an impeccable job of covering their tracks. Leaving virtually no clues behind, Decheng shook his head, and the others reported no findings either. At that moment, a dark cloud suddenly rolled in from afar, drawing closer with alarming speed until it loomed ominously above Luo Tian and his companions. It was clear that rain was not imminent. The cloud emanated a fierce spiritual light, and a bolt of lightning crashed down towards them. Luo Tian cast a sidelong glance, snorted coldly, and released a terrifying surge of energy from within. This energy surged skyward, scattering the dark cloud in an instant, causing several figures atop the cloud to be struck down by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. The fallen figures appeared to be young, perhaps in their 20s or 30s, bearing a resemblance to Luo Tian. Though their cultivation levels were clearly inferior, their gazes and demeanor lacked the same distinction as Luo Tian's, and they were clad in identical robes adorned with the patterns and name of the Ghost Pattern sect on the cuffs. "What are you fools doing? Seeking death?" Decheng bellowed. The cultivation levels of these disciples were merely at the celestial Dan realm, and they had just attempted to combine their powers to conjure the cloud for an assault on Luo Tian, only to be effortlessly thwarted by him. Noticing their garb, Luo Tian had deliberately refrained from lethal force. "It is we who should be asking you. Are you lackeys of that scoundrel? Once was not enough, and you wish to return for a second time?" The young disciples shouted at Luo Tian and his companions, their expressions betraying a palpable fear. Decheng and the others were momentarily taken aback. Luo Tian beckoned with a finger, and one of the disciples was pulled before him. As the disciple approached, he was involuntarily pressed to the ground by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Luo Tian. Kneeling and unable to move, the terror on his face was magnified, yet he did not seem to recognize Luo Tian. He shouted at Luo Tian, calling for some figure referred to as the Lord. Failing to realize that the man before him was the true guardian of the Ghost Pattern sect, Luo Tian remained silent, while Decheng stepped forward, delivering a kick to the disciple and commanding, "Open your eyes and see clearly who this is." The kicked disciple lay on the ground, momentarily stunned, before raising his head to gaze at Luo Tian. After a while, he seemed to find Luo Tian somewhat familiar and inquired, Your appearance seems familiar, as if I have seen you in the gallery of the headquarters. Who exactly are you? First, tell me, who is this lord you speak of?" Luo Tian asked. "Naturally, he is the founder of our Ghost Pattern sect, an absolute powerhouse from the 6th to the 9th heavens, the great Lord Luo Tian," the disciple proclaimed with pride. Decheng and the others erupted into laughter, while Luo Tian shook his head slightly, saying, "Perhaps that scoundrel Luo Bai concocted this tale. I am indeed the lord you speak of." Chapter 18. The Art of Thunder Control. The Grand Master ceased his discourse and gracefully descended from the 6th dragon altar. Subsequently, the 3rd prince proclaimed with great fervor, "In the grand tournament for the heavens, General Luo Kuan's eldest son, Luo Tian, shall face the son of the Eastern Feather Kingdom's general, Xiang Qi. This battle shall not be one of life and death. Rather, it is a sacrificial rite to the celestial deities. Inflicting injuries or incapacitating one another shall not be of concern. Let the drums sound as our signal." The drums resounded thunderously, and amidst the cacophony, Xiangqi regarded Luo Tian with an air of arrogance, scrutinizing the youth who was merely at the third tier of qi refinement. "Behold my treasured weapon," he declared, brandishing a mid-tier battle axe known as Thunderlight. "Forged from the blood and bones of a lightning beast that my father had hunted, it weighs 200 pounds. Once I invoke its power, it shall be enveloped in electric brilliance at that moment." Before Xiangqi could complete his boastful introduction, Luo Tian interjected with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Enough with your incessant prattle. Are we to fight or not?" This interruption left Xiangqi's countenance flushed with embarrassment, and with a furious roar, he single-handedly lifted the 200-pound Thunderlight battle axe. With the prowess of an 8th-tier qi refinement practitioner, coupled with his status as the son of the Iron Feather Kingdom's general and his innate divine strength, the axe radiated with spiraling energy, illuminating Xiangqi's imposing figure like a martial deity. With a fierce shout, Xiangqi brought the axe crashing down, and the electric energy transformed into terrifying chains that ensnared Luo Tian. "White tier advanced spell, Thunder Chains," murmured Ji Yuan, positioned beneath the 6th dragon altar. Xiangqi, having trained in the art of thunder since childhood, wielded the Thunder Chains, a white tier advanced spell, alongside the Thunderlight battle axe, amplifying the spell's potency by at least 30%. As the chains gripped Luo Tian, the arcs of electricity sliced through his flesh like vicious blades, while Xiangqi advanced with lethal intent. "I have long heard tales of your father, who once repelled my father's elite soldiers. Many have told me that your father, Luo Kun, is the true divine general of our two nations, stronger than my own father. Yet I refuse to believe it." As he spoke, Xiangqi closed the distance to Luo Tian, raising the massive battle axe high above his head. "One day, I shall surpass my father. That I will first eliminate you, this worthless fool, and then I will defeat your father, becoming the true divine general of both kingdoms. You of Yinshan Kingdom seek to offer a blood sacrifice to the celestial deities? Then let it be your blood." Xiangqi's eyes were filled with a frenzy as he prepared to strike. The third prince below displayed an expression of indifference, while Yuan Changkong was filled with anticipation. The guards of the Luo family stood poised to intervene, ready to rush onto the stage, while onlookers eagerly awaited the moment of bloodshed, indifferent to the identity of the sacrifice, be it the general's son or a commoner. All that mattered was that the celestial deities were appeased to ensure the prosperity of these hypocritical palace nobles. Yet, at that very moment, Xiangqi noticed that Luo Tian's visage held no trace of fear. On the contrary, the diminutive youth's eyes radiated a terrifying brilliance. "Oh, you truly believe that a mere white-tier advanced spell can bind me?" Luo Tian murmured, as streams of energy coursed through the black meridians within his body, his aura steadily escalating. How can Luo Tian's energy continue to rise? Ji Yuan discerned something amiss and exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, he was not alone in this realization. Yuan Changkong, the third prince, and all the cultivators surrounding the 6th dragon altar also perceived the changes in Luo Tian. Among the Cold family's ranks, Gong Changping, standing in the back row, smiled faintly and remarked, "All possess the combat strength of the 8th level of qi refinement. This is becoming quite intriguing." The spiritual energy emanating from Luo Tian grew increasingly potent, as a fierce wind swept across the 6th dragon altar. Although Xiangqi was valiant, he was not foolish. Upon noticing Luo Tian's unusual state, he hastily retreated. The national master furrowed his brows and murmured softly, "How peculiar. The spiritual energy within his dantian clearly remains at the 3rd level of qi refinement, yet it is astonishingly formidable." As the spiritual energy was unleashed, the thunderous chains binding Luo Tian began to fracture. Luo Tian wiped the smile from his face, transforming into a figure of imposing authority, reminiscent of a fierce tiger. The fragmented sparks of electricity scattered across the ground, their reflected brilliance illuminating the countenance of what was once considered the greatest waste of the Yunshan Kingdom. "He actually shattered my thunderous chains," Xiangqi exclaimed in astonishment. No one could fathom why a mere 3rd-level qi refinement waste could accomplish such feats, yet at this moment, the mocking voices that had surrounded Luo Tian fell silent. The sons of two nations' generals engaged in a true battle atop the 6th dragon altar, akin to two youthful tigers in combat. With the advanced white-level spiritual technique, thunder control, Xiangqi's hand caressed his battle axe. Electric currents crackling along its blade. In the next instant, he thrust the axe into the ground before him. As the thunderous axe embedded itself, The electricity clinging to it spread like a spider's web, rapidly extending across a significant portion of the sixth dragon altar, inevitably reaching the ground beneath Luo Tian's feet. The thunder net was established, and with a command of the advanced white-level spiritual technique, the ground erupted with explosive force, one after another. Xiangqi unleashed his spiritual techniques, and suddenly, terrifying bolts of lightning erupted from the ground covered by the thunder net. Despite Luo Tian's vigilance, he was caught off guard by the ambush. A fierce bolt of lightning erupted behind him, sending him hurtling through the air. Yet, as he landed, another bolt detonated at his landing spot, and soon, Luo Tian was tossed about like a stone in a tempest, his garments tearing under the relentless assault of lightning. His situation growing increasingly dire. Beneath the sixth dragon altar, Luo Tian's mother bore a sorrowful visage, tears glistening in her eyes as she witnessed her son's torment, her heart seemingly bleeding. "Why do you not rush to save Tunner?" she implored the attendants beside her. However, the attendants, faces etched with difficulty, remained frozen, none daring to ascend the sixth dragon altar. "Do you dare defy my command?" Luo's mother cried out in despair. "Mother, it is not that we do not wish to assist, but to disturb the celestial ceremony is a capital offense. Furthermore, our cultivation levels barely reach the third or fourth level of chi refinement. Charging into the thunder net would spell our demise. That we fear that before we could rescue the young master, we would ourselves meet a tragic end." An attendant knelt and painstakingly revealed the grim truth. Unable to contain her tears any longer, Luo's mother wept. "Who will come to save my son?" Luo Tian spoke up. "Do you not believe in me? In these trying times, the world is fraught with challenges, and human hearts are inscrutable. How am I to know you are truly the esteemed Lord of Legends? You must prove it to us." This audacious fellow, unafraid of death, had the audacity to make demands of Luo Tian. Luo Tian casually retrieved a token from the mustard seed space and raised it before the individual. Upon seeing it, the other party recognized that, despite its outdated design, the token was indeed authentic. This particular token was crafted during the early days when Luo Tian and his companions first resolved to establish the ghost pattern sect, making it one of the oldest tokens in existence. With only a scant few remaining datio this day, it is wielded solely by the most senior members of the sect. "Esteemed master, the headquarters of the ghost pattern sect has been besieged that a formidable group abducted a multitude of venerable figures. Led by Lord Luo by, overnight, the entire town was swiftly seized, and all its inhabitants were forcibly removed from the area. This bizarre incident transpired in the span of a single night," the disciple hastily reported. In a single night, everyone had been taken. Although the headquarters established by the ghost pattern sect in the sixth heaven was not situated within a metropolis of millions, the small town still boasted a population of hundreds of thousands. The audacity to abduct these citizens without a trace, while simultaneously subduing the numerous adept members of the ghost pattern sect in the sixth heaven, indeed sounded far-fetched. It seemed implausible that anyone from the sixth heaven could achieve such a feat overnight. Nor would they dare to attempt it. This could only imply that individuals from the ninth heaven had taken action against the ghost pattern sect. But who could possess such audacity? Was this not tantamount to courting death? If Luo Tian were to discover this, would it not be akin to seeking one's own demise? Was it possible that these individuals from the ninth heaven were targeting him, having uncovered his connection to the ghost pattern sect before launching their assault? Luo Tian gestured for him to continue, saying, "Do not hesitate. Please elaborate." Time appeared to stand still at that moment. Another disciple approached, kneeling before speaking. Upon hearing his words, Luo Tian's expression shifted slightly. "What does it mean that time has ceased?" De Chong inquired. "It means that time is indeed frozen, that we witnessed the townsfolk, along with our adept members from the ghost pattern sect, all suspended in motion. They remained completely still when captured, their expressions showing no sign of change. When the barrier enveloped us, even the fish in the river, the rustling leaves, and the wind itself stood still. The smoke that had been rising also hung motionless in the air. Time had truly halted. After witnessing this, we experienced an intense sensation of temporal dislocation, leaving us feeling quite unwell and disoriented for a considerable time." The disciple elaborated in great detail. "The way of time," Luo Tian murmured softly, as he began to surmise the identity of those who had acted against the ghost pattern sect. Although there were undoubtedly many practitioners of the way of time within this realm, only one person possessed the capability to achieve such a feat and dared to strike against Luo Tian. "Do you have any knowledge of their destination?" At this juncture, the previously silent Xiao Shuang inquired. Moreover, you mentioned that there were over 100 individuals. How could so many simply vanish? The disciple spoke. We observed them heading south, after which we informed the other disciples of our sect, who have been arriving one after another. Currently, we have assembled thousands of troops, yet we have yet to ascertain their precise whereabouts. That a few of us ventured forth as scouts in search of their trail, and we have been wandering this area for several days. It is only today that we have glimpsed your esteemed presence. The other routes leading here have been sealed by us, and those who can materialize in this place must undoubtedly be extraordinary masters. Luo Tian and his companions must have torn through space to arrive here directly. Thus they did not traverse the sealed paths into the city, which explains why they would mistakenly perceive Luo Tian and the others as assailants of the ghost pattern sect. Please, lead us to see. Luo Tian rose and inquired. Where are your forces? They are behind that hillside. Esteemed leader, if you accompany us, we shall be greatly invigorated upon seeing you. The disciples exclaimed with enthusiasm, their previous trepidation towards Luo Tian gradually transforming into admiration, a reverence for his formidable power. Luo Tian nodded. Let us proceed. Lead the way. Behind the hillside, the thousands of troops from the ghost pattern sect were establishing their encampment. From the slope, the scene was grand and awe-inspiring. The disciple leading the way cast a spell, prompting an immediate reaction from the troops below. The gates of the encampment swung open, and a group of key figures and leaders emerged forth. Have you located the thieves? Inquired a senior figure with long white hair and eyebrows, who was the leader of a branch of the ghost pattern sect at the 6th level of the celestial realm. His strength was not particularly high, positioned at the 1st level of the robbing path, yet he held a certain reputation within the martial world, which led to his assignment as the branch leader upon aligning with the ghost pattern sect. This individual had never encountered Luo Tian, as the majority of those present had not. They were merely familiar with his renown and esteemed position, having joined the sect later, often out of devotion to its teachings, thus exhibiting considerable loyalty. No, we have yet to discover the thieves' whereabouts, but we have made an unexpected finding. Several disciples approached to report. Alas, without locating the thieves, all is mere talk, that we still do not know the fate of Lord Lobby and the others. Moreover, our strength is limited. If even the likes of Lord Zhuhua cannot contend with these thieves, we fear we may be powerless to rescue them. Alas, the ghost pattern sect stands on the brink of peril. The white-haired leader's woeful words elicited frowns from those around him. Nevertheless, given his position, and in light of the sect's troubled times, the other leaders remained silent. On the brink of peril. At that moment, Luo Tian's voice resonated through the crowd as he advanced with measured steps, exuding an imposing presence. The invisible aura of spiritual power he emanated enveloped the entire encampment, causing the expressions of the onlookers to shift dramatically, for they had never before experienced such overwhelming pressure. Chapter 20. Purifying talent. Shi was the first to rise from the ground, slowly advancing amidst the howling winds and crackling thunder. The people of the Iron Feather Nation erupted in jubilant shouts, while those from the Cloud Mountain Nation wore expressions of deep gloom. The useless ones have lost again. What a disgrace that it would have been better if Yuan Chang had ascended earlier. Relying on the useless scion of the Luo family is truly shameless. If one cannot prevail, it is better to concede sooner rather than later. Now, the embarrassment is monumental. Yet, only the national master perceives this truth. While the aristocrats of Yinshan continue to berate Luo Tian, and the people of Tieyu Kingdom revel in jubilation. Once the barrier is lifted, Luo Mu promptly commands someone to rush forward and bring Luo Tian down. While several robust men from Tieyu support the now unconscious Yang Qi as he descends from the 6th dragon altar, Luo Tian feels as if his body is weightless, his consciousness in disarray. Surrounded by a cacophony of sounds that he cannot quite comprehend, his eyes refusing to open, suddenly, the darkness before him begins to swirl, gradually revealing strange images. All the shadows coalesce as if transforming into an unusual stone, a peculiar black stone absorbed by Luo Tian within the sea of corpses and ghosts. At that moment, the guard holding Luo Tian is suddenly seized by an unearthly chill, the inexplicable cold causing his hands to tremble. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that this icy aura emanates from Luo Tian himself. All eyes turn toward Luo Tian, who lies quietly on the ground. Apart from the fresh wounds from battle, he appears unremarkable, not shivering from the cold. Yet, moments later, Everyone around seems to sense a terrifying chill permeating the air. Tunner, what has happened to you? Luo Mu wishes to approach Luo Tian, but as she steps within 3 paces, she feels a surge of cold, as if she were facing the biting winds of a deep winter night. Amidst the chaos outside, in the realm of consciousness, a figure slowly emerges from behind the black stone, its details indistinct, yet an instinct tells Luo Tian that it is a woman. Who are you? Luo Tian inquires. The indistinct shadow draws closer, and Luo Tian feels as though his strength is being siphoned away, leaving him increasingly feeble, as if his very consciousness is on the brink of obliteration. Meanwhile, in the external world, amidst the turmoil, a tender voice breaks through. Lift me over. The speaker is none other than Luo Yanran, the frail and sickly daughter of the Luo family, who cannot even bask in sunlight. Yanran, what do you intend to do? Luo Mu questions urgently. Mother, please have someone carry me over. I believe I can help my brother. Though Luo Yanran's words are vague, in the current predicament, no one has a solution. Perhaps her pure spiritual constitution can aid Luo Tian. As the palanquin is lowered, a delicate little hand reaches out, tentatively grasping Luo Tian's wrist. Enduring the strange cold, Luo Yanran holds onto him. Soon, a bizarre occurrence unfolds. Her hand gradually turns black, and she appears in great pain, yet she remains silent. What is happening to me? Luo Tian asks, furrowing his brow in confusion. Luo Mu, her expression fraught with emotion and tears glistening in her eyes, strides to Luo Tian and delivers a sharp slap, leaving him stunned, while those around him gasp in surprise. Mother, why have you struck me? Luo Tian questions, covering his face. That I strike you for your arrogance. With your meager cultivation, how dare you challenge the genius of Tieyu Kingdom? If anything were to happen to you, what would become of me? Luo Mu weeps inconsolably. Luo Tian gently caressed his face, letting out a sigh as he spoke. Mother, I was born into a family of warriors. Although I was a worthless scoundrel 3 years ago, during these past 3 years, I have navigated through a sea of corpses and malevolent spirits. And I have come to grasp a profound truth. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should I endure the bullying of others, I will not attain a life of peace and tranquility. Rather, those who torment me will only grow more audacious. After uttering these words, Luo Tian assisted his mother in standing up, as the celestial ceremony was nearing its conclusion, when the third prince ascended the 6th dragon altar once more. His expression was somewhat displeased. His gaze swept across the crowd, lingering momentarily on Luo Tian, before he proclaimed, "The celestial ceremony is drawing to a close. May the divine protect our Yunshan kingdom for countless generations of prosperity and strength. Furthermore, I have an announcement to make. 3 months hence will mark the opening of the Mountain Ghost City. Our Yunshan kingdom shall dispatch a cadre to explore this perilous realm, and the candidates for this expedition will be revealed shortly." This declaration seemed to be directed at Luo Tian, and even without explicit mention, he could surmise that he would not be able to evade such a burdensome task. The Mountain Ghost City was a treacherous location on the borders of Yunshan Kingdom, rumored to be the domain of a powerful cultivator from 10,000 years ago. Now, it had transformed into a haven for savage beasts and malevolent practitioners. Each year, the kingdom selected a group of individuals to venture into the Mountain Ghost City. Though it was merely for show, the terrain within was intricate, fraught with numerous traps and mechanisms. Entering was akin to courting death, and no one was willing to take such a risk, while the Mountain Ghost City was far less dangerous than the sea of corpses and malevolent spirits. Luo Tian was equally disinclined to take the chance. Tales spoke of a golden mountain within, and even treasures and advanced spells left behind from millennia past, but one needed to survive to recount such tales. The last serious exploration dated back several years, when a 30-member team entered, yet only one emerged alive. Gong Changping. In the days that followed, Luo Tian remained in the estate, ostensibly to recuperate, though his injuries had healed within 2 days. Strangely, the state of his acupoints seemed to have stabilized, with previously unrefined points beginning to loosen, as if he were on the verge of advancing to a higher realm. In the garden behind the Luo residence lay the quarters of Luo Yanran. "Little sister, your elder brother has come to see you," Luo Tian called out cheerfully from the doorway. "Brother, what brings you here?" Luo Yanran replied, her frail appearance unchanged. "I heard from mother that you saved me during the celestial ceremony. I wish to know how you accomplished that," Luo Tian inquired. After a prolonged silence in the room, Luo Yanran finally responded, Brother, it seems my body has undergone some changes. Changes? Luo Tian asked, puzzled that it appears to have begun last year. When you were absent from the royal city and father was often at the front lines, mother, and I could not articulate it well, but my body seems to have transformed. I can absorb the negative energies from others, such as toxins or invading spiritual energies, she revealed, astonishing Luo Tian. Are you saying that you can purify others' bodies? Luo Tian exclaimed, taken aback, even though the formidable figure of the holy path did not intentionally release his spiritual power. An overwhelming aura of dominance emanated from him, creating an atmosphere of profound pressure around him. Those such as the Great Worm remained largely unaffected, primarily due to Luo Tian's deliberate restraint of his own power. Standing at the entrance of the encampment, Luo Tian's oppressive energy radiated outward, causing every individual within the camp to tremble in response. The sheer magnitude of his cultivation was incomprehensible, and all they understood in that moment was that the man before them was undoubtedly a monstrous entity. The cultivator with flowing white hair and long brows exhibited a countenance of fluctuating emotions when he heard the disciple leading Luo Tian announce loudly, "This is our esteemed Lord, the embodiment of our faith within the Ghostmark sect." After Luo Bai assumed leadership of the Ghostmark sect, he further fortified the members' belief in their doctrine. Thus, to join the sect, one must wholeheartedly embrace its tenets. Luo Bai modified the existing doctrine to elevate Luo Tian as the revered master. Positioning him as a deity deserving of worship, it became imperative to believe in Luo Tian as a true god. Only then could one attain favor within the sect, upon learning that the man before them was the legendary master. Astonishment coursed through the crowd. The disciple guiding Luo Tian then raised his old token high, prompting all present to kneel in reverence. In an instant, thousands bowed before Luo Tian, creating a breathtaking spectacle. After furrowing his brow slightly, Luo Tian commanded, "Rise. I have no interest in your worship." As his voice resonated, a mysterious force lifted the crowd to their feet. Luo Tian then strode into the encampment. While the Great Worm called out, "Let the ordinary disciples disperse. Summon a few core members and the overseers to come in." Within the grand tent, Luo Tian took his seat of authority, while several leaders from various divisions, including the white-haired cultivator, gathered below. None dared to speak. At their level, they were all aware that Luo Tian's prowess was no mere rumor. In his prime, when he dominated the sixth heaven, his cultivation surpassed that of these individuals. And having now ascended to the holy path, he was even more beyond their reach to them. Luo Tian's strength was not just a shrouded mystery. It resembled an unfathomable abyss, and merely gazing upon him felt as though they might be consumed by his terrifying power. "Do you know who the assailants were?" Luo Tian inquired. He was already aware of the identity of the perpetrator, but feigned ignorance to gauge the reactions of those before him, suspecting that one among them might be an informant. "Who? I have no idea. My people couldn't uncover anything," a voice from below murmured amidst the rising chatter. Luo Tian surveyed the assembly and then declared, "Let me reveal to you who was responsible. His name is Li Luo, my avatar, who governs the path of time." Upon the utterance of these words, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the crowd, as if it were their first encounter with such news. Luo Tian continued to observe them, and then spoke. "I am aware that among you there are spies sent by him, or those who have been bought off. Today, I request this spy to relay my words to Li Luo. I, Luo Tian, am willing to put an end to the grievances between us, and can also acquiesce to some of his demands, provided he does not harm my people or take any of those held as hostages. Furthermore, inform him that it would be prudent to respond within 3 days. Otherwise, I shall pay him a visit, and at that time, there will be no terms to negotiate. His backer must be the demon master Kunping. Since this fellow has taken action against me, he should not expect any courtesy in return. Once I rescue everyone and deal with Li Luo, he will be next." Outside the main tent, as night fell, a figure appeared at the entrance. The soldier on guard, upon seeing this individual, immediately saluted and exclaimed, "Greetings, Chief Bai. Are you heading out this late?" The gatekeeper, upon hearing this, began to flatter profusely before opening the door. Allowing Bai to step outside, the white-clad figure vanished like lightning into the dark mountainous terrain. Over an hour later, in a small town approximately 300 miles from the camp, the white figure materialized outside an inn. His complexion slightly flushed. Having traveled using a special secret method, he appeared somewhat fatigued. Upon entering the inn, he chose a secluded corner to sit down. The establishment was moderately busy, and the server, lacking enthusiasm, approached with a few perfunctory inquiries before retreating. After a while, another individual entered the inn, a plain-looking traveler, who bore a typical long knife at his waist. He sat beside the table of the white figure and loudly called for a jug of wine. After the server delivered it, he took a sip and remarked, "You seem eager to meet me. What is the matter, my lord Liang Kuei?" "There is grave news," came the reply. "What message do you bring?" Liang Kuei inquired. The white figure then conveyed Luo Tian's words to Liang Kuei, who remained silent, sipping his wine. After a moment of contemplation, he finally stated, "This is merely a ruse. There is no need for concern. This time, Lordly Luo and I are thoroughly prepared. He cannot possibly locate us, unless a saintly expert lends him assistance. It would be a futile endeavor." Chapter 21. The exploration team of the City of Mountain Spirits Purification of the Body. To others, this phrase might seem trivial, dismissed as mere bravado, but to Luo Tian, it bore significant weight. During the events in the Sea of Corpses, he had heard the eccentric old man mention that those capable of purifying the bodies of others were coveted talents contested by the nations of the continent. Initially, it involves purifying toxins or minor wounds, and subsequently, it extends to cleansing the spiritual energy that has invaded another's body at the highest level. It is said to directly purify another's spiritual energy. The eccentric old man even claimed that in some of the continent's top empires, there exist formidable practitioners of purification techniques who can indirectly enhance the cultivation speed of others from the moment of her birth. Luo Yanran has possessed the rare and exquisite pure spiritual constitution. This alone is quite remarkable, and when combined with an innate purification ability at such a tender age, it remains uncertain whether she will eventually attain supreme purification capabilities. However, it is indisputable that once her purification talents are made known, prominent empires may well vie for her at that juncture. It would be no easy feat for Luo Kun to intervene. Even the entire nation of Yunshan may find it challenging to obstruct such an endeavor. Despite this, there are indeed tangible results from her cultivation, as she has gradually discerned the intricacies of her technique and the purity of spiritual energy. Yet, at this moment, an unforeseen stroke of misfortune has befallen her. By imperial decree, the legitimate heir of the Luo family, Luo Tian, has been assigned to the exploration team heading to Shangwiqing, with orders to report to the eastern outskirts of the royal city within 3 days. Under threat of punishment for disobedience, Ingio, what is the extent of your cultivation? The 4th level of qi refinement, I presume. The ancient Tianlu forging technique also has its methods of cultivation that we are forging precious artifacts. How can one succeed without the requisite mastery? What are your intentions? Ingio appeared to sense Luo Tian's ulterior motives. Haha. Do you wish to acquire some diluted materials to forge a truly exceptional weapon of mid to high tier? Luo Tian coaxingly inquired. That of course. But what exactly do you intend to do? Ingio pressed for clarity. Then prepare your belongings. In 3 days, you shall accompany me to Shangwiqing. With that, Luo Tian paid no heed to Ingio's willingness and cheerfully departed the Luo residence. Heading to Luchang Tower for drinks. 3 days later, at the eastern outskirts of the royal city, Luo Tian and the reluctant Ingio arrived at the assembly point, where a number of individuals were already gathered. Traditionally, the exploration teams dispatched by the nation of Yunshan to Shangwiqing comprise 3 categories of individuals: those convicted of capital offenses, who are shackled with magical restraints, should they attempt to flee before entering the city. The shackles will detonate, resulting in their demise. Once inside Shangwiqing, these convicts will serve as fodder, entering first to chart the unknown paths within. Should they survive and successfully map their route, their past crimes will be pardoned. It is evident that someone like Luo Tian, a scion of a prestigious family, does not belong in such a company, clearly orchestrated by the 3rd young master and the Yuan family. Upon reaching the assembly point, he observed approximately 15 or 16 individuals, among them 7 or 8 clad in prison garb. Their faces twisted in malice, were likely the convicts designated for this expedition. They had already formed a small group, casting sinister glances in Luo Tian's direction. That on the other side, a few seemingly well-groomed yet visibly anxious young individuals huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. These must be the fallen nobility. Meanwhile, a solitary woman sat apart, dressed in a coarse cloak with her face veiled in black fabric. The general level of cultivation among these individuals was rather low, with only 2 standing out prominently. One was a bald man at the center of the convict group. boasting a 5th level of chi refinement and appearing to be the leader of the prisoners. The other was the solitary woman, at the 4th level of chi refinement, whose spiritual energy fluctuated unpredictably, suggesting she harbored some hidden potential. Most others seemed to be at the 2nd or 3rd levels of chi refinement. Should they encounter formidable wild beasts within Shangwiching, it would likely result in total annihilation. Are you the eldest son of General Luo Tian, the esteemed Luo Tian? At that moment, a young man, resembling a pale scholar, approached, bowed respectfully, and inquired. Luo Tian nodded and asked, "What is it?" To his surprise, the young man expressed his fortune at encountering the esteemed son of General Luo, exclaiming that it was indeed a great honor for his family. I am Yin Huaxing, the heir of the Yin family from Wangqing. Such fallen nobility particularly relish flattering the affluent, but Luo Tian, unable to endure the sycophancy, waved his hand to silence him. "What are we waiting for?" Luo Tian queried impatiently. "That we await the team leader. Without a guide, we cannot reach the city of mountain spirits." Just as he finished speaking, 2 riders galloped forth. It was a man and a woman clad in the uniforms of the Royal City Guard, both appearing to be around 30 years of age. The man bore a scar across his face, exuding an air of authority and fierceness, while the woman maintained an expression as frigid as ice. Nonetheless, both possessed formidable skills, each at the 5th level of chi refinement. In terms of spiritual perception and energy, the man surpassed the woman. "Are we all gathered?" "Including the 2 of us, there are a total of 17, making up this expedition team from Wangqing to explore the city of mountain spirits," the man announced as he dismounted with a flourish. The crowd gathered around him as he continued. "I am you, known as you the Mad, captain of the guard squad. This is my aide, Chung Feng, who will serve as your guide. I shall allow her to explain the specifics to you." The white-robed man sought benefits, his face adorned with a comically greedy expression. Liang Kuei, a person of great stature, would certainly not acquiesce to the whims of the white-robed man. That he coldly smiled and inquired, "What sort of benefits do you desire?" "I do not ask for much. You and your benefactor, Lordly Luo, possess ample resources. Just a few scraps falling from Lordly Luo's table will suffice. I have no particular demands. Anything you can provide will do," the white-robed man replied, his eyes nearly squinting with delight as he spoke. Liang Kuei regarded him with an unwavering calm, revealing no hint of anger, and responded, "What if we choose not to grant you benefits in advance?" The white-robed man, momentarily taken aback, hesitated before replying. "Then I shall seek my gains from those willing to offer me benefits. After all, the martial world revolves around interests. I am but a minor figure, and whoever provides more will be my leader." In a deserted alleyway, Liang Kuei erected a barrier and subsequently produced a crystal, specifically designed for short-range communication with Li Luo, who was nearby but had yet to reveal himself. The voice of Li Luo emanated from the crystal, quietly inquiring, "How goes the negotiation with that fellow?" "As anticipated, this man seeks to profit from us. Should we refuse, he intends to betray us." Now that Luo Tian has returned, many of the hidden allies who had served us in the shadows are beginning to show signs of restlessness, with several seemingly eager to distance themselves from us. Liang Kuei expressed his concerns. "In no matter," Li Luo responded. "Did he not convey to me that he would find me within 3 days? That time frame is sufficient. Assistance from the 9 heavens will arrive in the coming days. At that point, it will not be him seeking me, but rather I who will seek him. This time, I shall ensure that Luo Tian meets his demise, allowing me to become a complete and singular entity." Listening to Li Luo's tone, it seemed he was rather emboldened. Liang Kuei nodded and said, "In that case, I understand that I shall proceed accordingly." In the common room of the inn, the white-clad man waited for a moment before seeing Liang Kuei enter. He rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat exhilarated. This fellow indeed possessed quite a bit of audacity, daring to intimidate Liang Kuei and Li Luo for a trifling gain. Now, he wore an expression that suggested he had Liang Kuei entirely at his mercy. This man relied on having stepped into the threshold of the robbery realm, yet little did he know he had overestimated himself. Liang Kuei approached and sat down across from him, smiling as he said, "I have communicated with Lordly Luo. He mentioned that your proposal is not entirely out of consideration, but preparing a gift for you will require some time. I wonder if you would be willing to wait." The white-clad man slightly furrowed his brow. The other party's evasion displeased him somewhat, yet he still nodded and inquired, "How long must I wait?" "It won't be too long. That if you remain here tonight, the gift will be ready for you by tomorrow morning," the other party replied. The white-clad man estimated that even if the other wished to play tricks, a single night would hardly allow for any substantial deception, but he promptly nodded and said, "Very well. I shall take lodging here for the day, at by tomorrow morning. I expect to see the benefits you promised me. Otherwise, haha." Having said this, the white-clad man ascended the stairs as the night deepened and the hour approached dawn. He was seated in his room meditating when he caught a whiff of something burning. Curiously, he opened his eyes and looked around, only to find thick black smoke seeping in through the cracks of the window. The inn was, astonishingly, on fire. Such occurrences might be understandable in the mortal realm. But this was a sixth-tier inn, where cultivators resided. Even the smallest flame would be effortlessly extinguished by the practitioners within. Yet now, the flames outside had escalated dramatically, roaring fiercely. He wondered what the innkeeper was doing and why the protective barrier that should have been in place was ineffective. Not to mention why the other cultivators residing here had not taken action. Having navigated the martial world for many years, the white-clad man sensed that this matter was far from simple. The fire's origins were shrouded in mystery. He immediately rose from his bed, rushed to the door, and opened it, only to be met by a wave of black smoke. The smoke cleared, just as he was about to step forward. He witnessed the flames before him suddenly twist into fiery serpents lunging at him. The flames appeared to be actively targeting him. He hurriedly stepped back, simultaneously striking out with his palm, attempting to extinguish the flames before him. However, to his astonishment, the fire was an eerie shade of green, which instantly scorched his hand. A searing pain coursed through him, and he felt as though his palm had been seared through by the green flames. Overwhelmed by excruciating agony, he could not help but let out a pained groan. His instincts were correct. The flames that had suddenly erupted within the inn were no ordinary fire, but rather an ancient and bizarre green flame deliberately unleashed by a formidable individual. If this peculiar fire could injure him, a master of the first layer of the robbery realm, then the other visiting cultivators, whose powers were considerably weaker, would be even less capable of extinguishing such strange flames. Consequently, the fire grew more vigorous, completely surrounding the inn. The Taoist priest felt that this peculiar conflagration might be directed at him. That a few hours prior, he had just threatened Liang Kuei, and now this retaliation had arrived with alarming swiftness. Catching the priest off guard, the immediate concern was not to uncover the identity of the arsonist, but rather to devise a means of escape. Enveloping himself in spiritual energy, the priest let out a low growl and surged forward, crashing through the malevolent flames before him. Once outside, he was met with a thick, suffocating smoke. With a swift motion, he turned his palm to summon a powerful gust of wind, which he skillfully directed to disperse the black smoke, revealing a faint path, his only avenue of escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards this solitary glimmer of hope. However, sometimes the only path to safety can lead to peril. The direction the priest had chosen seemed to be free of wicked flames. Yet it was, in truth, a carefully laid trap. The very instant he dashed forward, several shadowy figures emerged swiftly from the smoke. "Who goes there?" the priest inquired, sensing the unsettling aura of impending doom. As the shadows revealed themselves, a glimmering blade hurtled towards him, striking terror into his heart. "Who is there?" he shouted, startled. The blade was already upon him, and the priest summoned a protective barrier, confident that his prowess would keep him safe. To his astonishment, the blade shattered his spiritual shield with ease, piercing his chest and pinning him against the wall. He cried out in anguish, half of his body embedded in the wall, blood gushing forth. Looking down, he saw a claw-like appendage protruding from his chest, having penetrated his very being. The pain was excruciating, rendering him nearly breathless. Yet, a more horrifying ordeal was just beginning. From the claw emerged a sinister green flame, the very fire that had ignited the inn. This malevolent fire seared through his flesh, invading his body through the gaping wound. The priest convulsed in agony, unable to free himself from the relentless grip of the claw. Even a full-force attack from a practitioner at the first level of the robbery realm could not shake his assailant. He claims to be at the first level of the robbery realm, but I suspect he is merely boasting. He is likely at the 8th or 9th level of the transformation realm. One of the shadows remarked with a mocking tone. Chapter 22. The Ghostbone sect Luo Tian observed the shackles bound to the death row inmate's back, resembling a scorpion poised to grip his spine. Including his spiritual sense. "Quickly remove my shackles, or I will kill him." The inmate appeared frantic, his gaze darting about. Wai Yu Fengzi's expression darkened as he took several steps forward, producing a stack of wooden tokens. Each of these tokens had been enchanted and was connected to the shackles. If Yu Fengzi were to break the tokens, the shackles would detonate after a brief delay of 3 breaths, which meant the inmate could very well drag the hostage to their demise. This stack of tokens serves as your death warrant. You have 3 seconds to decide that if you release him now, I might spare your life. Yu Fengzi declared with unwavering resolve. Cease your incessant prattling. If I were to venture into the city of the mountain spirits, my fate would be sealed regardless. Should you refuse to hand over the wooden tablet, I shall drag him down with me into death. Do you comprehend? The condemned prisoner exclaimed passionately. 3, 2, 1. Yu Fengzi had no intention of negotiating with him. As the countdown reached 1, the captain of the Forbidden Army decisively snapped one of the wooden tablets, upon which the name of the condemned was inscribed. In that instant, the prisoner was taken aback, along with the hostage and other fallen nobles, who were rendered utterly speechless. The condemned opened his mouth to utter something. Yet the fleeting 3 breaths of time vanished in an instant. In that very moment, the shackles behind him exploded, obliterating his head, while the hostage suffered severe injuries, collapsing into a pool of blood. Luo Tian was equally astonished, not anticipating that this Yu Fengzi would live up to his name, exhibiting behavior that defied all logic. The other condemned prisoners grew considerably subdued, while the fallen nobles trembled in fear. Save for the solitary woman seated in meditation, who did not even flutter her eyelids throughout the ordeal, Cheng Feng dealt with the bodies, setting ablaze the remains of the 2 who had perished in the explosion. Listen well. I, Yu Fengzi, am your commanding officer from this moment forth. You shall all heed my commands. Those who dare disobey shall face punishment, and anyone who attempts to flee shall be executed without hesitation. Do not presume to negotiate with me. You lack the standing to do so. Rest for half an hour, then we shall set forth. Yu Fengzi's pronouncement resonated like a thunderclap, yet it only deepened Luo Tian's sense that this expedition would be anything but ordinary. The journey thus far had been relatively tranquil. The fallen nobles had endured considerable hardship, and due to Yu Fengzi's insistence on traveling by night, their opportunities for rest had been scarce, though the condemned prisoners had become markedly more compliant. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and according to their route, they would reach the outskirts of the city of the mountain spirits by the morrow, resting tonight in the town closest to it. Expecting the town to be desolate, Luo Tian was taken aback by its unexpected liveliness. It was bustling with travelers and merchants from across the continent. Not daring to travel by night, everyone settled in for a good rest. And at the break of dawn, we shall embark, declared Yu Fengzi before they dispersed. After packing his belongings, Luo Tian suddenly smiled and beckoned Ingio, saying, "Shall we venture out for a stroll?" Ingio, who had been sullen throughout the journey, shook his head in response, asking, "What is the point of going out? Are you foolish? This is the town closest to the city of the mountain spirits. In other words, those who explore the city or hunt wild beasts in the vicinity will come here to trade. I just observed that there are several markets nearby. Let us wander about, as we may find excellent beast bones and skins, which would greatly benefit your forging of a treasured blade." After much coaxing and persuasion, Luo Tian finally managed to pull Ingio out the door. The town was indeed lively. However, after meandering through the markets, they found nothing of significant value, leaving them somewhat disheartened. The wild beasts near the city of the mountain spirits were evidently not as formidable as those in the Sea of Corpses, and the hunters dared not venture deep into the city. Hence what was offered for sale were merely of shallow cultivation, young, or even juvenile beast bones and skins that a few disciples of the Ghost Bone sect were lurking about, possibly harboring ulterior motives. Luo Tian, intrigued, considered that with the proximity to the city of the mountain spirits, it was rumored that numerous sinister organizations had established their bases there, leveraging the city's notorious reputation to ward off external threats. If one could capture a disciple of the Ghost Bone sect, it might yield considerable information regarding the secret passages within the city of mountain ghosts, coupled with the unusual decision to dispatch the Imperial Guards as guides. Luo Tian surmised that this might also be connected to the nefarious sect. Several disciples of the Ghost Bone sect swiftly entered a dark alley, and Luo Tian stealthily followed, concealing himself in the shadows, where he could vaguely overhear snippets of conversation. "Did you see clearly? Did that little creature dart into the house behind?" inquired the leading disciple of the Ghost Bone sect. "That I saw it clearly. There is only one exit here. We shall lie in wait, and we will surely capture it." With this thought, Luo Tian prepared to step out from the shadows and take action when suddenly One of the disciples exclaimed in alarm, "It's out! That little creature has emerged." In the alley, a diminutive figure was sprinting away, too distant for Luo Tian to discern its features, but the disciples of the Ghostbone sect appeared quite exhilarated. They quickly formed a human wall to block the creature's escape. Thinking of fleeing, "Hand over the treasure," the disciples demanded. Simultaneously, Luo Tian heard a voice, childlike and innocent, retort, "Why should I? You intend to rob me. Do you not fear that I might inform the authorities? Inform the authorities? Huh. Your predicament is far worse than ours. Though we are disciples of an evil sect, we are still human, unlike you. You are a monster. Should you report to the authorities, you would be the first they capture," shouted the leading disciple of the Ghostbone sect. Not human, but a monster. This revelation piqued Luo Tian's curiosity further. He had never heard of wild beasts possessing the ability to speak, nor had he encountered any that exhibited intelligence akin to humans. Even the formidable wild beasts within the sea of corpses and ghostly spirits acted solely on instinct. "Stay back. If you approach, I will scream. I have many friends nearby, and once I call out, they will come, and then you shall regret it." The surrounded entity cried out nervously, "Go ahead and scream. Shout until your throat is raw, and see if anyone comes." A group of Ghostbone sect disciples laughed heartily as the encircled creature grew desperate. It shouted, "Who will save me? Who can rescue me? I will offer a generous reward for anyone who comes to my aid." The phrase boiling water frog was indeed an odd name, and Luo Tian couldn't help but chuckle. The disciples of the Ghostbone sect laughed even harder, mocking, "Have you finished your cries? Brothers, let us take action." At that moment, Luo Tian stepped forth from the shadows. The alley was devoid of any other onlookers. Luo Tian summoned his vital energy, and in an instant, a surge of spiritual power erupted forth. The disciples, poised to strike, felt an icy chill race down their spines. They abruptly turned to see Luo Tian, a cold smile gracing his face. "Who are you?" the leading disciple demanded. Luo Tian offered no reply, but continued to advance a few steps to as the others recognized his countenance. Their expressions shifted from curiosity to disdain, as one of them scoffed, "I thought you were some formidable master, but it turns out you are merely a trifling cultivator of the third layer of chi refinement. Do you have no sense? I am conducting business here. Are you seeking death?" However, Luo Tian's gaze had shifted beyond the throng, fixating on the surrounded entity, a chubby little child, no more than 5 or 6 years old. Adorned in loose, luxurious garments, that moment, the child clutched a beautifully crafted wooden box, clearly of considerable value. The individual jested about his own cultivation, and indeed, the white Taoist had boasted, he was not entirely devoid of merit, having reached the 7th layer of the transformation realm, making him a formidable figure among the 6 heavens. However, in a bid to bolster his own reputation and to present a more flattering narrative, he brazenly proclaimed to the world that he possessed the cultivation of the robbery realm, even asserting that he had once trained in the 9 heavens. After all, boasting incurs no tax, and few dared to challenge his claims. Upon hearing the term Liang Kuei, the white Taoist instantly comprehended who was targeting him, and he exclaimed, "Are you sent by Liang Kuei? You have come to kill me on his orders, haven't you? Release me. Do not let me escape. Otherwise, I shall inform Luo Tian of your whereabouts, and none of you will escape unscathed." The fact that the white Taoist still had the audacity to threaten the assassins before him demonstrated a modicum of spirit. Yet such defiance would inevitably lead to a grim fate. In an instant, they severed the shoulder of the white Taoist and subsequently crushed his neck, his corporeal form and consciousness swiftly annihilated by the malevolent flames of his assailants. De Chong spoke to Luo Tian, who pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It should not merely be an act of allegiance. This fellow may have already been silenced by Li Luo. The bizarre conflagration that occurred last night, 100 miles away in the town, was likely orchestrated by Li Luo's agents. Thus, we can ascertain Li Luo's movements. Let us arrange our forces and proceed to that town. The townspeople were somewhat astonished. The sudden blaze of the previous night had instilled a sense of panic, and it was said that several formidable individuals perished in the flames. Today, a large contingent from the Ghost Pattern sect surged into the town, with the locals speculating that it was perhaps due to the demise of a Ghost Pattern sect official in their midst. Luo Tian directly requisitioned the mayor's residence for the time being. While his subordinates spread out like a vast net, the inn, now reduced to ashes, Luo Tian brought Xiao Shuang to survey the scene. The townsfolk dared not approach, instead observing from a distance. Luo Tian lit a cigarette, gazing down at the smoldering remains of the inn, and remarked, Xiao Shuang, take a look as well. Can you discern any issues here? Xiao Shuang, with her keen insights, often perceived subtle clues hidden in the shadows. Dechong, having waited for nearly 3 days, could no longer contain his impatience. What is the rush? I have stated that 3 days means 3 days that he would not dare to act recklessly against Xue Ying and the others, as they are his hostages. Any harm to even one of them would only heighten his own risk. In this regard, Li Luo is more aware than I am. You must simply exercise patience. With that, Luo Tian closed his eyes to continue his meditation. As the sun began its descent, Dechong gazed up at the sky, feeling a tinge of melancholy as he reminisced about carefree days spent counting stars in the mortal realm. Even amidst the icy wastelands, he had never felt the same level of anxiety as he did now. What troubles you? Xiao Shuang inquired as she approached. Dechong replied, I fear for everyone's safety. The boss seems unfazed, which baffles me. Xiao Shuang shook her head. The young master is not unconcerned. Rather, he has everything well within his control. Do you think he is unaware of Li Luo's hiding place? He possesses the capability to locate Yi Ming in an instant, and thus, surely, he can find Li Luo's trace as well. He simply chooses not to act against Li Luo. And why is that? The great insect remained utterly perplexed, its face awash with curiosity. Xiao Shuang remarked that her words held merit. Yet, the great insect evidently failed to grasp the meaning, waving its hand in a state of half-understanding while vociferously expressing its disdain for Li Luo. Ultimately, the sun vanished beyond the western horizon. At that moment, Luo Tian emerged from his chamber, and from the entrance, the great insect bellowed, Boss, the 3 days are up. Luo Tian nodded in acknowledgement, stating, So be it. I am now free of my debt to him. As soon as his words fell, a vast expanse of sinister green radiance swept across the distant sky, illuminating the dark and chaotic heavens with an eerie hue. Hundreds of powerful demon clans appeared in the sky, the weakest among them possessing cultivation levels above the 6th stage of the transformation realm, while the mightiest reached the 3rd stage of the tribulation realm. These demons unfurled their enormous wings, soaring across the celestial canvas, with Li Luo and Liang Kuei standing amidst them. Li Luo perched atop a black subdragon beast, gazing down upon the town and Luo Tian from his elevated position. Damn it! What arrogance! Why don't you come down and confess? The great insect shouted at Li Luo in the sky. Chapter 23. The marvelous use of the gourd. When did disciples of the evil sect dare to appear so brazenly in the town? What is your true intention? Luo Tian demanded. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The disciples of the Ghostbone sect, initially apprehensive, felt a wave of relief upon realizing that Luo Tian's cultivation was merely at the 3rd stage of the Qi refinement realm. Meanwhile, the encircled young child clutched a wooden box tightly, and upon seeing Luo Tian's intent to rescue him, he urgently cried out, Save me. Please save me. I have a great reward. Luo Tian advanced a few steps, gripping the hilt of his cold iron battle knife, clearly indicating his readiness to engage. Damn it, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. I see that kid's knife is quite impressive. It may very well be a treasure. Today, the evil god protects us, and a plump lamb has presented itself at our doorstep. Let us deal with him together, shouted the leader of the Ghostbone sect disciples. 2 disciples at the 3rd stage of the Qi refinement realm flanked Luo Tian, reaching into their robes as if grasping something concealed. With the blessing of the Ghostbone evil god, we shall unleash our demonic might and awaken the malevolent spirits. The 2 disciples chanted in unison, producing black and purple talismans from their garments. Talismans? Luo Tian recognized the items. The 2 black and purple talismans were cast into the air, transforming into 2 eerie beams of sinister light that struck the 2 disciples of the Ghostbone sect. The next moment, their agonized screams echoed as terrifying black flames ignited upon their bodies. With the descent of the Ghostbone evil god's demonic fire, my mortal form shall be consumed, and the fire shall forge my body. The 2 disciples cried out, enduring excruciating pain while uttering nonsensical phrases. Luo Tian had heard tales of the strange and cruel spells employed by the evil sects on this continent. Yet, witnessing it firsthand was profoundly shocking. The black flames on the 2 individuals coalesced into a single line, beginning to spread towards Luo Tian along the ground and walls. In light of this alarming spectacle, Luo Tian unhesitatingly drew his cold iron battle knife, infusing it with spiritual energy, and as he swung, a torrent of frigid air emanated from the blade. Within the 5 elements, water extinguishes fire, and cold air should extinguish these black flames. This was common knowledge. However, today, this principle was shattered. The chilling air emanating from the cold iron warblade swiftly collided with the encroaching demonic flames. A relentless struggle ensued between the two forces. However, to everyone's astonishment, it was the cold air that ultimately succumbed. As the eerie black flames remained unextinguished, "Burn my mortal flesh, the demonic fire forges the body," cried the disciple of the Ghostbone sect. Luo Tian retreated step by step, his mind racing with thoughts. Since this peculiar black flame showed no fear of the cold air, he resolved to strike at the root and eliminate the 2 Ghostbone sect disciples, who were merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Without their spellcasters, he wondered how the demonic flames would continue to wreak havoc. And no longer retreating, he gathered his strength, propelled himself off the wall, and leaped into the air, tightly gripping the cold iron warblade. With a furious roar, Luo Tian brought his blade down, the icy aura slicing through the necks of the 2 disciples with ease. The mid-tier quality blade effortlessly dispatching them. Their heads flew through the air before crashing to the ground. And just as Luo Tian had anticipated, the peculiar black flames gradually extinguished in the absence of their conjurers. Strangely, the ground and walls charred by the black flames bore no signs of scorching. "They are dead," exclaimed the leading disciple of the Ghostbone sect, astonished, despite appearing to be merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Luo Tian had swiftly dispatched 2 disciples of the same level, and at that moment, the leading disciple realized he had provoked someone far beyond his reckoning. "Brother, this person must be concealing his true power. What should we do?" the remaining disciples asked in a panic. The leader's face turned ashen as he took a few steps forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of submission. "Brother, I sincerely apologize for the offenses today. Let us part peacefully." Luo Tian, however, merely smirked coldly and replied, "Firstly, I am not your brother. Secondly, I have no particular desire to kill you, but you must divulge some information." Upon seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, the disciple hastily nodded. "Feel free to ask." "I know you are disciples of the Ghostbone sect, and given the proximity to Ghost Mountain City, it is not difficult to deduce that your base lies within. Given the presence of wild beasts around the outskirts of Ghost Mountain City, encountering them with your level of cultivation would spell certain death. Therefore, you must possess a secret passage in and out of Ghost Mountain City. Reveal its location, and I shall spare your life." Luo Tian laid down his terms. The complexion of the Ghostbone sect disciple darkened immediately as he replied, "That is out of the question. Disclosing such information would be a violation of our sect's rules. Propose another condition." Luo Tian scoffed. "You wish to keep your life while negotiating with me? Change your condition. This one I truly cannot accept." The disciple of the Ghostbone sect shouted in frustration, "You must change your condition. I really cannot comply with this." Luo Tian's cold smile widened as he pondered the situation, that if he pressed too hard on these disciples, they might resort to self-harm, rendering the matter of the secret passage moot. Just then, he heard a small voice exclaim, "I know the location of the secret passage into Ghost Mountain City if you save me. I will take you there." "Silence!" the disciple of the Ghostbone sect shouted in panic. "You truly know?" Luo Tian pressed eagerly. Upon seeing the child nod resolutely, Luo Tian swung his cold iron warblade. The killing intent intertwined with his spiritual energy surged forth. "Do not presume that I am truly afraid of you. Even if you conceal your true abilities, I surmise you are merely at the 5th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Do you genuinely think you have us at your mercy?" As these words were spoken, the disciples of the Ghostbone sect simultaneously revealed the dark purple talismans they had previously displayed. Upon their release, a greater surge of black flames ignited the alley, converging from all directions towards Luo Tian. Yet, Luo Tian remained unfazed, once more propelling himself into the air using the walls for leverage. However, the disciples of the Ghostbone sect had anticipated this, and the leader pointed upward, causing the black flames on the ground to swiftly ascend the walls in midair. Luo Tian executed a swift turn, bringing down his cold iron battle blade with unyielding resolve. Faced with the overwhelming inferno, he displayed no hesitation. This strike, infused with an indomitable spirit, cleaved through the disciple of the Ghostbone sect before him, ending his life instantaneously. Only the leader remained, now nearly paralyzed with terror, retreating with frantic cries. Yet, after only a few steps, he suddenly smirked, exclaiming, "Ha! You are now encircled by the demonic flames. In mere moments, you shall be reduced to ashes. The walls, the ground, and everywhere his gaze fell were engulfed in black flames. These flames, devoid of warmth, possessed the power to annihilate all. Just a touch of these black flames upon his shoes or pants would instantly reduce them to cinders. Although they bore a resemblance to ordinary fire, perhaps it would be more apt to describe these black flames as the embodiment of a ravenous monster, devouring all they encountered, as if they were the very incarnation of malevolence. Luo Tian appeared composed, yet internally, he was rife with anxiety, struggling to devise a means to counter these infernal flames. Should he employ the desolate soul incantation to eliminate the leader opposite him? It might halt the spread of these black flames. However, casting the incantation required time, and he feared he would be incinerated before he could summon its powers. The black flames had begun to creep up his shoes and trousers. Had it not been for the aura he emanated, his feet would have already turned to ash. Scouring his mind for any spell that could resolve this crisis, he found several options, albeit at a cost. Tomorrow, he was to enter the city of mountain spirits, and sustaining injuries today would be highly disadvantageous. What did you say? Luo Tian inquired. Your gourd. Use your gourd, the young child reiterated. The black flames had now reached his waist, and his spirit energy was depleting rapidly. He could not hold out for much longer that he faced a critical decision. Either sustain injuries, but swiftly eliminate the leader across from him, or heed the child's advice and utilize the gourd of uncertain purpose. In an unprecedented act of audacity, Luo Tian chose to risk it all with the enigmatic artifact, perhaps out of madness, but he was a man who trusted his instincts. The fiery red gourd made contact with the black flames, which in turn began to scorch his hand. Despite the protective aura, the excruciating pain still tormented Luo Tian, nearly causing him to relinquish his grip. Yet, his intuition brought forth a miracle. The entire gourd radiated a brilliant red light, as if igniting in flames. And then, in a frenzy, the black flames were voraciously drawn into the gourd. How could this be possible? Exclaimed the leader of the Ghostbone sect, rendered speechless in the dimly lit alley. The flames were swiftly drawn into the gourd, its surface glowing a brilliant red. Luo Tian stared at the gourd in his hand, momentarily dazed by the sudden resolution of the crisis, only to realize that he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. The small child had been lurking in the shadows, emerging only when the storm had subsided. Upon seeing Luo Tian, the child said, "You saved me, and I have helped you. We are even, so please step aside." Luo Tian chuckled and replied, "How can you, little one, so easily go back on your word? Did you not promise to take me to the secret passage?" "I am no mere child," the little one retorted. "I am called Kai Shui Hua and have lived for several hundred years." The child appeared undeniably adorable, yet spoke with the gravity of an old scholar. "Several hundred years? Surely you jest. Your name is quite peculiar as well. I have never heard of a wild beast possessing wisdom. Which family do you belong to?" Luo Tian expressed his skepticism regarding Kai Shui Hua's claims. "Believe it or not, I am not a wild beast. I am a member of the esteemed demon tribe. As for my name, it stems from my true form as a frog spirit, for I enjoy soaking in baths and sipping tea. Hence I adopted the name Kai Shui Hua when I took human form." The child elaborated. "The demon tribe has been extinct for tens of thousands of years. Your boasts grow ever more grandiose." Luo Tian shook his head dismissively. "Disbelieve me if you wish, but I shall prove it to you." As it spoke, Kai Shui Hua picked up a sharp stone from the ground and swiftly drew it across its own arm. In an instant, a wound appeared on its delicate skin, yet astonishingly. The liquid flowing from the cut was not red blood, but a vibrant green fluid. Before long, the wound began to heal at an observable pace. "Are you astonished? The blood of wild beasts is red, while mine is green. Furthermore, while wild beasts lack intelligence, I possess it. You claim the demon tribe is extinct, but it is merely your kind that is ignorant. Though our numbers have dwindled since millennia ago, we still exist amidst the mountains and fields," Kai Shui Hua proclaimed with pride. Luo Tian guided Kai Shui Hua toward their resting place. Along the way, they engaged in conversation, with Kai Shui Hua introducing itself as a merchant of the demon tribe. It explained that due to possessing a certain treasure, it could uncover hidden realms across the continent. Over the years, it had collaborated with the Tongtian Society to explore and develop many secret places, including the city of mountain ghosts. This time, they had assembled a team of 20, and under Kai Shui Hua's leadership, they ventured into the heart of the city of mountain ghosts, where they discovered a box of treasures. However, upon their departure, they were ambushed by the Ghostbone sect, leaving only Kai Shui Hua to escape from the 20-member team. What are you thinking? This is my friend, who knows the secret passage into the city of mountain ghosts. It is not my child, Luo Tian awkwardly clarified. The following day, at the break of dawn, Yu Fengzi had already awaited outside the inn with Cheng Feng, while the fallen nobles sluggishly descended from the upper floors. One by one, Yu Fengzi soon spotted the additional presence of Kai Shui Hua in their ranks, his expression darkening as he inquired, "Whose child is this?" Luo Tian raised his hand and responded, "My friend, who wishes to accompany us to explore the city of mountain ghosts." Initially, it was presumed that Yu the madman would express opposition. However, much to one's surprise, he merely nodded and refrained from further inquiry into the matter. Beyond the small town lay an expansive and boundless forest, where the group traversed the wilderness. Luo Tian observed that the condemned prisoners appeared to be conspiring about something, frequently engaging in hushed whispers. While the fallen nobility maintained their distance at the rear of the procession, the trio, on the other hand, engaged in lively conversation. The kettle frog, with its wealth of adventurous experiences, recounted numerous captivating tales from various corners of the continent. "You claim you trained for 3 years in the sea of corpses and ghostly apparitions. Who are you trying to deceive?" The kettle frog expressed skepticism towards Luo Tian's assertion of 3 years of rigorous training. "I assure you, I am not lying that I find it hard to believe that I have been to that dreadful place, and it was terrifying that I led 50 individuals into its depths, all seasoned practitioners of the 6th layer of Qi refining, with a 2nd layer human Dan expert at the helm. Yet, we did not even catch a glimpse of the monument before being besieged by a horrific tide of savage beasts. Only 10 of us managed to escape. And that 2nd layer expert was gravely injured." After giving him a piercing glance, Yu the madman sneered, "On the continent, savage beasts are classified by age. The older they are, the stronger they become. Beasts aged between 20 and 30 years are nearing maturity." "Oh, so they are still juveniles. What is there to fear?" the scholar surnamed Ian inquired, perplexed. "Heh, those are 2 tiger chi beasts, nearly mature, measuring 10 meters in length and standing 5 to 6 meters tall, with brute strength and destructive capabilities equivalent to those of a 6th layer Qi refining practitioner. Do you think there is no cause for concern?" Cheng Feng retorted with a cold laugh. This statement drained the color from the face of the scholar surnamed Ian, for it implied that, at this very moment, 2 beings of power equivalent to 6th layer Qi refining practitioners were advancing towards them, devoid of humanity, driven solely by destruction and slaughter. "What shall we do?" The fallen nobility began to express their apprehension. "Given our current strength, we certainly cannot defeat them, but we must find a way to conceal ourselves. If escape proves impossible, we may need to sacrifice a few individuals to buy time for the others to flee." Yu the madman concluded, casting his gaze towards the condemned prisoners, clearly indicating whom he deemed expendable. "This mustard seed space is exceedingly unstable. If we act recklessly, we may trigger its collapse, endangering our lives as the space implodes. Thus, we must remain calm. We will devise a means of escape." Luo Bai, now the leader of the ghost pattern sect, sought to counsel the crowd, and his words held some sway as the tumultuous assembly gradually quieted. Yet, as time passed, the tens of thousands grew increasingly anxious, chaotic voices echoing from all directions. Luo Bai and Zhu Hua convened urgently to discuss potential escape strategies. "From my observations, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Zhu Hua asked. "Spare us the pleasantries. Just speak," Luo Bai urged impatiently. "The good news is that we are currently safe, and we do have a means of escape. This mustard seed space is unstable, and its capacity to accommodate us all is akin to a nearly bursting jar, seemingly intact, but riddled with cracks internally. We might find an opportunity to escape by attacking these fissures," Zhu Hua explained. "And what of the bad news?" Luo Bai pressed. "The unfortunate news pertains to these fissures, which, although not yet apparent, have emerged spontaneously within this mustard seed space. This indicates that the mustard seed space has begun to fracture. While these fissures may potentially serve as conduits to the outside world, any forceful attempts to exploit them could hasten the disintegration of the mustard seed space. Should we fail to escape in time, we would be faced with the impending collapse of this realm at that moment." It is feared that as Zhu Hua's words trailed off, everyone understood the implication of his unspoken thoughts. "Are you suggesting that we might ultimately perish within the mustard seed space? Is there truly no way to establish a stable passage?" Luo Bai inquired. There are methods available, yet our collective cultivation remains insufficient. Furthermore, we have sustained injuries from the formidable demon experts accompanying Luo. As it stands, my comrades have not fully regained their strength, and even if we were to devise a means of escape, we would not stand a chance against those demons, Zhu Hua replied. Luo Bai furrowed his brow tightly. Glancing around, he curiously asked, "Where is Sister Shuang?" Among the multitude, there were countless children, and amidst the chaos, a young girl was crouched on the ground, weeping as she had become separated from her parents. The surrounding turmoil and darkness rendered it commendable that the common folk could tend to themselves, let alone concern themselves with a solitary little girl. At that moment, a sphere of light manifested before the girl, emanating a gentle yellow glow that was not blinding. The people nearby halted in astonishment, instinctively gravitating towards the source of the light. The individual holding this luminous orb crouched before the girl, gently caressing her cheek. Startled, the girl looked up to find a beautiful visage illuminated by the soft yellow glow, resembling that of a celestial being. "Are you frightened?" The woman inched closer, smiling as she inquired. After wiping her tears, the girl nodded earnestly, replying, "Yes, I can't find my mommy and daddy." The woman stepped forward, gently embracing the girl, offering comfort as she spoke. "Once we escape this place, I will help you find your parents. I shall stay here with you and all of you. The light I hold will not extinguish. You may come closer, but do not jostle one another. Let us wait quietly. Those outside will rescue us." "Are you the esteemed matron?" Someone suddenly recognized the woman's identity, exclaiming in astonishment. She was the revered matron of the Ghost Pattern sect, the wife of the sect leader, Luo Tian. Previously, many had only heard her name, seldom having glimpsed her countenance. Whispers about Shuang circulated widely in the town, some portraying her as a lofty and imposing figure, while others maliciously slandered her, claiming she practiced dark arts that required the blood of innocent children for her cultivation. However, on this day, amidst the enveloping darkness, the sight of a beautiful and gentle woman, radiating a soothing light with a calm and composed voice, significantly elevated the public's perception of Shuang in the eyes of many. Her image began to take on a divine quality. "I am Shuang." The murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as people gasped in disbelief. Subsequently, the throng began to kneel, with numerous individuals bowing deeply before Shuang. Blood Sakura gently embraced the little girl and said, "There is no need for such behavior. Please rise. We are all equals, and I am merely a mortal." The yellow radiance, under the influence of Blood Sakura's energy, gradually expanded, resembling a sun partially veiled by clouds, yet strikingly apparent amidst the darkness. The surrounding crowd began to converge towards this luminous presence, although one would expect a scene of chaos and congestion. At that moment, whether due to Blood Sakura or the calming nature of the light, everyone gradually found tranquility. The cacophony of voices diminished, and people gazed silently at the glow and the figure of Blood Sakura beneath it. "Honorable sister," the little girl looked up at Blood Sakura and inquired, "Will the esteemed empress come to rescue us?" Blood Sakura smiled softly, responding, "Indeed, she has promised that I would remain unharmed. She is a woman of her word. We need only to wait." While Zhu Hua and Luo Bai had yet to devise a plan, a sudden rumble echoed from the mustard seed space, as if external pressure had accelerated its collapse. Luo Bai's countenance shifted alarmingly as he exclaimed, "Li Luo has lost his mind. Does he truly wish to bring about our demise?" Li Luo's soul was fortified by Liang Kuei's essence, contributing its final worth. Li Luo closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the ecstasy brought forth by Liang Kuei's lingering spirit. Gradually, he lifted his head, and a pair of black wings began to materialize behind him, unfurling abruptly. These wings, formed from soul energy, represented the pinnacle of Li Luo's power. He inhaled deeply, and cracks appeared on the mask adorning his face, revealing pitch-black eyes beneath it. He spoke, "Luo Tian, you surely do not desire me to crush this object in my hand. Why not offer your own soul in exchange for their lives? Even if you disregard the lives of the hundreds of thousands, the fates of Luo Bai and Zhu Hua lie within my grasp. And Blood Sakura is among them." Chapter 25. The hunt. The tremors of the ground intensified, and Yu Fingzi gestured for everyone to retreat. The Huxiai beast, being a creature of notably weak lineage, reaches nearly 13 meters in length and stands 6 to 7 meters tall in adulthood, yet remains a diminutive figure among the monstrous beasts. Nonetheless, they are still perceived as terrifying creatures by most humans. The sea of corpses and ghosts could not detect such weaker beasts, yet on the outskirts of Mountain Ghost City, these creatures could roam with impunity. What should we do about the two Husii beasts that have emerged to forage? Asked the boiling water frog. Let us observe the situation. It is not our place to intervene, replied Luo Tian, though a flicker of keen insight glimmered in his eyes that Yu Fengzi led everyone backward, swiftly seeking refuge behind several towering trees. Just then, two colossal figures gradually came into view. The reason the Husii beast bears the character for tiger in its name is due to its tiger-striped skin. While its head resembles that of a bull, with its back covered in sharp, protruding branches. Wow, that's such enormous beasts, Yin Huasheng marveled. Silence. After Yu Fengzi shot a glance at Yin Huasheng, he hissed softly on the surface. With his cultivation at the 5th layer of Qi refining and his vast combat experience, Yu Fengzi should be the strongest among the entire team. However, even with that, he found himself facing a dead end against these two beasts. Any minor misstep could cost the lives of those present. The tiger Sishi beasts did not possess particularly acute senses, and thus, even though they detected the human scent, they were unable to locate the group concealed behind a distant tree. After a considerable while, it seemed that the two beasts had finally given up. Just as Yu Fengzi and Sheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief, a blunder occurred that a noble young man standing behind Yin Huasheng suddenly sneezed. At such a moment, any unusual sound could be fatal, and his sneeze was particularly loud. I'm sorry. I seem to have caught a chill. He hastily apologized after the sneeze, but it was already too late. The two tiger Sishi beasts, alerted by the noise, swiftly approached. If these beasts discovered the group, it would be a trivial task for the two 6th-layer Qi refining beasts to annihilate everyone. Those noble heirs at the 2nd and 3rd layers of Qi refining would likely be unable to withstand even a single claw strike from the feral creatures. Are you trying to get us killed? Sheng Feng scolded. The noble young man, now pale with terror, was rendered speechless. Yu Fengzi clenched his fists, directing his gaze toward the death row inmates concealed behind another large tree, and declared, "Send 2 people out as bait, or we will all perish here." The death row inmates were equally frightened, who would willingly step out to face death. Their leader, a 5th-layer Qi refining individual, coldly shook his head at Yu Fengzi. Unperturbed, Yu Fengzi produced a wooden token inscribed with the leader's name and stated, "If you do not send someone out, I will eliminate you." The leader's face darkened, but confronted with the prospect of his own demise, albeit reluctantly, he nodded and pointed at 2 individuals in the group, saying, "You two, go out and draw the beasts away." The 2 condemned men turned ashen and immediately fell to their knees. Yet no amount of pleading could alter their fate. Under duress, the 2 named inmates emerged from their hiding place behind the tree. As soon as they were visible, the feral beasts fixated on them, causing the 2 inmates to collapse in terror. Move forward, quickly divert them. The leader barked from the shadows, but the 2 prisoners were paralyzed by fear. Unable to even take a step, they trembled uncontrollably, their pants soaked. The tiger Sishi beasts advanced, their exposed fangs longer than the faces of the prisoners before them. One of the inmates bowed deeply to the beast and cried out, "Spare me, please." But what awaited him was excruciating pain and death. The beast in front swiftly bit down, killing the kneeling prisoner in an instant, tearing a living man in 2 with a single bite. The scene was grotesquely bloody, making Luo Tian frown, while some noble youths even retched at the sight. Among the crowd, only the death row leader, Yu Fengzi, Sheng Feng, and a solitary enigmatic woman remained unfazed. After consuming the remains, the 2 tiger Sishi beasts did not depart, but continued to close in on their position, causing the hopes of the group, which had just begun to rise, to plummet once more into despair. Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned their gaze, astonishment evident in their eyes. Luo Tian, it is not your place to seek death, so be silent. Although Yu Fengzi was a member of the Imperial Guards, obeying the 3rd prince, which soldier in the entirety of Yinshan would dare to defy General Luo Qin? While Yu Fengzi was indeed headstrong, he would not allow Luo Tian to venture forth to meet his demise. "It's fine. I volunteered at my friends, and I will draw the attention of the Huqi beasts away. You all continue onward. If I survive, we shall meet by the steel in the city of the mountain ghosts." Luo Tian shrugged, his expression remarkably relaxed. No, Yu Fengzi continued to shake his head in refusal. If this argument persists, everyone shall suffer. Ignoring Yu Fengzi's admonitions, Luo Tian rose with a smile, pulling up the reluctant Ingio and Kai Shueihua. "Why are you dragging me along?" Ingio protested. his face displaying clear unwillingness to "I am your employer, and you are my retainer. Naturally, you must accompany me. Hey, over there, Huqi beasts, look this way, if you wish to dine on me. Come forth." Luo Tian even waved at the Huqi beasts. "You reckless spendthrift," that Yu Fengzi scolded. Yet at that moment, the attention of the two Huqi beasts was entirely captivated by Luo Tian. As he dashed outward, they emitted low growls and immediately gave chase. As the two savage beasts raced away, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain, should we not go to rescue Luo Tian?" Cheng Feng inquired softly as she approached Yu Fengzi. "Let it be. The command of the third prince takes precedence. Everyone, rise, we prepare to depart." After speaking, Yu Fengzi cast a glance in the direction Luo Tian had fled, sighed, and shook his head slightly. Luo Tian and his companions sprinted through the forest. Although the Huqi beasts ran swiftly, the dense trees hindered their progress. Their massive forms made navigation less agile than that of Luo Tian, allowing him to maintain a lead. "Are you trying to get me killed?" Kai Shuai grumbled. "That I'm doing it on purpose." Luo Tian laughed as he ran. "This way, the demon bones within the Huqi beasts are excellent materials. If we manage to slay these two beasts, it could yield a handsome profit. More importantly, we have finally shaken off the main force. After I dispatch these two Huqi beasts, you shall lead us through the secret passage to the city of the mountain ghosts. From this moment on, the three of us shall operate independently." After Luo Tian spoke, Kai Shuai and Yin Jiu hurriedly sought refuge behind a large rock. The two colossal creatures crashed into several trees as they continued their pursuit. Finally catching sight of their quarry, Luo Tian drew his cold iron battle knife, watching with a smile as the two Huqi beasts approached, proclaiming, "You take me for prey, yet little do you know. I am the hunter." As the Huqi beasts closed in, the aura emanating from Luo Tian conveyed to them that he was merely a feeble human, provoking the excited beasts to roar menacingly. However, in the next instant, Luo Tian activated his dantian, unleashing his spiritual energy. His combat prowess was now nearly on par with the 8th level of Qi refinement, revealing his true strength. The two Huqi beasts sensed an overwhelming danger, and fear glimmered in their lantern-like eyes. Chapter 19. The injustice of fate. Perhaps Luo had yet to learn that Luo Tian had ascended to sainthood, or perhaps he had heard of it, but dismissed it as mere folklore of the martial world. Without a sage, the 9 heavens remain unattainable. Once upon a time, this phrase had become a jest among the wandering souls, a subtle mockery aimed at the formidable cultivators pursuing the sacred path within the 9 heavens. Over time, this remark was embraced as a truth, with no one believing that a powerful figure of the sacred path could emerge from the 9 heavens. Countless rumors circulated throughout the years, and those with discerning eyes regarded them as mere jokes. Luo also found the notion of Luo Tian achieving sanctity to be absurd. Had he been certain that Luo Tian had indeed become a saint, perhaps he would have lacked the audacity to threaten him. The wooden carving in his hands trembled uncontrollably, and as Li Luo gripped it forcefully, he inadvertently caused the space within the carving to compress, leading to signs of accelerated destruction. In a panic, he released his grip, only to discover a peculiar force tugging the carving upward into the air. Hastily, Li Luo reached out in an attempt to seize the wooden figure. But as he raised his hand, he found it suddenly immobilized, as if bound by an unseen force. Subsequently, he felt his entire being, from head to toe, ensnared in a binding seal. Even the soul power and spiritual energy within him began to exhibit signs of gradual freezing. Gazing at the carving that drifted further away from him, Li Luo let out a low growl, forcibly channeling the remaining soul power within him. Wings materialized from his back, struggling to flutter, and he endeavored to freeze time itself, attempting to encapsulate the moment in a stasis. The carving hovered in the air, no longer in motion. Luo scoffed. "Heaven truly has a sense of humor. It granted you the path of space, while bestowing upon me the path of time. Perhaps in the eyes of the heavens, we are meant to merge and wield the powers of time and space. Yet, alas, we are not kindred spirits. You can still manipulate space, but I can freeze time. You think you can effortlessly rescue these people? That is impossible." However, the anticipated events did not unfold as expected. Instead, Li Luo witnessed Luo Tian slowly raising his hand, within the time that should have been frozen. Luo Tian was astonishingly capable of movement. This simple gesture bore an extraordinary significance. Luo's temporal dominion had no effect on Luo Tian. Why does time's dominion fail against you? Even if your cultivation surpasses mine, and your realm is above me. It should be inconceivable for you to navigate so freely within my controlled temporal domain. This defies reason. What artifact have you employed, or what secret method have you invoked?" Li Luo stared at Luo Tian in disbelief, his expression reflecting a profound incredulity. Luo Tian's actions far exceeded Li Luo's imagination. "Have you ever heard the saying," Luo Tian declared, "beneath the sage, all are but ants"? This proclamation equated to Luo Tian's declaration of his own sanctity, and Li Luo's face froze in disbelief. The rumors were indeed true. You have truly embarked upon the sacred path?" Li Luo's voice trembled slightly. Not out of fear, but rather out of despair. If Luo Tian had genuinely ascended to the sacred path, then there was nothing he could do to threaten him. That a cultivator of the sacred path is an unparalleled existence, akin to the distant stars in the sky that he could never reach. The phrase "beneath the sacred path, all our ants" may have been overly vague. Many fail to grasp its true essence. As dreams shattered and the last flicker of hope extinguished, the moment Li Luo confirmed that Luo Tian had indeed stepped onto the sacred path was the moment he understood his inevitable defeat. In the frozen realm of time, Luo Tian remained unaffected, stepping forward through the void with each deliberate stride that he raised his hand towards the wooden sculpture, suspended in midair, and gently beckoned it. The sculpture obediently soared back to him, ultimately resting in his grasp. The demon clan behind Li Luo found themselves paralyzed, their hearts quaking in terror upon realizing Luo Tian's status as a sacred path powerhouse. Upon hearing his words, they lamented in despair, pleading for mercy, desperately attempting to dissociate themselves from the connection between Li Luo and the demon master Kunping. "There is no need for your explanations. Once I have dealt with Li Luo, I shall seek out the demon master Kunping for a thorough inquiry. As for you, I trust you are prepared for death." No sooner had he spoken than the space sealing these demons began to shift, an overwhelming force compressing them relentlessly. Over 100 formidable demons were crushed into fragments under the relentless pressure, their blood cascading down like a torrential rain of demon ichor. "You have slaughtered so many demons. Undoubtedly, the demon master Kunping will not come to terms with you, Luo Tian, that even if you have ascended as a sacred path powerhouse. What of it? The demon emperor Zhu Long is also a sacred path powerhouse and will surely bring about your demise." Li Luo persisted in his defiance, evidently unaware that the demon emperor Zhu Long was not a sacred path powerhouse and that he had already met his demise. Luo Tian enveloped the wooden sculpture with his spiritual energy, lowering it to the ground and placing it into the hands of the giant insect. "I have encased this object with my spiritual energy, ensuring the stability of its miniature space that I shall tend to it shortly. You must keep it safe." Chapter 26. The miniature ring. The attack patterns of the wild beasts, their instinctive reactions, the fluctuations of their emotions. These pieces of intelligence unknown to outsiders were swiftly discerned by Luo Tian. Perhaps he lacked extensive experience in battling humans, but after 3 years of dealing with wild beasts, he had come to know these creatures all too well. The two tiger thorn beasts were evidently frightened, instinctively retreating upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Luo Tian. A cold smile crossed his face as he took the initiative to attack, his cold iron battle blade slicing through the air towards the forward-positioned tiger thorn beast. The beast roared, its innate aggression ignited despite its fear of Luo Tian as it raised its claws to strike. Clang! The sharp claws clashed against the cold iron blade, sparks flying in the air. The tiger thorn beast's strength held the advantage, sending Luo Tian hurtling backwards. Yet, a smile graced Luo Tian's face. With a twist of the blade, he capitalized on his falling momentum to stab the beast in the forehead. The tiger thorn beast howled in pain, instinctively swiping at Luo Tian above its head. Remaining unperturbed, Luo Tian exerted force through his arm, leveraging the embedded cold iron blade to propel himself into the air. The tiger thorn beast's claws met only empty space, and it threw back its head to unleash another furious roar, its powerful tail whipping towards Luo Tian. Though he was shielded by spiritual energy, Luo Tian was still struck and sent flying into the underbrush. "Kid, are you all right?" The boiling water frog called out loudly. At that moment, Luo Tian emerged from the grass, seemingly unscathed. After moving his shoulders to ease any tension, he remarked, "Your strength is rather lackluster, failing to breach my protective spiritual energy that I had some expectations of you, big fellow, but now I find myself disappointed, compared to the colossal beings from the sea of corpses and ghosts. You are simply too weak to I advanced. Another tiger claw beast circled to the side of Luo Tian, positioning itself both in front and behind him, preparing to launch a coordinated assault that it was time to end this. Archaic Soul Incantation. Manifest. Luo Tian raised his hand, and a tempest erupted from all directions, a colossal and indistinct silhouette materializing within the swirling winds. Jiu had witnessed Luo Tian wield the Archaic Soul Incantation before. Yet he instinctively recoiled. Beside him, the boiling water frog was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What an overwhelming aura of the savage beast! What monstrosity lurks within that gale? What tier of sorcery is this? How can this young man possess such formidable magic?" It mused to itself, its eyes fixated on the immense shadow amidst the wind, trembling in fear. The massive silhouette drew closer to the two tiger claw beasts, which had previously roared defiantly against Luo Tian, who was on the brink of reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement. Now, faced with the Archaic Soul Incantation, they cowered like domesticated pets, tucking their heads and curling their bodies into tight balls. Utterly bereft of fighting spirit, the pressure of their inferiority in rank was palpable. What kind of formidable beast was this shadow that instilled such terror in the two tiger claw beasts? Rendering them motionless, the boiling water frog exclaimed in disbelief. From the tempest, a gigantic claw emerged, pinning one tiger claw beast that had been struck in the forehead by the cold iron warblade. The beast struggled desperately, emitting pitiful whimpers of fear, yet its resistance was short-lived. With a thunderous crash, the creature's head was pulverized. This beast, comparable in strength to the 6th level of Qi refinement, was obliterated in an instant. The other tiger claw beast, sensing impending doom, turned to flee. Luo Tian gazed skyward. Night had fallen, and although obscured by dense foliage, the stars twinkled faintly. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance, he spoke. Luo Tian pointed into the distance, and a beam of starlight descended upon the fleeing tiger claw beast. This technique had been employed against the Yuan family assassins, but it could only be executed at night with the aid of starlight. The tiger claw beast felt the constraints binding it, thrashing desperately against the starlight, while casting terrified glances at the approaching shadow. The jungle sovereign at the outskirts of Mountain Ghost City began to whimper. The colossal claw descended, and in a mixture of horror and helplessness, the second tiger claw beast was reduced to fragments. The wind gradually subsided, and Luo Tian strode into the pool of blood, extracting the cold iron warblade still embedded in the flesh. "Jiu, do you see if these remains of the savage beasts have any value?" Luo Tian inquired while polishing the blade. As Jiu inspected the carcasses of the tiger claw beasts, the boiling water frog continued to stare intently at Luo Tian. "Why are you looking at me so?" Luo Tian asked. "Did you truly cultivate for 3 years in the sea of corpses and ghosts?" The boiling water frog asked solemnly. Luo Tian chuckled. "If I said so, you wouldn't believe me. Previously, I had my doubts, but now I am wavering. How did you cultivate in the sea of corpses and ghosts? Who taught you that Archaic Soul Incantation?" The boiling water frog probed. Luo Tian shook his head. "The one who taught me is an old man, but I cannot disclose his identity. It is his rule, and revealing it would bring calamity upon me. Then tell me, what savage beast is the shadow released by the Archaic Soul Incantation, and why is it so powerful?" The boiling water frog continued to inquire. "The I have been training in is barely at the level of a novice, as the old man who taught me remarked. He did not specify the rank of the, but I surmise it to be at least of the green level. The more I practice, the clearer the summon becomes. With my current abilities, I can summon only a fragment of its power. However, the old man, on the rare occasion I witnessed him employ the conjure that frightened away a century-old within mere seconds. Such remarkable prowess still exists on this continent. Could he be a top-tier expert from a great empire?" Speculated. His expression grave. After examining the corpses, exclaimed, "These two are quite decent. They would serve as excellent material for forging blades. But with so many large bones, how are we to transport them?" Luo Tian scratched his head in perplexity and sighed. "If only we had imbued with the... Alas, such items are exceedingly expensive, and there are scarcely a few in the entire Yunshan kingdom. In the black market, they start at a price of at least 100,000 taels. The last time Luo Tian had his ions, it was precisely because it belonged to this category that the two were mired in their dilemma. It was unexpected when clapped his hands and revealed a petite on his finger, boasting, "I can assist you with this task." Luo Tian was taken aback and quickly asked, "That wouldn't happen to be would it?" "Indeed, and a superior one at that. It can easily accommodate the remains of these two hefty beasts. However, I cannot assist you for free. You must compensate me. Being the shrewd businessman that he is, would not offer his services without remuneration. How much do you require? Luo Tian inquired with a smile that if sold, these two corpses would fetch at least 30,000 taels each. For transporting the two, that totals 60,000 taels. Let us say, I do not wish to profit excessively. I will charge you 10,000 taels per corpse for the transportation, that if you agree. We shall consider our first transaction concluded. Truly exhibited the traits of a cunning merchant, demanding a third of the profits for merely transporting the goods, with a resigned shake of his head. Luo Tian acquiesced. That moment, gently caressed the, reciting an incantation. The emanated a blue light, which gradually transformed into a blue halo. This was Luo Tian's first encounter with A, and he curiously asked, do we need to enter as well? No need, replied, shaking his head that he approached the corpses of the, directing the blue halo towards the remains. In the blink of an eye, the corpses vanished from sight. Remarkable, exclaimed in astonishment that in mere seconds, both corpses were absorbed into the, and effortlessly pocketed 20,000 taels. Damn it, I feel like I've been swindled, Luo Tian muttered. Chuckled, you are not impoverished, you won't miss this small sum. Now, let us proceed to the secret passage. After traversing for approximately 3 hours, having crossed into the late night, the forest remained anything but tranquil, with roars of various echoing through the darkness, rendering the night even more perilous than the day. Ahead lay the of the. The trio finally arrived at their destination. Luo Tian followed the direction indicated by the finger of the water frog and beheld a colossal stone statue before him, which astonishingly resembled a skull. Upon seeing Duanmuzi's arrival, Luo Tian felt no surprise. He had anticipated her presence, as it was necessary for her to complete her first trial. Beneath the hues of dusk, Duanmuzi descended gracefully on a cloud, clad in a flowing blue gown, her long hair billowing in the wind, truly embodying the elegance of a celestial being. Luo Tian, hold your actions. Her voice reached him even before her feet touched the ground. Tinged with urgency, Luo Tian smiled silently, taking a step back. With a flick of his hand, the space that had bound Li Luo was suddenly released, and then, with Li Luo and Duanmuzi at the center, the surrounding space for several miles was controlled by Luo Tian. The townsfolk below must remain unharmed. This sky shall be your battlefield, Luo Tian declared. Once freed, Li Luo flexed his wrist, and the black wings that materialized from his back unfurled violently. He let out a deafening roar towards the heavens, and the mask on his face, which had already shown signs of cracking, shattered completely. The onlookers were met with the sight of Li Luo's visage marred by strange wounds, devoid of blood. Instead, swirling black energy could be seen within the gashes. This energy comprised the soul power he had previously absorbed. It was evident that Li Luo's physical form was on the brink of collapse due to his practice of dark arts, which explained his frantic desire to eliminate Luo Tian. Perhaps, as taught by Liang Kuei, consuming Luo Tian's soul would grant him a complete rebirth. Luo Tian gazed at the face that mirrored his own, now grotesquely adorned with dark wounds, and he could not help but shake his head in dismay. Duanmuzi gripped the hilt of her sword with one hand. Slaying Li Luo was the first trial bestowed upon her by her predecessor, Duanmu's senator, yet she understood that this so-called trial was, in essence, the foundation laid for her ascent to greater heights. The moment her battle blade was drawn, a glimmer of light flickered along its edge, and simultaneously, the spirit of the divine bird within the blade awakened. With a thunderous cry, the wind of annihilation morphed into a tempest, surging towards Li Luo. Suspended in the air, Li Luo faced the impending storm and bellowed toward the sky. I seek merely a complete soul. Why must you treat me with such injustice? If you desire my death, then I shall comply today, but I shall take a companion with me. The seed is a child of destiny. Today, I shall drag her along to my grave. His words echoed. Li Luo's body became enveloped by his black wings, transforming into a streak of darkness that plunged into the storm. Moments later, the tempest erupted violently, as Li Luo's wings tore through the winds of annihilation. Duanmuzi traced her finger along the blade, igniting the second star upon its edge. She moved with the swiftness of lightning, turning to confront Li Luo directly, choosing to engage him head-on without retreat or evasion. The battle blade, glimmering with the radiance of 2 stars, descended. Li Luo sensed the terrifying force behind the strike. In his ebony eyes, a sinister light surged, Yet he made no attempt to evade. Instead, he opened his mouth and unleashed a stream of dark malevolence towards Duanmuzi and the descending blade. The malevolent light took form in the air, creating a tri-layered formation, its brilliance piercing through each layer, intensifying its power thrice before colliding violently with the edge of Duanmuzi's sword. Attempt victory through such underhanded means is but the folly of a dreamer, he declared. Duanmuzi gripped the hilt tightly, her blade cleaving through the black malevolence with the force of a raging tempest. Within the space controlled by Li Luo, a fierce explosion erupted, propelling both combatants away, each crashing into the confines of the sealed space almost simultaneously. Call my path unorthodox. Is that the extent of your understanding? The paths of the world do not differentiate between the noble and the lowly. The grand road leads to the very essence of the Dao. You presume that your cultivation surpasses mine merely by virtue of your own beliefs? Li Luo steadied himself, even as the recent explosion inflicted further wounds upon him. Yet, he seemed possessed, disregarding his injuries as he hurled himself once more at Duanmuzi, spitting curses with fervor, standing upon a cloud. Duanmuzi radiated righteousness, her skirt shimmering brilliantly, with a finger poised on her blade. She prepared to ignite the third star's radiance, a deadly technique she had nearly employed to slay Li Luo in the sacred wood garden, representing the pinnacle of her current strength. Meanwhile, outside the confines of this space, Luo Tian leisurely puffed on a cigarette, perceiving this clash as a mere skirmish of lesser significance. However, for Duanmuzi, this battle was her ascent to a higher realm. Victory was imperative, for it would herald the path to her empowerment. The heavens above remained shrouded in ominous clouds, and Luo Tian cast a sidelong glance at the sky, aware that others were observing this fierce confrontation. That a cold smile curled upon his lips as he ascended into the air. Standing above the clouds, that I had intended to seek you out in the 9 heavens. Yet here you are. Show yourself. You cannot conceal your presence from me. The clouds gradually parted, revealing a figure before Luo Tian. Tall and slender, it bore unmistakable traits of the demon race. This visage was all too familiar to Luo Tian. It was the demon master Kunpeng. Yet, the attire it donned at this moment surprised him. Previously, Kunpeng had worn the robes of the Candle Dragon clan, far more refined than those of ordinary demon generals or lesser demons. However, within the context of the clearly defined hierarchy of the Candle Dragon clan, those garments indicated a position subordinate to the demon emperor, unmistakably of lower rank than the clan's 3 high-ranking officials. Now, upon their reunion, Kunpeng not only adorned the imperial robes once worn by the late demon emperor Candle Dragon, but also sported a diadem upon his head and a purple golden belt around his waist. His entire appearance a veritable replica of the demon emperor, with Candle Dragon deceased and the old demon king perished alongside him, and the supreme demon queen still recovering from grievous wounds. It was hardly surprising that Kunpeng had seized control during this turbulent time for the Candle Dragon clan. Realizing this, Luo Tian quickly grasped the implications. That I never anticipated that a mere mortal like you could ascend to the sacred path, becoming the invincible sovereign within the 9 heavens. It seems I have misjudged you. Kunpeng had already assumed the mantle of the demon emperor. You must have come today to support Li Luo. Haven't you? It was you, lurking in the shadows, who orchestrated the binding of my people by Li Luo. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the awakening of Wu Ri's past memories, including its conflict with the demon emperor Zhu Long, was also incited by your machinations, aimed at dealing with the demon emperor and ultimately seizing control over the demon race's power for yourself. Quite a cunning scheme you have devised. Luo Tian has unraveled a series of conspiracies orchestrated by Kunpeng. As the demon emperor, I ought to reign over the entire 9 heavens, becoming the supreme existence of this universe. Yet, unexpectedly, you emerged as an unforeseen variable. Today, I had no intention of making an appearance. I merely wished to observe how far Li Luo could push you. It appears you are nothing more than a mere embodiment of uselessness, posing no threat to you whatsoever, Kunpeng remarked. Now that you are here, do not depart. I do not wish for such a restless entity to linger in the 9 heavens after I venture beyond. Luo Tian pointed a finger, and a beam of spiritual light surged forth. Kunpeng swiftly evaded it, but in the midst of the turmoil, the imperial crown upon his head was shattered by the light. Luo Tian, gazing at Kunpeng's disheveled appearance, mocked, a monkey donning a crown. How ludicrous. Chapter 27. Infiltrating the secret passage in the city of mountain spirits, with its rugged and peculiar stones, It is hardly surprising to encounter a statue resembling a skull. What is the true nature of the city of mountain spirits? Ingio inquired. There are many rumors circulating about this place. Yet in reality, it is an ancient fortress of the Witch clan from 10,000 years ago. The Witch clan possessed profound knowledge of bizarre spiritual arts and worshipped various peculiar deities, resulting in the presence of many oddly shaped statues within the fortress. Moreover, to fend off wild beasts and foreign invaders, the Witch clan secretly laid numerous traps within the fortress. If one is unaware of the locations of these mechanisms, entering could lead to dire consequences. The knowledgeable Kaishui frog immediately elucidated. How could the cult establish a base within the city of mountain spirits? Ingio pressed further. Kaishui frog chuckled and replied. The key lies in the secret passages. These passages were constructed by the Witch clan. Although 10,000 years have elapsed, they remain remarkably sturdy, permeating the entire city of mountain spirits. The cult must have acquired a portion of the route map for these passages, allowing them to evade the traps within the city and thus establish their base. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian and Ingio nodded in agreement, glancing around as if they noticed no guards in sight. The dark opening beneath the skull statue serves as the entrance to the secret passage. The guards are not stationed outside, but rather within the passage itself, for they must not expose its entrance. We agreed that I would lead you to this location, but you shall not enter. You must fend for yourselves. Kaishui frog prepared to part ways with Luo Tian and the others. That won't do. Unexpectedly, before Luo Tian could speak, Ingio shook his head first. What do you mean? Are you trying to drag me into this? Kaishui frog replied with dissatisfaction. Our purpose in risking ourselves this time is to acquire treasures within the city of mountain spirits. Yet, what if we find treasures that, like the corpses of the wild beasts we encountered earlier, are too cumbersome to transport? Techniques and such can be concealed on our persons, but if the materials for forging blades are large and heavy, what then? Here is my proposal. Lend us the mustard seed ring, and we shall return it to you upon our exit. Luo Tian explained. Upon hearing that he was to lend his precious ring, the water frog immediately shook his head and declared, No, it cannot be lent to you. You can only follow us inside. Ingio, with a malicious grin, expressed his reluctance to accompany Luo Tian into the city of the mountain spirits and sought to pull the water frog into the depths. At worst, I shall return the carcass of the savage beast to you. I shall forego the 20,000 taels of silver that I refuse to enter, as the wicked cult within is ruthless and merciless. I narrowly escaped its clutches. Why would I willingly descend back into hell? The water frog promptly declined. However, Luo Tian, with a cunning smile, produced the contract he had just signed with the water frog. As a merchant, the water frog valued documentation above all else, which led to the drafting of a contract for transporting the savage beast. With the contract in place, any breach would entail a compensation of 100,000 taels of silver. Not to mention the repercussions of such a breach becoming public knowledge, which would jeopardize future business dealings. As it happens, I have certain connections with the Tongtian Society. As Luo Tian spoke, he unveiled the token of the Tongtian Society, gifted by Luo Bai. Suddenly, a figure dashed forward with astonishing speed, crashing into a cult disciple and pinning him against the wall. Before the other guard could react, he too was swiftly subdued. In mere moments, both were rendered incapacitated. The flickering light of the oil lamp illuminated the faces of Luo Tian and his companions. It became clear that Luo Tian and Ingio had feigned capturing the water frog, masquerading as disciples of the Ghostbone sect to deceive the weary guards. Who are you to intrude upon our Ghostbone sect stronghold? When the elders discover your presence, they shall surely flay your skins, shouted the cult disciple, his bravado belied by his fear. Luo Tian's expression turned icy as he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, commanding, Reveal the secret code. Never. The adversary, surprisingly resilient, refused to yield. Luo Tian, swift as a blade, severed the man's arm and seized his throat, rendering him mute despite his agony. I harbor no desire to take a life, but you would do well to cooperate and divulge the secret code. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. At last, the two cult disciples capitulated, disclosing the secret code, after which they were rendered unconscious. The trio donned the disciples' attire and continued their ruse of escorting the water frog deeper into the hidden passageway. Who knew you could be so ruthless, so quick to disarm your adversaries? Remarked Ingio. Once we surpass this final checkpoint, we shall gain access to the core area, where the stone tablet and grand gate leading into the heart of the city of the mountain spirits await. Just as the water frog finished speaking, They spotted a throng of cult disciples approaching so many. What is happening? Yin Jiu inquired, puzzled that at that moment, Luo Tian caught sight of an elderly man with a white beard and a dark mask standing among the disciples. Upon seeing him, Luo Tian's expression shifted dramatically, and he grasped the arms of his companions, turning to flee. What is it? Yin Jiu asked, bewildered. That old man possesses formidable strength. If I am not mistaken, he is likely near the 9th level of Qi refinement. If not at it, his power surpasses mine by a full tier. Should he uncover our ruse, we three may find ourselves in grave peril. Luo Tian quickened his pace, but just as they had taken a few steps, a voice resonated behind them. What are you three doing? The voice was authoritative and aged, unmistakably belonging to the elder. Luo Tian was compelled to halt his steps, his entire being taut with tension. Since entering the secret passage, he had encountered only cult disciples whose cultivation levels were merely at the 2nd or 3rd tier of Qi refinement, with the better ones reaching the 4th tier. Even if the three of them were exposed, they could easily achieve victory in a confrontation. The elder glanced at Kuai-Shui Hua and nodded, saying, Indeed, it is this little thief, but I recall that I did not dispatch you too. Although Luo Tian felt a pang of anxiety within, he remained composed and replied, We were temporarily reassigned. The whereabouts of the others are unknown. Humph, those useless individuals. You two have performed admirably. I shall take this little thief with me. You may proceed to the treasury to claim your rewards. With that, the elder waved his hand, intending to have Kuai-Shui Hua taken away. Kuai-Shui Hua immediately cast a panicked glance at Luo Tian, who hastily interjected, My subordinate is willing to escort this little thief to the prison, no need. The elder shook his head. Strange. Do you two not understand the rules? You stand before me, yet do not kneel in greeting? The emperor's crown lay shattered, and Kunping's face was contorted with malice, his gaze fixated on Luo Tian, as if he intended to devour him alive. Yet, this fellow's patience was extraordinary. Even after enduring such humiliation from Luo Tian, he did not strike back, no matter how you insult me. The order of the Zhulong clan and the entire 9 heavens lies within my grasp. Therefore, you cannot kill me. To slay me would be to bring about the collapse of the 9 heavens order, and chaos would ensue, cascading swiftly to the next generation. Humankind would not escape unscathed. You think such excuses will spare your wretched life? Luo Tian replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon Kunping. Now that the Zhulong clan is under my control, not only do I establish the order, but I also have the cooperation of formidable beings from beyond that I do not fear to disclose that I have been invited by Lord Song of the Tiandao family to serve as his envoy. Under the protection of Lord Song, it will not be so easy for you to take my life, as he spoke. Kunping let out a low growl, and the dark clouds behind him suddenly dispersed. A peculiar spiritual light descended from the heavens, enveloping Kunping. Luo Tian looked up, following the light, and beheld a pair of eyes seemingly watching him from beyond the firmament, eyes imbued with a primal ferocity, reminiscent of a monstrous predator, as if the apex hunter of this multiverse was fixated on him. That a deep, resonant voice entered Luo Tian's ears, strange yet commanding, declaring, Kunping is now my envoy. You shall not lay a hand on him. This I forbid. Another member of the Tiandao family, this individual named Song, was unknown to Luo Tian, but the wildness in those eyes and the aggressive gaze directed at him reminded him of one of the Tiandao envoys who had descended upon the 9 heavens earlier. According to Luo Tian's recollection, that figure was a giant with long hair and a bushy beard, standing among the members of the Tiandao family, exuding a terrifying ferocity that surpassed all others present. It felt as though he were a tyrannosaurus lurking behind the sinister ancestral figure. This is still within the 9 heavens. It is not for you to issue commands to me. Luo Tian had initially been contemplating whether to slay Kunping. But now, provoked by a member of the celestial Dao family named Song, his murderous intent solidified. This mere practitioner of the holy Dao was utterly overestimating his abilities. The divine light that I, the Lord, personally bestowed upon Kunping is not something you can shatter. Depart at once, or I shall feast upon your flesh and devour your bones. Faced with such a threat, Luo Tian merely chuckled coldly, and in a swift motion, he appeared before Kunping. Kunping, standing amidst the divine light, felt a semblance of invulnerability, for members of the celestial Dao family were believed to possess strength surpassing that of the holy Dao. Take the example of the venerable He. Years ago, he attempted to ambush an envoy of the celestial Dao family, but was betrayed by the demon emperor Zhulong suddenly, a member of the celestial Dao family, descended and severely wounded the long-established He, rendering him incomplete in soul. Although there exists a hierarchy of power among the members of the celestial Dao family, it was evident that they all ranked at least above the holy Dao. The divine light enveloping Kunpeng was far more formidable than Luo Tian had anticipated. His initial 3 strikes against the outer divine light of Kunpeng bore no fruit, as ripples akin to water waves appeared, dissipating Luo Tian's spiritual force. Foolish one, do you not comprehend the disparity in strength even after entering the holy Dao? Cease at once, or it shall cost you your life, standing within the protective divine light. Kunpeng's countenance grew increasingly anxious. His earlier confidence was waning, as the divine light surrounding him thinned, while the aura of the abyss steadily tore at it, consuming it as if it were insatiable. Witnessing this turn of events, Kunpeng's face paled further, and he instinctively took several steps back, seemingly attempting to flee. Luo Tian had long since discerned this ploy. The space around them had already been sealed. After a few hesitant steps, Kunpeng realized something was amiss. The surrounding space seemed to constrict continuously, as if countless invisible walls were closing in, trapping him within this realm. Where do you think you can escape to? Within the 9 heavens. How far can you go? Luo Tian's voice pierced through the divine light, drawing near as though it echoed directly in Kunpeng's ear. The protective barrier had grown as thin as parchment, while the gaping maw of the abyss, seemingly still hungry, relentlessly devoured the divine light. Kunpeng sensed the imminent danger, a peril that could lead to his demise. With a resounding crash, the scene he dreaded most unfolded. The divine light was ultimately shattered by the aura of the abyss. The frenzied hound, obedient only to Luo Tian, charged toward Kunpeng, who found himself ensnared in this space, stripped of his protective shield and left to rely solely on his own strength. The demonic energy emanating from him temporarily afforded him a chance to retaliate, for his cultivation still surpassed that of Luo and his ilk. Yet the surrounding space continued to compress. It was only a matter of time before Kunpeng would be bound by the very fabric of this realm. Before that could occur, he needed to carve out an escape. Responding to Kunpeng's call, a colossal ancient beast descended from the heavens, opening its maw wide enough to swallow the entire expanse, thus engulfing Kunpeng and the space that had been sealed around him. After swallowing the Kunpeng, the creature transformed the sky into an expansive ocean, drifting heavily as it soared towards the horizon. A cold glimmer flickered in Luo Tian's eyes as he murmured, "Did I permit your departure?" As his words fell, an imperceptible yet colossal barrier materialized before the monster. The creature roared and collided with the wall, its repeated attempts proving futile as brute force could not shatter the barrier. In a fit of rage, it unleashed a terrifying roar, and a complex and immense formation emerged on its back, with Kunpeng's own figure appearing at the center of the array. This demon emperor refused to believe that you could fully command this realm. Today, I shall allow you, a mere mortal, to witness what constitutes a true great demon. Kunpeng remained unwilling to acknowledge that Luo Tian had attained sainthood. Perhaps, in its mind, a mortal was unworthy of such elevation. Even when the evidence stood before it, acknowledging that it was no match for Luo Tian, it still boasted, "I possess the essence of 2 past lives. Neither the first nor the second can be compared to the likes of Zhu Long. My first past life was that of a demon master under the Eastern Emperor Tai of the ancient era, while my second past life was a demon king who reigned supreme in those times." At that juncture, Zhu Long was but a trivial character. Had I not been vanquished in both past lives, it would not have been possible for Zhu Long to ascend as an emperor. It is unworthy of the title Demon Emperor. Only I am truly deserving of such a name. Kunpeng raised its hands, its claws drawing upon boundless demonic energy from the heavens, as torrents of power surged into its being. Today, I shall harness the strength of both past lives to accomplish that which was unattainable in my previous incarnations. That I will slay you, a being of the sacred path, and truly establish the name of the Demon Emperor. Kunpeng bellowed. Chapter 28. The ruins of the witch clan encountering the elder of the evil cult was utterly unforeseen. Luo Tian furrowed his brow. How could he possibly kneel and pay respects to him? Yet, failing to do so would be tantamount to revealing his identity. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, his combat prowess barely approached that of an 8th level practitioner, and even with the advanced spell of the defeating the 9th level elder of the evil cult seemed nearly impossible. The elder of the evil cult, noticing the peculiar expressions on Luo Tian and his companions, raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Ingio discreetly tugged at Luo Tian's sleeve, signaling him to yield, while he slowly bent his body. The water frog was equally anxious. For it, kneeling was not a concern, but if it fell into the hands of the evil cult elder, escape would be utterly impossible. Both were prepared to bow, yet Luo Tian stood resolutely upright. "Did you not hear the elder command you to kneel?" shouted the disciples of the evil cult from behind. Luo Tian's posture remained unyielding, showing no intention of submission. "Kneel? Did you not hear?" More and more disciples of the evil cult began to notice Luo Tian's defiance, and the elder cast a sidelong glance, his gaze growing increasingly menacing. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Ingio and the water frog exchanged glances, utterly at a loss on how to navigate the looming crisis. At that moment, several disciples of the evil cult approached from the side. Their expressions hurried, whispering a few words into the elder's ear. Upon hearing this, the elder snorted coldly and declared, "To dare intrude upon our Ghostbone sect's stronghold is to court death. Lead the way. I shall crush these rats." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Isn't everything fine? Enough with the idle chatter. Lead the way." Under the guidance of the kettle frog, the trio continued their journey into the depths of the mountain ghost city. They encountered little resistance along the way, and soon they traversed the base of the Ghostbone sect. Exiting through the grand gate ahead, they entered the interior of the mountain ghost city, which, to be precise, was the entrance to the ancient witch tribe's stronghold from 10,000 years ago. It was from the second tier of this ancient fortress that I discovered this treasure box. The kettle frog pointed ahead and remarked. Luo Tian looked up and could faintly discern the outline of enormous, ancient structures shrouded in darkness. Were such colossal edifices truly constructed 10,000 years ago? Ingio inquired with curiosity. The witch tribe was once extraordinarily powerful. Those who cultivated their bodies could contend with formidable wild beasts, while those who cultivated their minds preserved the ancient legacies of the tribe. It is said they could manipulate the will and even the souls of their foes, the kettle frog explained, clearly having done his homework before leading people into the mountain ghost city. Luo Tian nodded. "I have also heard whispers of such matters that in fact, during our nation's first expedition to the mountain ghost city, we encountered attacks from mysterious creatures. I have perused accounts of this. The creature we faced was said to possess strength at the 7th level of chi refinement, or perhaps even greater. Before them stood a massive wooden door, adorned with peculiar carvings on the surrounding stones. And above it dangled a gigantic skull, the origin of which was unknown." "What is the meaning of this large hole in the door?" Luo Tian inquired. This was the handiwork of the Ghostbone sect. Although the gate of the mountain ghost city has endured the ravages of time for 10 millennia, it remains remarkably sturdy. I have heard that it took the followers of the Ghostbone sect 3 days and nights to breach this very hole. The kettle frog elucidated as he moved forward. As the trio approached the entrance, darkness enveloped them. Luo Tian signaled them to halt and tossed his torch inside. In the inky blackness, the torch spun and fell to the ground, illuminating a limited area around them. Apart from dilapidated structures, there was nothing else to be seen. Despite its dangers, the mountain ghost city was equally a treasure trove, thoroughly scavenged over the years. Once inside, keep to the left. There are stairs that ascend, while the mechanisms of the lower level are primarily concentrated on the right, the kettle frog advised. The three climbed through the breach and entered the grand doorway. Surrounded by an eerie silence, broken only by the sounds of their footsteps and breathing, a stillness that heightened their tension, eased the mounting pressure. Ingio ventured. "Logically, the mountain ghost city has 6 gates. Why did you choose this one to enter?" After approximately 2 hours of wandering, they still had not located the stairs the kettle frog had mentioned. The expanse of the mountain ghost city exceeded Luo Tian's expectations. Weary, the three decided to pause in the darkness for a brief respite before continuing their journey. After taking a sip of water, Luo Tian, who had closed his eyes to rejuvenate, suddenly perceived a faint sound, almost imperceptible, seemingly emanating from the deeper shadows. "Shoo, there's a noise." Luo Tian urged the others to quiet down. He then activated acupressure points near his ears, allowing spiritual energy to converge in those areas. And soon the distant sound began to amplify. Ku-da-ka. The sounds resembled that of something being crushed, chaotic and accompanied by peculiar footsteps. The water frog shook its head and remarked, "Rarely, if at all, do we encounter such creatures. Should they exist, they would merely be some beasts of the dark, for the city of mountain ghosts is riddled with traps left by the shaman tribe. I have witnessed numerous beasts, and the remains of past adventurers ensnared within those traps. For these beasts, it is indeed a forbidden realm. That is rather strange. Luo Tian furrowed his brow. What exactly did you hear? Yin Jiu inquired, equally perplexed that I discerned some unusual footsteps, along with sounds akin to the crushing of objects and murmurs. To describe it, these noises seem reminiscent of beasts shattering bones or devouring their prey, which is why I questioned whether there are any beasts within the city of mountain ghosts. No sooner had Luo Tian uttered these words than a piercing scream erupted from the dark distance, swiftly followed by a harrowing cry. Help me! Someone save me! Kunpeng had long awakened the memories of its past lives, alongside the cultivation and inherited techniques from those epochs, while others might acquire merely the cultivation of a single lifetime. Kunpeng was not bound by such limitations. From the moment it awakened its prior memories, it began its journey far beyond the ordinary. Regrettably, throughout these years, it had yet to step onto the sacred path, nor had its previous incarnation ever transcended that substantial barrier in this universe. Many were aware that the Zhu Long clan boasted 3 great leaders, yet they consistently underestimated the prowess of the demon master Kunpeng. In truth, Kunpeng had also concealed its true strength from the demon emperor Zhu Long, biding its time and waiting for the perfect opportunity to overthrow the emperor and ascend to the throne itself. What I gleaned from my past life was not merely the arcane secrets of inheritance, but also the humiliation and aspirations I harbored as a demon master across 2 lives, filled with ambition. Why must I remain confined to the role of a demon master? Why must I serve those of the demon race without the chance to usurp their position? Why is it that a second-rate figure like Zhu Long from the old era could claim the title of emperor in this age, while I could not? Now that the demon emperor Zhu Long has fallen, I find no rival among the demon race that I shall declare myself emperor. I shall ascend to the highest echelons of the demon hierarchy, harnessing the strength of my 3 lives to become the greatest demon emperor. Accompanied by Kunpeng's roar, a torrent of demonic energy surged through the void, rapidly coursing into Kunpeng's being. Its form expanded, while the colossal monster beneath it diminished in size, the energy emanating from the creature seemingly layering and embedding itself within Kunpeng. If Luo Tian's conjecture was correct, that massive beast was, in fact, the amalgamation of Kunpeng's true forms from its previous 2 lives, and now, in this incarnation, Kunpeng was voraciously consuming it. This act was deemed madness, as it involved channeling the power of 3 lives through a single body. And the cultivation of Kunpeng's former lives was not any less formidable than that of this current existence that Tio illustrate. If the sacred path's Luo Tian were to devour the cultivation from his past life, there would be no issue due to the vast disparity in strength that it would be akin to a whale consuming shrimp without difficulty. However, if 2 individuals of comparable strength attempted to consume one another, it could very well result in mutual destruction, and what was more, Kunpeng now sought to absorb the cultivation of 2 lifetimes with its singular strength. Luo Tian stood suspended in the void, seemingly unperturbed by the actions of Kunpeng, that he gazed at Kunpeng with the calmness of one observing a cornered beast. Though it retained its sharp claws and gleaming fangs, these could hardly protect it, merely delaying its inevitable demise. The colossal creature ultimately dissipated into nothingness, replaced by Kunpeng, whose form was entwined with surging demonic energy. On its face was a smile interwoven with confidence and madness, as it raised its proud head and declared, "I am the true demon emperor, the sole being worthy of the title in this era. You cannot kill me, for it is destined that I shall unify the 9 heavens." Luo Tian had waited long enough, as he regarded the boastful Kunpeng. His eyes transformed into the duality of yin and yang. With a mere gesture, the laws of heaven and earth obeyed his command, unleashing the yin-yang principles above. Inheriting the yin-yang rules from his predecessor, Luo Yin, a colossal diagram materialized in the sky, enveloping Kunpeng in a formidable array. Kunpeng suddenly raised its head and bellowed, "No one can subdue me today, not you, nor anyone else." Thus, from the very moment its shield was shattered, the battle was already lost. The yin-yang diagram descended heavily, and a massive shadow emerged behind Kunpeng, reflecting its own form. The outstretched claws finally clashed with the diagram in the heavens, plunging both into a stalemate. Kunpeng felt as if the very sky sought to bury it, a terrifying pressure beyond anything it had ever conceived. Yet, Luo Tian's words cut through Kunpeng's spirit like the coldest winter wind. With an air of indifference, Luo Tian proclaimed, "You do not represent the demon race, for you lack the qualifications. Even if all the demons of the 9 heavens stood before me today, it would not alter your fate." The power of the yin-yang diagram intensified once more, while the aura of the abyss was unleashed by Luo Tian, the monstrous hound, with its gaping maw like a black hole, lunged towards Kunpeng. And simultaneously, the yin-yang rules began to manipulate the very laws that once served Kunpeng. Kunpeng felt itself growing increasingly weak and powerless. As the balance shifted, the stalemate began to crumble, and a grotesque, yet pained expression emerged on Kunpeng's visage. It felt on the verge of collapse. "Why is this so? I have amassed the power of 3 realms and can command the skies of the 9 heavens, yet I still cannot prevail against you." Its strength waned, while Luo Tian had yet to unleash his full might. The yin-yang diagram ultimately shattered Kunpeng's claws, and with a force akin to the collapse of the heavens, it pressed Kunpeng down, halting its descent within the realm controlled by Luo Tian. Had it struck the ground, the entire town would surely have been obliterated. Below, Li Luo and Duan Muzi were locked in combat, while above, Kunpeng lay suppressed by the yin-yang diagram, akin to an ant crushed beneath a boulder. "I cannot perish here. I am destined to become the demon emperor. How can I die in this place?" Kunpeng cried out to the heavens, "Lord Song, save me. We have a pact yet to fulfill. I implore you, rescue me." As Kunpeng shouted, it beheld Luo Tian gently descending upon the yin-yang diagram, which appeared as delicate as paper. As if Luo Tian were stepping upon Kunpeng's very head, Luo Tian extended his hand and seized Kunpeng by the neck through the yin-yang diagram. Just as he contemplated delivering a fatal blow, a sudden crimson glow erupted on the distant horizon. The intense spiritual light surged towards him like a tidal wave, causing the ground beneath the town to tremble violently, leaving the people in a state of anxious confusion. "He has arrived. You may not be aware of this esteemed individual's significance. He is the foremost envoy under Lord Song, a master highly regarded by all members of the Tiandao family. The disparity in strength between him and the other envoys, who rank far below him, is as vast as the heavens compared to the earth. During the cataclysm of 100 ages, this esteemed figure has vanquished more than one sage," Kunpeng shouted at Luo Tian. As a figure drew increasingly closer, riding the crimson waves of spiritual energy, clad in a black hat and white robes, with a golden sword and bare feet, though the visage remained obscured, it was evident that he was an extraordinary master. Chapter 29. The Black Corpse. Remarkably, someone had entered the city of mountain ghosts before Luo Tian and his companions, and it appeared they had encountered an attack. The chilling screams grew ever nearer, piercing the already dark surroundings. "Is anyone there? Please, someone save me. A monster is trying to kill me. Help." Ingio attempted to rush out to assess the situation, but was firmly restrained by Luo Tian, who, with a grave expression, cautioned, "Do not act rashly. It could be a trap." "What do you mean? Are we to abandon those in peril?" Ingio questioned Luo Tian, frustration evident in his voice. "The traps within the city of mountain ghosts are not solely mechanical. They also encompass illusions and even malevolent sorcery. The cries for help we hear may not be from the living, but could be illusions. If we recklessly rush out to rescue someone, we might fall victim to the illusion and become eternally ensnared within the city of mountain ghosts," spoke the calm water frog deity. This, Ingio nodded silently, as the distant cries for help grew ever closer. Luo Tian, too, felt a surge of anxiety. While the sea of corpses and ghosts was perilous, he had never ventured inside its depths in the 3 years since he had been there, and his cultivation realm barely qualified him to be considered at the periphery. His experience in such unpredictable locales was scant, yet he held steadfast to one principle: everything must be approached with composure. The voices grew louder, and Luo Tian placed his hand on the hilt of his cold iron sword. From the darkness, a figure stumbled forth, and as Luo Tian focused, he discerned a blood-soaked man, one arm missing, crying out in agony for help. "I recognize him. He came with us," Ingio exclaimed in astonishment. This individual was a member of the exploration team dispatched by the Yunshan Kingdom, belonging to a fallen noble family, possessing merely the cultivation level of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Luo Tian did not know his name, but recognized his face. The man seemed to catch sight of Luo Tian concealed in the shadows and cried out, "Save me, young Master Luo, please." Torn between indecision, Luo Tian hesitated, but Ingio could no longer contain himself. He dashed forward, embracing the bloodied man. Though the blacksmith typically appeared indifferent, he was, in fact, a passionate and warm-hearted youth. Once Ingio rushed out, he swiftly enveloped the bloodied man in his arms, prompting Luo Tian to follow closely. Drawing his cold iron sword to shield Ingio, his instincts, honed over 3 years of confronting fearsome beasts in the sea of corpses and ghosts, warned him of the deadly peril lurking in the surrounding darkness. "Are you all right?" Ingio asked anxiously. The man could no longer endure, and with his last ounce of strength uttered, "There are monsters. Man-eating monsters. Do not approach the children." With that, he drew his final breath. "Something is coming," whispered Kuaishua. From the darkness, several figures slowly emerged, appearing diminutive in stature, resembling humans, yet moving in a most peculiar manner. Crawling along the ground while incessantly shaking their heads, as if sniffing the air. The children. Luo Tian recalled the man's dying words, wondering if the children he referred to were indeed these strange creatures before him. Before long, the small black monsters encircled the corpse, and like ravenous beasts, they began to feast upon the remains, the scene grotesquely bloody, causing Luo Tian and his companions to furrow their brows in dismay. "What manner of monsters are these?" Luo Tian inquired softly of Kuaishua. Kuaishua shook his head, clearly unfamiliar with these little fiends, but unexpectedly, Ingio murmured, "These are Haishi." "You know them?" Luo Tian asked, perplexed that I encountered them once in my hometown during my childhood. The villagers had discovered a massive ancient ruin, and many townsfolk went to witness the spectacle. The town even dispatched a 4th-tier chi refining expert with militia to explore it. Unfortunately, they soon came under attack. Several militia were slain. Thankfully, that 4th-tier expert managed to capture one of the attacking monsters, which turned out to be these little black creatures that I later learned that they are called Haishi. Ingio's eyes were wide, his voice trembling slightly. "Are they reanimated corpses?" Luo Tian queried. "No. They are living beings that I have heard of, an ancient dark sorcery that transforms children endowed with exceptional spiritual awareness into terrifying black corpses, sealing them within malevolent formations. When the sorcery is complete, these children become Haishi, possessing the strength of bronze skin and iron bones alongside a gruesome appetite for flesh. Yet, they remain alive. All their blood and flesh are dead, save for their hearts, which still beat. The only way to slay them is to shatter their hearts." After listening, Luo Tian glanced outside again. The black creatures lacked any aura of spiritual energy, yet they appeared formidable. Estimating their combined strength, he surmised they could likely overpower a 4th-tier chi refining adept. "I shall deal with these little monsters." Initially cautious due to ignorance of their origins, Luo Tian, now aware of their capabilities, felt no hesitation in his resolve. They proceeded, stopping intermittently. They advanced for approximately 3 hours until they finally beheld the staircase leading upward. As Kuaishua had described, I ascended no more than 2 levels. Upon reaching the upper floor, I discovered this treasure chest in the left chamber, but I was soon detected by the disciples of the Ghostbone sect. Following a fierce battle, I was the sole survivor. Thus, I am uncertain of the route. Should we venture further up? Luo Tian remained silent, when suddenly, 2 death row inmates shouted from another side, "Come forth. What is it that you seek after trailing us for so long?" As the words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, revealing the enigmatic woman who had voluntarily joined the exploration team to accompany them to the kingdom of Yunshan, since the madman dispatched us. "You have followed us incessantly. What do you desire?" the death row inmate demanded. The woman did not utter a word. Instead, she suddenly accelerated, her form flowing like a stream of clouds, swiftly appearing before the 2 condemned prisoners. Both prisoners, possessing the cultivation of the 3rd layer of chi refinement, reacted with surprise, quickly retreating and preparing to counterattack. However, the mysterious woman unleashed her spiritual energy, instantly sending both prisoners reeling backward as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Subsequently, she brandished a short dagger, and before the 2 prisoners could utter a final word, she slit their throats. Why did she choose to murder the prisoners? Luo Tian found it perplexing. Moreover, in that fleeting moment when the mysterious woman released her spiritual energy, her previously suppressed cultivation was revealed, reaching an astonishing 6th layer of chi refinement that a hidden master, previously perceived as merely a 4th layer of chi refinement, certainly harbored ulterior motives. Luo Tian remained concealed, yet at that moment, the enigmatic woman dragged the bodies of the 2 prisoners to a secluded spot and slowly unveiled her veil. That a breathtaking visage emerged before Luo Tian's eyes. But before he could fully appreciate her beauty, she gradually opened her mouth, revealing a terrifying array of sharp fangs. The mysterious woman bit into the wrist of one corpse, voraciously drawing forth the residual blood within. As she feasted, a crimson glow radiated from her, an eerie spectacle that sent shivers down one's spine. Song, a fervent warrior within the Tian family, was known for his exceptional prowess, standing among the strongest in the clan. His singular demand of the envoys under his command was unwavering strength. The criteria for selecting envoys varied among other members of the Tian family. Some prioritized functional abilities, like Meng, whose envoys were inclined towards supernatural skills that could assist him in specialized fields. In stark contrast, Song's selection process was straightforward and ruthless. The more formidable the individual, the greater their chance of being chosen to serve under him. Those capable of combat could vie for a top rank among Song's subordinates, with higher rankings affording greater resources and privileges at this very moment. A figure surged forth from the horizon, ranked first among Song's envoys, Kuanping, reputed to be capable of vanquishing the strongest of the Holy Path. The crimson tide of spiritual energy on the horizon drew ever closer, and the formidable presence traversing the tide approached with increasing urgency. A brilliant light illuminating the sky above, Luo Tian advanced to meet this adversary. Despite the distance of over 10 miles between them, it felt as though they could perceive each other's faces, that a black veil draped over a hat obscured the figure's features, yet the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from them was unmistakable. The killing intent pierced Luo Tian's skin like sharp needles, even causing a slight sting to his spiritual senses, while the ominous golden sword at the figure's waist exuded a foreboding energy. "You seem disinclined to engage in a cordial conversation," he stated. "To be frank, today I shall slay Kuanping, and you shall not take him away," Luo Tian resolutely proclaimed, yet scarcely had the words left his lips when a sudden clang of metal echoed in his ears. The distance of over 10 miles seemed to evaporate before him in an instant, and then, as if summoned by some dark force, the opponent charged at Luo Tian with a drawn sword. In that moment, time and space appeared to lose their very essence. The gleam of the golden blade reflected in Luo Tian's eyes. Almost simultaneously, the 3-meter realm erupted from within him, producing a resounding clang, followed by an explosion of light as a powerful force emanated forth, repelling the golden sword outward, seemingly granting Luo Tian a temporary reprieve. However, just then, a dark veil materialized before him, and to his horror, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged from beneath it. The dreadful growl reverberated in his ears once more, and the golden sword's brilliance surged abruptly. The blade, which had been pushed back by the 3-meter realm, not only halted its retreat, but began to spin rapidly at its tip. The strange adversary, with a raspy voice, uttered ancient incantations, then released his grip. Luo Tian watched as the golden sword spun like a drill, emitting a plethora of bizarre golden runes from its blade. Each rune that appeared signified an increase in the sword's potency, while the 3-meter realm began to show signs of fatigue and weakness under the relentless assault. Even the formidable spiritual power of the saintly path seemed insufficient to salvage the 3-meter realm. The confrontation between the 2-meter realm and the golden sword lasted barely a dozen seconds, culminating in a shattering burst of golden light. In an instant, the golden sword pierced through the 3-meter realm, its tip lunging towards Luo Tian. With swift reflexes, Luo Tian seized the golden sword in his grasp. Yet the rapid rotation wreaked havoc within his palm. The tighter he gripped it, the more blood flowed from his hand. Despite the enhancements from the indestructible sacred body and the heavenly tribulation of the saintly path, he found himself wounded. Nonetheless, the sword's rotation gradually slowed until it finally came to a standstill at that very moment. The sword's tip had already grazed Luo Tian's brow, leaving a mere prick that resulted in a drop of blood trickling down the bridge of his nose. In this initial clash, Luo Tian found himself at a disadvantage. To be precise, he had been defeated. A surge of fierce competitiveness and defiance erupted within him, with the way of space at his command. He swiftly unraveled the spatial restrictions encircling him, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the strange figure. He entwined the yin-yang rules around his finger and pointed it towards his adversary. The creature emitted a hoarse yet deep growl, abruptly raising its hand to grasp the finger Luo Tian had pointed. Astonishingly, the yin-yang rules remained unyielding within the confines of the opponent's palm, leaving Luo Tian utterly astounded. After the opponent withdrew, Luo Tian let out a low roar, channeling his spiritual energy outward to repel the golden sword and the monstrous figure, then retreated several hundred meters. Upon touching his neck, he found no abnormalities. However, he understood that the opponent could not have acted without purpose. The crimson mark lingering on his neck would undoubtedly have adverse effects on him. As he pondered this, Luo Tian suddenly realized that the yin-yang rules, which had once coiled around his fingers, had vanished without a trace. Strangely, no matter how he attempted to cast spells or invoke incantations, he found himself unable to manifest the yin-yang rules again, as if he had never learned this secret technique at all. Chapter 30. The Blood Gate of the Black Forest. Is this woman a bloodsucker? The three of them were left dumbfounded, and even Luo Tian, who had undergone trials in the sea of corpses and ghosts, was taken aback. Could it be that she was the fabled blood-draining monster? The bloodsucker mentioned by Ingio was a creature of legend from the northern continent. Clearly, they had never encountered such a being before. This woman was an adept of the dark arts, relying on the consumption of blood for her cultivation. Practitioners of such malevolent techniques would drain the blood of those with spiritual prowess, simultaneously siphoning their internal energy to accelerate their own cultivation. However, over time, this practice could lead to an addiction, making it difficult to function without the blood of others. This woman was no ordinary person, despite her youthful appearance, seemingly not yet 20. The crimson glow that flickered during her feeding suggested she had practiced this sinister art for several years. Kaisa shot a glance at the two before explaining. Just as they engaged in hushed discussion, the mysterious woman had drained the life essence from the two deceased prisoners. Perhaps it was due to the oppressive darkness surrounding them. But Luo Tian felt that the corpses appeared to have withered significantly after the blood was extracted. I in the Black Forest of Lingnan, the Bloodgate clan. You have come to pursue me. Haven to you. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows on the second floor. From the tone of the voice, Luo Tian recognized the identity of the individual. It was none other than the leader of these condemned prisoners, a notorious criminal of the 5th level of Qi refinement. Luo Tian was not well versed in the clans and celebrities of the continent, and he was even less familiar with the figures of the martial world that had little connection to the Yunshan kingdom. However, Kaisuo was knowledgeable and appeared quite astounded at this revelation. Who is this Yang Xiaofeng? Luo Tian inquired. You truly are blissfully ignorant, remarked Kaisuo, with a hint of arrogance. Yang Xiaofeng is a well-known assassin on the continent, infamous for his ruthlessness in collecting bounties and taking lives for profit. That woman is likely a member of the Blood Gate from the Black Forest, a notorious stronghold for evil sects. The Blood Gate has some renown. To establish a foothold in the Black Forest signifies that this clan is formidable. This young woman dares to pursue Yang Xiaofeng on behalf of her family, which indicates that her strength is not to be underestimated. Kaisuo relished displaying his knowledge of the martial world, speaking with great authority. But how impressive is that? One with a true cultivation of the 6th level of Qi refinement and another at the 5th level. How did they manage to make a name for themselves? Luo Tian questioned in confusion. I say, my dear brother, not everyone possesses your extraordinary combat prowess at such a young age. Among the 10 greatest warriors of the Yunshan kingdom, few could match your abilities, even those ranked lower than you. Achieving the 6th level of Qi refinement should allow one to navigate the martial world with ease, establishing a reputation as a 2nd or 3rd-tier figure. Yang Xiaofeng's true cultivation must exceed the 5th level. I suspect he is concealing his true capabilities as anticipated. No sooner had Kai Shui finished speaking than Yang Xiaofeng erupted into a maniacal laugh, tearing off the prison garb that clung to him, and exclaimed, You think a mere girl like you can kill me? Do you believe that being at the 6th level of Qi refinement allows you to dominate me? I have deliberately concealed my true power. Otherwise, how could I rid myself of insufferable pests like you? With that, he unleashed his spiritual energy, and his bare upper body gradually revealed strange, luminous tattoos, resembling a coiling azure dragon resting upon his shoulders. Simultaneously, Yang Xiaofeng's cultivation surged from the 5th to the 6th level of Qi refinement, and without losing momentum, it continued to ascend until it broke through the threshold of the 7th level. The mysterious woman furrowed her brow, clearly taken aback by the revelation that Yang Xiaofeng's cultivation surpassed her own by an entire level. Taha. The women of the blood sect are astonishingly beautiful in their youth. Half a year ago, I regrettably eliminated one of them. How I wish I could have enjoyed her company first. Yet here you are, presenting yourself to me. After half a year in prison, it seems I can relieve my frustrations on you, he said with a lewd grin. Oh dear, a level short in cultivation. It seems this woman is doomed, Ingio remarked, shaking his head. Not necessarily. The The blood sect's dark arts possess unique advantages. Let us observe for a moment. He added. Across from them, Yang Xiaofeng bellowed, and the tattoos shimmering upon his shoulders flickered, transforming into shadowy dragon claws that enveloped his hands. With a powerful thrust of his palms, he unleashed a torrent of violent energy. The two blasts of energy sliced through the ground and the wall beside the woman with the ease of sharp blades, the destructive force far exceeding anyone's expectations. Could these hands possibly rival a treasured artifact? Someone mused that I would say they may very well compare to a low-tier battle blade. Jiao, a master craftsman, asserted with authority, this technique resembles my wild soul incantation. However, it is certainly inferior in rank. He added, that's precisely the point. Did you notice the glowing tattoos on Yang Xiaofeng's shoulders? That is where his power lies. It is said that in his youth, he fortuitously acquired a vial of Azure Dragon's blood, and his elders used it to tattoo him, hoping for the dragon's protection. Unexpectedly, Yang Xiaofeng was blessed by this, gaining the Azure Dragon's spirit as his guardian. As he roamed the world, he specifically cultivated low-tier spells that allowed him to manipulate the essence of wild beasts, which is why his strikes resemble your wild soul incantation. Kai Shui Hua elucidated. Boom, boom. Yang Xiaofeng launched a relentless assault, his speed astonishing. With each strike, luminous dragon claws manifested, wielding tremendous power, coupled with the suppression of his cultivation. The mysterious woman from the blood sect quickly found herself at a disadvantage. If the blood sect's woman does not unleash some extraordinary move, this battle will conclude within 10 exchanges, Luo Tian stated. It was evident that the woman shared this sentiment. She leaped back, creating distance between herself and Yang Xiaofeng, and retrieved 3 porcelain vials from her waist. After unscrewing the caps, she tilted them towards her mouth. And in the next moment, blood flowed from the vials into her mouth. She is drinking blood again. Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. Once she had consumed the blood, the woman from the blood sect let out a moan. Clutching her chest and bending over, from Luo Tian and the others' perspective, they could even glimpse a tantalizing sight before them. Yet the crimson light that floated around did not dissipate. In that very moment, when Yang Xiaofeng let out a boisterous laugh, the woman from the bloodgate suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. Raising her right hand, her obsidian nails, sharp as daggers, plunged into Yang Xiaofeng's shoulder. He cried out in pain, instinctively releasing his grip on her neck. Ha! The woman, gazing at the blood on her nails, revealed a chilling smile. Having slain my kin, I shall drain your blood and slice your heart into pieces to consume it. No sooner had she spoken than her figure abruptly appeared behind Yang Xiaofeng, and her right hand pierced through his body, causing blood to spurt forth. Yang Xiaofeng screamed, turning to strike with his arm, yet she vanished once more, reappearing at a distance. Your cultivation is not at the 6th level of qi refinement. No, it must be the 3 vials of blood you ingested that temporarily elevated your prowess. Who exactly are you? You must be a significant figure from the bloodgate. Clutching his chest, Yang Xiaofeng spoke. Yet blood continued to flow profusely. The suspense of this battle took a sudden turn. The previously dominant Yang Xiaofeng found himself on the brink of death. With his feet firmly planted, he sought to control the space around him. Under Luo Tian's command, the aura of the abyss ravenously devoured the radiance of the golden sword, rendering it increasingly dim, transforming from a resplendent blade into one resembling rust, despite the creature's repeated summons. The golden sword could not escape Luo Tian's grasp. As rust began to appear in abundance on the sword, the creature's face turned ashen, unleashing a cacophonous growl, flipping its black palm. A crimson mark within it suddenly burst forth with sanguine light. Luo Tian felt a sharp pain from the blood-red mark on his neck. Upon inspection, he discovered blood beginning to seep from it, with visible signs of decay in his flesh. Luo Tian, a true embodiment of the sacred path, bolstered by the indomitable sacred body, found himself bleeding uncontrollably, as though cursed with mortal flesh. The bizarre occurrence left him incredulous. However, even more astonishing was the fact that this blood-red mark began to spread across his body, proliferating from his neck to the surrounding skin. Soon, his entire neck bore this sanguine mark, and the areas marked began to rot. Could it be that this was akin to a curse or a poisoning tactic? Realizing the blood-colored curse was targeting his spiritual awareness, Luo Tian immediately commanded the deep-seated aura within him to counterattack the curse, but to little avail. This blood-red curse traversed the surface of his skin in a peculiar manner, not penetrating his meridians at all. The abyssal aura's attempt to consume the curse was akin to assaulting Luo Tian's skin. causing even the wild hound to tread cautiously. Meanwhile, the creature had no intention of granting Luo Tian any respite. The other hand, which had previously grasped Luo Tian's finger, was raised, this peculiar being possessed hands of striking contrast. The hand manipulating the blood-red curse was black, while the one now raised appeared as fair and pristine as that of a poet, devoid of any calluses or roughness. Yet it was this seemingly delicate hand that effortlessly absorbed Luo Tian's attack, remaining entirely unscathed at this moment, while Luo Tian was preoccupied with combating the sanguine curse within his body. A seemingly innocuous hand gradually extended toward him, precisely pressing against the location of his heart. Luo Tian reacted with remarkable speed, redirecting the abyssal aura to confront the bizarre figure. Simultaneously, both demonic energy and divine power surged forth. The ancient god's shadow, transformed from Xing Tian, delivered a formidable punch that struck the adversary. Yet, the strange being showed no inclination to retreat or evade the assault, standing resolutely as the blow landed squarely upon it. Utterly unmoved, the ancient godly power, unleashed at the saintly level, rendered the punch nearly equivalent to a mid to high-tier purple spell. Following the impact, the ground surrounding the creature was riddled with countless fissures, but it remained undisturbed, abandoning his attempt to thwart the sanguine curse. All energy within Luo Tian, led by the abyssal aura, surged toward the strange entity. The demonic energy coalesced around Luo Tian's palm, striking like a blade against the arm that had intrusively pierced his body. However, even with the infusion of demonic energy, this strike failed to inflict any harm upon the creature. Luo Tian felt as though his hand had collided with an immovable, unyielding surface, reminiscent of his childhood belief that he could shatter steel, only to find his own hand in pain. The being uttered a phrase in an ancient tongue, incomprehensible to Luo Tian, yet its tone dripped with disdain. Mocking his apparent frailty. In the next heartbeat, it crushed his heart, blood gushing forth. In that instant, Luo Tian distinctly sensed a profound shock to his very soul, a chilling sensation coursing through him from head to toe. Nevertheless, disregarding the cold, the abyssal aura clamped onto the creature's arm. Although the demonic energy proved ineffective, the abyssal aura exhibited some utility, as it gnawed at the creature's fair skin, drawing forth crimson wounds. Given sufficient time, it would not be difficult to sever the being's arm. Yet, the creature merely glanced at its injured limb, showing no intent to withdraw. It appeared unconcerned about the arm, or perhaps possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability to restore it. However, the gaping wound in Luo Tian's chest posed an escalating threat to his very existence. There remained one final recourse, to unleash the power of the celestial conqueror. Luo Tian had never anticipated that, upon achieving sanctity, he would be driven to such desperation. At this moment, he felt not only fury but also profound contemplation. He realized he was still too weak. Having ruled over the 9 heavens, he was no more than a frog in a well, a king of a rat's nest, and he found himself insignificant in the wider world. This was merely a messenger under the command of a true powerhouse. He had naively believed that having slain other weaker messengers granted him the strength to challenge members of the celestial Dao family. In hindsight, this notion seemed utterly laughable, seeing Luo Tian injured. Kuanping exclaimed with delight, "Elder, quickly eliminate this wretch to prevent future troubles." The creature nodded in response, raising its severed arm, waving it before him, and then blowing gently upon the stump. Miraculously, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into the severed limb. And astonishingly, pure spiritual essence reconstructed a new arm for the bizarre being. Chapter 31. Blood Oath. As the voice echoed, the blood sakura began its ghostly movements once more. Yang Xiaofeng was utterly panicked, wildly attacking any location where the blood sakura manifested. Unfortunately, every apparition he perceived was merely an afterimage of red light coalescing. Stop hiding and reveal your true form. Yang Xiaofeng's state grew increasingly frenzied, and with the relentless flow of blood, his complexion turned ghastly pale. Amidst his frantic howls, the glowing tattoos on his shoulders detached from his body, gradually forming a radiant azure dragon. Simultaneously, Yang Xiaofeng collapsed weakly to the ground. This is bad. The azure dragon, composed of gathered spiritual energy, was highly unstable and could explode at any moment. The explosive power of all the spiritual energy from the 7th layer of Qi refinement would undoubtedly be formidable. At that moment, Luo Tian grasped Yang Xiaofeng's intentions. The azure dragon soared into the sky, its brilliance intensifying while its energy grew increasingly volatile. The blood Sakura sensed the impending danger and, in a surprising twist, drifted toward Luo Tian and his companions, evidently seeking to evade the explosion by finding cover. You lot. The blood Sakura detected the concealed presence of Luo Tian and the others, momentarily taken aback. Enough with the chatter. We must flee before it detonates. Without engaging in further discussion, Luo Tian led the group downward. However, the azure dragon in the sky had reached its limit. Yang Xiaofeng, with a weak and derisive smile, declared, "No one is leaving. If I'm to perish, it won't be so easy." In a blinding flash, all the spiritual energy from the seventh layer of Qi refinement erupted instantaneously. The silent explosion unleashed a violent tremor, causing the very ground of the mountain ghost city to shudder. Everything within the blast radius was reduced to rubble, and the intense light illuminated an expansive area. In that fleeting moment of the explosion, Luo Tian unleashed all his spiritual energy, yet he could only withstand the force for a brief instant before being flung away by the shockwave. The fate of the ethereal blood Sakura was even more tragic. The explosive force compelled her true form to surface, inflicting grave injuries upon her. Had she not escaped the core of the explosion, it would have surely claimed her life. Should we rescue her? Luo Tian crouched down, gazing at the blood Sakura, who could only moan in agony, unable to utter anything else. I see no necessity. Those who walk the path of darkness are hardly virtuous. One less is one less. Consider it a purification of the continent's illusions, remarked the water frog, expressing its dissent. A merchant. It had evidently suffered at the hands of the dark arts. I believe we should save her. After all, she is a girl. We cannot simply stand by and watch her perish, In Jiu insisted, advocating for the blood Sakura's rescue. Luo Tian scratched his head, pondering, but how can we save her? I have no healing abilities. Do any of you? The other two shook their heads. Injio certainly lacked such skills, and only the water frog knew whether it possessed any life-saving elixirs it was unwilling to part with. With great effort, the blood Sakura tilted her head, her amber-like eyes locking onto Luo Tian. Summoning her remaining strength, she uttered her only complete sentence, "Blood, give me blood." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tian rolled up his sleeve and extended his right hand toward her, bringing it to her lips. The blood Sakura opened her mouth and sank her teeth fiercely into Luo Tian's wrist. Despite Luo Tian's physique being stronger than that of an average person, the bite from Shueing effortlessly tore through his skin. Luo Tian could distinctly feel the sharp fangs piercing into his veins, causing his blood to surge forth uncontrollably. Why do I feel as though you haven't saved her, but rather that you two have consummated your union? Kai Shueihua remarked with a mischievous grin. Oh, come now, stop talking nonsense, Luo Tian retorted, waving his hand dismissively before settling into a meditative posture to recuperate. After some time, Luo Tian finally opened his eyes. The vital energy that had been siphoned from him began to gradually restore. Simultaneously, the previously grievously injured Shueing also sat up, her wounds seemingly healed by about 70 to 80%. However, the expression on her face was peculiar, her eyes darting toward Luo Tian, her complexion flushed with an inexplicable hue. Are you feeling better? Luo Tian inquired. Shueing nodded, then took a deep breath, as if summoning great resolve, and declared to Luo Tian, I will take responsibility for you, and I will give you a name. This declaration left the three individuals astounded, prompting Luo Tian to ask in confusion, what do you mean? I am the second miss of the Bloodgate. It has been a tradition since time immemorial that the daughters of the Bloodgate are only allowed to consume the blood of the deceased. Unless they have a beloved, if the first living blood they consume is male, they must marry him. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet and exclaimed, You want me to marry you? Not you marrying me, but rather me marrying you. In our Bloodgate, we value men over women, so marrying me means you are taking me into your family. Shueing replied, shaking her head. That won't do. I saved you. How can you lay this burden on me? I have no interest in your Bloodgate, nor do I wish to marry you. Luo Tian hastily gestured. This matter is a rule of the Bloodgate. If you dare to violate our customs, you will face the wrath of the Bloodgate. So think carefully. Do not let this cost you your life. Shueing warned, her words laced with threat. You dare to pursue me? I am not afraid of you. If you have the capability, come forth and let us see who meets their demise first. Luo Tian, who detested threats, found his words akin to pouring oil on flames, nearly provoking a quarrel between them. Just then, strange noises emanated from the darkness ahead. Kaishui Wa quickly interjected, "This is not right. Something is approaching, and in great numbers we must find a place to hide. Are you comparing me to a courtesan?" Shuang shot Luo Tian a glare. "Enough of this bickering. They are coming," Injiu admonished them. At that moment, 5 or 6 of the black corpses they had encountered earlier leapt forth from the shadows, appearing more robust than before. Each possessed strength at least at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. They stood as sentinels, scanning their surroundings, prompting Luo Tian and the others to lower their heads. Just then, a figure emerged from the darkness, not a black corpse, but a seemingly normal human clad in a black robe. His long hair obscuring half of his face, in his hand. He held a horn that it appeared that he was the one controlling the black corpses, and his cultivation was impressive, likely at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Luo Tian mused that he seemed to be waiting for someone, and after a brief interval, footsteps were heard from the other side, followed by the appearance of a man and woman before Luo Tian's eyes. The 2 individuals leading the expedition are none other than Yu Fengzi and Cheng Feng. "You have kept me waiting," the man holding the horn remarked with displeasure at this moment. Yu Fengzi and Cheng Feng bore solemn expressions. Devoid of any semblance of anger, they hastily clasped their hands in salute, uttering, "We pay our respects to the ghost young master. The terrain is indeed intricate, and we have wandered for quite some time before arriving here. We humbly seek your forgiveness." That it appeared that these 2 were genuinely intimidated by the imposing figure of the ghost young master before them, in the customs of the Bansha clan. When a warrior acknowledges the strength of an adversary and resolves to grant them an honorable death, they disclose their name to the opponent. This tradition signifies that the Bansha clan is poised to take the life of Luo Tian. A delicate hand slowly lifted as Bansha gazed upon Luo Tian, having resolved to bestow upon him the gift of death. For the Bansha clan, death is viewed as a mark of honor, especially when bestowed by a formidable warrior, rendering it a glory beyond measure. At the moment Bansha raised his hand, an intense pain surged through Luo Tian's neck, initially fiery hot before swiftly transforming into a chilling cold. Blood trickled down his neck, saturating the back of his long robe. Luo Tian lifted his gaze, fixating on the tips of Bansha's fingers, where a dark flame began to coalesce. Bansha bared his teeth, resembling a beast with sharp fangs, unlike the normal, even teeth of humans. The warriors of this clan file their teeth into pointed shapes, adhering to the belief that a warrior must transform entirely into a weapon, from head to toe, including teeth, nails, and even hair. The dark flame seemed to be his creation, yet it was drawing upon the spiritual energy from the entirety of the 9 heavens. Despite being a powerful figure of the holy path, Luo Tian found himself unable to manipulate the surrounding laws. Akin to an emperor stripped of his authority, with all his generals betraying him, the dark flame remained unchanged, merely swirling around Bansha's fingertip. However, to Luo Tian's eyes, the energy brewing within that flame was rapidly intensifying. Though its exterior showed no alteration, a terrifying transformation was occurring within. If one were to liken the purple-level spell to a deviation from fundamental rules, showcasing the utmost expression of power, then the Earth Lord level spell represents the pinnacle of change achievable when rules are correctly employed. Often accompanied by profound transformations, the potency of an Earth Lord level spell can often be discerned by its outward manifestations, allowing for the possibility of evasion and preparation should one witness the eerie metamorphosis of such a spell. What instills the most dread is the palpable surge of energy within that dark flame, an escalation that one cannot avert. Were Luo Tian oblivious to it, he might remain unaware until the moment of his demise. However, the current sight before him is akin to a condemned criminal standing at the gallows, bracing for the unsettling taste of death. Naturally, Luo Tian is not one to passively await his fate. He is a formidable figure of the sacred path, one who has embarked upon the journey of Tao and Buddhism. While the Earth Lord level spells may merely inflict wounds upon him, they cannot extinguish his life. Yet, the Heavenly Lord level spells exceed his capacity to withstand at this juncture. Luo Tian is confronted with 2 choices. The first is to invoke the soul mark, transcending this tribulation under absolute invincibility. Yet, he harbors doubts regarding the soul mark's ability to guarantee his survival. The true nature of Heavenly Lord level spells eludes him. Perhaps they could shatter his state of invulnerability. On the other hand, should Luo Tian activate the soul mark for self-preservation, what then becomes of those behind him? This town could be obliterated in the blink of an eye by a Heavenly Lord level spell, jeopardizing his friends, family, and the innocent denizens of the town. even every blade of grass and flower. The weight on Luo Tian's shoulders transcends his own life. It encompasses the safety of the entire town. Ban Sha begins to roar towards the heavens, utilizing a language that Luo Tian has never heard and cannot comprehend, as if calling out for something. Accompanying his voice, Luo Tian perceives countless lines of rules being forcibly drawn down from the sky by some unseen power, attaching themselves to that dark flame, causing it to flicker and swell slightly. A multitude of questions arise in Luo Tian's mind. Why is such a powerful figure as Ban Sha able to conceal himself within the 9 heavens? Why did his predecessors, such as Dunmu San, fail to unearth and eliminate him? What compels Ban Sha to protect Kun Peng? Yet, now is not the time for Luo Tian to ponder these matters. He must focus all his attention. The power of the Sky Capturer is brewing in the palm of his hand, and amidst his growing anxiety, he suddenly recalls the memories imparted to him by Yin Ming. Remembering his previous contemplation of utilizing the Sky Capturer's power to infuse the Dao Si core fragment in an attempt to exchange for creation, perhaps this moment is indeed what Luo Tian once deemed an unavoidable necessity. Chapter 32. The task of the madman Yu Fengzi and Cheng Feng are both affiliated with the Forbidden Army. In other words, they are aligned with the Third Prince. Previous expeditions to the Mountain Ghost City were merely day trips. Yet this time it is markedly serious. The nobleman slain by the Black Corpse serves as proof that others, besides the death row inmates, have entered the Mountain Ghost City, which is decidedly abnormal. Luo Tian had already harbored suspicions, and now, witnessing their clandestine meeting with the mysterious figure known as Ghost Young Master, his intrigue deepens. Have you brought the items? Ghost Young Master's tone is decidedly haughty. Take a look. Cheng Feng produces a package she has carried with her throughout their journey, one she had never opened in front of others. To Luo Tian's astonishment, it conceals an item of great significance. It is a key, an ancient bronze hue, with a most peculiar design, resembling a swimming fish. This is the key to the top 10 vaults of the Yunshan Kingdom, Luo Tian exclaims in astonishment. Although the Kingdom of Yunshan may not be a formidable power on the continent, it has nevertheless established a foundation over 3 centuries in recent years, despite the continuous occurrence of minor skirmishes. No major conflicts have erupted, allowing the kingdom to amass considerable wealth. Consequently, Yunshan has constructed 10 grand vaults, heavily guarded, 3 of which are located near the royal city, while the remaining 7 are situated in clandestine areas within the kingdom's borders. The keys to these vaults are 10 in total, each resembling the others, and they are entrusted to various princes and high-ranking officials. Luo Kun, being favored by the sovereign, has had the honor of receiving one of these keys. Thus, Luo Tian recognized the key at a glance, having seen it during his childhood. The wealth contained within any of the kingdom's vaults is beyond imagination, and it is inconceivable that these 2 individuals could possess a key. Therefore, it must have been bestowed upon them by the Third Prince. Yet, why would it be handed over to this enigmatic young master? After inspecting the key, the young master nodded and remarked, though it is a replica, it should suffice. Since you have brought forth your sincerity, our transaction is hereby established. The term transaction left Luo Tian further perplexed. Whom do you require me to eliminate? The young master inquired at that moment. Yu Fengzi produced a scroll, which the young master unfurled, nodding as he observed it. Haha, I did not expect your master to possess such a ruthless heart. However, since I have declared the transaction established, I shall see it through. Within 10 days, the individual depicted in this image will no longer exist. Upon reaching this point, Luo Tian finally comprehended the situation. This was indeed a contract for assassination. The Third Prince was willing to pay such a high price for a life with a mere replica of a vault key. Who could possibly warrant such a significant sacrifice? And what was the identity of the target that justified such a cost? This key can only be used once. Once the vault is opened, it will automatically dissolve. Yu Fengzi stated, I am aware, the young master replied, preparing to depart. However, Yu Fengzi stepped aside to block his path, which displeased the young master, causing the surrounding black corpses to emit terrifying growls. We harbor no ill intentions, but without proof, we have given you the key. You must provide us with a written agreement, lest you renege, and we suffer a great loss, Yu Fengzi said, lowering his head. I, the young master, never go back on my word, and I despise being doubted by others. Just as he spoke, a black corpse beside him bared its fangs at Yu Fengzi. Although Yu Fengzi was not weak in cultivation, he was startled into immobility at that moment. Cheng Feng hurriedly intervened, saying, This is our initial collaboration, So let us proceed with caution to facilitate future partnerships. Please do not make things difficult for those of us below. After speaking, Chung Feng produced a prepared contract. The young master snorted disdainfully, then pricked his fingertip with a nail, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the contract. Is that sufficient? Now, step aside, he commanded, while Yu Fengzi quickly retreated, watching as the young master departed. Once the young master was out of sight, the two men seemed to breathe a sigh of relief that I in the shadows. Luo Tian remained exceedingly curious, or perhaps concerned, about the identity of the individual the third prince sought to have assassinated. Before the third prince stands two formidable adversaries. The first is Luo Tian, the general wielding military power. Should he and the third prince find themselves in absolute opposition, the meager forces of the imperial guards would be no match for Luo Tian's grand army. The second is Ji Yuan. Although the outside world holds little faith in the sixth prince's prospects for succession, among the multitude of princes, there are few who can contest the third prince for the throne. Ji Yuan, being the weakest of them all, is also the only prince without a first-rate expert to safeguard him. Regardless of which candidate it may be, both are indispensable to Luo Tian. Thus, with a heart full of concern, he must ascertain whom the third prince truly wishes to eliminate. The ghost young master possesses formidable strength. Engaging him directly, especially within the confines of Mountain Ghost City, would likely prove disadvantageous for Luo Tian. However, he is not the only one aware of the identity depicted in the portrait. After a brief respite, Yu Fengzi and Chung Feng were about to depart when they suddenly noticed someone approaching. Instantly on guard, they relaxed only upon recognizing Luo Tian. "Oh, it's you. I thought the tiger-toothed beasts had devoured you. You truly are fortunate," Yu Fengzi remarked coldly. "How did you evade the pursuit of the tiger-toothed beasts?" Chung Feng inquired with curiosity. Luo Tian stepped forward, his expression indifferent as he replied, "I dispatched those two tiger-toothed beasts." "Just you? Why Yu Fengzi erupted into laughter, evidently unconvinced. Luo Tian paid no heed to his disbelief and quietly stated, "You two were dispatched by the third prince, were you not? It cannot merely be for the purpose of leading a team. What is your true intention here in Mountain Ghost City?" Chung Feng shot a glance at Luo Tian and shook her head, saying, "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. It will serve you no good. Shortly, you will proceed in this direction. There will be steps leading downwards. Once you exit Mountain Ghost City, head east to find the garrison of our Yinshan kingdom." However, Luo Tian's countenance remained unyielding as he pressed further. "You are here on behalf of the third prince to hire an assassin, are you not? Tell me, whom does the third prince wish for that ghost young master to kill?" Upon hearing this, Yu Fengzi immediately grew alert and barked, "Did you see everything? Tell me, who does the third prince wish to eliminate?" Luo Tian persisted in his questioning. That why Yu Fengzi and Chung Feng exchanged glances before parting ways. Chung Feng circled around to Luo Tian's rear, while Yu Fengzi gripped his longsword firmly. "Do not ask questions that do not concern you," Yu Fengzi threatened tensely. Luo Tian cast a glance at Chung Feng, and then focused on Yu Fengzi, coldly stating, "It seems that without resorting to violence, you will not divulge anything." No sooner had he spoken than Chung Feng launched her assault from behind. Wielding two short daggers, with a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, her prowess was indeed formidable, and her strikes were swift, akin to two venomous serpents aiming for Luo Tian's throat. Simultaneously, Yu Fengzi drew his longsword, its blade flashing with lethal intent, cutting through the air with a deadly glimmer. Both were elite members of the Imperial Guards, although they had not mastered particularly advanced spells. Their years of training and combat experience rendered them exceptionally powerful. Though you are the son of General Luo, your insatiable curiosity is your downfall. With a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, I need but a single strike to claim your life," Yu Fengzi declared with resolute intent to end Luo Tian's existence. Yet Luo Tian remained unfazed, swiftly brandishing his cold iron battle knife, the chilling aura emanating from it repelling Chung Feng's surprise attack, while simultaneously seizing Yu Fengzi's thrusting longsword. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian had neutralized the lethal moves of the two adversaries. Both Yu Fengzi and Chung Feng's expressions shifted dramatically. Following Luo Tian's fierce battle against the genius Xiang Qi of the Yu Kingdom at the Heavenly Sacrifice Ceremony, numerous tales regarding Luo Tian's prowess had circulated among the populace, asserting that he had attained formidable skills. However, Yu Fengzi and his companions regarded such claims as mere jest. The level of cultivation determined the strength of one's abilities, and from any perspective, Luo Tian appeared to possess only the cultivation of the third layer of qi refinement. How could he possibly pose a threat? Yet, after this encounter, they realized just how ludicrous their previous assumptions had been. Luo Tian, who had successfully defended against their attacks, coldly proclaimed, "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Reveal to me the identity of the target that the third prince intends to eliminate, and I may yet spare you." Military orders are as immovable as mountains. "Kill!" Cheng Feng shrieked, swiftly evading the cold iron warblade and darting to Luo Tian's side. The spiritual energy of the fifth layer of qi refinement swirled beneath her feet, manifesting as two whirlwinds that significantly accelerated her speed. A pair of daggers lunged toward Luo Tian once more, this time aimed directly at his eyes. The onlookers concealed in the shadows watched the unfolding battle with bated breath. Shui Ying, her brow furrowed in concern, exclaimed, "How can you allow him to face them alone? A mere third-layer qi refiner cannot possibly contend with two fifth-layer experts. I must go assist him." However, Shui Ying, still recovering from her injuries, was overcome by her emotions and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ingio hastily reassured her, "There is no need for concern. Luo Tian's cultivation is peculiar. Just observe." At that moment, Cheng Feng had already reached Luo Tian, believing she had the upper hand. Yet, upon meeting his gaze, a shiver coursed through her, causing her to recoil several steps, her body covered in a sheen of cold sweat. "What are you doing?" Yu Fengzi bellowed, he is undoubtedly more than just a third-layer qi refiner. "Luo Tian, have you been concealing your true strength?" Cheng Feng demanded, her voice tinged with incredulity. Chapter 33. The assassination target. Considering you are all soldiers, I will grant you one final chance. Tell me the identity of the person the third prince seeks to eliminate, Luo Tian declared, his aura rising, a mere youth of 17 or 18 seemingly towering above the multitude. "We cannot divulge that information. If we do, we will," Cheng Feng began, but was abruptly silenced by Yu Fengzi. "Have you lost your mind? If we reveal it, we are all finished. We must find a way to eliminate him." As Yu Fengzi spoke, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his longsword, which seemed engulfed in flames, scorching Luo Tian's palm. Refusing a toast, and instead accepting punishment, Luo Tian stomped his foot fiercely, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that erupted from his body, instantly sending both adversaries flying. Yu Fengzi crashed heavily against the wall and, upon hitting the ground, clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. "If you wish to kill me, then do so. Do not expect me to divulge a single word." Yu Fengzi lay prostrate on the ground, yet his lips remained sealed. Ignoring him, Luo Tian approached Cheng Feng, who was faring even worse, nearly at death's door. "The second matter concerns the assassination, correct?" Luo Tian inquired. Cheng Feng nodded and said, "That ghostly young master is an assassin from the continent, affiliated with the same organization as Yang Xiaofeng. Naturally, his skills far surpass those of Yang Xiaofeng. The Yuan family has been in clandestine contact with him for a long time, and ultimately, to maintain secrecy, they arranged this meeting, offering a replica of the key to the treasury held by the third prince in exchange for his services. However, the identity of his target must not be revealed." Cheng Feng, "It must not." Yu Fengzi exclaimed excitedly. Cheng Feng gritted his teeth and declared, "The third prince intends to kill His Highness the sixth prince." Luo Tian, however, was not particularly surprised, as he had anticipated the truth. What astonished him was the third prince's ruthlessness. Ji Yuan posed no threat to him whatsoever, yet he resorted to hiring an assassin to eliminate the sixth prince. Why would he wish to kill the sixth prince when Ji Yuan posed no danger to the third prince? "When will the attack take place?" Luo Tian inquired. The ghostly young master stated that he would act within 10 days. "That is all I know. You won't go back on your word, will you?" Cheng Feng spoke with fervor. Luo Tian nodded, affirming, "A man of honor keeps his promise. After you leave Shangwiching, proceed to Kangar City and seek refuge with my father to join the Luo family army. Once I rescue your loved ones, they will be sent out of Wangqing." After watching the two depart, Luo Tian lowered his head in contemplation. Then, the group, led by Kai Shua, emerged from the shadows, commenting, "I sense the situation here is intricate. Who knows what dangers lie ahead if we continue upward? It would be prudent for us to retreat. Indeed, there is no need to linger any longer. The tiger's corpse we acquired previously is already sufficient for our return. Let us go, Luo Tian," Ingio urged. However, Luo Tian hesitated to voice his opinion. After a considerable pause, he finally stated, I must confront the assassin known as the ghostly young master. What? The others were immediately taken aback. Have you lost your mind? Even if you possess some skill, that assassin is considerably more powerful than you. Besides, he has claimed countless lives, rivaling the likes of Xiangqi from Yugua. What are you thinking? Ji Yuan was the least favored prince in the entire royal family of Yun Mountain Kingdom, being a son of a concubine that he recalled his childhood when the other princes resided in comfortable palaces while he often endured bullying. On one occasion, the third prince deliberately slapped him, and when the emperor noticed the mark on Ji Yuan's face and inquired how he had been struck, Ji Yuan smiled and replied that he had slapped himself for failing to recite his studies. A girl holding an umbrella possessed a face reminiscent of a loli. She was not extraordinarily beautiful, but her purity was striking, akin to the pristine snow blanketing the ground in winter. Yet, she was holding a black umbrella, pure black, which created a stark contrast against her clean visage. At this moment, she knelt beside Luo Tian, while the black umbrella floated in the sky, shielding him from the falling fragments of shattered rules. To be precise, at this moment, Luo Tian was no longer Luo Tian. He had become the terrifying presence that lay dormant in the deepest recesses of Luo Tian's consciousness, an entity whose name was unknown. Simply referred to as the Skytaker, he cast a disdainful glance at Ban Sha, a look that seemed less like observing an ant and more akin to regarding mere dust, the most insignificant of all things in existence, beings of lesser worth than life itself. Ban Sha trembled uncontrollably, a manifestation of the profound fear that surged from the depths of his heart, an extreme terror, for the figure before him, though resembling Luo Tian, was no longer the Luo Tian he once knew. Ban Sha called out to Luo Tian, his words still not in the universal tongue of this universe. Yet this time, the celestial Caesar could comprehend his utterance, with a slight furrow of his brow. He remarked, the language of the Sa God clan. If I recall correctly, it is a lowly race that existed during the reign of a being named Song Akiti. This moment, the young girl beside him smiled gently and said, Indeed, his name is Ban Sha, the foremost warrior of the Sa God clan, and currently the chief envoy under Kong. Such a despicable race, something even lower than ants, nearly succeeded in slaying this useless Luo Tian. Truly, mortals are but the more worthless creations of this feeble celestial order. The celestial Caesar appeared to have some ulterior motives intertwined within. Ban Sha once again shouted at the celestial Caesar, his tone charged with agitation, infused with a threatening undertone. Yin chuckled and remarked, My lord, it seems he does not recognize you and continues to threaten you, insisting that you refrain from meddling, as he is determined to see Luo Tian perish. Threatening me? Merely a speck of dust, the celestial Caesar replied dismissively. He cast a glance at Ban Sha, who suddenly felt that glance heralded his imminent demise. In a desperate bid, he unleashed the blood-red curse and the dark flames captured by the celestial Caesar, attempting to assault him. Ban Sha believed that despite the presence of a second formidable soul inhabiting Luo Tian's body, this physical form was gravely injured, and he held an absolute advantage. Although he sensed the terrifying prowess of his opponent, he could not fathom defeat under such circumstances. Yet, the events that unfolded next exceeded Ban Sha's expectations. The celestial Caesar felt a sharp pain from the blood-red curse on his back and lightly patted his neck, commenting, just a bite from an insect. How troublesome. In the next moment, the blood-red curse swiftly receded like a receding tide, coiling down to a small patch on Luo Tian's neck. The celestial Caesar then delicately peeled away that piece of skin, concentrating all the blood-red curse to an area no larger than a fingernail. Afterward, the celestial Caesar glanced at the dark flames in his palm and abruptly swallowed them whole. That a spell of the celestial Lord caliber, potent enough to annihilate Luo Tian, who had just ascended to sainthood, was now consumed by the celestial Caesar. Subsequently, all the energy from the dark flames erupted within Luo Tian's body, which should have obliterated him into nothingness. However, mere seconds later, Ban Sha found himself witnessing a scene he had not anticipated. Rather than destruction, he beheld the energy from the dark flames flooding into Luo Tian's meridians, miraculously rejuvenating his pierced heart. Vessels and bloodlines began to sprout from the wound, gradually coalescing into a new heart. My lord, allow me to serve once more. I believe Ban Sha still holds some value. At least he can assist Luo Tian in minor ways. It is said that soon, Duan Mu's son will lead Luo Tian to the celestial secret realm, where it is inevitable that experts from the celestial families will come to attack. Perhaps Ban Sha could ensure Luo Tian's temporary safety. the young girl said with a smile. Indeed, the useless require protection. The celestial being cast a fleeting glance at Bansha before commencing a dialogue in the ancient tongue of the Sagat clan, imploring Bansha to submit to him. Bansha, filled with fury, felt deeply insulted. As the esteemed first warrior of the Sagat clan, having pledged his loyalty to Lord Song, how could he ever consider allegiance to another? It was an affront to his very identity as a warrior, prompting him to roar defiantly at the celestial being. How dare you? With a dismissive snort, the celestial being unleashed a swift strike. And in an instant, Bansha felt as though the world had turned upside down. It took a moment for him to comprehend that he had been sent hurtling through the air, landing heavily on the ground. Rising to his feet, he cast his gaze downward, only to discover a blood-red handprint emblazoned upon his chest, a testament to the sheer speed of the attack that had caught him off guard. Kill. This was perhaps the only phrase in the universal tongue that Bansha could utter, coincidentally resonating with the ancient language of the Sagat clan. He bellowed at the celestial being, only to witness the latter approach him, each step invoking a complex and mysterious array beneath his feet, restoring the rules that had been severed by the dark flames. After 7 strides, the celestial being stood before Bansha, who found himself rendered immobile, ensnared by countless invisible threads binding him in place. The celestial being flicked his fingers, and an intangible hand seized Bansha's entire head, lifting him from the ground. The black hat that had adorned him was sent flying, revealing the panicked visage and blood-red eyes of the foreign warrior. The Sagat clan venerates the strong. Now, I am the strong. Do you wish to die, worthless creature? The celestial being inquired. The oppressive weight of terror that enveloped Bansha was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Even during his challenge against Lord Song, he had never faced such formidable pressure. The might of the person before him dwarfed that of Lord Song by 10-fold, if not 100-fold. Lost your tongue? I am addressing you, the celestial being remarked, as the intangible hand tightened its grip, producing a cacophony as Bansha's skull began to fracture. His mind buzzed with confusion. Yet, as a warrior of the Sagat clan, he had sworn fealty to Tsong, and he could not betray that oath, even in the face of death. Thus, Bansha roared once more at the celestial being, his plea reduced to that singular word. Kill, but this time laced with despair. Yet he remained powerless, unable to even twitch a finger beneath the celestial being's overwhelming strength. Perhaps death would render you more compliant, the celestial being stated coldly, before crushing Bansha's skull and extracting his very essence from his body. However, the celestial being did not spare Bansha's soul. That a peculiar luminescence emanated from his left eye, sweeping over Bansha's consciousness, which dissipated like dust in a tempest. Becoming formless, that a young woman approached and whispered, "My lord, you should grant him mercy. Though he is but an insect, he still possesses value." Chapter 34. The ghostly young master. The 3 individuals regarded Luo Tian as though he had lost his mind. Yet this youthful tiger had resolutely decided, in this battle, not only would he strive to save his friend, but he would also challenge his own limits, confronting the ghostly young master, a figure of the 8th level of Qi refinement. Renowned for his mercilessness, Ingio, his face a mask of reluctance, silently approached Luo Tian and murmured, "If you were to perish, whom would I dine with? With my presence, I might yet be of assistance. Marriage is but a tomb for romance. To forsake a whole forest for a solitary tree is the height of folly. No, there is no need for further discussion. I am determined to accompany you. Let us proceed." Blood Sakura, equally obstinate, echoed his sentiment. Thus, the stubborn resolve of a seemingly useless young master compelled 3 fools, each pursuing their own objectives, to embark on a perilous chase after an assassin whom they suspected would be formidable even against their combined efforts. Amidst the absurdity, there lingered an inexplicable warmth as they ventured into the dark. Kaishuwa led the way, tilting his head as if to scent the air around them. Moments later, he declared, "The black corpse exudes a pungent odor, commonly known as the stench of death. That we can utilize this scent to track its whereabouts. The smell extends in this direction." After more than an hour of following the scent, they unexpectedly encountered a staircase ascending before them. This ghostly nobleman, having accepted a job, does not hasten to the royal city to commit murder. Instead, he ascends to the 3rd level. What could he possibly intend? Ingio pondered aloud. However, it soon became evident to all that he was clearly after the treasures of the 3rd level. Although the city of mountain ghosts was perilous, the ghostly nobleman, possessing a cultivation level at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, was sufficiently powerful to explore this treacherous domain. Ascending the staircase, they soon found the stench from the black corpse intensifying. Peering ahead, the group was taken aback to witness numerous bodies sprawled across the third level. Some were clad in death row inmate garb, while others wore the fineries of nobility that a few were recognizable to Luo Tian. Likely members of the expedition team. 1, 2, 3. Ingio counted the corpses on the ground and remarked, "Counting those we encountered earlier, it appears nearly everyone from our party has met their end here. Leaving but one unaccounted for. Be cautious," Kai Shuiwei suddenly whispered, drawing their attention to a distant figure, a black corpse ravenously gnawing on an incomplete body, seemingly relishing its meal. It seems these individuals were slain by the ghostly nobleman and subsequently feasted upon by the black corpse. I suspect the nobleman is not far from here. We must devise a strategy. When we encounter him, you three will divert as many black corpses as possible, while I will attempt a sneak attack on the nobleman, aiming to inflict a grievous blow at the outset. Luo Tian's plan was straightforward, perhaps overly so, leaving the other three with expressions of confusion. No further details? We are to confront a master at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Luo Tian smiled slightly and replied, "No amount of planning can outpace the unforeseen. This suffices. After all, it merely involves a brawl. But first, we must eliminate that black corpse, as it is uncomfortably close." The black corpse, engrossed in its macabre feast, suddenly sensed something amiss. It looked up just as Luo Tian's gleaming cold iron sword descended upon its neck. With a high degree of certainty, Luo Tian struck downwards, only to be astonished that the mid-tier cold iron sword failed to sever the black corpse's head in one blow. The blade penetrated but halfway, proving that the phrase copper skin and iron bones was no mere exaggeration. The assailed black corpse raised its head and let out a ferocious roar towards Luo Tian, its mouth filled with jagged black teeth stained with foul blood. With a swift movement, it lunged at Luo Tian with a clawed hand. Had it not been for Luo Tian's quick reflexes allowing him to evade in the nick of time, he might have sustained grievous injuries. Yet, even so, a substantial piece of his clothing was torn away. Logically, a person who has had half their skull severed would surely perish, but the black corpse was different. This creature could withstand being cleaved in two unless its heart was pulverized, just as the black corpse launched its attack on Luo Tian. Blood Sakura had silently maneuvered behind it, swiftly piercing through the creature's body. In an instant, a still-beating heart fell into Blood Sakura's grasp. With a resounding crunch, the heart was crushed, and the menacing black corpse that had been so fearsome merely a moment ago collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Do not be careless," Blood Sakura said coldly to Luo Tian as she wiped the blood from her hands. Luo Tian shrugged, his disdain for the girl's demeanor evident, continuing to follow the scent. They navigated through the perilous traps of the 3rd layer. Despite their caution, they narrowly avoided triggering several mechanisms. Upon reaching the 3rd layer, remnants of long-dead skeletons from unknown eras lay scattered about. Regardless of the ambitions and dreams these individuals had in life, they were now buried beneath the oppressive darkness of this sinister witch's lair. "Look ahead," Kettle Frog pointed forward, in the inky blackness. Flickering flames appeared, light from a torch. Luo Tian recalled that the ghost young master had not wielded a torch during his previous appearance, indicating he possessed superior night vision. Who, then, had kindled the torch before them? As they cautiously approached, the area illuminated by the torch revealed a colossal stone statue, upon which a layer of something was spread across its raised hands. "That person seems to be Yin Huasheng," Yin Jiu remarked, recognizing the torchbearer. Yin Huasheng was the fallen noble who had previously greeted Luo Tian with sycophantic intentions. While others had perished or fled, it was unexpected that he had managed to make it this far. "I found it, at last. I've discovered the legendary treasure hidden within the city of mountain ghosts. The Haiguan map, an artifact forged by the ancient witch a millennium ago. 300. Not too many," Ingio said dismissively. "Not too many. Those are the spirits of the ancient witch clan. Each of these entities could contend with the fierce tiger cattle beast we encountered. Just imagine the combat prowess of 300 such spirits. It is no exaggeration to say that the forces of Yunshan Kingdom would require at least 20 to 30,000 troops to defeat them. Moreover, as long as their master's spiritual energy is not exhausted. These spirits are essentially immortal and can exist indefinitely. Do you not find that impressive?" Kettle Frog's extensive knowledge left Yin Jiu momentarily bewildered, having always believed in the unparalleled might of the treasured blade. He had never paid attention to other artifacts, but this outing had truly broadened his horizons. That it appeared that Huasheng was also after the Haiguan map. The third prince wished to acquire these 300 witch spirits. If entrusted to the national master, with his vast spiritual energy and profound cultivation, it would not be an exaggeration to say he could equal the strength of 100,000 soldiers. Merely possessing this map could sufficiently restrain one of my father's legions. While Luo Tian quietly deliberated, Huasheng had already approached the statue, preparing to reach for the Haiguan map. But at that very moment, an unwelcome guest arrived. "Kid, do not touch that." With that, the ghost young master emerged from the darkness, accompanied by the black corpse. "Who are you?" Huasheng did not recognize the ghost young master, yet he felt an acute sense of vigilance upon observing the dark corpses that lurked around him. Chapter 35, The Immortal Heart. The sea crown diagram of the Witch clan holds a certain renown across the continent, though it does not possess the legendary status of mythical artifacts. The name Sea Crown is actually a transliteration. In the script of the Witch clan, the characters represent a grave. Among those cultivators who study treasures on the continent, the Sea Crown diagram is classified as a high-grade human artifact, which seems impressive. Yet when one considers its true purpose, it appears rather modest. Indeed, in terms of its function, it could easily be regarded as a royal-grade artifact. At that level, such items are exceedingly rare, with only 2 royal artifacts existing within the entire Yinshan kingdom, both of which are of the lower tier. The primary reason for the Sea Crown diagram's low ranking is that it is not something just anyone can wield. Not only does activating the Sea Crown require a significant amount of spiritual energy, but one must also possess the bloodline of the Witch clan, lest they suffer the same fate as Huasheng, whose body would decay upon contact. "Have you been hiding in the shadows for so long without revealing yourself?" The ghost young master suddenly called out loudly. Luo Tian and his companions were startled, but they did not expose themselves. Their hiding place was quite secure, and logically, they should not have been discovered. Perhaps the ghost young master was referring to others. However, after a brief moment, the ghost young master abruptly turned his head, his gaze locking onto the spot where Luo Tian and the others were concealed. He then raised his hand, and 2 robust dark corpses immediately lunged towards them. At which point they realized their cover had been blown. "Stick to the plan," Luo Tian shouted, prompting the 2 humans and 1 demon to split up and divert the oncoming dark corpses. "Remember, you must crush the heart. Otherwise, the dark corpses will not perish," the boiling water frog reminded them as he ran. Meanwhile, Luo Tian stealthily moved through the shadows, now that the other 3 had drawn the dark corpses away. He remained hidden, hoping that the ghost young master would assume all who were concealed had emerged. He maneuvered in the darkness, slowly closing in on the ghost young master's back. The opponent was a ruthless 8th-layer Qi refinement expert with countless kills to his name. A surprise attack may not suffice to eliminate him, but he was determined to inflict some injury regardless. The ghost young master seemingly remained unaware of Luo Tian's presence, which was fortunate for Luo Tian. As he approached the ghost young master's rear, he brandished his cold iron battle knife and launched a sudden strike. With intention to strike where there was none, he surged forth from the shadows, mobilizing all of his meridians as spiritual energy coursed through his body, causing the cold iron battle knife to shimmer ominously. Within a mere 20 paces, Luo Tian was upon the ghost young master's back. Without hesitation, he brought his blade down. However, at the moment the knife descended, Luo Tian noticed a cold smile curling at the corner of the ghost young master's mouth, followed by the blade striking his shoulder. 1 spike pierced through his arm, while another penetrated his abdomen, though neither struck a vital area. After sustaining the injury, Luo Tian shattered the spike with a swift palm strike, landing on the ground without daring to linger. Quickly retreating, the ghost young master then turned his head, casting a cold smile as he remarked, "Take a look at your wounds." Tension coursing through him, Luo Tian finally glanced at his injuries, discovering that the 2 puncture wounds not only bled, but also exhibited dark splotches around them. Poison? Luo Tian immediately realized the gravity of the situation. The ghostly young master withdrew the cold iron blade that had embedded itself within his flesh, revealing a gaping wound through which one could distinctly observe that the flesh was not the typical sanguine tissue, but rather a dark, decayed mass. "Are you not alive?" Luo Tian inquired, astonished. The ghostly young master merely chuckled coldly in response. "Of course, I am still alive. The dead cannot converse with you. It is merely that my existence diverges from yours. You haven't transformed yourself into a black corpse, have you?" Luo Tian seemed to discern certain truths about his counterpart. To be precise, I am half-black corpse. The origins of the ghostly young master were shrouded in mystery. However, he was undoubtedly a paragon among assassins. Many believe that his constant association with black corpses stemmed from his ability to create them, yet the reality was far more complex. Over 2 decades ago, in the desolate and treacherous terrain of the continent, some remnants of the witch clan began to emulate their ancestors in the creation of black corpses. Despite possessing fragments of ancient knowledge passed down through millennia, the process proved exceedingly arduous, and after countless failures, these witches could not successfully forge a single complete black corpse. The ghostly young master was but one of these myriad failures, yet he was the only one to have survived. He had once perished, his heart ceased to beat, and he was discarded into a pauper-esque grave. Astonishingly, 7 days later, he revived, half man, half black corpse. His body would continue to grow and age, yet every inch of newly formed skin or muscle would transform into putrid flesh. Save for his still beating heart, Luo Tian was oblivious to the monstrosity he faced, and by the time he comprehended the truth, it was already too late. I have cultivated numerous body-refining spells of the witch clan. Although they are merely low-tier white grade, these spells allow me to alter my physique at will, imbuing every inch of my body with lethal poison. He raised his hand, and his skin and muscle began to writhe in a grotesque manner, soon manifesting the very spikes that had pierced Luo Tian moments before. Upon realizing he had been poisoned, Luo Tian immediately began to circulate the spiritual energy within his dantian to quell the toxins. However, the speed at which the poison coursed through him far exceeded his expectations. There is no need for you to struggle. Death is not to be feared. I can grant you a swift end. I do not relish tormenting the living, but I do take pleasure in tormenting the dead. Ha. The ghostly young master erupted into a maniacal laughter. Luo Tian pressed against his wound, which had begun to lose sensation, a dire omen. Should the poison spread throughout his body, causing paralysis, even if he were not slain by the toxins, the ghostly young master would assuredly end his life. Approximately a stick of incense's worth of time remained, which meant he must defeat the ghostly young master, who was at the 8th level of the chi refinement stage and adept in various peculiar spells. Within that brief span, Luo Tian's emotions surged tumultuously within him. This was undoubtedly an insurmountable task. Before I kill you, I am curious. Cannot you see that I am vastly superior to you? Why then do you foolishly present yourself to meet your demise? The ghostly young master inquired after his laughter subsided. Luo Tian straightened his posture, and rather than displaying any sign of retreat, his eyes brimmed with fierce resolve as he proclaimed, "You accepted a contract to assassinate the 6th prince of the Yunshan kingdom, and thus, I have sought you out. Is that so? Ha. And what relation do you bear to him, to take such a perilous risk for this cause?" Luo Tian unexpectedly smiled and spoke. "He and I are merely childhood friends." Sacrificing oneself for a friend, the ghost prince inquired with disdain. "Indeed, for a brother, it is worth it," Luo Tian declared, raising his hand as a fierce wind began to swirl, and a terrifying storm suddenly swept through the city of mountain ghosts. The howling tempest resembling the wails of countless spirits. "I did not realize you possessed such skills." The ghost prince's expression gradually turned cold. Archaic soul spell, manifest. Luo Tian unleashed his ultimate technique, prepared to fight to the death. Within the storm, a massive shadow began to materialize, and the ghost prince lifted his head against the wind, wearing an unfathomable smile. "Such powerful magic. Come, let us see if you can kill me. Ha. Come on." The half-human, half-corpse madman had completely descended into madness. "Because I am also a mortal. Do you promise?" the sky capturer asked. "Can I trust you?" Luo Yin replied. "I, Luo Yin, have always spoken with conviction, disdainful of deceit and lies." The sky capturer sneered. "Helping this useless Luo Tian grow will benefit me to some extent. A century is but a fleeting moment, and I can wait. After 100 years, I shall make the traitor pay the price. And if you go back on your word, I will ensure you know the consequences." With that, the sky capturer extinguished the flame before him. As if awakening from a great dream, Luo Tian suddenly jolted awake from his slumber. Sitting upright in bed, he looked around and found himself in an ordinary room, which should have left him utterly weak, akin to the aftermath of a grave illness. Yet, according to Luo Tian's memories, he had been on the brink of defeat, severely injured, his body nearly beyond saving, with the celestial level spell of Ben Sha already looming before him. How could it be that he now sat in this ordinary chamber? feeling relatively healthy aside from some fatigue. Was this an illusion? Luo Tian's first instinct was to leap from the bed, examining his surroundings with meticulous caution. However, contrary to his expectations, he found no traces of an illusion. This room appeared as mundane as any other, devoid of any signs of magical influence. Just as Luo Tian pondered the inexplicable situation, the window swung open, and a dark figure floated in from outside. Gently descending before him, it was a mass of black soul energy, appearing somewhat insubstantial, yet emanating a sacred aura of profound power. Luo Tian recognized it. This entity should be the esteemed Black Senior. Yet if this were an illusion, then this figure before him must also be a counterfeit. Instantly becoming vigilant, Luo Tian was on guard. The Black Senior glanced at him and said, "Stop your wild conjectures. We are not in an illusion. This place is the mayor's residence in a small town within the sixfold heavens." Luo Tian remained somewhat skeptical, his hand poised with magical energy, ready to counterattack should he feel threatened. The Black Senior coughed lightly and said, "Do not be hasty. This is one of the reasons I came to find you, to inform you of recent events. First, Ban Sha has been eliminated by you. Second, Kuanping and Li Luo took advantage of the chaos to escape. By the time we old fellows arrived, they had already vanished. Duanmuzi has gone after Li Luo, and as for Kuanping, you need not worry. His protection has been dismantled, and he cannot conjure any tricks." "What are you saying? Did Ban Sha die? Or was it I who perished him?" "Yet, I have no recollection of this," Luo Tian inquired, his face a canvas of confusion. "It is entirely normal for you to lack memories, for while it was indeed you who vanquished Ban Sha, the true force behind it was the celestial devourer. You must brace yourself." The voice of Elder He grew somber. Luo Tian seemed to grasp the impending revelation, and after a brief pause, Elder He continued, "The celestial devourer has awakened. The celestial devourer is the very source of Luo Tian's nightmares, a terrifying entity lurking in the deepest recesses of his consciousness. To prevent its awakening, Elder Danmu personally enacted a seal deep within Luo Tian's psyche. Yet this seal has gradually deteriorated over time. Consequently, the burden of obstructing the celestial devourer's resurgence now rests squarely upon Luo Tian's shoulders. However, upon reflection, he found something amiss. Was he not sitting here unscathed? Logically, if the celestial devourer had indeed awakened, he should have been the first to suffer, yet he felt perfectly fine. Not only was he unharmed, but all his injuries had healed, and the energy he had previously expended had returned to normal, as though he had merely consumed a miraculous elixir and enjoyed a rejuvenating slumber. Luo Tian murmured, "This doesn't add up. If the celestial devourer has awakened, how can I still stand here unscathed?" Elder He replied, "The celestial devourer has indeed awakened, but as to why it has not occupied your body, we are at a loss. That it appears to remain in a slumber deep within your consciousness, and we cannot ascertain its intentions at this time." Shaoxin attempted to communicate with the celestial devourer, but all requests were met with refusal. The celestial devourer had awakened yet spared him, even intervening to eliminate Ban Sha during his most perilous moment and healing his grievous wounds. This seemed utterly implausible. Yet it had transpired in reality. Could it be that the celestial devourer had shown mercy? That seemed unlikely. The only logical explanation was that the celestial devourer harbored ulterior motives, perhaps deeming Luo Tian of use for the time being. Hence its temporary leniency as for assisting him in slaying Ban Sha and mending his injuries. It was ultimately a service to itself, for Luo Tian's corporeal form was also the celestial devourer's vessel. Should it be destroyed, it would undoubtedly pose a significant problem for the celestial devourer as well. In other words, I now carry a ticking time bomb, one that could erupt at any moment and claim my life. Correct? Luo Tian asked with a bitter smile. Elder He nodded. However, you should maintain an optimistic outlook. At least your consciousness still exists. It is merely that your future actions may be observed by the celestial devourer. As Elder He spoke, Luo Tian suddenly clenched his fist and struck the table with great force, not only shattering the table, but also unleashing a shockwave that created a crater in the ground. Elder He glanced at Luo Tian, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "It seems you are harboring some pinned-up frustration. Do share it with me. It's nothing. I just feel still so inadequate. Even stepping onto the sacred path changes nothing. I am somewhat disappointed in myself. When the dual path of sanctification unfolded, and even when he showcased his prowess before the malevolent ancestor, Luo Tian truly glimpsed a flicker of hope for one day, seizing control of his own destiny. In that moment, It seemed as though vitality had been infused into his dark and blood-soaked life in the martial world, akin to weeds growing in a cold, shadowy place, finally bathed in sunlight for the first time. However, reality swiftly extinguished the hope that Luo Tian had perceived. The formidable power of the sand-like entity felt as though it had educated him with iron and blood, unveiling the naivety of his innocence. He remained as feeble as ever, unchanged, once a despised commoner in the eyes of the celestial powerhouses, and now merely a jester within the ninth heaven. In truth, the paramount reason for my visit is not merely to inform you of the awakening of the celestial conqueror, which is inevitable and known to both you and Shaoshan. That I have come to ascertain one thing. Have you lost your fighting spirit due to this defeat? Throughout the long expanse of time, I have witnessed many prodigies, some of whom I believe to be favored by the heavens, yet in the end, it is we, the old guard, who attain sanctification. That I can assure you that while the saints still alive in this world are undoubtedly exceptionally gifted, it does not imply that their talents are the highest. The reason we have endured through the cataclysms of countless lifetimes, the reason we have become the last bastion safeguarding this realm, lies not in our innate gifts, but in our courage and indomitable spirit. In this protracted and dark era, it is not talent that serves as our greatest reliance, but rather bravery and tenacity. Luo Tian listened, entranced, to the words of the Elder Black, who spoke rapidly, almost with an urgency that could not be contained. After finishing, the elder let out a long sigh and remarked, I merely hope you understand that losing once is inconsequential. Everyone has faced defeat. I have. Senior Su-Fo has. Even Shaoshan has experienced failure. The most formidable beings of the myriad universes, the malevolent ancestor, once scurried like a rat avoiding the streets. Not fear loss. A man who has never tasted defeat cannot be deemed a true man. Yet do not allow fear of loss to paralyze you. Instead, let it embolden you, so that we may triumph in the next encounter. Chapter 36. The flames of humiliation. The tempest unleashed by the wild soul incantation roared ferociously on the third floor of the city of mountain spirits, as the colossal shadow traversed through the storm. Slow yet suffocatingly oppressive, the ghost prince's attention was entirely captivated by that shadow, and he shouted defiantly, as if challenging death itself. Come on, kill me. This is my first time witnessing such a powerful spell. Let us see if you can crush me. Crush my heart, and render me eternally incapable of resurrection. He mocked the wild soul, while Luo Tian on the other hand was consumed by a murderous intent. It was imperative to resolve the confrontation swiftly. If delayed, they would be besieged by the remaining black corpses, and with only Inchio and the injured blood Sakura, escape would be improbable. The wild soul gradually closed in on the ghost prince. At that moment, the ghost prince lowered his head and began to chant incantations rapidly, his skin and flesh swelling continuously, gradually expanding in size. Luo Tian felt an immense pressure as spiritual energy surged forth from his body. Despite having practiced the wild soul incantation for 3 years, he had yet to grasp its fundamentals, and now, confronted with his ultimate technique being countered by the opponent, a tinge of panic welled up within him. Simultaneously, a significant leakage of spiritual energy has caused the previously subdued and stagnant toxins to awaken once more. What once took the duration of a burning incense to manifest, as poison now diminishes rapidly due to the loss of spiritual energy. If this continues, I shall either exhaust my spiritual essence and become a mere shell or succumb to paralysis from the toxins. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Yet, such an outcome is hardly surprising. Despite the formidable prowess of the desolate soul incantation, Luo Tian has yet to grasp its essence, and with the ghost young master exerting complete dominance over him in terms of cultivation. Defeat is to be expected. It would be truly remarkable if he were to easily vanquish the ghost young master. The situation grows increasingly dire. Luo Tian can sense that half of his body has lost its sensation, and the toxins begin to invade his organs and brain. The poison is on the verge of erupting. I can see your suffering, and your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. What a pity it is to possess such powerful sorcery, yet fail to unleash even a fraction of its true potential. Your lifetime of anguish, I shall come to understand. The ghost young master, with his enormous claws, has approached Luo Tian. Blood trickles from his nostrils and the corners of his eyes. Death stands before him. Yet he fears it not, for he has faced it countless times before. What terrifies him is the thought of his unfulfilled aspirations. Am I truly to perish in this manner, my vengeance left unavenged? And Ji Yuan unable to protect me. If I cannot even defeat the ghost young master, How could I ever hope to overcome Yuan Changkong? In the midst of this chaos, the humiliation from 3 years past resurfaces vividly in his mind. Within the Moon Palace Pavilion, he was pinned to the ground, and in his panic, he cried out desperately, "I am the son of Luo Tian. I am Luo Tian, the child of the Grand General. Do you dare lay a hand on me?" His fearful cries were met with brutal beatings. The death servant of the Yuan family raised his hand, while Yuan Changkong sat before him, disdain evident in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "You compete with me for a woman? You, worthless wretch, are unworthy. Release me, or my father will not spare you." In that moment, Luo Tian could only invoke his father's name to intimidate Yuan Changkong. However, what awaited him was the piercing agony of a dagger penetrating his wrist, an unprecedented torment that engulfed his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. Cripple his limbs, let this wretch learn a lesson. I in the pool of blood. Luo Tian trembled like a beaten dog, as Yuan Changkong grasped his hair and spoke with deliberate emphasis. "I am the indisputable powerhouse of the future Yushan kingdom, while you are nothing. You shall forever live in the shadow of your father's protection. Yet there will come a day when he falls from grace that time. You will be nothing, just as you are today. My mercy in sparing your life stems solely from your lineage as Luo Tian's son. Be grateful for having such a father, for otherwise, you would have perished long ago." Perhaps it was this very humiliation, witnessed 3 years prior, that reignited the flames of indignation within Luo Tian's heart, allowing him to once again experience the agony of being slaughtered and ridiculed. "You wish to kill me? Not a chance." In a frenzied roar, Luo Tian channeled all the spiritual energy within him into the soul acupoint he had refined, embarking on a challenge against his own limits. The perverse old man had once said that the Panga method is a wondrous technique, capable of conjuring unimaginable power. Thus, today I shall take a gamble and create a miracle. As all the spiritual energy converged into that singular acupoint, the desolate soul quickly dissipated due to its lack of energy replenishment. The giantified ghost young master seized Luo Tian, his massive hands beginning to slowly constrict him. A searing pain surged through him, as if his very bones were on the verge of fracturing. Yet, the solitary refining acupoint gradually began to radiate warmth. In this moment of near death, the obsidian stone that connected all the meridians suddenly began to spin, while the heated acupoint astonishingly released an abundance of spiritual energy, tenfold of what it entered. Just as he was about to crush Luo Tian, the ghostly young master sensed something amiss. Before him, Luo Tian's body appeared to undergo a tremendous transformation. In an instant, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from Luo Tian, slowly prying open the gigantic hands of the ghostly young master. How could this be? The ghostly young master found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. Luo Tian, akin to an ant in the palm of a hand. Yet this singular ant possessed the strength to part everything asunder. The giant's hands were forced apart by Luo Tian. This seemingly insignificant punch contained the might of 1,000 mountains, and at the moment it collided with the ghostly young master's head. He was struck as if by lightning, letting out a wretched scream before collapsing to the ground. Luo Tian descended from the sky, placing a foot upon the chest of the ghostly young master. In that instant, the once mighty giant was thrown into a state of utter panic, unable to comprehend how this near-death boy could suddenly unleash such formidable power, with a heavy fist aimed squarely at the ghostly young master's chest. The rotten flesh splintered, as Luo Tian's relentless blows, accompanied by furious roars, rained down upon him. Beneath the decaying flesh lay shattered bones, and beneath the bones, the only living heart remained. With a fierce cry, upon seeing the heart, Luo Tian wasted no time. His final punch struck the heart of the ghostly young master, piercing through the pulsating organ in an instant, blood gushing forth and staining Luo Tian red. Splattering across the face of the ghostly young master, Luo Tian bowed his head in silence. He understood the truths within these words, yet to grasp their profound significance, one must endure personal trials. The elder He feared Luo Tian might lose his courage and confidence due to this devastating defeat, yet he did not truly comprehend Luo Tian. Luo Tian had clawed his way up from the mire. He was once the scorned young master ridiculed by an entire nation, the man who was derided by the common folk as he ascended through the world. He was not afraid of failure, nor of being knocked down. What he truly feared was the absence of hope. In that moment, he resembled the 15-year-old boy from Yinshan Kingdom, condemned to a lifetime of insignificance. where despair stemmed from the inability to perceive any hope of becoming stronger. Now, the despair lay in the realization that despite his meteoric rise in cultivation, he was still crushed in an instant by a powerful adversary from the ninth heaven, once filled with ambition. Believing that a century would suffice for him to become formidable, he now recognized the folly of his previous ignorance. After the elder He departed the room, his parting words resonated deeply within Luo Tian's soul. Having journeyed from the mundane to this point, did Luo Tian not aspire to be a master remembered for millennia to come? Perhaps he had merely succumbed to confusion. Dressed and ready, Luo Tian stepped out the door, where numerous individuals awaited him. Luo Bai and Zhu Hua stood by the entrance, gazing at Luo Tian, while in the distance, Shuang hurried towards him as soon as she saw him emerge. She fought to contain her inner excitement. Striving to appear composed, yet the tears brimming in her eyes betrayed her facade, she approached Luo Tian rapidly, halting abruptly before him, lifting her gaze to meet his. She wished to speak, but upon opening her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words. Her voice faltered, rolling in her throat before gradually escaping in a whisper. At this moment, an unusual stillness enveloped the air, as sunlight cascaded upon the pallid visage of Shuang, casting her bangs in a golden hue, while the tears in her eyes sparkled like precious gems. "Are you all right?" she queried, her sense of disarray wholly unwarranted. Perhaps it was the protracted duration of their separation, or the impending farewell that loomed ahead, or possibly the haunting image of Luo Tian, grievously wounded in battle, that unsettled her. In that instant, Shuang truly believed that Luo Tian might perish amidst the fray, and the dread and concern that gripped her heart caused her profound anguish. Luo Tian gradually bent down, his hands weaving through Shui Ying's cascading hair before enveloping her in an embrace that tightened with each passing moment. In a daze, Shuang instinctively reciprocated the embrace, hearing Luo Tian whisper softly into her ear, "Do not weep. It pains me." Once more, the brothers convened, their spirits buoyed for the feast that had been meticulously organized in the town over the preceding days. Yet, Luo Tian, burdened with weighty thoughts, found no inclination to indulge in revelry. He permitted only his closest companions and Shuang to remain by his side. After partaking in the evening's familial banquet, Luo Tian learned from the elder He of the news concerning Duan Muzi and Li Luo. Duan Muzi had exiled Li Luo to a desolate ruin 1,000 miles from the town. The elder He inquired whether Luo Tian wished to bid farewell to Li Luo, for Li Luo still embodied a part of Luo Tian himself. "That I wish to spend more time with you. With Ban Sha deceased, the 9 heavens offer us absolute safety. Besides, elder He shall accompany us. Come with me," Luo Tian urged Shuang. She nodded in agreement. "Wherever you choose to go, I shall follow." It seemed she discerned Luo Tian's unease. Following this recent defeat, his once unyielding spirit appeared diminished, softened like a polished jade bead. Such a transformation in him stirred a deeper concern within Shuang, for a rapid and drastic change in a person is seldom a harbinger of good. Luo Tian took Shuang's hand, his fingers tracing an arc through the void as the fabric of space tore before them. The elder He manifested anew as a darkened spirit, perching upon Luo Tian's shoulder. Shuang followed closely in Luo Tian's wake, and in that moment, she realized a tinge of unfamiliarity toward this man, the one she willingly pursued. Traversing through the rift, each tear in space allowed them to traverse a distance of at least 100 miles. And soon they found themselves at the outskirts of the ruins, which were now ensconced within a barrier array meticulously prepared by Duan Muzi. The sky loomed dark, yet peculiarly, in this realm of the 6 heavens. A singular luminous sphere hung aloft, not the moon, but a glowing spirit orb, serving as the nexus of the formation. Though the ruins were modest in scale, they comprised remnants of crumbled walls and several towering pillars. Atop one of these pillars stood a slender figure, her disheveled hair fluttering gently in the night breeze, illuminated by the ethereal glow that cast a long shadow behind her, with a battle blade planted before her. The woman gripped its hilt, her gaze resolutely fixed downward. "Is that Duan Muzi?" Shuang inquired. "Indeed. You stay here. I shall go and see." "Elder He, I would appreciate your vigilance over Shuang," Luo Tian replied. To which the elder He acquiesced, transforming into the shadow of a black wolf, positioning himself before Shuang. "I truly wish to descend and meet him. As for who ultimately brings an end to his life, it matters not if you insist on taking his place. So be it." Upon finishing his words, Luo Tian descended, swiftly entering the array. The ruins within the formation were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint light from outside. With every few steps, sounds of rustling emerged from the shadowy corners ahead, and amidst the dimness, something stirred. Luo Tian halted, gazing upwards at the ethereal light before declaring, "Come forth. Today, you cannot escape your fate. I am here to escort you on your final journey. An evasion is futile." Li Luo, with a maniacal grin, nodded repeatedly, appearing almost deranged. "Very well. Ask away. Whatever you wish to know, I shall reveal. Do you wish to inquire about my dealings with Kunpeng? Or perhaps seek knowledge through me? Or is it my malevolent spell book you desire? Speak freely. I hold nothing back." After Li Luo regained a semblance of calm, Luo Tian inquired, "I wish to ask, if given another chance, would you choose to trust me?" Li Luo's countenance, once filled with a lunatic's laughter, suddenly shifted as he questioned, "Trust you in what regard? Trust that one day I could become a formidable power like Senior Duanmusin? Or perhaps trust that I could usurp the celestial seeker and emerge as the strongest in the myriad universes? In that case, I would possess the ability to bestow upon you a complete soul, granting you your own independent essence." Chapter 37. Descending into madness like a creature of chaotic consciousness, Luo Tian unleashed a frenzied assault upon the giant form of the Ghost Young Master. Initially, the Ghost Young Master, fortified by the Witch Clan's body-refining techniques, managed to endure, but as his heart shattered, his feeble life flickered away. Boom, boom. Each strike reverberated throughout the third layer of Ghost City, sending tremors through its very foundations. Blood Sakura, pale with fear, dared not approach Luo Tian and instead retreated further. Kill, kill, kill. With blood-red eyes, Luo Tian, in his madness, sought exhilaration. His heart resembled a vast black void, filled only by the insatiable thirst for slaughter. It was not until the Ghost Young Master lay utterly mangled, his form reduced to mere fragments, that Luo Tian ceased his onslaught. With a muffled sound, he bent over, bloodied fists and visage, clutching the shattered heart of the Ghost Young Master, his eyes reflecting an unquenchable madness. "Blood Sakura, how fares Luo Tian? Is he dead?" The water frog, deftly evading the black corpse, approached, believing there was no way Luo Tian could defeat the Ghost Young Master. Yet, the next moment, it beheld the terror in Blood Sakura's eyes. What could instill such fear in the second daughter of the Black Forest Bloodgate, who had grown up amidst the wicked paths? "Luo Tian that has lost his mind," Blood Sakura stammered, pointing tremulously ahead at that moment. The water frog finally glanced up, its childish face mirroring the same shock that then seized Blood Sakura's arm and retreated, hiding in a shadowy corner. Crouching down, yet still wearing an expression of sheer horror. "This lad has likely succumbed to madness," the water frog said, anxiety palpable in its voice. "That I have witnessed instances of individuals succumbing to obsession. Yet I have never encountered anyone quite like him. Typically, such madness results in self-harm. But he has transformed into a frenzied monstrosity, his strength significantly augmented. Even the ghostly young master, with his cultivation at the 8th level of chi refinement, was rendered powerless before him." Blood Sakura, despite having concealed herself in the shadows, trembled uncontrollably. This phenomenon is undoubtedly related to the cultivation technique he practices. I am unaware of the specifics of his training, but I have observed similar circumstances in practitioners whose methods are intertwined with feral beasts. Upon losing control, their power surges exponentially, yet all rational thought dissipates, leaving them akin to wild beasts, bent on annihilation until their own destruction ensues. The boiling water frog murmured that in that moment, Luo Tian kicked aside the remnants of the ghostly young master, then began to pace like a beast, seemingly in search of his next target. "What shall we do?" Blood Sakura is equally at a loss. There is no recourse but to evade him. Unless a more formidable expert arrives to defeat him, he will remain ensnared in this frenzied state. Thus, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Injo sought an escape route, yet found himself a caged beast. In desperation, he unsheathed a battle knife of his own forging. "That I must survive. For the sake of crafting a blade that surpasses that of my ancestors, I must endure." With that, he charged forth, driven by a fierce determination. The black corpse emitted a strange cry, undeterred by the assault, and lunged forward as well. The two clashed in the dead end. However, the skirmish did not last long. As Injo gradually found himself at a disadvantage, relying on his marginally superior cultivation, he swung wildly, hoping to pierce the black corpse's heart and claim victory. With a thud, the black corpse swatted Injo's battle knife away. subsequently pinning him to the ground. As he beheld the gaping maw filled with sharp teeth poised to devour him, Ingio feared for his life. Suddenly, the previously dislodged battle knife soared into the air, and with a swift whoosh, it struck the black corpse's heart. Yet, the creature's tough exterior only yielded slightly to the blade. Alarmed, the black corpse recoiled, attempting to remove the knife embedded within it. Sensing its own mortality, the black corpse launched a frenzied assault on Ingio, but the young craftsman, undeterred, held on with all his might. Despite the onslaught and the mounting injuries he sustained, he refused to relinquish his grip. The blade had embedded deeply within the black corpse, and as its attacks began to wane, it emitted a muffled groan. Finally, when the knife pierced its heart, the black corpse fell silent, after confirming the creature's demise. Ingio slumped to the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Having narrowly escaped death, the young craftsman exhaled a sigh of relief, yet deep within, he recognized his shortcomings. If he were to venture away from those who protect him, he would become prey for others. In the future, he would inevitably have to enter forbidden ruins in search of fine materials for his blades. Who would safeguard him then? He attempted to rise, but his legs felt weak. After a prolonged moment, Ingio finally steadied himself against the wall. Upon emerging from the dead end, he lifted his gaze, only to see the boiling water frog in the shadows, waving at him. The term boiling frog in this context implies instructing Ingio to hide. However, to everyone's surprise, Ingio misunderstood the directive, believing he was meant to advance. Consequently, he took a step forward. In the midst of searching for his next target, the frenzied Luo Tian heard the commotion and fixed his gaze intently on Ingio ahead. This does not bode well. It seems that danger is imminent. Luo Tian approached swiftly, his spiritual energy pulsating erratically. Just as the three felt that they were doomed today, Luo Tian suddenly halted, standing rigidly in place. Blood Sakura observed Luo Tian with confusion. Moments later, Luo Tian's body swayed precariously before he collapsed. Why has he fallen? Could it be that he has perished? The boiling frog was uncertain about Luo Tian's condition. The trio dared not advance but remained on the periphery, watching intently. In truth, Luo Tian had not succumbed to death. Rather, the poison he had previously endured had finally taken effect, rendering his body paralyzed. Although the surge of spiritual energy following his demonic frenzy had dissipated some of the toxins, the residual poison still numbed his mind. From this perspective, it could be said that the ghostly nobleman had inadvertently saved these individuals. After a considerable time, the three finally realized that Luo Tian had merely fainted. Surviving a great calamity, they sighed in relief and were preparing to carry Luo Tian away when, unexpectedly, another wave of trouble arose. Approaching them were members of the Ghostbone sect, led by an elder they had previously encountered. I speak from the heart. Once I gained control over my destiny, I envisioned a life of peace for those around me, including you. Perhaps I am different from others. I have never regarded you as merely an incarnation. Perhaps it is because we have shared a decade together, and you represent a reflection of my youth that I had high hopes for you, wishing you would tread a path distinct from mine. Avoiding the allure of demonic cultivation and the bloodshed it entails, that my disappointment in your current state is, in part, a reflection of my own failures, Luo Tian expressed. Luo suddenly clasped his palms together, channeling a surge of soul power within him, and charged at Luo Tian like a frenzied beast. Yet, even without severe injuries, Li Luo could not inflict harm upon Luo Tian, for the chasm between them was insurmountable. The 3-meter barrier merely isolated Li Luo from Luo Tian, without launching any attacks against him. Through the golden barrier, Luo Tian witnessed Li Luo assaulting the 3-meter barrier with wild abandon, exerting every ounce of strength despite his injuries. Yet he could not shake its foundations. Ultimately, the exhausted Li Luo collapsed to the ground, his body marked by numerous fractures. Kneeling in fatigue, Li Luo was met with Luo Tian's gaze as he crouched down beside him. I did not deceive you. I once envisioned helping you attain a complete existence, bestowing upon you a full soul. However, your impatience has thwarted this. Most of the world's children are eager, and you entered the world with a pure heart. Yet without proper guidance, you ultimately strayed onto a misguided path under the influence of Lianggui. I understand that the world blames you, but I know this burden is not entirely yours to bear. I share in the responsibility. Had I been by your side, perhaps you would not have followed Lianggui. I owe you a debt I cannot repay, but before you depart this world, I can grant you one wish. Speak it. Luo Tian spoke, his voice gentle yet devoid of pity for Li Luo, resembling a conversation between acquaintances who had met by chance. Li Luo abandoned the assault on the 3-meter world. his hands stained with blood from exerting too much force, and lamented, "Why is the heaven so unjust towards me? Why am I unable to possess even the most fundamental essence of a soul? What have I done to deserve such treatment?" Like a Valkyrie descending from the heavens, a faint third star glimmered on the blade of her worn knife. The edge of the blade swept across Li Luo's form, severing his head from his shoulders, and this single strike hastened the collapse of Li Luo's body, ultimately unleashing the myriad souls that had been consumed within him as soul power. They soared into the sky like countless grains of black sand. As Duan Muzi dispelled the barrier, a multitude of luminous orbs began to drift around Luo Tian after a significant amount of soul power dissipated into the high heavens. Luo Tian himself was taken aback to find that he had inherited the path understood by Li Luo. Like an unintentional sprout flourishing into shade, the path of time and space belonged to the realm of advanced rules. To grasp even a fragment was a stroke of fortune. Now, within Luo Tian, the dual paths of time and space merged as one. With the path of space having already attained sanctity, it catalyzed a rapid evolution of the path of time, ultimately converging into the path of time and space. As he spoke, he lightly stamped his foot, causing stones from the ground to soar into the air. With a gentle utterance, all the stones froze midair, although Luo Tian was already adept at the method of freezing space. In the next moment, Duan Muzi observed him utter a second word. Upon its release, the stones rapidly dried and transformed, soon resembling sand. Advancing time, you have indeed mastered the path of time, Duan Muzi exclaimed in astonishment. It seems so. However, prior to the convergence of time and space, my path of space had already attained sanctity. Now, having unexpectedly absorbed the path of time comprehended by Li Luo, it has not reached sanctity. I am uncertain how this convergence will unfold, whether I will directly elevate the path of time to the level of sanctity, or if the rules of time and space will fall below that tier. I still require time to study this, Luo Tian replied candidly. His understanding of the recently fused path of time and space was indeed limited. Such profound rule amalgamations necessitate extensive study to fully comprehend. Duan Muzi sighed. I truly do not know whether you or I am the seed. Nevertheless, it matters not. This was inherently yours, and now it returns to its rightful owner that I shall take my leave now. As for how you choose to handle the remains of Li Luo, I shall not involve myself. By the way, Shui Ying is waiting outside. I shall go find her for a chat. It's been many years since we last met. And having completed my first trial today, my spirits are quite high. Lend me Shui Ying for a day. After Luo Tian nodded, Duan Muzi departed from the ruins, leaving Luo Tian alone with the remnants of Li Luo's body on the ground. Most of the remains had already transformed into luminous orbs, for they were crafted primarily from stardust iron, supplemented by various celestial treasures. Thus, upon death, they would not leave behind a corporeal form like a living creature. Luo Tian waved his hand, and a simple, yet far from shabby grand tomb materialized within the ruins. As he gently placed the remaining body of Li Luo into the tomb, Luo Tian then sealed it with a thick layer of earth. Reaching out to summon a large stone, with a delicate touch of his finger upon the stone, it instantly transformed into a jade that would never decay over the ages. His fingertips glided across the jade, inscribing a few characters, which he then erected as a tombstone before the grand tomb. The words he etched were quite straightforward. Shadow of Luo Tian, Tomb of Li Luo. These 4 characters encapsulated the essence of Li Luo's life. His time in this world was fleetingly brief, so brief that many failed to recall the name he had chosen for himself, only remembering his identity, as if everyone regarded him merely as Luo Tian's shadow. Wherever he went, the common refrain was, "Is that not the manifestation of Luo Tian?" Perhaps all he desired was akin to the wishes of his predecessor. Hey, merely wanting the people of this world, the wanderers of the rivers and lakes, to remember him, to ensure that his existence would not be forgotten after 1,000 or 10,000 years. Yet ultimately, he had failed, leaving behind only the named shadow of Luo Tian. Luo Tian pondered whether anyone would come to this place and behold the tombstone. He hoped that someone would remember the name Li Luo. Turning away, Luo Tian walked through the void, and the ruins were once again shrouded in darkness. Chapter 38. The astute demon merchant, the Ghostbone sect, had also been exploring the city of mountain ghosts, garnering some successes. Yet due to the restrictions imposed by the Iron Feather Kingdom and the Cloud Mountain Kingdom, they dared not act openly. Although the 2 nations were aware of the presence of the evil sect establishing a base here, they were unable to locate it, thus delaying their efforts to eradicate the evil. Take a look to the left. Damn it! How dare they cause trouble on our Ghostbone sect's territory and deceive me? Such a crime is unforgivable. Clearly, Luo Tian and his companions had been compromised, and they were being pursued. No sooner had the words left his lips than the elder of the evil sect spotted the Kaishui frog and his companions standing not far off. Both sides were momentarily stunned, and Kaishui frog was the first to shout, "What are you waiting for? Run!" The group turned and fled, with Ingio, possessing the greatest strength from a young age, carrying Luo Tian on his back. Trying to run? Not a chance. The elder of the evil sect, having reached the 9th level of chi refinement, slammed his palm onto the ground. In an instant, countless ghostly flames, akin to bizarre entities, floated into the air, rapidly surrounding the fleeing trio that don't move. Under any circumstances, Blood Sakura was the first to halt her steps, calling for the others to do the same. This is ghost fire conjured by evil sorcery. It will explode. If so many ghost flames detonate simultaneously, we shall be reduced to naught. The elder's expression shifted, and he murmured, "Luo Kuan's son has actually been sent to explore the city of mountain ghosts. Who are you trying to fool? It is true, he has fainted, but he bears the token of the Luo family." Ingio produced the family insignia that Luo Tian always carried, and upon the elder examining it closely, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He then turned to Blood Sakura and inquired, "And what of you?" Blood Sakura, unfazed, produced a piece of crimson jade. The elder raised his hand to catch it, scrutinizing it closely, and once again he was taken aback. Yet, his expression softened considerably, and he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Blood Sakura, saying, "I did not expect to encounter the second lady of the Blood Gate. I had the honor of meeting your grandmother, the esteemed Blood Tian, many years ago. Since you are aware that I am the second young lady of the Blood Gate, you should understand that you cannot provoke me. Why do you not allow us to leave?" Blood Cherry remarked with a sly tone. The elder of the cult chuckled, saying, "If you truly are the second young lady of the Blood Gate, and that young man is indeed the son of Luo Kuan, you may certainly depart, and I shall not hinder you. However, this little creature cannot leave." The little creature he referred to was the boiling water frog. "Since it is with us, it must naturally accompany us as we go." Ingio generously spoke on behalf of the boiling water frog. "It has stolen our Ghostbone sect's treasure. How can we simply let it go?" "Nonsense. I was the first to discover this treasure box. Your Ghostbone sect killed our people in order to seize it. So how has it suddenly become yours?" the boiling water frog retorted indignantly. The elder of the cult, unfazed, simply waved his hand lightly, causing the surrounding ghostly flames to descend, nearly touching the boiling water frog's face, which made it hastily close its mouth, afraid to provoke further. "Whoever possesses the strength shall claim the treasure. Nonetheless, considering your status as the second young lady of the Blood Gate, I can permit your departure if you relinquish the treasure box at that moment." All eyes fell upon the boiling water frog. For a creature that has engaged in commerce for centuries and harbors an extraordinary obsession with treasures and wealth, surrendering what it has acquired is akin to sacrificing its very life. "Hurry and produce it. Stop dawdling," Ingio urged. The boiling water frog clutched its mustard seed ring, bearing an expression that seemed to say, "Just kill me now," yet ultimately relented, with a flash of blue light from the mustard seed ring. The treasure box appeared before everyone. "Why are you so overjoyed? Your treasure is being taken away. Have you lost your wits?" Ingio asked, casting a sidelong glance at the boiling water frog. "What do you know? Which merchant lacks wit? Those Ghostbone sect fellows are still at odds with me. First, I gave him an empty box. Ha." The boiling water frog laughed heartily, while Blood Cherry and Ingio looked on in astonishment. It turned out the boiling water frog had long been prepared. Had they been pursued by the Ghostbone sect, escaping would have been nearly impossible, and they would inevitably have to surrender the treasure box. To this end, the boiling water frog had removed the contents beforehand, so what was handed over was merely an empty box. Do you intend to get us killed?" Blood Cherry exclaimed, hastening her pace. "That's not all. Look at what this is." As it spoke, the boiling water frog wrapped its hand in cloth and then produced something else from the mustard seed ring. It was the Sea Crown map. The Sea Crown map, something only the Witch Clan can touch. Wouldn't a person without witch blood rot and perish upon contact? How come you are unharmed? The boiling water frog, however, waved its hand with a chuckle, explaining, the previous scholar was rather dim-witted. In fact, it is quite easy to handle this item as long as the skin does not make direct contact. However, to activate the Sea Crown map, one must indeed possess witch blood. If I were to sell this treasure to a clan of witches, it would fetch an astronomical price. What a profit! Unexpectedly, while Luo Tian and the others risked their lives to break in, It was the boiling water frog that emerged with a bountiful reward. What was contained in that treasure box? Ingio seemed even more intrigued by the contents of the box. Have you heard of the Firestone? The boiling water frog inquired with a smile. Certainly, I am a blacksmith, and in our trade, who is not familiar with the blazing firestone? Just a pinch of powder can amplify the flames, making it an excellent material for forging swords and blades. However, it does not come cheaply. In the marketplace, the price is approximately 50 taels of silver for a single tael of firestone, making it utterly unaffordable for those lacking financial means. Ingio nodded in agreement, revealing an envious expression towards the firestone, for he had never had the opportunity to use such high-grade auxiliary materials, having been far too impoverished in the past. Meanwhile, Kai Shui, while boastfully, remarked, "In my treasure box lies a full supply of firestone. In fact, when I discovered the box, it was already open. I merely closed it to avoid drawing attention, while the members of the Ghost Bone sect believed I had stumbled upon some rare treasure. Of course, this box of firestone would fetch a handsome price if sold." Haha. On the other side of the city of mountain ghosts, the elder of the cult, brimming with self-satisfaction, opened the box only to find it empty. Enraged, he realized it was too late to pursue them, for the group had already exited the city, and in the distance, the stationed troops of Yunshan Kingdom were visible. Although the military forces stationed in Yunshan Kingdom were not under Luo Tian's command, his reputation within the army was exceedingly high. Therefore, upon hearing of Luo Tian's identity, arrangements for reception and treatment were swiftly made. Young Master Tian's condition was dire. The toxins were secondary, but the spiritual energy had become chaotic within his body, potentially damaging his meridians and organs over time. As the military doctor shook his head in dismay, "What does this mean? Can he be cured?" The station force consisted of an entire battalion of Yunshan Kingdom's troops, approximately 2,000 strong, led by Captain Shen Yun, who, by coincidence, had served under Luo Tian when he first enlisted, holding him in great esteem. Upon learning of Luo Tian's plight, a frown immediately crossed his face. As night fell, Luo Tian remained in a deep stupor. Blood Sakura stepped gracefully into the tent and retrieved a blood-red pill from her bosom, administering it to Luo Tian with warm water. As the pill entered his mouth, a sudden warmth enveloped his entire body, and within moments, he was drenched in sweat, the moisture even saturating his hair. "You gave him the blood spirit pill? Are you not afraid of the Bloodgate's wrath?" Came Kai Shui's voice from outside to eye in the garden of the headquarters of the Ghost Pattern sect. It was the season when the renowned flowers of the sixth heaven bloomed. It is said that each flower bears 7 leaves, each of a different hue. Beneath the sunlight, the 7 colors shimmer like precious gems, and at night, the petals, having absorbed the day's light, bloom once more, transforming the entire garden into an ethereal realm. Yet, at this moment, even more breathtaking than this paradise were 2 exquisite goddesses, both unparalleled in beauty and grace. Blood Sakura, clad in simple, unadorned attire, bent down to sift through the soil, her smile rivaling the clear skies above. Many of the valuable flowers in this garden were planted by her own hands. Duanmuzi, still dressed in her customary martial gown, observed Blood Sakura wiping the dirt from her hands and inquired, "I find myself quite envious of you. I long for such a life, though." "Is that so? But if I were to switch places with you, you would undoubtedly refuse. How could one accustomed to the tumult of the martial world ever adapt to the tranquil life of a farmer?" Shuang smiled and remarked, "That may not necessarily be the case. The treacheries and fierce battles of the martial world, while initially exhilarating, inevitably lead to weariness over time. In truth, I have recently begun to entertain thoughts of withdrawing from this realm to lead a tranquil life. However, I fear that escaping this world may not be as straightforward as I hoped. In this vast universe, there are others who strive to live with all their might, not merely Luo Tian. Duanmuzi, as a seed, bears the hopes of all her predecessors. One could say her burden is even heavier than that of Luo Tian." Shuang chuckled softly. "You and Luo Tian share certain similarities, and I find myself envious of you in that regard. In what ways are we alike?" Duanmuzi inquired. "You both speak of desiring a peaceful life, yet the moment any disturbance arises that concerns you, you would eagerly plunge back into the tumult of the martial world. Although you profess a longing for tranquility, I believe that if truly faced with such a lifestyle, you would find it unbearable." As she spoke, Shuang extended the shovel in her hand to Duanmuzi, inviting her to partake in the modest task of planting. Duanmuzi hesitated, refraining from reaching out. "See, I was not mistaken. Your hands, like Luo Tian's, are more suited for wielding a blade. Over the years, whether in the mortal realm or beyond, I have developed my own perspectives. The heavens have endowed each individual with distinct personalities to foster our growth as independent beings. Tasked with missions only we can fulfill. My mission may well be to cultivate flowers here, to be the woman who silently supports Luo Tian from behind, while you are destined to carve out your own path in the martial world. We are fundamentally different, but do you not feel discontented? Once upon a time, the Xueying I knew aspired to become a formidable force. Now, Luo Tian may depart with several esteemed elders to realms beyond. And should he leave, it could be for decades or even centuries. Will you not feel lonely or resentful towards him? Duan Muzi asked that I believe that is what you truly wish to inquire. Xueying replied candidly, to be honest, when Luo Tian's strength surged beyond my reach, I did experience moments of frustration and contemplated chasing after him. Eventually, I relinquished that ambition. Every individual has their limits, and mine had long been reached. These past years, I have trained alongside the masters of the six heavens, supplemented by various elixirs, yet my progress remains painfully slow. For me, cultivation no longer offers significant advancement. Perhaps the best I can achieve is to extend my lifespan or preserve my youthful appearance. Limits can be transcended. As long as one does not give up, there will always be. Duan Muzi began. But Xueying shook her head. That may be true for someone like you or Luo Tian, who possess nearly limitless potential. For an ordinary person like myself, limits are indeed limits. Perhaps the heavens have set these boundaries for us to allow you to occupy the remaining space for growth. Haha, I just thought in any case, I have come to accept my fate. You cannot become me, nor can I become you. Neither of us can replace the other. I believe that Kunping resides within the divine palace of the Zhulong clan. For all these years, it has meticulously schemed to become the demon emperor. Now that it has finally achieved that status, relinquishing the hard-won demon empire will not be an easy feat. I believe this fellow is still hiding within the divine palace. It would be more prudent for me to venture into the divine palace and extract him from the sanctuary of the Zhulong clan, remarked Luo Tian, standing before the venerable Sima Tian and Baigu. With the esteemed He perched upon his shoulder, should you wish to go, then by all means, do so. It would also provide an opportunity to visit the Divine Wood Garden. The golden form of Elder Yi Han should be nearing completion. However, given that the current decline of the Zhulong clan is partly due to you, it would be wise to exercise some decorum during your visit, particularly towards the Supreme Demon Empress, who now finds herself bereft of all. The Zhulong clan suffered grievously following the death of the Demon Emperor Zhulong, and during the tumultuous aftermath, at least 100 of their demon generals led their respective forces away from the clan. Subsequently, many more followed suit, and with Kunping's covert ascension to power, he effectively seized control over the clan's actual authority, resulting in the elimination of many dissenting generals. Presently, the strength of the Zhulong clan is estimated to be less than 60% of its former pinnacle. With a significant depletion of skilled fighters, the Supreme Demon Empress has yet to regain her powers, and Kunping, having narrowly escaped obliteration from Luo Tian's assault, has further diminished the clan's influence in the Nine Heavens. For the Zhulong clan, Luo Tian is perhaps the most unwelcome individual at this juncture. Even as he stood beneath the towering gates of the Divine Palace, he was met with resistance from the demon generals stationed at the entrance. Though these warriors quivered at the sight of him, their weapons trembling in their grasp, the palace itself appeared to still be undergoing repairs. The devastation wrought by the battle and the subsequent arrival of the evil ancestor and the Tiandao family had been too severe, and it would likely take over a decade to restore it. I come to see the Supreme Demon Empress. Please convey my message. I shall meet her at the pinnacle of the Divine Palace in half an hour, stated Luo Tian. That he then disregarded the protests of the obstructing demon generals, retreating to a nearby tree to light a cigarette, leaning against the trunk as he gazed silently at the clear sky of the Nine Heavens. Several demon generals shouted at Luo Tian, though they only dared to voice their objections. Seeing that he paid them no mind, they hastily relayed the news upwards, and soon, higher-ranking demon generals were informed of Luo Tian's arrival. Half an hour later, Luo Tian extinguished the cigarette in his hand, having accumulated a considerable number of butts at his feet. He approached the entrance once more and inquired, "Has the message been communicated?" The demon general at the entrance nodded vigorously. In an instant, Luo Tian vanished from their sight, the space rippling as he reappeared atop the Divine Palace. Within mere seconds, he stood at the apex of the palace, where he found not only the Supreme Demon Empress awaiting him, but also several thousand elite demon soldiers and a multitude of generals, their faces marked by an inexplicable solemnity. The Supreme Demon Empress. Protected by these warriors, sat upon a throne adorned with the finest white fox fur, her countenance betraying her discomfort, likely due to her unhealed injuries. The Zhulong clan does not welcome you. Leave at once, she commanded coldly upon laying eyes on Luo Tian. Chapter 39. The art of trade. The blood spirit pill is a miraculous elixir of the blood sect, besides its nefarious blood-sucking sorcery. The sect is also renowned for its alchemical prowess, possessing no less than 100 varieties of pills. Among them, the blood spirit pill is considered relatively precious. This particular pill is concocted using the blood of savage beasts. Upon consumption, it channels the beast's blood to invigorate the meridians within the body, enhancing the flow of spiritual energy. Its primary purpose is to accelerate the cultivation process, and many adept practitioners across the continent resort to such pills during critical breakthroughs, yielding effects several times more potent. However, at this moment, the blood spirit pill serves to assist Luo Tian in alleviating the chaotic and congested spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, utilizing the power of savage beast blood to subdue the tumultuous energy. If I recall correctly, this single pill costs several tens of thousands of taels. Your blood sect cannot be deemed a major evil faction. So is it truly worth spending such a sum on this young man? The water frog articulated the market price of the blood spirit pill. Worthiness is irrelevant. I intend to marry him, and this pill shall serve as a betrothal gift. With that, Blood Sakura departed the tent. By noon the following day, Luo Tian indeed awakened, not only regaining lucidity, but also finding his overall condition satisfactory. After a brief period of meditation, he sprang out of bed, full of vigor. Previously, did not the young genius Xiang Qi from the Iron Feather Kingdom engage in a battle with you? Although Xiang Qi ultimately emerged victorious, your notorious reputation as a waste made his victory seem arduous. Rather than gaining glory, he lost face, compounded by Yuan Shangkong's persistent calls for battle, which caused quite a stir within the Iron Feather Kingdom. Chun Yun remarked that a great stir. Luo Tian had already heard of Chun Yun's comments upon leaving the royal city, yet he did not anticipate the Iron Feather Kingdom's swift reaction that a young prodigy at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Does this not equate to Yuan Shangkong from the Iron Feather Kingdom? This imminent clash is likely to attract considerable attention from both nations and many individuals across the continent. It seems the winds of change are sweeping through the royal city. Haha. Luo Tian chuckled. Luo Tian expressed his discontent, stating, "In our blood sect, we are the ones who marry men. However, I shall not support you for a lifetime. Once I am with child, you may take your leave. Until then, you are forbidden from engaging with other women and absolutely prohibited from marrying anyone else. Do you understand?" Luo Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation, feeling as though he was speaking to a wall. Meanwhile, the water frog, seated nearby, cradled the golden abacus in his hands, a broad smile illuminating his face as he calculated figures. "What are you calculating?" Luo Tian inquired. "I am determining how much you owe me, and additionally, how much I stand to gain from this venture. You must provide me with 20,000. The sale of that bit of firestone should yield at least 10,000. And the Sea Crown map should fetch several tens of thousands. Adding it all up, I should be able to profit at least 100,000 taels. Haha, splendid indeed." The water frog reveled in his calculations. At this moment, Inju nudged Luo Tian and whispered, "The firestone is quite valuable. It is beneficial for blade forging. Water frog, I would like to purchase that firestone from you." Luo Tian spoke up. "Certainly, I won't overcharge you. Let us settle on 10,000 taels for it." After removing the decimals, of course, the water frog replied that "As for the Sea Crown map, sell it to me as well. But do not set such a high price. 10,000 taels will suffice. Together, I shall give you 40,000 taels, which will cover the total expenses for this occasion." Upon finishing his words, Luo Tian noticed that the water frog stared at him for quite some time before bursting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You must have lost your mind. A mere 10,000 taels for the Sea Crown map? What difference does that make from a pie falling from the sky? Haha. Aside from me, I doubt anyone else could sell it for such a high price." However, Luo Tian calmly raised his foot and replied, "What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing this, Luo Tian instead chuckled, shaking his head. "You intend to do business with the third prince. Do you think he would honestly part with so much money? Even if he doesn't care about 100,000 or 80,000, do you believe I would allow you to sell it to him? In the future, he might use this Sea Crown map against my father, and I cannot stand idly by." This statement from Luo Tian was tantamount to a veiled threat to the water frog. The water frog, being exceptionally astute, quickly sensed the hostility in Luo Tian's words. Yet instead of becoming angry, he smiled and replied, "But you cannot make things difficult for a humble little merchant like me. Without my assistance, you would have long been captured by the Ghostbone sect. And would you still be here to settle accounts? While I certainly do not wish to complicate matters for you, as a reward for rescuing you, shouldn't this sea crown map be sold to me at a discounted price? Otherwise, I may spread the word that you, water frog, are ungrateful in the face of wealth, and your future business might suffer, wouldn't it?" The two exchanged barbs, appearing to engage in light banter, while subtly sparring with one another behind the scenes. Curiously, as Luo Tian pondered, why is there a blockage? He stepped out of the carriage and walked over 200 meters before spotting the checkpoint for entering the city. "Why aren't you letting the carriage in?" Luo Tian approached and discovered that it was not a traffic jam, but rather the guards at the city gate refusing entry. The guards, not recognizing him, dismissively replied, "Can't you see it's a sea of people inside? What if the carriage goes in and collides with someone?" Luo Tian, upon hearing this, glanced into the heart of the royal city and was indeed taken aback. The streets were packed with people of all ages, particularly young girls, each holding flowers and wearing expressions of eager anticipation. What on earth is happening? Luo Tian's curiosity grew deeper. The guard waved his hand, saying, "If you wish to enter the city quickly, go to another gate. Something significant is about to occur here, so don't stand around asking foolish questions." What an exquisite carriage! Luo Tian mused silently that as he focused, he noticed someone standing at the front of the carriage. And as it drew closer, he finally discerned that it was a strikingly handsome young man, clad in a white cloak and wielding a magnificent sword. "Chu Kuei, we love you. We adore you." Behind him, the girls shouted in unison, their deafening voices echoing throughout the royal city. Chapter 40. The graceful young man Chu Kuei, isn't he the third-ranked master of the younger generation from the Iron Feather Kingdom? Why is he causing such a commotion? Luo Tian was filled with questions that it was not entirely his fault. 3 years ago, when he was exiled to the Sea of Corpses, Chu Kuei's fame had not yet spread within the royal city, and he himself had never visited the capital. Had it not been for the strict border management between the two nations, many commoners from Yunshan Kingdom would have flocked to Iron Feather Kingdom to catch a glimpse of Chu Kuei. This visit marked Chu Kuei's first return in 2 years, and once the news spread, the citizens of the royal city, especially the young ladies, went into a frenzy. Many had rushed overnight to await the arrival of Chu Kuei's entourage, resulting in the congestion currently witnessed. The magnificent, opulent white carriage, drawn by ethereal and exquisite white deer, made quite an impression upon its arrival. Luo Tian, however, held no aversion towards this spectacle. In a realm teeming with diverse individuals, it was hardly a fault to relish in adoration from the masses. What irked him, nonetheless, was the obstruction of his own procession. If one delights in being the center of attention, it is all well and good. But to hinder the flow of traffic in the process is simply unacceptable. 8. White deer galloped in like the wind, halting the white carriage at the grand entrance. The surrounding ladies were almost beside themselves with excitement. Had it not been for the guard's restraint, they would have undoubtedly rushed forward to kneel beside the carriage, each clutching flowers, and even a mere glance from Chu Kuei would have sent them into blissful swoons. This was the document for entering the city. That an inconspicuous servant emerged from within the carriage and approached the guards to exchange the necessary papers. Luo Tian furrowed his brow. He could not discern if it was merely his imagination. But though this paragon of the Iron Feather Kingdom exuded an aura of profound prowess, he seemed almost illusory, as if standing before him was not a living being, but rather a mere painting. A cultivation level of the 9th tier of Qi refinement was indeed impressive. Yet Luo Tian could sense that this individual surpassed him by a considerable margin. After the city entry documents were inspected, the guards withdrew the gate, allowing the procession to glide slowly into the grand city. However, just as they passed by Luo Tian, Chu Kuei suddenly called out, "Halt!" The surrounding ladies surged forward, effectively pushing Luo Tian to the periphery. Chu Kuei stood atop the carriage, graciously accepting flowers from the ladies while gesturing amiably at that moment. He turned his gaze and unexpectedly fixed it upon Luo Tian. "Meeting you in person is a pleasure. Young Master Luo," he remarked, clearly recognizing Luo Tian and extending a greeting. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, as were the surrounding maidens, who turned to look at him in astonishment. Though Luo Tian was a scion of a prominent family and frequented the realms of pleasure, the sensation now was markedly different. Not a single pair of eyes among the throng of young women radiated kindness. He could distinctly perceive their disdain. Isn't this the useless scion of the Luo family? What bad luck! I was so delighted to encounter young Master Chu Kuei. Yet here stands this good-for-nothing. Luo Tian's reputation in the grand city was far from favorable. Even the common folk regarded him with scorn. Standing there, he was still subjected to their derision. Accustomed to such treatment, Luo Tian chose to disregard them and inquired, "You know me? 2 years ago, during my visit to the grand city, I had the fortune of enjoying a cup of tea at the Luo Manor. I recalled seeing your portrait then, and I must say, you bear a striking resemblance to it," came the reply. While the words seemed harmless, Luo Tian could not help but internally scoff. He had no fondness for portraits, the only one being a caricature drawn by Luo Yin and during a playful moment, where his visage was humorously rendered as that of a pig. What was initially a light-hearted jest between siblings had now been wielded as an insult. It was no wonder he was deemed a wastrel, lacking even the simplest decorum. He truly deserved to be dealt a crushing blow by young Master Chu. The crowd of assailants grew increasingly overwhelming. Luo Tian found himself at a loss. Chu Kuei, reveling in his triumph, waved dismissively, saying, "I believe young Master Luo has made an unintentional error. Let us not dwell on it further. Let us proceed into the city swiftly." As the white deer set forth, the chariot of Chu Kuei entered the grand city of the king. All were cultivators at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, of similar age, and each hailing from illustrious backgrounds. The strength of these two individuals would serve as a testament to the might of their respective nations. Yuan Chongkong felt considerable pressure, as the third prince had issued a clear directive for this battle. Victory was the only acceptable outcome. The site for the duel was designated atop Longsue Mountain, situated to the south of the king's city. It was indeed formidable. News had spread that numerous nations and sects from across the continent had dispatched representatives to witness this monumental clash firsthand. Even Ingio, who typically concerned himself solely with forging blades, found himself intrigued by the matter. On a more serious note, I settled the payment for the water frogs a few days ago, and the carcasses of the savage beasts should have already been delivered. Please prepare them, for we must inspect the goods. Are the carcasses not meant to be delivered here? Ingio inquired, perplexed. Certainly not. It would be quite improper to have such massive creatures, measuring over 10 meters. In our home, I have established a workshop in the forest to the north of the king's city that will serve as our dedicated site for blade forging. And it shall be our base of operations. After a journey of less than an hour in the carriage, they arrived at the workshop, which was quite expansive and had cost Luo Tian a considerable sum. At that moment, around 10 workers were bustling about. Having never encountered such a sophisticated workshop before, Ingio, accustomed to forging blades in a humble earthen dwelling, was immediately captivated by the advanced tools and workbenches. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he rolled up his sleeves, eager to commence work. Let us first discuss what grade of battle blades we can forge from these two tiger sea beasts. They cannot possibly be inferior to the cold iron battle blades, can they? If the essence of the abyss were to infiltrate the demon core, then the foundation that Kunpeng had built over many years would be utterly obliterated. And this lifetime would be forfeit. A great demon possessing the memories of 2 previous lives, it understood the necessity of restraint in such a moment. Should it act with the same recklessness and arrogance as in its past life, annihilation would be its fate. Furthermore, this time it was the essence of the abyss that threatened to consume it, and there was a grave fear that it would not even have the chance for reincarnation. Thus, as the essence of the abyss drew near the demon core, Kunpeng immediately proclaimed, "I can divulge information to you if you refrain from attacking me." Though Kunpeng was indeed a wretched creature steeped in malevolence, it still possessed a degree of cunning in this life. Luo Tian halted the encroaching essence of the abyss and spoke, "Let us address matters one by one and see what secrets you can provide. Then I shall consider how best to deal with you. In truth, my knowledge is rather limited. The reason Lord Song collaborates with me and has promised me such vast benefits is because I am aware of the 3 pillars. I can at least confirm the identity of one of those pillars," Kunpeng stated. "Is it not the demon Emperor Zhulong?" Luo Tian inquired. "That is not the one to which I refer. I am speaking of the remaining 2 pillars that I can ascertain the identity of one of them, and I can inform you so that you may protect it, for it has been by your side all along." This statement piqued Luo Tian's curiosity. The notion that such an important individual had been in his proximity all this time, without his knowledge, was astonishing. Is there a descendant of the ancient divine race among you? A maiden, whose bloodline carries the essence of the very first ancient divine beings. Kunpeng's face was etched with confusion as he hastily spoke. and indeed, the individual he mentioned bore a striking resemblance to a woman close to Luo Tian. That being Xiaoshuang. Xiaoshuang was undoubtedly peculiar, a fact Luo Tian had discerned long ago. It was known that a seal, originating from the primordial ancient gods of this universe, had been placed upon Xiaoshuang. Investigations had led to the discovery that this sealing stone pertained to a mysterious primordial deity, with Xiaoshuang being but a fragment of the seal rather than its entirety. However, after that revelation, no further information emerged, and Luo Tian had not pursued the matter with any particular fervor. Little did he anticipate that Xiaoshuang's seal would indeed be intertwined with the three pillars. To be more specific, Luo Tian declared with a grave tone. Observing Luo Tian's growing interest, Kunpeng's thoughts quickly shifted, and he continued, "You are aware of the matter concerning the three pillars. Duanmu's son concealed the three pillars, the Achilles heel of the destructive incantation, within the bodies of three individuals. Naturally, at the time of being embedded within the pillars, these three could not surpass the sacred path. One of them was the deceased Zhu Long. I have been covertly investigating the affairs of the three pillars and have ascertained the whereabouts of the second pillar, which is buried within the body of a primordial ancient god. This primordial ancient god is highly likely to be the deity king of the original era, and at that time, its cultivation was merely a breath away from the sacred path, perfectly aligning with the requirements for being embedded within a pillar." At this point, Kunpeng fell silent, regarding Luan with a wary gaze. Luo Tian, in turn, was lost in contemplation. The entire situation seemed exceedingly bizarre. If the first deity king had indeed been chosen as one of the three pillars, it implied that he was effectively aligned with the side of Duanmu's senator. Why then would he betray? Could it be that, like Zhu Long, he harbored grand ambitions and conspired with external formidable beings? Yet, even Zhu Long, as a fellow pillar, had not dared to take such a risk, for he understood that the consequences were beyond his capacity to bear. Did the primordial deity king then possess the audacity to traverse such perilous waters? Moreover, another perplexing matter troubled Luo Tian's mind. How could this so-called sealing power of the inherited bloodline choose Xiaoshuang? What mechanism could possibly select such a feeble descendant of the ancient gods? One incapable of even self-preservation? To speak frankly, had Xiaoshuang not encountered Luo Tian, should she meet her demise one day without leaving any progeny, would that not signify the complete severance of this lineage's sealing power? What then would be the course of action? It was audacious for her to present herself before Luo Tian with an air of proud accomplishment, yet she quickly realized the peril of such arrogance. And thus Kunpeng suppressed the smile upon his countenance. After casting a sidelong glance at him, Luo Tian inquired, "And what of the third pillar? Do you have any knowledge of its identity?" "I have yet to uncover that." Kunpeng replied, "Aside from the pillar of the demon emperor Zhu Long, which is widely known among both celestial and terrestrial experts, the pillar of the deity king is known to many, yet its corporeal form remains elusive. As for the third pillar, it has been a mystery since antiquity. Only Duanmu's son likely possesses knowledge of it, yet he has disclosed nothing to anyone regarding this matter." Seizing the opportunity, Kunpeng endeavored to prove his worth. Hoping to persuade Luo Tian to spare him, "I see you are intent on continuing your betrayal against us." The voice of He, the senior, emanated from Luo Tian's shoulder. As Luo Tian gazed at Kunpeng, he sensed that this fellow still had matters left unspoken. Just as he contemplated pressing further with his inquiries, Kunpeng's expression abruptly shifted, and black pus and blood began to ooze from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils. Chapter 41. The Wildlands of the Ancient Lin Garden. The Ancient Lin Garden is a vast park established by the royal family of Yunsan country in the northern suburbs. Enveloped by a mystical barrier, this expansive garden encompasses a grand mountain, meandering streams that encircle it, towering ancient trees, and an unspoiled natural environment. The royal family of Yunsan also raises wild beasts. However, the creatures nurtured within the ancient Lin Garden are not intended for combat, but rather for observation and companionship. Indeed, acknowledged the responsible party beside him with a nod. "Are you feeding them properly? They appear rather frail," Luo Tian remarked, at a loss for words to describe the diminutive figure of little He, who remained scrawny and nearly devoid of fur, resembling a plucked sparrow. Yet, upon sensing Luo Tian's presence, little He exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, chirping and edging closer to Luo Tian's hand, eventually resting its head upon it. "We specialize in the care of wild beasts. Typically, during the initial 2 months, their appetites are robust. Even those with innate deficiencies tend to consume copiously, gradually improving in condition. Wild beasts are known for their tenacious vitality. However, Little Hay's case is extraordinary. Regardless of what we offer, it refuses to eat. Since you entrusted us with Little Hay, it has not consumed a single morsel of food, surviving solely on scant sips of water each day. That it has endured thus far is nothing short of a miracle, the administrator lamented, clearly distressed yet wary of offending Luo Tian. Bending down, Luo Tian approached Little Hay and whispered softly, "Why won't you eat? Is the food unappealing?" Little Hay flapped its wings a few times, attempting to convey its feelings to Tea that moment. The nearby administrator approached with a bucket of fresh meat, only to be halted by Luo Tian. He pulled a piece of meat from the bucket and placed it before Little Hay. "You must eat this. If you continue to refuse sustenance, you will perish. Do you hear me?" Upon speaking, Luo Tian pried open Little Hay's beak with one hand and forcefully inserted the meat with the other. Initially, Little Hay struggled, flapping its wings and resisting Luo Tian's hand, but ultimately, Luo Tian succeeded in pushing the entire piece into its mouth. Only after witnessing Little Hay swallow the meat did Luo Tian release his grip, admonishing it as one would a child. "Listen, even if you are innately deficient, even if you were born a failure, as long as we are alive, we must never give up that we do not live for others. We live for ourselves." These words seemed to resonate not only with Little Hay, but also with himself. Tian Gu, the seventh princess, unexpectedly appeared behind Luo Tian. Upon turning, he beheld a magnificent bird with a fiery red tail perched upon her shoulder, its feathers ablaze like flames, rendering Little Hay's appearance utterly unremarkable in comparison. The fire phoenix is hatched. Luo Tian recognized the creature as the wild beast fire phoenix that how splendid it is. It has grown remarkably in just half a month. The caretaker has mentioned that it will continue to thrive. An adult fire phoenix can boast a wingspan of several meters, capable of soaring through the sky with me aboard. Haha. The seventh princess is thrilled at the prospect of riding the fire phoenix into the heavens. The fire phoenix, with an air of haughtiness, cast a frosty glance at Luo Tian. "Brother Tian, is that your fierce beast? Let me take a look." The seventh princess approached the side of the small black creature, observing its forlorn expression as it sat on the table in a daze. "What sort of fierce beast is this? It appears so pitiable." She chuckled as she reached out to tease the small black creature. It unexpectedly pecked at her, and had it not been for her cultivation, which rendered her body more resilient than the average person, she might have drawn blood from the encounter. How curious it is. What exactly is this small black creature that could instill a sense of threat in the powerful fire phoenix, even causing it to feel fear and attempt to protect itself? Once the fire phoenix was pulled away, the small black creature collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. "Very well. I shall take the small black creature with me. From this day forth, I will care for it," Luo Tian declared to the caretaker. The seventh princess's expression shifted upon hearing this, and she promptly nodded in agreement. Just as Luo Tian was about to speak again, he suddenly noticed a group of individuals approaching, led by a few guards adorned with tattoos of eagles. Could they be from the Yuan family? Luo Tian recognized their identity. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air as several caretakers dragged a massive iron cage from the distance, within which was contained a peculiar, ferocious tiger with black stripes and green eyes. A fierce beast, the black tiger. Luo Tian was aware of this creature, having occasionally encountered traces of it in the outskirts of the Corpse Sea's ghostly abyss. An adult black tiger measures nearly 7 meters in length, adorned with dark patterns, and its green eyes glow in the night. It is known for its ferocity, with an adult's strength equivalent to that of a 6th-layer qi refining expert. How is it permissible to keep a black tiger here? Luo Tian questioned in confusion. That is Yuan Changkong's pet. Just as he spoke, Yuan Changkong emerged from the crowd, clad in full battle gear, his demeanor exuding arrogance as he approached the iron cage. The black tiger roared fiercely at him, to which Yuan Changkong responded with a disdainful snort, striking the cage with his palm. Instantly, the once fearsome black tiger cowered like a domestic cat. "Now that's more like it. Open the cage. I wish to take it for a stroll," Yuan Changkong commanded emphatically, though the caretakers were reluctant. They complied, retreating to a safe distance after unlocking the cage. The black tiger leaped out, affectionately trailing behind Yuan Changkong. At this moment, Luo Tian stepped forward, and the black tiger, sensing the faint aura of killing intent emanating from him, immediately exhibited hostility, growling lowly. "I wondered who it was. Turns out it is the Luo family's waste. Have you also raised a fierce beast in Gulin Garden for self-protection? Yuan Chong Kong scoffed. Luo Tian replied coldly with a smile. A rogue raising a malevolent tiger is indeed a fitting match. I have heard you are soon to face off against Chu Kuei in 30 days. Atop Long Chui Mountain, I shall emerge victorious. Once I defeat Chu Kuei, the entire Yushan kingdom will hail me as a hero. What has befallen me? What have you done? My body seems to be melting away. As if I am on the verge of decay. The voice of Kunping grew increasingly frantic. Initially, Luo Tian suspected that this creature was merely playing tricks, yet now he was nearly certain that this was no ruse. Luo Tian, something is amiss. If this continues, Kunping's corporeal form will be utterly lost. If you wish to pose any further inquiries, you must act swiftly to preserve its soul, urged the anxious figure of the Black Elder on Luo Tian's shoulder. The Elder's words rang true. In a remarkably short span, Kunping's physical body had begun to decompose entirely. To bring such a formidable being, capable of commanding storms in the 9 heavens, to such a pitiful and vulnerable state. The assailant's strength was likely superior to Luo Tian's, and the unique energy capable of expelling the abyssal aura was surely formidable. The Black Elder reiterated his warning to Luo Tian, who hastily attempted to seize control of Kunping's soul. However, at that moment, the drifting soul surged towards the palace's exterior, evidently being pursued by someone intent on seizing it. Luo Tian could not allow this individual to succeed, nor could he relinquish Kunping so easily. In the next instant, he cast a spell to envelop Kunping's soul, ensuring that within the realm of time and space under his dominion, unless the adversary possessed overwhelming power, they could not forcibly extract Kunping's essence. Yet, the most unforeseen occurrences often transpire with the greatest ease. Within the time and space that Luo Tian had solidified, even Kunping's soul appeared frozen, akin to a painting within a frame, yet it continued its flight towards the palace's exit. As if the confines of time and space could not bind Kunping's consciousness. Hurry, pursue it. The Black Elder called out to Luo Tian. In truth, there was no need for the Elder's reminder. Luo Tian had already given chase. Eager to discern which formidable entity possessed the capability to snatch away Kunping from his grasp, within the labyrinthine palace, walls shattered under his relentless onslaught, and Luo Tian's velocity surged, yet the pace at which Kunping was being abducted was no less swift. Resolutely, he tore through the very fabric of space before finding himself outside the palace in the blink of an eye, where he finally beheld the true visage of the assailant. The sky, devoid of rain, was now bespeckled with a fine drizzle, not the kind that heralds a tempest, but rather an ominous gloom. The elite soldiers of the demon race, once immobilized by Luo Tian, now lay lifeless. Their bodies strewn across the ground in a terrifying tableau. Amidst the black rain, Luo Tian espied a figure standing at the terminus of the corpses, wielding a black umbrella. The individual, of modest stature and youthful appearance, emanated an icy aura. She was a delicate and serene young woman, her long black dress marred by traces of blood, and her hollow eyes seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of any soul. Including Luo Tian's deter, the Black Elder recognized her, though his tone suggested a relationship that was not one of old friends. Luo Tian had encountered her before, having glimpsed that black umbrella just as he faced imminent death at the hands of Ban Sha. Furthermore, in earlier days, when he had been cornered time and again, he had seen this mysterious figure in his visions, a being seemingly unbound by the realms of heaven or earth. Now, Luo Tian is only aware that her name is Yin. The Yin from Yinyang, one of the formidable adversaries from the bygone era of Duanmu's son and his lineage. Yin and Yang are siblings, with Yin being the younger sister and Yang the elder brother. The latter possessing greater strength. Yet ultimately, they fell to Duanmu Sen's lineage, which triumphed in its defiance of fate, eventually transforming into the new Tao of heaven. The Yang aspect of the previous generation's agent of the Tao has perished, while the Yin aspect remains missing. It is known that she seems to be working for the Caesar of heaven, yet the specifics of her actions and plans remain unknown, even to Duanmu's son. The soul of Kunping flew directly to her side, vanishing into her black umbrella, and despite Luo Tian's pursuit, he was a step too late. Kunping had already fallen into her grasp. It inquired why Luo Tian felt utterly powerless upon being seized by her. It was evident that her strength far surpassed that of Ban Sha, likely reaching the level of the Dao family members, if not higher. Your actions instill fear within me. You are certainly not my friend, but rather most likely my enemy, Luo Tian proclaimed. You find my capacity for killing fearsome. Yet the truly terrifying ones are those who resurrect others. I offer you a word of caution. Be wary of those who bring the dead back to life. For it is their endeavors that warrant your fear, while what I and the esteemed Caesar of heaven are doing is beyond your current concern, Yin replied, releasing her grip on Luo Tian. Instantly, he felt his energy rapidly rejuvenate, and with a low growl, his hand broke through the black mist, reaching for Yin, who vanished before his very eyes, leaving him grasping only an illusion. Where has Yin gone? The elder He queried. Did she just say something to you? Luo Tian looked at the elder He with suspicion. It was perched upon his shoulder, yet it seemed that it had not heard a word of Yin's previous utterance. As though her words were meant solely for Luo Tian. Did you not hear? Luo Tian asked. Do not heed this woman's seduction. 9 out of 10 of her words are lies. Xiao Sen was once ensnared by her deceit. Whatever she says, treat it as nonsense, understood? The elder He said, observing Luo Tian with unease. Luo Tian nodded noncommittally. What did she say to you? The elder He inquired again. She remarked that those who kill are not truly fearsome, but rather those who seek to resurrect the doomed are the ones to be feared. I do not know to whom she was referring. Perhaps you are right. I shall dismiss it as nonsense. Luo Tian replied with a sudden smile, his tone seemingly transformed. The elder He, feeling discomfort, looked up at Luo Tian, yet in that moment, it perceived not Luo Tian but rather the shadow of another person lurking within his brow, sending a shiver down its spine. An instinctual fear. Chapter 42. The tiger-tooth treasure blade for Ingio. This instance of forging a blade marks the long-awaited beginning of his dreams. From a state of dire poverty, barely able to afford a meal, to now crafting high-tier weapons, he feels as though he is still ensconced in a dream, even foregoing the time to wash his face in order to share the good news with Luo Tian at the earliest opportunity. Luo Tian was equally exhilarated, as he still could not comprehend how he had triumphed in his battle against the ghost young master. If he struggled so against an opponent at the 8th level of Qi refinement, how could he possibly contend with Yuan Chang Kong? While it was unrealistic to expect a swift elevation in cultivation, possessing a formidable treasure could significantly enhance his combat prowess. In hindsight, the decision to recruit Ingio had proven exceedingly judicious. The two of them promptly made their way to the workshop. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a dozen workers standing at the entrance, each bearing expressions that mingled seriousness with delight. For these individuals, and indeed for the entire Yushan kingdom, the forging of a high-grade human weapon was an immensely significant affair. Such a high-grade treasure would command no less than 200,000 taels in the market, and potentially far more. Even those capable of affording such a price would have to contend with the renowned artisans who could craft weapons of that caliber, as the willingness to sell would depend heavily on their disposition. Take the instance of Luo. By purchasing the cold iron battle blade, despite offering a handsome sum, he still had to make multiple visits to secure the coveted blade, with Ingio now a master at forging high-grade human treasures. As long as Luo Tian could carve out a reputation with this blade, his own fame would inevitably flourish, and one day, he would become a well-known swordsmith on the continent. Where's the blade? Luo Tian called out as he stepped into the workshop. 2 robust workers emerged, bearing a treasure blade shrouded in red fabric. Ingio hastened forward, standing proudly beside the workers as he proclaimed, "As the first treasure I have crafted, and one that has achieved high-grade human weapon status, it is only fitting that I present it." Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, Ingio rubbed his palms together as he spoke. "Don't be nervous, haha." Luo Tian chuckled in reassurance. The entire forging process spanned 20 days, utilizing firestone as the primary material. Throughout this duration, we ensured that the flames burned pure and efficiently. The blade's foundation was made from cold iron, a highly prized ore that emitted a terrifying chill, thus resisting ordinary flames during the forging process. Hence, firestone was indispensable. Ingio began to elaborate on the blade forging process. "I meticulously refined the complete remains of 2 juvenile tiger claw beasts. Since they were merely adolescents, I only obtained a single intact piece of savage beast bone, which was utilized for the blade's spine and handle. Lastly, and most importantly, as per the ancient Tian forging method, we incorporated the blood of the savage beast." Luo Tian's expression reflected confusion as he inquired, "Is the blood of the savage beast truly useful?" Ingio promptly nodded in affirmation, saying, "For an ordinary smith, the savage beast is a precious material. Its bones, hide, and even unique organs can serve as forging components. However, very few would dare to employ the blood of the savage beast, as it possesses a formidable corrosive quality that could spell disaster for blade crafting. Yet, The ancient Tian forging method I have mastered tells a different tale. According to its teachings, the blood of the savage beast carries its unique properties. And if utilized, it can endow the treasure blade with the attributes of the savage beast, effectively imbuing it with extraordinary power. I recall the tiger-tooth beast's agility, which allows for swift movements. Could it be that the tiger-tooth battle blade possesses such characteristics as well? Luo Tian inquired. Indeed. The new tiger-tooth battle blade not only retains the chilling aura of the cold iron blade, but also embodies the traits of the tiger-tooth beast's agility. Now, allow me to unveil the new tiger-tooth battle blade. As Injio spoke, he unveiled a crimson cloth, revealing a battle blade of formidable presence before Luo Tian. The blade, forged from cold iron, featured a hilt and spine crafted from the bones of wild beasts, adorned with peculiar red patterns formed from the blood of these creatures. A battle blade measuring 1 meter in length and weighing 30 pounds now lay before Luo Tian. Its weight, attributed to the beast's bones, may seem considerable. However, given your cultivation level, I believe you will wield it without issue. Luo Tian. Give it a try. 2 burly men presented the tiger-tooth battle blade to Luo Tian. As he focused his gaze, he could almost perceive a ferocious tiger-tooth beast roaring at him. As Luo Tian raised his hand, a sudden whirlwind swept across the blade, accompanied by a resonating sound, as if it were vehemently resisting being wielded. That a fine blade is akin to a spirited steed. If you fail to earn its recognition, it shall not submit to your command. You must conquer it, Injio declared. Born into a family of warriors, Luo Tian was well aware of such matters. He recalled his childhood curiosity about the remarkable qualities of his father's treasured sword. One day, while his father rested, he stealthily approached the armory, intending to draw the sword. However, as he grasped the hilt, an overwhelming force sent him sprawling backwards, prompting him to wail, which drew the attention of his family. In the aftermath, Luo Tian did not console him, but rather sternly admonished, stating that no treasured weapon would willingly allow the weak to touch it. Only the strong were worthy of wielding them, and he was suffering the consequences of his own folly. From that moment on, Luo Tian firmly etched this lesson into his memory. As the tiger-tooth battle blade resisted him, its intensity of resistance indicated its higher value. And a smile spread across Luo Tian's face as he raised his hand once more. The chilling air and tempestuous winds surged forth, but this time, Luo Tian was prepared. That he channeled his spiritual energy into his right hand, activating the acupoints along his arm, and began to counter the cold winds upon their contact. It is powerful, yet you must still submit, Luo Tian roared, exerting force to break through the oncoming cold wind, and then firmly grasped the hilt of the battle blade. You belong to me, Luo Tian proclaimed triumphantly, as the cold iron blade trembled in his grasp. The resonating sound intensifying, he lifted the tiger-tooth battle blade, which resisted with increasing vigor, attempting to shake free from his grip. I have declared it. You are mine and must heed my command. Luo Tian struck the blade's body with a resounding slap, causing the icy light to explode, and it began to retaliate against him. Fearing the icy light would endanger those nearby, Injio hurriedly instructed the workers to retreat to safety. The icy light shot forth violently, striking the ground with a thunderous roar, leaving numerous deep craters in its wake, while the cold winds intensified, enveloping the surroundings in a thick mist, protecting the others. Injio called out, "Are you all right?" Moments later, a haughty laughter emerged from the mist, and the blade's aura surged, dispersing the surrounding fog. As the onlookers turned to see, they beheld Luo Tian standing confidently with the blade in hand, a smile gracing his face, and the tiger-tooth battle blade no longer resisted him. Have you been subdued? Injio inquired. Luo Tian hoisted the Husei battle knife onto his shoulder and proclaimed loudly, "Of course, although this fellow has quite the temper, he cannot display his arrogance before me. By the way, do you have anything here to test the blade on?" After a moment's thought, he added, I have a remnant shard of cold iron from a battle knife. Perhaps we could use this to test the blade. If the Husei knife fails to cleave through the piece of cold iron, it would indicate that it does not rank among the higher echelons of weaponry. In a straightforward yet effective manner, a man lifted the cold iron shard and placed it before Luo Tian. Taking a step back, Luo Tian declared, "This will be your inaugural strike since your creation. It must be executed with grace and brilliance. This blow will symbolize the life we are destined to share. I shall lead you to the pinnacle. Now, strike." The blade descended forcefully, and simultaneously, a dual radiance of blue and red enveloped the blade. The edge came crashing down upon the cold iron shard. Contrary to expectations, There was no thunderous crash, nor did sparks fly. The Husei knife sliced through the cold iron shard with the ease of cleaving wood in twain. Gazing at the split shards on the ground, Ingio was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "It succeeded. I have truly succeeded. However, this endeavor may be fraught with peril that I owe you far too much. You should not remain in despairing anticipation that I may perish beyond the heavens. You have heard me speak of the circumstances beyond. With my cultivation, I might be unmatched in the ninth heaven, but once beyond, I may not even be able to safeguard myself. Instead of languishing in wait, you ought to consider your own future that I have spoken with Luo Bai. If you were to remarry, the entire Gui sect would stand as your support. Should that individual treat you poorly, they would at this juncture." Luo Tian fell silent, feeling an unfamiliar pang of reluctance toward Shui-ing that he could not easily suppress. The bond between them was subtly shifting, from the innocent affection of their youth to Luo Tian's burgeoning sense of debt and guilt toward Shui-ing, culminating in his view of her as his sole wife, the one he wished to protect for a lifetime. She was both lover and kin. The enmities of the martial world and the constant unease that accompanied his wandering spirit vanished only in her presence. Here, beside Shui-ing, resting gently upon her thigh and inhaling her faint fragrance, Luo Tian could finally find solace in sleep, surrendering to slumber like a child that I had thought that upon stepping into the holy path, you would become devoid of emotion and loyalty that I have heard that sages are said to transcend worldly attachments. Shui-ing suddenly posed a curious question. Though he could hear her laughter, her tear-streaked face told a different story. With tears glistening in the sunlight, creating a heart-wrenching spectacle, Luo Tian slowly embraced her shoulders, and at that moment, time resumed its normal flow. Shui-ing, astonished, realized she had found herself in Luo Tian's arms. She quickly comprehended the situation, her laughter transforming into sobs, growing louder, more sorrowful. The resilient Shui-ing, who had once endured unspeakable torment without shedding a single tear, now wept in profound sadness, like a child. "How can you halt the flow of time for me? Does that not imply that you know everything? You truly are a scoundrel. You cannot treat me this way, for I am your wife." Blood Sakura struck at Luo Tian's chest, yet her blow seemed to inflict no pain upon him. "I am elated to see tears once again streaming from your eyes, compared to your forced smiles. I yearn to witness your genuine sorrow. What I previously stated still stands." Luo Tian grasped Blood Sakura's hand and spoke sincerely. "Your cultivation?" Upon casting a surprised glance at Ingio, Luo Tian was taken aback. Ingio's cultivation had surprisingly reached the realm of transformation. His rapid progress far exceeded what anyone could have anticipated. Logically, Ingio was not regarded as a prodigy in cultivation, and his advancement should not have been so swift. Even assuming he had consumed numerous rare treasures, he should at most only have reached the Xianguan realm. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed he had ventured into the ninth heaven, and even explored its secret realms on more than one occasion. This is something that even a cultivator at the transformation realm should not be able to achieve. Luo Tian was perplexed. Could it be that someone was assisting him? Chapter 43. Entering the palace. Clutching battle blades, a group of dirt-streaked workers stood together. Luo Tian and Ingio occupied the front row, with Ingio gazing at the workshop before him, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. "Do you know, back in my hometown, my father and I could only huddle in a tiny room forging iron, using firewood to stoke the flames. My father lived frugally, just to afford a piece of quality iron. Yet even then we could not forge a fine blade. In our village, there were many blacksmiths who mocked my family, claiming that our so-called ancient heavenly flow forging technique was worthless, insisting we would never produce a decent sword. But today, I have succeeded. Though I may not hold you in high regard, I must still express my gratitude." With that, Ingio turned to Luo Tian and bowed deeply, startling Luo Tian into a hurried attempt to assist him. "This workshop has yet to be named. You shall be its master from now on. Please, choose a name," Luo Tian said with a smile. My father said that according to the rules of ancient heavenly flow, the name of the first treasure forged shall become the name of the workshop. Therefore, this workshop shall be called Tiger Song Workshop. Ha ha. Ingio laughed, like a child, and everyone joined in his laughter. Here, among these young individuals, lay the potential to alter the future of Yushan Kingdom. Luo Tian inquired with a smile, but the envoy merely shook his head, appearing enigmatic, which in turn caused Luo Tian some concern. What if it were the third prince? The incident involving the ghost young master had surely reached his ears. Although he may not suspect Luo Tian specifically, the blame could very well be directed towards him. This mysterious invitation might indeed be a trap. However, an invitation from the palace could not be declined. Luo Tian could only nod and say, "Very well. When shall we go?" "Right now, and please, Master Luo, do not bring any weapons." It is the ruled, in other words. Luo Tian was to enter the palace unarmed. Luo Tian's mother and the rest of the Luo family couldn't help but feel anxious, though Luo Tian felt a knot of tension within. He maintained a smile on his face. After straightening his attire, he nodded and said, "Then please lead the way." The great king city was, in fact, constructed upon the foundation of the Yunshan Kingdom's royal palace. The royal palace was situated at the very heart of the great king city. In other words, the city's original purpose was to protect the palace. Luo Tian was not a stranger to the imperial palace. He vividly recalled the first time he stood before its grand vermilion gates in his youth. Back then, he craned his neck in vain, unable to glimpse the plaque above the entrance. To him, it seemed the most magnificent edifice in the world, and those who resided within its walls appeared to him as the greatest of individuals. Even to this day, Luo Tian harbors a profound reverence for this palace and the 300-year-old kingdom of Yunshan. Originally named the Ziluo Palace, this grand structure was not erected by the kingdom of Yunshan. It was established when the founding emperor of Yunshan conquered the entirety of what is now the kingdom, subsequently transforming the former dynasty's royal city, the Ziluo Palace, into the current imperial residence and renaming it Tianyun Palace, which signifies heaven protects Yunshan. Recently, rumors have circulated regarding the old emperor's declining health, casting a shadow over the palace as the princes engage in fierce, covert rivalries. As the carriage progressed southward towards Tianyun Palace, Luo Tian recalled that this path led to the garden in front of the palace. He found himself puzzled. If it was the third prince seeking him, why arrange a meeting in the garden? Yet, if it were not the third prince, who might summon him to the palace? In the distance, he spotted an individual seated beneath a pavilion, their back turned to him, adorned in opulent attire. Surrounding this person stood 6 formidable guards, 5 of whom were adept practitioners at the 7th level of Qi refinement, a rank sufficient to attain the position of a captain within the Imperial Guard. Most notably, at this individual's side stood a middle-aged man, whose piercing gaze resembled that of a vigilant black panther, surveying his surroundings. This man appeared to be around 40 years of age, and if Luo Tian's assessment was accurate, he had likely reached the realm of human Dan, estimated to be at around the 2nd tier of that level. Who could this significant figure be, residing within the palace garden and accompanied by a master of the human Dan realm? Although Luo Tian could not see the person's face, he had already surmised a few possibilities that as he approached, he was intercepted by the guards before he could reach the pavilion. After a thorough search to ensure he bore no weapons, they finally parted to allow him passage. Upon entering the pavilion, the middle-aged master regarded Luo Tian with a watchful eye, as though poised to strike at the slightest hint of unexpected movement. "You may all withdraw." The individual, still turned away from Luo Tian, commanded in a voice that bore the weight of age. Yes, the guards retreated, though they did not stray far, remaining vigilant around the pavilion. Luo Tian, feeling the gravity of the situation, refrained from taking a seat. Instead, he clasped his hands and bowed deeply, addressing the figure. "I am Luo Tian, the eldest son of the Luo family, here to pay my respects to your majesty." Upon hearing this, the figure suddenly erupted into laughter, an elderly yet hearty sound. "I have heard tales of Luo Kuan's son being a wastrel, yet it appears he is quite the clever lad." The elder turned to face Luo Tian, his hair white as snow yet his visage youthful, resembling a man in his 70s. Though his expression was benevolent, an invisible aura enveloped him, pressing down on Luo Tian as he stepped into the pavilion, instilling a sense of caution within him. This individual was none other than Ji Yin, the venerable emperor of the kingdom of Yunshan. Ascending the throne as a mere 5-year-old, Ji Yin had witnessed the kingdom embroiled in turmoil prior to his birth. The sudden demise of the previous emperor had incited rebellion among the feudal lords, leading 13 factions to rise against the crown, besieging the royal city. In the aftermath of the city's fall, to evade public scorn, the feudal lords proclaimed Ji Yin as emperor, ostensibly to preserve the imperial lineage, yet in truth, they sought to manipulate the young sovereign to command the lords. Under such tumultuous circumstances, Ji Yin gradually matured. This individual harbored grand ambitions and possessed remarkable talents for governance. At the tender age of 13, he issued a decree among the vassal kings, selecting the most formidable among them to serve as regent, assisting Ji Yin in managing the affairs of state. On the surface, it appeared as though the reins of power were relinquished entirely. However, it was, in fact, a cunning stratagem. each vassal king aspired to the throne. Yet they were simultaneously engaged in a delicate balance of power, rendering any single voice ineffectual. Yet, should one ascend to the position of regent, they would rightfully become the puppet master behind the scenes, an enticing prospect for any vassal king. Consequently, upon the issuance of this decree, chaos ensued, and the vassal kings descended into conflict. At this juncture, Jian secretly allied with several generals loyal to the royal family, who, amidst the turmoil among the vassal kings, launched a sudden military campaign. With an army of 50,000, they swiftly subdued 5 vassal kings, subsequently enacting policies to reduce taxes and alleviate burdens, thereby pacifying the populace within the vassal territories and bolstering their military strength. In Chapter 44, the overarching perspective of ruling the entire Yunshan kingdom is revealed. Having ascended to the throne at the age of 5, the venerable emperor, now 75 years old, found it necessary to engage in discourse with the youthful Luo Tian, who was scarcely 20. Although the tone of their conversation seemed casual, Luo Tian was not naive enough to believe he possessed the stature to engage in philosophical discussions with the seasoned emperor. Thus, he remained dutifully respectful. "Please, take a seat," the emperor instructed. Once seated, Luo Tian refrained from initiating questions. Bowing his head in silence. "Do you consider the Yunshan kingdom to be a formidable power on the continent?" The emperor inquired, his gaze fixed upon the koi in the lake, his voice soft yet imbued with authority. "Indeed, it is so. The vast expanse of the Yunshan kingdom, inhabited by countless citizens and fortified by numerous strong armies patrolling our borders, places us among the great nations of the continent. Under your majesty's sagacious leadership, the Yunshan kingdom shall undoubtedly endure for millennia," Luo Tian replied, cautious not to speak the truth, instead offering flattery. The emperor, however, shook his head, remarking, "To deceive the sovereign is a crime punishable by death." Startled, Luo Tian's expression stiffened momentarily before he responded, "I have merely spoken the truth. I trust your majesty will not take offense." "Speak freely," the emperor urged. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, Luo Tian continued, "If I may be candid, our Yunshan kingdom has been established for 3 centuries, yet our geographical position is rather unfavorable. We are situated at the northeastern juncture of the continent, surrounded by several smaller nations like the Iron Feather Kingdom, leading to perpetual border skirmishes. Even with recent peace treaties, there is no certainty that we will not face incursions from foreign powers at any moment." "Proceed." The emperor gestured for Luo Tian to continue. On the continental stage, the Yunshan kingdom cannot truly be regarded as a major power. To the north lies the Great Yu dynasty, and to the east, the Great Shun kingdom, both of which are dominant forces with national strength and territory tenfold that of our own. Fortunately, these 2 great nations do not share a border with us, being separated by a host of smaller states. As the adage goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. It is precisely due to the pressure exerted by these 2 great powers that we smaller nations have been compelled to unite, maintaining a fragile balance. However, should turmoil erupt among us smaller states, it is inevitable that these 2 great powers would intervene. Whether it be the Great Yu or the Great Shun, the deployment of 3 legions totaling 1,000,000 soldiers could conquer the entirety of the Yunshan kingdom within a month's time. Luo Tian spoke candidly, acknowledging the reality that the Yunshan kingdom could not be classified as a strong nation. Since the emperor sought the unvarnished truth, Luo Tian felt compelled to share it. "Fortunately, our nation is still safeguarded by my father. It is not mere boastfulness on my part. As long as my father remains a general, civil strife within our small nation shall not erupt, and the great powers will think twice before acting recklessly." The old emperor, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and remarked, "They say you are a good-for-nothing, yet I perceive otherwise." Luo Tian smiled awkwardly and replied, "I am merely interested in geography and the evolution of history." The emperor then inquired, "What do you believe is our nation's greatest crisis at present?" Luo Tian hesitated once more, tentatively asking, "Your Majesty, may I truly speak candidly? Do not hold back. Go ahead," the emperor encouraged. With the emperor's permission, Luo Tian nodded and said, "The most pressing issue facing our Yunsan kingdom is, in fact, the turmoil among the princes. Though I should not voice such sentiments, your Majesty's advanced age necessitates the establishment of a successor. Currently, the princes are preoccupied with their ambitions for power, neglecting state affairs. Throughout history, many once mighty dynasties have fallen victim to the machinations of power-hungry heirs. I have heard that you are friends with Yuan Aird," the emperor continued. "This is not favoritism. The 6th prince possesses both talent and capability, and his reputation for benevolence is widespread. having grown up together. I know him well. Should he one day lead the Yunsan kingdom, while he would not aspire to become a superpower like Dio or Deus Han, he could at least ensure the stability of our realm for decades to come. Luo Tian spoke from the heart, becoming increasingly moved as he expressed his thoughts. Luo Kuan has raised a fine son, the old emperor praised, which filled Luo Tian's heart with pride. Forgive my boldness. But did you summon me merely to inquire about these matters? Luo Tian bravely asked. The emperor withdrew the bait he had been holding, gazing intently at Luo Tian. In that moment, Luo Tian seemed to perceive the intangible aura surrounding the emperor. Resembling a faint golden dragon, though the dragon appeared aged, it exuded an astonishing authority. A mere glance from it sent a tremor through Luo Tian, nearly causing him to kneel, but he managed to grasp the edge of the table for support. I hear Ling Er say you never kneel. It seems to be true, the emperor observed, casting a glance at Luo Tian's legs. By tradition, Luo Tian should have prostrated himself, yet this young man was remarkably resilient. I bear an injury to my legs, making it difficult to kneel. I beg your majesty's understanding, Luo Tian retorted with a glib response. The emperor slowly rose, prompting Luo Tian to stand as well. Only to hear the emperor quietly say, I wish to ask you one final question. When I depart from this world, will your Luo family rebel? This question, seemingly lighthearted, sent Luo Tian's anxiety soaring. He quickly bowed and replied, I would not dare. Our Luo family has been loyal to the royal family for generations and harbors no such treacherous thoughts. I am merely inquiring, the emperor replied. You and Ling Er share a close bond. You should continue to nurture this relationship. In the future, it may lead you to the royal family. After uttering this, the emperor turned to leave the pavilion, surrounded immediately by guards, while palace attendants hurriedly followed suit. With only 10 days remaining until the monumental battle, it was not unusual for Chu Kuei to traverse the palace grounds. Luo Tian, who remained unseen, was curious about the encounter between the two factions. Upon observing, both sides came to a halt. Chu Kuei first offered a courteous bow to the third prince, who, in his lofty demeanor, regarded Chu Kuei with a cold gaze. However, one individual beside him was far from composed. This person was Yuan Chongkong. Having arrived 20 days prior, I have yet to meet Brother Chongkong. Chu Kuei exemplified the type of hypocrite who appeared amiable while harboring a frosty heart. In contrast, Yuan Chongkong was a man of ruthless cunning, a true villain. Their encounter was akin to an inextinguishable clash of fire and water. You dare to challenge me in the kingdom of Yinshan? Your audacity knows no bounds, Yuan Chongkong declared, maintaining his arrogant stance. Chu Kuei, however, responded with a smile. If my memory serves me correctly, I reached the 9th level of Qi refinement half a year before you. Do you comprehend the significance of this half-year disparity? Yuan Chongkong retorted with a sneer. Are you suggesting you are superior to me? Preposterous. If that were the case, we wouldn't need to wait 10 days. Let us duel today. Chu Kuei elegantly waved his paper fan, replying nonchalantly, the audience here is insufficient. I shall not engage in a meaningless battle. However, since we have fortuitously crossed paths, I would feel remiss not to test our skills. How about this? Let us each attempt a single strike, and the first to compel the occupant of that carriage yonder to reveal themselves shall be the victor. The carriage in which Luo Tian sat was no ordinary vehicle, but a special carriage designated for transporting individuals from outside the palace, typically reserved for high-ranking officials. In the eyes of individuals like Chu Kuei and Yuan Chongkong, those who occupied such a carriage were hardly noteworthy. Even if one were to be slain, it would bear no consequence. Thus, Chu Kuei's outrageous challenge was surprisingly accepted by Yuan Chongkong. Very well, I shall indulge you in this game. Who shall make the first move? Yuan Chongkong proclaimed with pride. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Luo Tian's expression darkened as he muttered, what a stroke of ill fortune to encounter such a predicament. The fierce blade's spirit acquiesced, and Luo Tian offered no objections as Injio stored the fierce blade away. The following day, preparations commenced within the barrier Luo Tian had conjured. As Luo Tian strolled across the stone benches in the workshop, he observed Injio meticulously inspecting various materials and tools. Although his appearance had become somewhat disheveled compared to the past, Injio exhibited no carelessness in the art of forging. After lingering nearby for a while, Luo Tian inquired, while the workshop here in the Ghost Pattern sect is not lacking, I fear it may fall short of your standards for crafting divine artifacts. To excel in one's craft, one must first possess the right tools. In your endeavor to forge a divine artifact, not only high-quality materials are requisite but also an appropriately equipped workshop. iron mats, furnaces. These must be worthy of the divine artifact. Do you understand how to operate the demon god furnace? Luo Tian asked. Ingio nodded. You are aware I have been seeking methods to study the demon god furnace, yet I had not made any significant progress. To my astonishment, my esteemed ancestor possesses knowledge of its operation and has imparted it to me. The few celestial artifacts I crafted were produced using the demon god furnace, and my ancestor persistently chided me for using such a high-grade treasure for mere celestial crafting. Ingio mentioned this ancestor once more, heightening Luo Tian's curiosity about this venerable figure. Who exactly is this esteemed ancestor of yours? I must meet him at the first opportunity, Luo Tian remarked. His temperament is rather eccentric, and he seldom welcomes outsiders. However, if you wish to meet him, I can attempt to arrange it. Yet, regarding the forging of the divine artifact, my ancestral master has stated that he will not assist me. I must accomplish this alone. If you are willing, you may join Shuiying in observing my crafting. Should I succeed, the emergence of the artifact will undoubtedly herald extraordinary phenomena in the world, and certainly a calamity will ensue. At that time, you could aid Guangdao in navigating through the tribulation. Conversely, if I find myself in peril, your presence would enable you to offer me protection. Once Ingio finished speaking, he continued to focus on organizing his tools. Where is your young one? Why hasn't he accompanied you? Luo Tian inquired. My ancestral master is not very agile and requires assistance, so I've entrusted my young one with his care. It's a fortuitous opportunity for him to learn from my ancestral master. Ingio replied. I plan to set off after nightfall today. Luo Tian did not disturb Ingio's preparations further. When darkness fell, Ingio had gathered all the materials he intended to take and sought out Luo Tian. Together with Shuiying, they embarked on their journey. With Luo Tian tearing through space, they arrived at the demon god furnace in merely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. At this moment, the demon god furnace appeared vastly different from Luo Tian's recollection. Although it remained as colossal as a mountain, its exterior had crumbled, revealing an ironclad surface. Additionally, due to Ingio's frequent usage over the years, both the interior and exterior of the furnace had undergone repairs. The platform crafted from fine iron elevated the three of them to the summit of the demon god furnace. Under Ingio's guidance, Luo Tian stepped into the interior of the furnace for the first time. Upon entering, he was immediately met with a terrifying wave of heat. The internal temperature of the furnace was alarmingly high. Even in its nearly extinguished state, Ingio remarked that once the furnace was ignited, the temperature would soar to several times its current level. Shuiying appeared somewhat unaccustomed to the heat, prompting Luo Tian to gently extend a barrier for her. Ingio, however, had become accustomed to such temperatures. Upon entering, he ruffled his hair and said, "Once the furnace is ignited, not a single hair on my body will remain unscathed. Yet, as soon as I practice the techniques my ancestral master taught me, my hair will quickly regrow. The techniques imparted by my ancestral master are, in fact, a secret method to enhance one's physical potential, particularly beneficial for strength and physical growth. As of now, my strength might even rival yours in an arm wrestling contest. Is that so? Why not give it a try?" Luo Tian provocatively suggested, extending his hand. Ingio did not shy away, promptly extending his own robust and powerful hand to grasp Luo Tian's, which appeared as pristine as that of a scholar. As both exerted force, a sound akin to an explosion resonated through the air. After approximately 3 seconds, Ingio exclaimed, "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" At that moment, Luo Tian released his grip, and Ingio shook his wrist, exclaiming, "You truly are a monster. I could only hold out for 3 seconds. One might say you are the monster. I am a formidable sage, possessing the indestructible sacred body in its perfected state even before attaining sanctity. Regardless of your current cultivation in the void transformation realm, even someone from the divine transformation realm would find their bones shattered in an instant if they attempted to match me in this grip. Yet you managed to endure for 3 seconds, and your hand remains unscathed. It's evident that you possess remarkable prowess." Upon hearing the praises from Luo Tian, Ingio chuckled. "It is indeed the teachings of my esteemed ancestor that are commendable. Should you wish to rest, you may descend to the base of the demon god furnace. There, I have constructed a residence that is quite comfortable." Luo Tian nodded and approached the railing beside the furnace's interior. Peering down, within the depths of the demon god furnace, despite being extinguished, the remnants of embers still radiated a brilliant glow, resembling a colossal volcano. Ingio joined Luo Tian and remarked, "When the furnace ignites once more, this place shall transform not merely into a volcano, but into a terrifying hell." The bottom of the furnace. The abode crafted by Ingio was not a grand palace, but rather a few ordinary brick houses. Yet, to Luo Tian, residing here felt far more pleasant than dwelling in a lavish palace. Shui Ying, entwining her arm with his and resting her head on his shoulder, softly inquired, "What troubles you? Are you worried about the ancestor that Ingio mentioned?" Luo Tian nodded, responding, "Ingio seems to have a profound trust in that ancestor, who indeed appears to be a capable individual. However, I cannot shake the feeling that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The sudden appearance of such a formidable ancestor for Ingio may not necessarily bode well. Perhaps you are overthinking it. As they conversed, a sudden brilliance illuminated the distant sky, and a wild beast soared from afar. Upon landing, for individuals dismounted from its back, one of whom was an elderly man, upon noticing the light emanating from Luo Tian and Shui Ying's dwelling beneath the demon god furnace, he approached. "Who are you?" Shui Ying inquired. The newcomers displayed no signs of surprise upon seeing Luo Tian and Shui Ying, clearly unaware of Luo Tian's identity. Had they known a saint-level powerhouse stood before them, they would likely have bowed in reverence that we hail from the southern heavenly artisan Wang Zhuang. This is our esteemed patriarch, the renowned master craftsman, Lord Ji Jia, known throughout the sixth heaven. We have come today to pay a visit to Master Ingio. One of the four stepped forward to explain. Luo Tian glanced at the elderly man standing behind, who bore an air of arrogance, clearly accustomed to being held in high regard. Ingio is currently preparing at the top of the demon god furnace. If you wish to see him, you may ascend, Shui Ying stated to T that moment. Another among the four expressed dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "My esteemed patriarch has come in person. Should not this junior come down to greet him? How can he be so lacking in manners as a junior?" No sooner had he spoken than uproarious laughter echoed from the sky, and several large black bats descended. From the bats emerged three individuals clad in red and black robes, their demeanor suggesting they were not of the righteous sort. The leader, sporting a pair of distinctive black mustaches, approached while mocking, "What is this charade, old Jijia? Your skills were boast-worthy 3 centuries ago, but they have long since become obsolete." The four from the southern heavenly artisan Wang Zhuang exchanged unfriendly glances at the approaching trio, while the elder Jijia murmured, "I wondered who it might be. Turns out it is you, Bat Spirit. You claim my techniques are outdated, yet your demon clan skills are hardly superior to mine." Chapter 45. The young tigers confront the prodigies. A considerable number of palace attendants had gathered around, many of the maidservants lurking in the shadows, secretly observing these two national prodigies. Although these two individuals might not hold significant renown across the continent, within the realms of Tieyu Kingdom and Yinshan Country, they were undoubtedly the paragons of youth. "Who will strike first?" Chu Kuei inquired. "Let us strike together. Whoever spell first breaches the carriage and compels its occupants to emerge shall be deemed the victor." Irrespective of the order of attack, two formidable streams of spiritual energy surged in the wind, both emanating from practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement, exuding an aura that was equally matched. "Young Master Luo, take care." The coachman and the guiding palace attendant, already petrified with fear, hastily uttered this phrase before making their swift retreat. Inside the carriage, Luo Tian dared not show his face. Even if he did, it would be futile, as it was evident that both combatants were about to engage. "Damn it. Since you have forced me into this corner, I shall fight back. What is this about being at the 9th level of Qi refinement? I shall see if you truly possess the power to extinguish my life." At that moment, the spiritual energies of the two prodigies had reached their zenith. Chu Kuei altered his hand seal, seemingly flicking his paper fan with a gentle motion, yet it conjured a flurry of ethereal petals, not of tangible existence, but rather formed from pure spiritual energy, which swiftly danced toward the carriage in the gusting wind. Beside him, Yuan Chong Kong let out a cold snort, raising his hand as spiritual energy coalesced into a disc, radiating a pitch-black and profound luminescence. With a swift rotation of his palm, the dark energy disc was unleashed, hurtling toward the carriage with equal speed. Two formidable masters, two powerful spells. Within the carriage, Luo Tian sat cross-legged, needing to mobilize all the spiritual energy at his disposal, for this moment was a matter of life and death. In the blink of an eye, the two spells approached the carriage, leaving Luo Tian scarcely enough time to execute the Wild Soul incantation. In a critical juncture, he thrust his palms through the carriage window, extending his hands outward as all the spiritual energy swirled around him, forming a massive protective shield. This barrier, rooted in Luo Tian's own spiritual energy, could withstand anything as long as the strength of his energy was sufficient. However, such a rudimentary spell was ill-suited for the current situation. Firstly, Luo Tian's cultivation was already inferior to that of the two formidable opponents. He might struggle to contend with either one alone. And now facing both simultaneously was an overwhelming annihilation. Taking a deep breath, at the moment the energy shield manifested, Yuan Changkong and Chu Kuei also discerned something awry. They had not anticipated that a master resided within the carriage. For the strength of the energy shield indicated a prowess exceeding the 7th level of chi refinement. How intriguing, Chu Kuei remarked, elegantly waving his paper fan. And so what? Merely a 7th level chi refinement individual. Yuan Changkong derided, dismissing the energy shield with disdain. Even if he possessed the prowess of the 8th level, he would still be an ant crushed beneath our feet, foolishly attempting to thwart my dark light disk with this pitiful barrier. Inside the carriage, Luo Tian had activated all available acupoints, the energy shield visibly pulsating with the currents of spiritual power. Here it comes. Luo Tian held his breath, focusing intently. At that very moment, the two spells collided almost simultaneously with his energy shield. Like a small boat navigating the vast ocean suddenly beset by surging waves, the instant two spells struck the aura shield. Its resistance appeared as fragile as a mere sheet of paper, effortlessly torn asunder by the spiritual energy. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the majestic steed before the carriage was obliterated in an instant, swiftly followed by the carriage's frontal collapse. The fiery flow of blossoms erupted, sending the carriage soaring into the air, while the dark light disk sliced through the carriage's cinder with the ease of cutting through tofu. Luo Tian found himself suspended in midair, petals and the dark light disk approaching him. The aura shield along with the carriage having expended only a minimal amount of spiritual energy from the spells. Reinforce. Faced with the peril of life and death, Luo Tian made an immediate decision. All the spiritual energy surged through the black stone within his body, fortifying himself in the most direct and simplistic manner. In that fleeting moment, he could not muster any of the spells he had learned. He could only rely on his flesh and blood to withstand the onslaught of the two formidable adversaries before him. Boom! The spell struck Luo Tian, and the fiery flow of blossoms detonated completely. At that moment, all that could be seen in the sky was a terrifying explosion as the dark light disk shattered into countless smaller disks, executing a devastatingly precise cutting. This man is undoubtedly doomed. Chu Kuei remarked coldly, his demeanor chillingly indifferent to the extinguishing of a life. Yuan Changkong, however, was more concerned with the outcome, stating, I wonder who will emerge victorious. My dark light disk is evidently faster. Chu Kuei disdainfully shook his head, retorting, it is clearly my fiery flow of blossoms that is swifter. Everyone saw it. My fiery flow exploded first. The explosion of the fiery flow of blossoms is controllable. Who knows if you detonated it before the petals even touched the carriage? Yet I distinctly witnessed my dark light disk cleave the horses in half first. The two skilled practitioners found themselves locked in a stalemate, each side presenting their arguments, indifferent to the fates of those within the carriage, utterly unconcerned with how brazenly they acted. As flames cascaded and dark light shattered, a voice suddenly emerged from the ruins of the explosion. Have you all argued enough? Silence yourselves. A roar reverberated throughout the venue, and the previously quarreling crowd turned their attention to the remnants of the carriage. A bloodied figure slowly emerged from the debris. His clothes charred, hair disheveled and obscuring his vision, blood staining his face and body, with droplets trickling from his fingers to the ground. Yet, despite the dire state he was in, the individual remained standing. Advancing step by step, Luo Tian, Yuan Changkong was the first to recognize him. Oh, you are that infamous waste from Yushan Kingdom. It appears you possess some skill, surviving under our spells. Chu Kuei observed Luo Tian in a low voice. Luo Tian halted, acutely aware of the burnt smell clinging to him, and the pain radiating through every inch of his body. Yet he did not succumb. Perhaps it was sheer willpower. He could not afford to fall before Yuan Changkong. Nor before the third prince that I didn't expect you to be in the carriage. Had I known, I would have employed an even stronger spell. Luo family waste, Yuan Changkong said coldly, and no matter what kind of spells you wield, you shall never vanquish me. Such disregard for human life, such brazen arrogance, believing oneself invincible simply because of a modicum of skill. Ha. Luo Tian suddenly erupted into wild laughter. If you are not dead, then be gone swiftly. Chu Kuei remarked disdainfully, covering his mouth and nose with a paper fan. Be gone, that must await the conclusion of my words. Today, let all present bear witness. I, Luo Tian, shall issue a challenge. Luo Tian bellowed, pointing forward. Have you lost your senses? What are you challenging? The third prince finally spoke. Since the third prince is also here, let you be the witness. I aim to challenge the victor of the century battle. Whichever of you two prevails, I shall face in combat. And that is my challenge. Luo Tian roared, leaving every individual present in a state of shock. The figure clad in black robes, seemingly not of the righteous path, was in fact a demon of the sixth heaven, a bat spirit, which was not particularly renowned as a formidable race. In the third heaven, bat demons were merely subservient to the mighty, insignificant figures. Yet, this lineage produced an anomaly, a master-level craftsman from the sixth heaven, the very black bat before them. It was said that he had crafted 2 treasures for the old demon king of the ninth heaven, who held them in high regard, and he was among the few in the demon race capable of forging celestial artifacts or even touching the threshold of pseudo-divine treasures. Furthermore, the renowned craftsman Wang Zhuang of the southern extremities was no ordinary individual. The elderly man was famed for his armor crafting. Having begun his apprenticeship at the tender age of 15, he had now surpassed 3 centuries, wielding a hammer far longer than many had spent in cultivation. Now that both our parties are present, I assent it time for the last one to arrive. The black bat spoke, his voice slightly sharp. Soon, from another direction, peculiar flames ignited, swirling in circles through the air. Accompanying the flames was an unusual ringing sound, as if someone were approaching, and not just one individual. Beneath the resplendent flames advanced a quartet clad in bizarre attire, the eerie, jarring chimes echoing as they drew near. After casting a glance at the approaching figures, the black bat remarked, "How fortuitous! The witch clan has an affinity for such flamboyant displays. When traveling, they insist on making a spectacle of it." As the black bat spoke, the quartet reached Luo Tian, yet they were not alone. Trailing behind them was a multitude of wandering souls, hovering in the air, seemingly bound by the witch clan's control. Unable to reincarnate or dissipate, their ethereal forms radiating a sense of desolation and despair. Old witch, are you not afraid of shortening your lifespan by keeping these souls close? Cease your malevolent deeds, lest you meet an early demise. However, these 3 renowned master craftsmen have, without exception, failed to transcend to the level of divine artifact masters, though they have forged numerous renowned treasures recognized in both the 6th and 9th heavens. They ultimately remain unable to cross the threshold of divine artifacts, resulting in a rivalry among the 3 craftsmen, each refusing to concede to the others. The 3 factions converged, evidently with designs on Ingio. Though how they came to learn of his intention to forge a divine artifact remains a mystery. The 3 individuals stood together, exchanging barbs, before simultaneously turning their gaze towards Luo Tian. None of them recognized him, merely assuming that he and Blood Sakura were mere subordinates of Ingio, not even bothering to spare him a glance. Is Ingio up there? The old sorcerer approached and inquired, his tone decidedly unfriendly, sounding more like an interrogation of a subordinate. Luo Tian gestured upwards without uttering a word. One of the sorcerer clan's disciples, observing Luo Tian's indifference, grew incensed and shouted, "The clan leader is addressing you. Have you lost your tongue?" Luo Tian cast him a sidelong glance and simply turned to enter the building. The disciple took a step forward, attempting to seize Luo Tian's shoulder, but was halted in his tracks by the old sorcerer. Had it not been for the old sorcerer's intervention, it was likely that this fool's life, as well as the lives of those around him, would have been in peril. They were people of Ingio. It was best not to provoke them. "Since Ingio is above, we shall seek him ourselves," the old sorcerer declared, leading 3 members of the sorcerer clan onto the nearby lift platform. Jia and Black Bat followed suit, with Black Bat casting a cautious glance at Luo Tian but remaining silent, bringing along 2 bat spirits. Once this group ascended the lift, Luo Tian felt a twinge of unease. It appeared they were indeed here for Ingio. Could it be that trouble was brewing? Although Luo Tian refrained from taking action, it did not imply indifference. Upon seeing them ascend, he remarked, "I shall accompany you to observe, within the confines of the demon god forge." Ingio was meticulously preparing for the task ahead, intending to commence work the following day, as it was deemed an auspicious occasion. Although crafting magical artifacts required skill, it was essential to align the endeavor with the proper timing and conditions, making the selection of a propitious date imperative. By the time the 3 factions emerged from the lift, Luo Tian had already positioned himself within the demon god forge, albeit concealed from view. "Ingio, why did you summon us here with a message?" Jia was the first to speak, and Luo Tian, hidden in the shadows, was somewhat taken aback to learn that Ingio had indeed invited them to this location. Ingio set down the hammer in his hand and proclaimed, "Gentlemen, did you bring what I requested?" Jia nodded and replied, "You asked us to bring the sole piece of ice essence from Tian Nanji. Aged 100,000 years that I have it. But as this treasure is the most precious of its kind, unless you clarify its intended purpose, I shall not relinquish it." Meanwhile, the old sorcerer had brought with him a blood soul preserved by their clan for nearly 100,000 years. Said to have formed from a breakthrough during an extraordinary celestial phenomenon following the death of their ancestor, irreplaceable and irretrievable once used. As for Blackbat, he presented a piece of iron mat, renowned for its unparalleled durability, often claimed to be unbreakable. While such claims may have been exaggerated, it was said that iron forged upon this mat was 10 times harder than ordinary iron, making it yet another unique treasure, whose secrets remained elusive even to Blackbat himself. 3 Unparalleled treasures. The most exceptional artifacts of the sixfold heavens are so extraordinary that even in the context of the resource-scarce ninefold heavens, they would be considered rare gems. Luo Tian surmised that Ingio intended to utilize these treasures from the 3 clans to forge a divine artifact, but how could they possibly acquiesce? Ingio, brimming with excitement, nodded fervently and declared, "Excellent. Today, I wish to borrow the talented resources of you all to craft a divine instrument. I aim to ascend to the realm of divinity." The 3 master craftsmen, who had been invited, stood in stunned silence, as they had not anticipated such a turn of events. "Have you lost your mind, or has your intellect been compromised by drink?" the Blackbat retorted bluntly. "In all the years of the ninefold heavens, no divine artifact has ever emerged. Have you gone mad? What gives you the audacity to claim you can forge one, and expect us 3 old fools to lend you our most cherished treasures for your folly?" "With this demon god furnace, along with the forging techniques I have acquired," Ingio asserted. However, the 3 old masters dismissed his confidence with mere disdainful glances. Noticing their skepticism, Ingio retrieved a black object from his mustard seed ring and placed it before the 3 men. All 3 furrowed their brows simultaneously as they beheld the charred, tree-like mass that emitted a faint scent of smoke, clearly unimpressive at first glance. "What is this?" asked Jijia. "You 3 are masters." "Surely, a closer examination will reveal its nature," Ingio replied with a smile. The 3 craftsmen leaned in cautiously, scrutinizing the black object before them, and after a moment, their expression shifted dramatically. "Did you forge this?" the Blackbat inquired, his previous mockery replaced by earnest seriousness. Ingio nodded and replied, "You must recognize what this is by now. It is a treasure I crafted with the demon god furnace a fortnight ago. Although it was a failure, it remains the remnants of a pseudo-divine artifact. Given your expertise, you should be aware that this pseudo-artifact is remarkably powerful, and I distinctly felt it was but a step away from true divinity. Alas that it could not withstand the tribulation and was ultimately destroyed in the divine catastrophe." Chapter 46. Qualification covered in blood, Luo Tian stood before everyone, devoid of the demeanor of a noble scion, resembling more a homeless vagabond. Yet, in this disheveled state, this so-called waste spoke with grandiose ambition. It appears he has truly lost his wits. Take him out of the palace. The 3rd prince scoffed. 2 Palace attendants hurried forward to escort Luo Tian away. But as they approached, they were repelled by the aura emanating from him. Luo Tian stepped forward forcefully, blood splattering to the ground with each step, and bellowed, "Do you 2 geniuses dare not accept my challenge?" This was an inquiry, a catharsis. 3 years prior, Luo Tian had been humiliated and expelled from the royal city, and now, 3 years later, he sought to settle that score. Even if to all, he remained merely an overconfident youth. Before Chu Kuei could utter a word, Yuan Kong arrogantly laughed. "What gives you the audacity to challenge us? Among the top 10 prodigies, I rank 3rd in the nation. Unless you can defeat the 7 geniuses beneath me, you have no right to challenge me." Luo Tian's eyes blazed crimson as he demanded, "Are you afraid? Afraid? With a single strike, I could reduce you to this state. Why would I fear you?" Luo Tian cast a glance at Lang Ruxin, who stood demurely beside the 3rd prince. After a fleeting look at Luo Tian, she suddenly smiled, her lips curving in mirth as she remarked, like a wild dog howling by the roadside, "It's utterly laughable." Upon hearing this, the 3rd prince burst into hearty laughter, and his sycophants quickly followed suit, drowning Luo Tian's voice and bravado in their cacophony of laughter, with his heart growing cold. Luo Tian lowered his gaze. The person from 3 years ago was truly gone. The woman before him, Lang Ruxin, felt so foreign that it pained him. "Did you hear that, wild dog? Why don't you hurry and scram?" The attendants around the 3rd prince shouted with bravado. Yuan Kong cast a sidelong glance at Luo Tian, and moments later, he joined the 3rd prince's retinue as they sauntered away. "Tian, go! Shout Tian!" Voices called from behind. It was Ji Yuan and Ji Yuling, the brother and sister pair. Upon receiving news from their confidant, they hurried over but arrived a moment too late, seeing Luo Tian. Bloodied and battered, Ji Yuling's eyes shimmered with tears, her face flushed as she shouted, "Damn Yuan Changkong, damn Chukue, Tian Gu, let me teach them a lesson." Shout Tian, don't say that. You've already tried your best. Given time, you will surely surpass Yuan Changkong. Ji Yuan urged anxiously. They speak the truth. I am but a wild dog, a self-proclaimed extraordinary wild dog. Yet this wild dog lacks the nature to beg for pity. Yuan Changkong claims I must defeat his 7 prodigies to challenge him. Very well. Then I shall vanquish these geniuses. Luo Tian's declaration left the royal siblings momentarily stunned. Ji Yuling's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Luo Tian as though he were mad. Tian Gu, have you lost your mind? To challenge the 7 foremost geniuses, all of whom are the cream of the crop among our Yushan Kingdom's youth. Even the one ranked 10th possesses the cultivation of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. I recall that the 4th ranked has attained the 8th layer. Their strengths are closely matched. How perilous is it to challenge all 7 of them? Are you out of your mind? Ji Yuling exclaimed incredulously. Luo Tian shook his head. What do I have to fear? The one I once cherished is to marry Yuan Changkong, and those I once favored mock me as a wild dog. The entire city ridicules me as worthless. Even though I possess considerable strength, it has only garnered me scorn. Since they laugh at my lack of qualification to challenge Yuan Changkong, I shall defiantly slap their faces. Brother, you must persuade Tian Gu. Ji Yuling tugged at Ji Yuan's sleeve. Yet Ji Yuan lapsed into silence before finally speaking. I support you. Brother, you have gone mad too. Ji Yuling exclaimed in astonishment. Ji Yuan placed a firm hand on Luo Tian's shoulder and said earnestly, as Xiao Tian has stated, he has lost the most important thing to him. Now, if he were to withdraw into his shell, it may indeed be safe. But is that the conduct of a true man? With ink and brush in hand, he prepared to inscribe upon the paper, I am Luo Tian, the son of General Luo Kun. Having returned from the treacherous sea of corpses, where I acquired the profound arts of the 3,000 mystical techniques, today, I wish to engage you in a contest of prowess, and hence I have pinned this challenge. 7 days hence, I shall erect a platform in the eastern outskirts, eagerly awaiting your presence for this duel. With succinct words, the challenge is set, and I, Luo Tian, have composed 7 letters, dispatching them to Ji Yuan. Upon learning the contents of these missives, Luo's mother was nearly driven to fury. She commanded the door to be flung open, prepared to scold her troublesome son, only to find Luo Tian within, grasping the tiger-tooth blade in one hand while the other smeared the blade's edge with his own blood. This sight rendered her momentarily speechless. Mother, is there something you need? Luo Tian inquired. His eyes tinged with crimson, the origin of which remained uncertain. The reprimand that his mother had intended to voice transformed into an entirely different expression. My son, I do not delight in your penchant for fighting. You have always been timid. In your youth, you ventured into the streets accompanied by a retinue, fearing retribution. Now that you have returned from the forbidden realm, I still perceive you as that little child. Yet today, witnessing you anoint your blade with blood, I comprehend your resolve that if you have decided to engage in this battle, you must emerge victorious. You are the son of Luo Kun, the young tiger of the Luo clan, and you cannot afford to lose. With that, Luo's mother stepped back and closed the door. Luo Tian could scarcely believe that his mother would utter such words that in that moment. He wiped his eyes and murmured softly to himself. Mother, rest assured, I, Luo Tian, shall no longer be bullied. That very night, Ji Yuan dispatched 7 urgent letters, and by the following day, the news spread like wildfire throughout the city. The so-called useless young master of the Luo family dared to challenge the 7 prodigious talents of the Yushan Kingdom. Ingio was not merely indulging in fanciful dreams. He had attempted to forge a powerful artifact before seeking Luo Tian's assistance, though his efforts had fallen short, leaving only a charred heap in their wake. The artifact he had crafted had surpassed the high-grade celestial weapon tier, and, if he could weather the earthly tribulation, it could become a low-tier divine artifact. Yet, as all had witnessed, only a scorched remnant remained. Undeterred by his failure, Ingio knew he was but a step away from success. The celestial weapon he had used did not possess the caliber of the frenzied blade, and though the rare materials he employed were indeed precious, they had not reached the pinnacle of cosmic quality. Nevertheless, he was tantalizingly close to success, having glimpsed the threshold of achievement before him. If he could just find a way to surge forward, he might cross into the realm of artifact mastery. Thus, he sought out Luo Tian, believing that with the frenzied blade as the foundation and the inclusion of rare treasures from the three contemporary master craftsmen, he might finally create a divine artifact. Although the probability of success stood at a mere 40%, the prospects remained encouraging. The three masters, Jijia, Black Bat, and Old Witch, set aside their dignities, squatting around the heap of blackened artifact remnants, scrutinizing it meticulously. These three old men were so engrossed that they instructed their aides to present various artifacts for comparison and analysis. This meticulous endeavor lasted over an hour, devoid of disputes or inquiries. After a prolonged silence, the three elders exhaled in unison, stowing away their artifacts and adopting solemn expressions. Ingio hefted a large iron hammer and inquired, "What is your conclusion? Are you confident? How long until we can produce a finished piece?" "Surely you do not expect us to wait a century, do you?" Jijia inquired. "It need not be lengthy. Within a fortnight at most, you may come to this place to witness the profound and divine might of the artifact. However, I must preface my words with a stark warning. The probability of success, as I have calculated, stands at a mere 40%. Should we fail, the meager treasures you have bestowed upon me shall not suffice to compensate for your loss. Yet, if we succeed, this artifact, destined to be enshrined in history, will bear the mark of your three esteemed masters, and your name shall be immortalized alongside mine for generations to come. In Luo Tian's perspective, it seemed nearly impossible for the three artisans to acquiesce. The proposition was evidently a thankless endeavor, bestowing their unique treasures to forge an artifact for another, only to risk failure without recompense. And even in success, they would receive no tangible benefit. The hollow fame they might gain would pale in comparison to Ingio, who was the true creator of the artifact, while they would merely serve as embellishments. Such an ungrateful task offered them no compelling reason to engage. However, to Luo Tian's astonishment, the three master craftsmen waved their hands, instructing their aides to present the mustard seed ring. They then solemnly retrieved three treasures from the ring. The first was a shard of ice emanating an intense chill, encased in a block of black stone. Upon presenting it, Jijia remarked, "At our craftsmanship manner, we forge a vessel capable of containing the icy essence every decade, using lava from a millennium-old volcano and meticulously refined steel. Yet, even with such efforts, we cannot guarantee the complete suppression of the icy aura. Exercise caution in its use. I shall ensure that instructions for its application are provided." Meanwhile, the Black Bat delicately placed a square iron mat before Ingio, stating, "This is my iron M, and to be frank, I have not utilized it much over the years. That it still possesses the potential to craft even greater treasures, though I fear I have reached the limits of its forging capabilities. However, should you manage to create an artifact with this mat, it would be its greatest honor. That I trust you already comprehend the optimal methods for its use, so I shall refrain from elaborating further." Lastly, the old shaman produced a yellowish clay jar, placing it gently before Ingio with fingers that resembled withered twigs. He continued, "The blood soul resides within. Its use requires the secret arts of our shaman clan. That I will assign a disciple to remain at the foot of the demon god furnace, ready to assist you whenever you require the blood soul." It was astonishing that these three artisans, hailing from disparate lineages and loyal to various factions, could make such selfless contributions. This scene far exceeded Luo Tian's expectations. Could such fools truly exist in this world? Yet, it appeared they indeed did, as Ingio graciously accepted the treasures bestowed by the three master craftsmen and saw them off. One of the old shaman's disciples, named Feng Qing, took residence at the foot of the demon god furnace. He was robust and silent, rarely speaking. As they departed, the Black Bat posed a question that weighed on the minds of all three craftsmen. "What do you intend to do with the completed artifact?" "It shall belong to my friend, the sole sacred path strongman of the 9 heavens, Luo Tian," came the reply. The three master craftsmen exhibited no significant surprise, merely nodding in acknowledgement before taking their leave. Once they had departed, Luo Tian made his appearance. Ingio, upon noticing Luo Tian standing there, surmised that he was keeping a watchful eye on him out of concern. Luo Tian glanced at the three extraordinary treasures laid upon the ground and inquired, "I never anticipated they would actually agree. Of course, they would acquiesce, for they lack the capability to forge divine artifacts themselves, and their skills are leagues away from achieving such a feat. Yet, I am merely a step away from success, which is why they are willing to place their hopes in me." Ingio replied, "Am I to be astonished by their apparent benevolence in assisting you?" Luo Tian asked, "In the realm of martial arts, only interests prevail, and these individuals likely harbor ulterior motives. Indeed, They are offering me their most treasured possessions with the intention of leveraging my abilities to create a divine artifact, after which they may devise a scheme to seize it from me. Perhaps they would even resort to murder, engaging in a fierce struggle amongst themselves, with the victor proclaiming the artifact as their own creation, thereby earning the title of Master Craftsman and becoming a legend within the martial world. Ingio concluded with a knowing smile. He had long seen through their intentions. Outwardly appearing cooperative and magnanimous, they were inwardly scheming. Luo Tian scoffed, "Their ambitions will come to naught while I am here. They shall never succeed. I suspect they believe a sage like you ought to reside in the ninth heaven. While this is merely the sixth, they think the events transpiring here could go unnoticed. However, I have also made use of them, compelling them to provide me with treasures they would typically refuse to part with. Consequently, the odds of my successfully forging a divine artifact have significantly increased." As Luo Tian spoke, a frigid demeanor enveloped his countenance, and in that moment, a silent yet chilling aura of lethal intent radiated from him, as if he had transformed into a deity capable of effortlessly dictating the lives and deaths of mortals. "There is no need for that. It suffices to teach them a lesson when the time comes. There is no necessity to resort to murder for every affair," Ingio countered, shaking his head at Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded and exited the demon god furnace, still following closely behind. Even without bloodshed, he intended to ensure that the three deceitful craftsmen received their due punishment. Meanwhile, the trio of master craftsmen had gathered in a long-abandoned ancient courtyard after leaving the confines of the demon god furnace. A flickering bonfire illuminated their sinister faces. Chapter 47. The threat of the national master in the streets and alleys. Even the black market had opened betting pools. A seemingly worthless individual, scorned for over a decade, dared to dream of sudden fame. This was, in the minds of the populace, utterly inconceivable. "Young master, the betting pools in the black market have been active for several days now. I went to take a look. And those wagering on your victory can win sixfold. The higher the odds, the more it reflected the public's skepticism regarding Luo Tian's chances. Even many servants of the Luo family had secretly bet on his defeat. Luo Tian found himself compelled to channel his spiritual energy in resistance. Although he maintained a facade of calm, his inner turmoil was palpable. "You need not be anxious, for I harbor no ill will towards you at this moment," the national master remarked, his eyes deep and shadowy, as if capable of piercing through the very hearts of men. Luo Tian intentionally smiled and remarked, "Master of the nation, you jest in this harmonious era of peace. How could there be any danger? Furthermore, within the Four Seas Martial Pavilion, it is strictly forbidden to engage in combat. Surely, the master is aware of this rule." The master of the nation nodded, pondering deeply for a prolonged moment. Noticing his silence, Luo Tian contemplated departing and said, "If the master has no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. That I can assist you in defeating Yuan Changkong." This statement from the master caused Luo Tian, who had initially resolved to leave, to resume his seat, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he whispered, "What does the master mean by this?" The other party gently tapped the table with his black-painted nails and replied, "For 3 years, you have trained in the Sea of Corpses and Ghosts. The entire Yunsan kingdom regards you as a useless being, but their vision is clouded, although you appear to possess merely the cultivation of the third layer of Qi refinement. Your actual combat prowess is comparable to that of an 8th-layer Qi refiner. It seems that during these 3 years, you have endured considerable hardships in the Sea of Corpses and Ghosts, and as a result, have gained substantial fortitude." Luo Tian did not deny this. Arguing in the presence of such a formidable figure as the master was utterly futile. "You speak the truth. My abilities have indeed grown somewhat. Yet, even so, you remain no match for Yuan Changkong. Let alone Yuan Changkong. You cannot even defeat Chu Kuei. That is a fact." The master's voice remained calm, but Luo Tian felt a surge of agitation. "This may not be the case. Without a contest, victory or defeat remains unknown. The audacity of the young scion of a prominent family is indeed commendable, but failing to recognize reality and indulging in self-delusion is foolish. Even with your newly acquired high-grade weapon, you are still no match for Yuan Changkong. You initiated the genius battle, hoping to secure the chance to challenge Yuan Changkong, yet the final outcome will undoubtedly be defeat. Just as it was 3 years ago, and it will be a devastating loss. What are you truly trying to convey, master?" Luo Tian inquired. The master again tapped the table with his black nails, as if it were a habitual gesture, and spoke softly, "Your father commands an army of 300,000 and wields half of a tiger talisman. To speak frankly, compared to the covert machinations of the Marquis of Jinshi within the court, Your father's military strength is precisely what the third prince requires. I have already conferred with the third prince. If your father is willing to ally with him and entrust the command of the 300,000 troops to the third prince. Upon his ascension, your Luo family shall remain a noble family of great generals, and I can help you defeat Yuan Changkong, allowing you to attain the title of the young genius of Yinsen Kingdom. You threaten me, Luo Tian exclaimed, his expression betraying his agitation. I have calculated the fates. The present emperor will not survive the year. A year hence, turmoil will inevitably engulf Yinsen Kingdom. The third prince, with control over the imperial guard, could seize the entire capital in a single night. Should Luo Tian fail to extend his support to the third prince during that time, your Luo family will inevitably become hostages to him. I do not wish for such a scenario to unfold. Hence the third prince and I are prepared to offer your Luo family an opportunity, with matters having escalated to this extent. Luo Tian ceased to maintain his previously respectful demeanor and scoffed. Master, do not attempt to intimidate me. You truly believe our Luo family would acquiesce to becoming hostages? The truth remains, regardless of compliance. In these times, with the emperor still living, both the third prince and I can only resort to discreet surveillance. However, apart from you, no one else within the Luo residence is permitted to leave the capital. Do test the waters. Should our Luo family face calamity, I assure you, we shall not spare you. Luo Tian harbors an intense aversion to threats. It is best to refrain from speaking in anger. Yet I can offer you a suggestion. If you genuinely wish to safeguard the Luo family, sacrifices must be made. Should Luo Tian retire due to injury, you, as his eldest son, could be nominated by the third prince to ascend to the position of Grand General. In that event, you could then dispatch the 30,000 troops to the third prince, thus preserving the Luo family. As for the circumstances surrounding Luo Tian's injury, it could be that his long-lost son, in a moment of joy, inadvertently poisoned him during a feast, resulting in the loss of his spiritual perception and forcing him to lay down his arms. Once the national master concluded his remarks, he rose, the black robe billowing lightly as he moved silently like a fearsome specter. Upon reaching the entrance of the Four Seas Martial Pavilion, he turned to bow slightly towards the official, who was resting with eyes closed, before departing. Luo Tian remained seated for a considerable time, grappling with the simplicity of his thoughts, unprepared for the ruthless measures of the third prince. Based on his understanding of his father, he was certain that his father would not yield. Yet, caught between the safety of his family and the greater good of the nation, what could Luo Tian do? To poison his own father? What a far-fetched notion. Gritting his teeth, his resentment towards the third prince surged as he contemplated the threat against his family. Rising to leave, he prepared to bid farewell to the official who had never deigned to speak with him. However, just as he was about to exit after his customary bow, he suddenly heard the official murmur, "Are you aware that you are misguided in your cultivation?" Chapter 48. Challenge of the Three Heroes. Luo Tian had been training at the Four Seas Martial Pavilion for quite some time now. The official he encountered either sipped tea or slumbered, seldom acknowledging him, and he, in turn, had paid no mind to anyone else. Even the genius master, Yuan Changkong, had not elicited a glance. This was the first instance of the official taking the initiative to converse with Luo Tian. "Senior, were you calling for me?" Luo Tian glanced around, still in disbelief that of course I was calling you. Who else would it be? "Come here," the official commanded, gesturing to Luo Tian. Aware that the official was a master of profound skill and one of the most enigmatic figures he had encountered, Luo Tian felt an uncanny resemblance to a previous encounter with the ghastly specter of the past. The official cast a sidelong glance at Luo Tian, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had been practicing according to the records in the fragmented text, yet his progress was exceedingly slow. Unsure if he was indeed cultivating incorrectly, he found himself at a loss. "Please, senior, enlighten me," he implored, as sharp-witted as he was. Luo Tian quickly sensed something unusual in the official's words and eagerly sought guidance. With this thought in mind, Luo Tian began to study intently. He abandoned the entire small circulation of cultivation and redirected the portion that refined spiritual energy. Yet, this endeavor was no small task. Luo Tian remained at the Four Seas Martial Pavilion for several days, attending to all his needs within its confines, dedicating every moment to research except for the occasional hour of rest. In the depths of his heart, Luo Tian remained apprehensive. Although it was not a complete act of creating a martial art, it was fraught with immense risk. What if he were to succumb to the perils of obsession? Just as Luo Tian found himself engulfed in indecision, a servant conveyed a message. Young Master Luo, there are individuals seeking your presence below. They have been here for several days. The servant, unable to ascend the stairs, communicated through a horn connecting the upper and lower levels. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head before stowing away the martial art he had devised and descending the stairs. Upon arrival, he discovered his family steward waiting at the entrance. "What brings you here?" Luo Tian inquired with curiosity. "Young master, have you forgotten? Today marks the day the arena is completed. The talented masters you challenged have already arrived in the royal city. And His Highness, the sixth prince, has made arrangements for you to meet these prodigies." After the steward finished speaking, Luo Tian stood in stunned silence, glancing at the clear blue sky outside, and asked, "How long have I been in the Sea High Martial Pavilion?" "You have been there for 5 days. I have come every day to seek you out, and today, I finally managed to bring you down. At that moment, Luo Tian truly felt how swiftly time had passed. A whiff of his own odor reminded him that he was in dire need of a wash. Among the final 3 contenders, these individuals were equally proud, renowned as future stars within the Yunshan Kingdom. In truth, had it not been for Ji Yuan assisting Luo Tian in delivering the challenge letter, these illustrious figures would never have consented to the duel. Firstly, they looked down upon Luo Tian, believing that a battle with him would diminish their own worth, and secondly, they were reluctant to come to the royal city, well aware that the current atmosphere was tumultuous and fraught with peril, where anyone who stirred the waters could easily become ensnared. As Luo Tian disembarked from the carriage, despite appearing fatigued after freshening up and changing his attire, a smile graced his face. Defeating these so-called geniuses to prove himself marked a pivotal moment in Luo Tian's rise. In the distance, the arena loomed, a striking 10-meter structure that drew attention. Rumor had it that numerous young masters from the top 10 talents were arriving in the royal city, and many curious onlookers had gathered to witness the spectacle. Zhang Yao, clad in white and at the age of 20, had attained the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. Zhong Hui, dressed in somewhat heavier attire due to the frigid northern climate of Tianqi Pass, also stood at the 7th level, yet exuded an added sense of resilience characteristic of the northern populace. Biao Yang, astride a majestic steed and adorned in red armor, wielded a long sword. Possessing the same level of cultivation but boasting rich combat experience from his childhood spent in battle alongside his father, making him the most formidable of the trio. All 3 were at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm, and although their ranks differed, the people of Yunshan Kingdom understood that their strengths were closely matched. In a contest of equal levels, rank held little significance, as victory could hinge upon a mere fleeting thought. As Luo Tian stepped down from the carriage, he swiftly captured the attention of the 3 men, who, along with the surrounding spectators, turned their gaze toward him. "The waste of the Luo family has arrived," Jiang Yao remarked with a cold smirk. Chapter 49, 1 against 3. Do you know what is most important for a man? Luo Tian recalled how, in his youth, Luo Kuan had once posed this question to him. "Do you not understand? Though still young, remember this. As a man, the most vital quality you must possess is courage, the audacity to confront an army without fear. Should you falter at the sight of a formidable foe or shrink from a challenge, you are unworthy of the title of manhood." In the days of his youth, the few-year-old Luo Tian was but dimly aware of his father's words. Indeed, had he not spent 3 years in the treacherous sea of corpses, he might never have grasped the true essence of bravery. As he descended from the carriage, the sun was completely obscured by thick clouds, and a gust of wind swept through, rendering the 10-tiered arena ahead seemingly insurmountable. 3 prodigies from the kingdom of Yunshan stood shoulder to shoulder, while onlookers filled the surroundings. "The waste of the Luo family has arrived." Bearing a hefty sword, they murmured. "Surely, he does not intend to challenge the 3 geniuses, does he? That would be an act of self-degradation. Most people in the world are resolute in their opinions. Once a notion about an individual is formed, it remains unaltered unless an extraordinarily significant event occurs. When Luo Tian faced the Cold family, there were but a handful of witnesses, and even if the tale spread, few would believe it. During the battle at the heavenly altar, although nobles bore witness to Luo Tian's prowess, he ultimately was deemed the loser. Most of these nobles dared not offend the 3rd prince, thus they refrained from widely proclaiming Luo Tian's abilities. Consequently, what the common folk came to know was that Luo Tian had overstepped his bounds, daring to challenge a master from the Feather Kingdom, only to suffer a severe defeat. At that moment, a carriage approached slowly from afar, with the assistance of several attendants. An elderly man, white-haired yet spirited, descended from the vehicle. This was none other than the esteemed Grand Tutor, Mr. Wenba, now 90 years of age. Upon taking his seat, the surrounding populace immediately bowed in reverence. After a casual wave of his hand, the old gentleman declared, "This is the life and death agreement prepared for you by His Highness the Sixth Prince. I ask that you each place your thumbprint upon it." The stark black ink on white paper, the life and death agreement, took the three geniuses by surprise, their expressions shifting dramatically, initially believing it to be merely a routine contest. They were now faced with the unexpected necessity of signing such a document. The three prodigies were not particularly concerned about being killed by Luo Tian. Rather, they feared that if one of them were to inadvertently injure him, they would incur the wrath of General Luo Tian and face dire repercussions. Noticing their hesitation, Luo Tian stepped forward first, pressing his crimson thumbprint onto the agreement. "Are you all afraid of me?" he taunted, deliberately provoking them. As young men, whose pride is not easily quelled, the three exhibited disdainful expressions and subsequently placed their own prints on the document. "If you happen to be killed, do not blame us," Jiang Ye remarked coolly, casting a steely gaze at Luo Tian. A hint of a smile graced Luo Tian's lips as he replied, "I assure you, I will not hold you accountable. But do you truly possess the ability to slay me?" With that, he strode to the edge of the arena, seized the descending rope with a firm grip, and with a powerful push, propelled himself upward, ascending to the top of the 10-tiered platform. While it may not seem particularly high, as many edifices in the great king city reach heights of over 100 meters, standing atop the pinnacle, buffeted by the wind, stirred a tumultuous emotion within him. At that moment, the three prodigies below made no move. Who shall ascend first? Perhaps it should be Jiang Yao, given his rank is 10th, Bai Yu Liang suggested. Jiang Yao cast a glance at him before speaking. "Among the three of us, our strengths are nearly equal, and the rankings are not determined by prowess alone. Are you suggesting that I am the weakest? If that is the case, why don't we have a match? Should I defeat you, you shall concede your 8th position to me." "Fine. Keep boasting. Do you really think I fear you?" Bai Yu Liang retorted defiantly. Zhong Hui, standing in the middle, waved his hand and interjected, "Enough of this bickering. It makes no difference who steps up. Defeating a mere incompetent is child's play." The three continued their heated dispute. Luo Tian, standing atop the arena, suddenly shouted down, "Stop arguing. All three of you come up here." His words, carried by the howling wind, reached every ear, leaving not only the three prodigies astonished, but also the onlookers around them. It was one thing for someone like Luo Tian, notorious for his incompetence, to make such a challenge. Even among the renowned experts of Yinshan Kingdom, few would dare to confront three prodigies simultaneously. "Have you lost your mind?" Bai Yu Liang mocked, pointing at Luo Tian. The crowd erupted in laughter, yet Luo Tian maintained a serious expression as he gazed below. The death warrant fluttering in the wind. Mr. Wenba, seated nearby, wore a cryptic smile, adding to the air of mystery. Jiang Yao pointed at Luo Tian above and declared, "Since you so confidently assert your intention to challenge us three prodigies, you must possess the qualifications to do so. We are all at the 7th level of Qi refinement, a rarity among the youthful generation of Yinshan Kingdom. You, at merely the 3rd level of Qi refinement. What gives you the right?" As Luo Tian unleashed his aura, pushing against the 8th level of Qi refinement, the spectators felt an uncomfortable weight settle in their hearts, akin to a heavy stone. While all present with any cultivation sensed the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from Luo Tian, such formidable spiritual energy, the three young prodigies sensed it most acutely, their previous mocking expressions vanishing. Who would have thought that the Luo family's waste could possess such potent spiritual energy? Had he been concealing his true strength all along? Zhong Hui remarked in astonishment. In that moment, Luo Tian cried out, "Have you not questioned my qualifications? Now, I have demonstrated my worth. The death warrant is signed. I shall face all three of you alone. If you refuse to fight, it is tantamount to admitting defeat. Should you slay me, the Luo family shall not seek retribution. The question is, do you dare?" Luo Tian aimed to elevate his reputation, cornering them into this situation. They could not afford to back down. If the three of them united and triumphed over him, they would be accused of winning unfairly. Yet, if they lost, their status as the top 10 prodigies would surely be at risk. Jiang Yao's expression grew grave as he stated, "Regardless, this battle must take place." As Bai Yu Liang spoke, he had already grasped the rope leading to the arena's pinnacle. Within the demon god furnace, temperatures soared high enough to incinerate both human and precious artifacts alike. The intense flames rendered it impossible to open one's eyes. At that moment, Ingio, with his hair and beard entirely singed away, even his eyelashes burnt to ash, gazed intently at the flames below. Amidst the writhing infernos, the mad blade, shrouded in fire, was obscured from view, yet torrents of fierce energy surged forth, entwined with the flames. Heralding the arrival of a calamity, the blade forged from iron sheets possesses a formidable strength, while the blood soul aids the blade spirit of the frenzied blade in ascending its quality. Finally, I shall temper it with the ice essence, combined with the blazing flames of the demon god furnace and the various rare treasures I have meticulously prepared. I had believed this would bridge the gap caused by my previous failure. Yet it still fell short. This artifact is destined to falter against the trial of the heavenly tribulation. Ingio proclaimed loudly, the air thick with the sounds of explosive flames surrounding him. What is lacking? Can I offer assistance? Luo Tian inquired, though he had no knowledge of weapon forging. However, as a formidable sage, perhaps he could provide some aid. You cannot assist, boss. You are incapable, Ingio replied, frustration evident in his voice. I am at a loss regarding what is missing. I have the right timing and conditions, and I have prepared the necessary resources, yet I still lack harmony. People. I understand now. I have realized. Suddenly, Ingio erupted with excitement. His demeanor shifting to a frenzied state. He freed himself from Luo Tian's grasp and approached the railing. The specially crafted barrier, now aglow with the licking flames, was searing red, yet Ingio clutched the heated bars without a hint of concern. Gazing into the fiery vortex below, where the artifact frenzied blade was on the brink of emergence, he contemplated the missing element and proclaimed, throughout history, great artisans have sacrificed themselves for their most cherished creations. It is said that the legendary weapons of the bygone era required the offering of life to attain perfection. Often, artisans would give their lives to ensure the birth of extraordinary weapons. What the ancients could achieve, I can as well. Today, for the sake of this artifact, and to ensure my name resonates throughout the ages, I shall accomplish what my predecessors have done. Today, I shall sacrifice myself to bring this artifact to fruition. With that declaration, Ingio recklessly leaped over the railing, intent on exchanging his life for the creation of a flawless artifact. However, as he descended, time seemed to freeze, and Luo Tian grasped his arm, halting his self-destruction. Boss, let me go. I am prepared. Ingio insisted fervently. At that moment, Luo Tian recalled their past encounters with the barbarian tribes. Back then, while they were hiding, Luo Tian had hesitated to confront formidable foes for the sake of the tribesmen. But Ingio had charged forward despite Luo Tian's vehement objections. No, not this time. That I can keep you here until the tribulation passes, Luo Tian asserted firmly. Then I shall seek another opportunity to forge the artifact again. If the time comes when I must plunge into the flames once more, I will do so without hesitation. Boss, everyone has their moment of glory, and now is mine to create the first artifact in this world. My name will be immortalized alongside yours. This is my aspiration, the dream of all artisans. Please, grant me this. Once, Ingio was a pure-hearted young man of righteousness, a stark contrast to Luo Tian. While Luo Tian reveled in the opulence of the capital city at the age of 15, Ingio was laboring in a dilapidated home, crafting blades from the most inferior materials. While Luo Tian indulged in gourmet delicacies, Ingio struggled to make ends meet. Luo Tian is inherently selfish. He fights solely for his own benefit, and one cannot perceive the brilliance of humanity within him. In stark contrast, Ingio is willing to sacrifice everything for his convictions, his fervor and sense of justice, along with his unwavering dedication and selflessness, have remained unchanged throughout the years. Luo Tian remarked, "It is I who the divine artifact truly requires. I forged it, and it demands my very life. This is a profound resonance that only I can perceive. It yearns for my blood to be offered." Ingio replied with a smile, showing no inclination to alter his stance. Luo Tian finally comprehended the source of his unease. It was not merely the impending threat of a formidable foe, but rather the realization that Ingio intended to offer himself as a blood sacrifice. The mad artisan, embodying the spirit of relentless craftsmanship, was prepared to give everything, even his own life, for the sake of his magnum opus. "Ancestor, what brings you here?" Ingio exclaimed in astonishment, as Luo Tian now recognized that this eccentric individual was none other than the venerable ancestor he had long revered and admired. The peculiar figure approached slowly, leaning on an iron cane. His gait was deliberate, yet his ability to withstand the oppressive heat of the surroundings indicated his extraordinary nature. Upon reaching Ingio, he suddenly raised his cane and struck Ingio sharply on the head. Unable to evade due to Luo Tian's immobilizing grip, Ingio cried out in pain. "Ancestor, what on earth are you doing?" he asked, clearly vexed. You deserve this for your lack of perseverance, the eccentric retorted brusquely. How have I faltered? You yourself have acknowledged my genius in crafting the as it stands. I alone possess the opportunity to forge a divine artifact in the 9 heavens. Am I not striving diligently? Ingeo countered, I did indeed proclaim your talent. However, you undervalue your own life. You are prepared to sacrifice yourself for a mere artifact. Is this truly the extent of your ambition? I had hoped you would one day create a primordial artifact. If you perish, will my aspirations not be dashed? The ancestor's tone was formidable, leaving Luo Tian, who listened nearby, utterly astounded. Creating a primordial artifact has never crossed my mind. Merely crafting a divine artifact is already my utmost limit. Ingeo began, but was abruptly interrupted by another painful strike to his head, causing him to gasp. You do not understand your own limits, nor do you possess clarity regarding your potential. When I say you have the prospect of crafting a primordial artifact, I speak truthfully. I have never misjudged anyone in all these years, the eccentric asserted with unwavering conviction. Chapter 50. Proving oneself. The wind seemed to intensify, yet the sun remained concealed behind a thick curtain of clouds. Sound the war drums, Luo Tian called out loudly. Not far away, 2 robust men began to beat a massive war drum, the rhythm urgent and chaotic, reverberating within the hearts of all who heard it, deepening the sense of foreboding. The moment the drumming ceased would signal the commencement of the great battle. Let me forewarn the 3 of you. I shall show no mercy. Luo Tian's voice resonated clearly for only the 3 combatants on the platform. The drumming quickened, nearing its conclusion, as the 3 talented warriors opened their dantians, dispersing their spiritual energy throughout their meridians, fully prepared for the impending conflict. The beats of the drum gradually approached their finale. At the moment of halting, Luo Tian abruptly drew forth the tiger-tooth treasure blade. This marked the blade's inaugural battle, and it remained uncertain whether it was Luo Tian's exuberance or the blade's own fervor for its first confrontation that ignited such fervent energy. The instant Luo Tian made his move, the tiger-tooth treasure blade astonishingly emitted a resplendent spiritual radiance. Kill. The word escaped his lips, and as he stepped forth, the entire arena quivered slightly. The 3 prodigious masters were far from ordinary. At the very instant the drums fell silent, they unleashed a powerful assault simultaneously, 3 distinct magical auras erupting high above the arena. The white-level intermediate spell, Finger of Light, was conjured by Yu Liang, who stood to the right of Luo Tian. As he raised his hand, a white luminescence flickered from his fingertips, and with the movement of his hand, these brilliant lights suspended in the air, resembling stars adorning the night sky. Fierce Tiger's Roar, another white-level intermediate spell, was unleashed by Zhonghui, who raised his fists high. His eyes glimmered with a fierce red electric energy as he bellowed, the sound carrying a terrifying sonic wave that rippled outward, akin to a thunderous tiger's roar. Frozen Purgatory, the white-level intermediate spell, was unleashed by Jiang Yao, who released a substantial amount of spiritual energy. A chilling aura emanated from the edges of his feet, and wherever this frost spread, large formations of ice took shape. 3 white-level intermediate spells, unleashed from the hands of 3 practitioners at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, posed a monumental threat to all present. The 10-tiered arena could scarcely withstand such immense surges of spiritual energy, nor could it endure the impact of these formidable spells. As the 3 spells surged towards Luo Tian, the arena creaked ominously, and fissures began to appear densely from above, extending downward. Ultimately, at the moment of collision between the 3 spells, the arena erupted with a tremendous noise and began to collapse rapidly. Succumbing to the tumult, dust filled the air, and the surrounding spectators fled in terror, unprepared for the sheer destructive force unleashed by the simultaneous assault of the 3 geniuses. The once sturdy 10-tiered arena crumbled unexpectedly. Amidst the ruins, figures soon emerged from the dust, first by Yu Liang, followed by Zhonghui. Yet, there was no sign of Luo Tian or Jiang Yao. Where is Jiang Yao? Zhonghui inquired, furrowing his brow. Boom! A sudden, thunderous explosion erupted from the debris, a fearsome blade of light slicing through the dust, followed by a terrifying roar of a wild beast. A wild beast? Are there beasts here? The crowd gasped in alarm. Yet no trace of the creature could be seen. Instead, beneath the dust, Luo Tian was gripping a blade in one hand, while the other clutched the unconscious form of Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao was defeated so swiftly? Yu Liang could hardly fathom that one among the trio had fallen so quickly. In truth, the moment the 3 had launched their attacks, Luo Tian had fixated on Jiang Yao, who ranked 10th. The ensuing explosion was bound to be catastrophic. Seizing the chaos, Luo Tian charged towards Jiang Yao, although Jiang Yao's frozen purgatory was formidable for a practitioner weaker than him. Stepping into that icy domain equated to plunging into a dreadful tide of frost, rendering the body frozen, unable to escape or resist. However, this maneuver proved to be less effective against Luo Tian. Just before the icy prison could fully freeze, Luo Tian made his move. Jiang Yao, caught off guard and underestimating his opponent, never anticipated that Luo Tian would dare to charge forward amidst the chilling abyss. With a single stroke, he felled Jiang Yao to the ground. The bloodthirsty power emanating from the tiger-toothed beast's blood on his blade instilled fear in Jiang Yao, making him feel as though he were facing a ferocious beast mere inches away. In that fleeting moment, he was paralyzed by terror. Subsequently, Luo Tian delivered a powerful punch to Jiang Yao's face, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy from the acupoint on his arm. With that one blow, Jiang Yao was rendered unconscious in a mere exchange. One of the top 10 geniuses of the Yunshan Kingdom, Jiang Yao, was defeated. This exemplified the stark disparity in absolute strength. With a thud, Jiang Yao was cast aside. The onlookers could clearly see the gash on Jiang Yao's shoulder and the distinct imprint of a fist on his face. At that moment, those who had witnessed the event could scarcely utter a word. Is this the extent of the three great geniuses' prowess? You question my qualifications to challenge you. Now, I shall inquire whether you possess the right to mock me. Are there any more potent spells at your disposal? Luo Tian, bearing the tiger-tooth blade, wore a proud smile upon his visage. This battle served to affirm his worth, to demonstrate that he surpassed these individuals, to prove he was no longer the waste of the past, and to deliver a resounding slap to the faces of those who had once ridiculed and scorned him. A mere waste of the sect. Was he a prodigal son of a wealthy family, perhaps born with a fortunate father? Was it? Who else could endure 3 years in the hellish domain of the sea of corpses and ghosts with a mere second-tier qi refinement cultivation? Who else had the audacity to challenge Yuan Changkong with a third-tier qi refinement cultivation? Perhaps prior to this contest, all believed Luo Tian to be mad, but at least from this instant onward, people grasped one undeniable truth. Luo Tian was no longer a waste, but a youthful genius. By Yuelyang and Zhong, we felt an increased pressure and immediately separated, one advancing and the other retreating, both eyeing Luo Tian with keen vigilance. Brother Bai, I believe we cannot simultaneously engage. Zhong Hui remarked. I concur. If we unleash our spells together, the resulting energy disturbance would provide this kid with an opportunity to exploit. It would be more prudent for us to rely on our individual capabilities. When we cast our spells in unison, our 3 attacks merely counteracted one another, dissipating most of the energy. While it may appear formidable, in reality, it is not so. Both Bai Yuelyang and Zhong Hui believe that Luo Tian's recent survival was due to their spells clashing to that moment. Both retreated a few steps. Zhong Hui sneered. Then allow me to strike first. Fierce tiger roar. The energy within Zhong Hui's dantian surged suddenly, reaching his chest. With clenched fists raised high, he roared as if summoning a mighty tiger. His fists crashed down heavily, unleashing a crimson wave of energy that expanded outward, transforming into the shape of a ferocious tiger, charging directly at Luo Tian. A terrifying tiger composed of spiritual energy barreled forward, seemingly intent on devouring all in its path. Luo Tian's expression remained steely as he planted the tiger-tooth blade into the ground. The tiger drew ever closer, the energy wave brushing against his face. In the next instant, Luo Tian abruptly raised his blade. The edge glimmered ominously as he swung down, the blade transforming into a fearsome shockwave that cleaved the oncoming tiger in 2. Boom. The spiritual energy erupted, and the tiger was reduced to ashes. Yet Luo Tian's blade energy continued onward, hurtling straight toward Zhong Hui. Zhong Hui's expression revealed a palpable sense of panic as he swiftly retreated, urgently mobilizing the spiritual energy within him, preparing to unleash the 3rd iteration of the fierce tiger's roar. Yet, to his astonishment, he beheld Luo Tian charging towards him, blade in hand, propelled by the very essence of his sword's aura, the intent to kill. Zhong Hui could feel the terrifying aura of death bearing down upon him. As the battle reached this pivotal moment, the number of onlookers, including numerous nobles and affluent gentlemen, continued to swell. Luo Tian stood alone against the 3 prodigies of the Yunshan Kingdom, and initially, no one believed he could emerge victorious, let alone survive. However, at this very juncture, it seemed that the assembled crowd began to grasp a singular truth. They were witnessing the birth of a miracle. The tiger fang blade radiated brilliance, resonating with Luo Tian's indomitable fighting spirit. The smile etched on his face had remained unchanged for 3 years. 3 years prior, it was deemed the grin of a wastrel, yet now, the spectators comprehended that this smile embodied the innate confidence of the young heir of the Luo family. Bai Yueliang, ranked 8th among the top 10 geniuses, had drawn significant attention to Zuosan Town due to his exceptional talents, in stark contrast to Zhong Hui and Zhang Yao, both signs of wealthy families. Bai Yueliang hailed from a military household. His father, unlike the illustrious General Luo Kuan, was merely a squad leader in the Border Defense Forces. At the tender age of 15, he had followed his father into the fray of battles. And now, in his early 20s, he had already accumulated 5 or 6 years of military experience. All his skills were forged on the battlefield, learned amidst the corpses, honing his combat techniques in the crucible of war. Today, he could not afford to lose. Failure would strip him of the glory of a genius, and Zuosan Town would fade from the spotlight. He bore not only his own honor and disgrace, but also the prosperity of his homeland. The crimson longsword slowly emerged from its sheath, a low-tier human artifact, the red serpent blade. You seem to be doing well, at least with a treasure in hand, Luo Tian remarked. On the front lines. Only a team leader is permitted to wield low-tier human artifacts. Others must make do with inferior goods. This sword was crafted by a renowned artisan, funded by 2 years of savings amounting to 20,000 taels of silver from my hometown. I am unlike you. You have no comprehension of poverty, hunger, or desire, Bai Yueliang retorted, gripping the red serpent blade. His confidence evidently bolstered. I have often pondered, if only I had been born into a more favorable family, one akin to yours, that 100,000 taels of silver merely to indulge in a night of revelry with a courtesan. Do you know that it took the common folk of my hometown 3 arduous years to amass 20,000 taels for the crafting of this red serpent blade? Zuosan Town, with its population of 15,000, suffers perpetual harassment from barbaric tribes and foreign incursions due to its proximity to the borders. The households here earn no more than 3 taels a year. Barely enough for sustenance. Bai Yueliang's words encapsulated the very reason the common people harbored disdain for Luo Tian. They believed that, born into such affluence, he should strive to be a useful individual despite his lack of talent. Yet, 3 years prior, he had become the object of scorn for all in the Yunshan kingdom, living a life of excess and indulgence, lingering in the realms of pleasure, akin to the dregs of society, corrupting the lives of the common folk. That I possess innate talent and am willing to exert effort. Thus, I ought to have been born into a noble family. Had I been born into the Luo household, what remarkable achievements would I have attained? I could even surpass Yuan Changkong and become the foremost among the younger generation of Yunshan kingdom. In the future, I shall be the Grand General of Yunshan, expanding the empire's borders and elevating our nation to the ranks of an empire. Bai Yueliang spoke with increasing fervor. However, these words had echoed in Luo Tian's ears countless times throughout his life. The first time his spiritual aptitude was found to be woefully inadequate, Luo Tian was merely 5 years old. He vividly remembers the disappointment etched on the faces of those around him. Not comprehending the words uttered at that time, how could the son of a tiger be a mere rat? He could not fathom why a simple assessment felt akin to the apocalypse, leaving everyone in a state of discontent. Yet, when he was bullied by others in the classroom, he tearfully inquired why they tormented him. Those children, like Bai Yueliang, who toiled relentlessly yet twisted their souls, would tug at his hair and utter such words. Why does a failure like you have such a good life? Why do we lack such a fine father? By what right do you live more comfortably than us? Bai Yueliang might believe himself to be exceptional, yet in this moment, he had manifested numerous times throughout Luo Tian's existence. They changed their appearances and bore different names, yet spoke the same words to Luo Tian. Why do you have a better life than us? Bai Yueliang was exceedingly agitated, his face flushing slightly. In contrast, Luo Tian let out a cold laugh. Offended by Luo Tian's mirth, Bai Yueliang exclaimed, "Is what I say amusing to you?" Luo Tian waved his hand, chuckling. "Do you realize? What you deem unfair is merely jealousy. You envy me. Haha, but so what? At least I possess that which you covet yet cannot attain, superior roots and an innate affinity for spiritual perception. Roots determine the efficacy of cultivation, while spiritual perception governs one's affinity for spiritual energy. Those lacking the former, no matter how diligently they train, will only exhibit half the results of others, and those bereft of the latter will find their efforts in vain if spiritual energy refuses to enter their bodies. These two elements are inextricably linked. Those who are deemed gifted possess both, like Yuan Changkong. Conversely, those labeled as lacking are deficient in both, like Luo Tian. Luo Tian's laughter ceased as he gazed intently at Bai Yuliang. After a moment, he spoke, "You are not wrong. You, like Yuan Changkong and Chu Kuei, possess what I lacked. I was born into a prestigious lineage yet am a failure, while you emerged from humble beginnings as a genius. A century hence, when my father ascends to the heavens, if I remain a failure, the Luo family shall inevitably decline. Yet, in a century, you might establish a noble house akin to mine. You just passionately lamented the heavens' unfairness towards you. But the truly unjust individual is I. Those positioned differently behold distinct worlds. Thus, the dialogue between Luo Tian and Bai Yuliang reached its conclusion that in a flash of brilliance, Bai Yuliang acted first. His fingertips radiating white light as it adorned the air. With the movement of his fingers, star-like points of light emerged before Luo Tian. Shoot! With a single utterance, all the luminous points in the sky simultaneously burst forth. Resembling a myriad of twinkling stars, these radiant beams exuded an overwhelming aggressiveness. Although each individual ray lacked significant power, the sheer multitude striking the towering tree beside Luo Tian swiftly pierced through it. Despite Luo Tian's robust physique, enduring such a barrage of light would inevitably result in grave injuries. Thus, at the very moment the brilliant rays erupted, he had already commenced his rapid evasion. The beams coalesced into a formidable cluster, leaving scorched earth and charred trees in their wake. The most formidable aspect of this spell, known as scion, lay in the fact that its caster need not exert prolonged control. They could simply channel an unending flow of spiritual energy while remaining mobile. Although the individual power was modest, its agility and maneuverability were nothing short of masterful. Consequently, as scion compelled Luo Tian to evade, Bai Yuliang, wielding the crimson serpent sword, launched an assault from the side. "Your life is forfeit." Bai Yuliang's emotions had transcended his psychological limits, and at that moment, he disregarded Luo Tian's identity. Fixated solely on claiming his life, Luo Tian immediately sensed the imminent threat from his flank. In an instant, he pivoted, utilizing the tiger tooth blade to parry the crimson serpent sword that a weapon of lower rank could not hope to pierce the higher-ranked tiger tooth blade. Indeed, should the two artifacts clash, the tiger tooth blade might even shatter the crimson serpent sword. Yet, the true peril did not lie with the crimson serpent sword. Upon witnessing Luo Tian's turn, Bai Yuliang's face curled into a cold smirk as he murmured, "You are defeated." Boom! The colossal beam generated by scion struck Luo Tian's back at that moment. Bai Yuliang had used himself as bait, forcing Luo Tian to expose his vulnerable flank, thus granting scion the potential to eliminate him. The searing light from behind scorched Luo Tian's body, his back garments reduced to ashes, as he endured a harrowing assault accompanied by excruciating pain. "Ha ha! Are you still alive?" Bai Yuliang laughed heartily. Yet, Luo Tian remained remarkably composed, softly declaring, "Your strategy is commendable, but it harbors a fatal flaw." "What?" Bai Yuliang's smile faltered in astonishment at that moment. Luo Tian astonishingly took a step forward, followed by another, resolutely enduring the onslaught of scion as he relentlessly pressured Bai Yuliang to retreat. "What are you trying to accomplish?" Bai Yuliang demanded loudly. "Let us wager. We shall see whether I can slay you with this tiger tooth blade first, or if I succumb to your scion before that. However, this wager carries a higher stake. Our lives shall be the currency." Upon uttering these words, a savage roar emanated from the tiger tooth blade in Luo Tian's grip. Chapter 52. Formulating Techniques. Bai Yuliang had not anticipated Luo Tian's reckless disregard for his life. Although he had recently harbored murderous intent towards Luo Tian, this maneuver was indeed treacherous. In his estimation, Luo Tian, upon being struck by scion would undoubtedly seek ways to preserve his life, allowing Bai Yuliang to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. While he did not intend to kill Luo Tian outright, he aimed to ensure a decisive victory in this battle. However, the unfolding scenario defied his expectations, as he observed Luo Tian, unflinching despite the assault from scion. A flicker of admiration surged within him. If he were in Luo Tian's position, he would undoubtedly be devising an escape plan. What excruciating agony it must be. Although merely a mid-tier white-level spell, the convergence of all those beams is sufficient to pierce through a steel plate of considerable thickness. How astonishing it is that Luo Tian's spiritual energy is powerful enough to withstand such a barrage of light. He could not discern any trace of pain upon Luo Tian's visage. All he saw was an unfathomable chill. The spiritual pressure emanating from the tiger's claw blade intensified, while the red Lian sword gradually began to falter, and simultaneously, Bai Yuliang found himself forced back by more than 10 steps. There could be no further retreat. To falter now would mean conceding the momentum. Understanding this, Bai Yuliang let out a thunderous roar, channeling all the remaining spiritual energy within him into the red Lian sword. The crimson glow pulsated along the blade, and Bai Yuliang bellowed at Luo Tian, "Do you think you can overwhelm me with mere presence?" Not a chance. The sword's energy coalesced into a single point. Aiming to coordinate with the flicker of his fingers, attempting to flank and defeat Luo Tian, as long as the tiger's claw does not fall, neither shall I. Luo Tian's voice resonated powerfully, while the tiger's claw blade emitted a continuous clang, unexpectedly overpowering the red Lian sword. Bai Yuliang's expression grew tense, yet despite his efforts to bolster the red Lian sword, the disparity in their artifacts remained evident. With a resounding clash, the red Lian sword could no longer bear the weight of the tiger's claw blade, resulting in visible fractures along its length. Rage ignited in Bai Yuliang's eyes as he shouted, "No, it cannot break." Yet, in that moment, mere shouts could not salvage the red Lian sword. The fissures widened until it finally shattered completely. At that instant, Luo Tian's spiritual energy obliterated the crimson light upon the red Lian sword, and the tiger's claw blade erupted with brilliance, sending Bai Yuliang careening backward. As Bai Yuliang fell, the flicker of the finger's light waned, eventually dissipating into nothingness. The wind continued to howl, yet the sun emerged from behind the clouds, casting its rays down upon the scene, where thousands bore witness to this moment. The three prodigies had all been vanquished at a result no one had anticipated. The once ridiculed young master now seemed like a phantom of the past, the humiliating figure slowly dissipating from the minds of all. Behind him, Bai Yuliang continued to roar at Luo Tian, but having exhausted his spiritual energy, he stumbled unsteadily. Luo Tian approached the carriage, while in the distance, Bai Yuliang desperately trudged toward him. At that moment, Luo Tian raised his hand, and the wind surged violently. Bai Yuliang felt a sense of foreboding, halting in terror and looking up to see a colossal shadow moving within the gale. What is that? His eyes widened in shock, and momentarily losing his balance, he sank to the ground. That he had not anticipated that Luo Tian still possessed such a formidable trick. Throughout the entire battle, Luo Tian had not unleashed the wild soul incantation. As the storm subsided, Luo Tian refrained from delivering a lethal blow to Bai Yuliang. He leapt onto the carriage, and the driver shouted to set off, leaving Bai Yuliang sitting on the ground, seemingly deeply affected, murmuring to himself. He still retained his strength. He didn't unleash his full power. Within the confines of the Luo residence, tension permeated the air, akin to the anticipation surrounding General Luo Quin's potential return with victory. "Why should I assist you?" The official's eyes remained fixed, coldly retorting. Luo Tian, eager to appease, replied with a forced smile, "Might I ask for your assistance? I will do my utmost to procure whatever you require, and I am willing to agree to any conditions you may have. Please, do not hesitate to voice your needs." The official Guanwing chuckled dismissively, saying, "No need for that. Just quickly disappear from my sight. You have already assisted me once. What's the harm in helping me again? You are an esteemed figure, and extending a hand to someone of my humble status should pose no difficulty. Right?" Luo Tian continued, embodying his relentless nature. No, just roll away from my presence," Guanwing impatiently urged, nearly driving Luo Tian away with his spiritual energy. "Please, lend me your assistance. How about this? I will arrange a house for you, or perhaps procure some fine wine and exquisite dishes. Surely, you can grant me this opportunity, haha." Luo Tian persisted. Guanwing shot him a glance, clearly exasperated with the young man. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Very well. There is an abandoned mine 50 miles from the great king city. It is said that a multicolored gemstone lies hidden at its depths. That if you can retrieve it for me, I shall assist you in examining your cultivation techniques." "Great. Just wait for me. Ha." Luo Tian responded joyfully, sensing a turning point in his fortunes. He then ascended the stairs, eager to find a place to cultivate and heal. Guanwang observed Luo Tian with a shake of his head, muttering, "A fool is still a fool. If he doesn't perish down there, I might as well help him with his techniques." The tale of Luo Tian's triumph over 3 prodigious masters spread like wildfire throughout the great king city and the entire Yunsan nation, and the Duke of Jinshi had long since heard of it. Within the inner hall, a grim-faced elder with a pale complexion sat at the high seat, while Yuan Changkong and other disciples of the Yuan family occupied the lower positions. This man was the Duke of Jinshi, who wielded immense power across the realm. Changkong, is it true that the Luo family's waist has undergone a transformation? The Duke of Jinshi inquired coldly. Yuan Changkong stepped forward and nodded. Indeed, but he poses no threat. Even if he has defeated those fraudulent individuals, he remains merely a third-rate cultivator. You must take heed. I have recently received word that the national master seems inclined to court the Luo family. Likely drawn by their military authority, should the Luo family form an alliance with the third prince, our standing in the Duke of Jinshi's household would undoubtedly be jeopardized. You must maintain an unblemished record. What are your chances against the Chuku of Yugua in the upcoming battle? The Duke asked. Yuan Changkong smiled and replied, 60%. So low. The Duke expressed his dissatisfaction, yet Yuan Changkong remained unperturbed, producing a red porcelain bottle and smiling. However, with this item, my chances of victory rise to 100%. Remember, in the century battle 3 days hence, only victory is permitted, defeat is not. 3 days swiftly passed. Luo Tian's injuries gradually healed, and at last, the great king city prepared to witness the century battle between two extraordinary masters. Atop Lone Sui Mountain, Chu Kuei and Yuan Changkong would soon measure their strengths. At that moment, the Jiajia and the old sorcerer finally comprehended the identity of the individual they had provoked, and they also understood why the woman before them remained so composed in the face of formidable assassins. It was because the one protecting her was unparalleled in the 9 heavens. Jiajia and the old sorcerer now realized the magnitude of the trouble they had stirred, a chill coursing from their souls to the crown of their heads. Understanding that they were unlikely to escape calamity today, that it seems there may be a misunderstanding here. We merely sought the divine artifact, and did not expect to find you present. How could we dare to act recklessly? Moreover, you have witnessed us offering the most precious genius treasures from our sect to Ingio. Had it not been for our unwavering support, Ingio would not have succeeded in forging the divine artifact this time. The old sorcerer believed that Luo Tian was unaware of the prior conspiracy among the three, attempting to secure his own life. Wuji Jinren let out a cold snort, and the silver longsword soared from the lifeless body of the old sorcerer. Pursuing the fleeing soul of the old sorcerer with relentless speed, the old sorcerer, stricken with terror, employed various secret techniques of the Witch clan in a desperate attempt to escape, yet fate had already sealed his doom. The silver longsword surged forward with unstoppable momentum, swiftly overtaking the old sorcerer's soul in a flash of silver light. The soul was pierced by the sword, disintegrating into nothingness in an instant. Jia realized that his own demise was imminent. He hastily donned the most advanced protective gear from his mustard seed ring. Believing this would safeguard his life. Go, Wuji Jinren commanded the silver longsword, which lunged forward once more. The first strike penetrated 2 layers of Jia's protection, but did not injure his body. In a fit of rage, Jia activated the profound technique of Tian Nan Wuji Jiang Wang Zhuang. Hoping to withstand Wuji Jinren's assault head on at this moment, Wuji Jinren remarked, "Is this satisfactory now?" He had sacrificed his 2 most capable craftsmen to preserve his own life and to quell Luo Tian's fury. Yet, Luo Tian's voice remained icy as he declared, "Not enough." Wuji Jinren could no longer contain his pin-up rage. Shouting at Luo Tian, "What more do you desire? I have already slain these 2 wretches. What must I do for you to relent?" Luo Tian remained silent, for when a subordinate seeks forgiveness from a superior, the latter need not speak. The former must reckon with the cost of their actions, that is the inherent disparity. At that moment, Luo Tian stood as the superior, while Wuji Jinren was the one pleading for forgiveness. Wuji Jinren was compelled to suppress his anger, for wrath would only hasten his demise. He turned his gaze to his guards, and with a low growl, he unleashed a mighty palm strike. The terrifying energy coalesced within his hand and crashed down onto the ground, obliterating all the surrounding guards, leaving no trace of their existence. These were assassins cultivated through his painstaking efforts. Today he had paid an exorbitant price. Yet, he restrained his fury and inquired, "Luo Tian, is this sufficient?" Luo Tian continued to regard Wuji Jinren with a cold, unyielding gaze, shaking his head. "Still not enough." Wuji Jinren abruptly rose, his voice twisted with desperation as he cried out, "Is killing so many not enough to quell your wrath? What do you truly desire? Do you wish to slay me as well? If so, then strike." The louder he shouted, the greater his inner terror became. It was his fear that manifested as fury, revealing his profound dread of Luo Tian. Finally, Luo Tian offered his answer, speaking slowly. "You may leave if you wish, but I demand your hands." The heart of the Wuji master trembled violently, his face a mask of furious humiliation, yet he dared not strike. To a master of his caliber, even the loss of his hands would be inconsequential, for with the aid of miraculous elixirs, they could surely regrow. However, should Luo Tian make a move, his very soul would be in peril. He knew he must not act out of rage, repeatedly suppressing the hatred that boiled within him for Luo Tian, casting a fleeting glance at the silver sword, which had unsheathed and begun to spin rapidly in the air. The Wuji master raised his hands to in an instant. The silver blade descended, severing his hands cleanly. His face paled, the agony and humiliation causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. After swiftly stanching the blood, he gritted his teeth and spoke. "Now, may I take my leave?" Shuang shook her head and replied, "I know you would not allow me to come to harm, but will you truly let him go? Will he not seek revenge in the future?" Luo Tian smiled slightly. "My leniency towards him does not guarantee that others will be as merciful. Those who wish to act have already departed." Shuang, puzzled, regarded Luo Tian with a questioning gaze, while he gently patted his shoulder, realizing that the dark figure he expected to rest there was now absent. Meanwhile, the colossal beast fled in terror, covering dozens of miles in a short span, only slowing its pace thereafter. The Wuji master, gazing at his severed hands, roared skyward, "Luo Tian, remember this. One day, you shall pay for this affront." But no sooner had the words left his lips than a shadow leapt forth from the eerie thicket. Resembling a black wolf, its speed so blindingly swift that even the Wuji master could scarcely comprehend it, the wolf lunged before him, shattering his protective spiritual energy in an instant. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his throat. Upon closer inspection, the wolf had sunk its teeth into his neck, its eyes ablaze with a terrifying, murderous intent that he attempted to speak, but found his voice forsaken, hastily channeling his spiritual power in a desperate bid to repel the creature. Yet, the wolf was resolute, crushing the Wuji master's throat in a single, decisive bite. A heavy sensation enveloped his head. The world around him began to spin. The Wuji master's head tumbled to the ground. His death a suffocating disgrace, yet not unforeseen. Even before Luo Tian ventured beyond the heavens, he had resolved to eliminate all potential threats, and the Wuji master, a skilled human of the ninth heaven, was no exception. As the Wuji master met his demise, the Mad Blade, reborn within the demon god furnace, approached a pivotal moment in its refinement. A blade of light, destined to astound the universe, tore through the fiery vortex. Inzhou's expression was a mix of excitement and gravity. There was a 40% chance of forging a divine artifact, but this estimate was made prior to the endeavor. Upon realizing that his calculations were off, he found that the actual probability of success was now below 20%, perhaps even lower. This endeavor seemed almost impossible. Based on Inzhou's experience and assessment, he anticipated that this attempt at crafting would likely culminate in failure. As the calamity commenced, it unleashed an assault upon the divine weapon, the Mad Blade, with a force tenfold that of the heavenly tribulation. This was a grand battle. The confrontation between the divine weapon and the calamity was akin to a mortal. Luo Tian, striving to ascend as a paragon of the sacred path, a seemingly impossible miracle. Under the terrifying onslaught of the calamity, the Mad Blade, its entirety awash in crimson, stood resolute like a haughty general, enduring increasingly potent attacks with reckless abandon, caring not for its own safety in the fervent pursuit of triumph over the calamity. Inzhou approached Luo Tian and said, "Boss, I lack confidence. The Mad Blade may hold its ground for now, but it will surely be consumed by the calamity in the end." "Boss, Luo Tian waved his hand, replying, "This battle may very well be what the Mad Blade desires." Upon noticing the perplexed expression on Inzhou's face, he elaborated, "The blade spirit of the Mad Blade has been with me since the mortal realm. Its wildness is inherent. Rather than opting for a safe existence as a divine weapon, perhaps it yearns to engage in battle against the calamity to grow stronger. At the very least, should it be ultimately destroyed by the calamity, it would do so with great fervor." It seemed at that moment, Inzhou began to grasp the essence of Luo Tian's words. Having forged numerous treasures and encountered various weapon spirits, he understood that the utmost value for a divine artifact lies in its potential to grow stronger, to clear paths for its master, and vanquish formidable foes. With each clash, the void nearly tore asunder, the unleashed gales devastating vast swathes of forest below, while the demon god furnace swayed violently in the throes of battle. "How many calamities have we faced now?" asked Blood Sakura. "By my count, 3 remain, yet they are the most formidable of all," came the reply. "The thunder and fire attributes of the Mad Blade have been preserved and fused, enhancing their power to 10 times that of its former divine weapon state. However, the precise limits remain uncalculated, contingent upon how far the blade's spirit can elevate it. Moreover, the original 3rd attribute has also been considerably strengthened through my refinement with ice essence, which enhances the blade's resilience against thunder and fire. With its increased fortitude, it can unleash even more potent thunder and fire energies. The Mad Blade's original 3rd attribute, the devouring trait, does not allow for indiscriminate consumption. Through my research, I discovered that its efficacy is significantly heightened regarding the consumption of souls. Thus, I independently reinforced this 3rd devouring trait using Blood Soul, and to my surprise, the outcome was beyond expectations. Once fully absorbed by the Mad Blade's spirit, it now possesses the capacity to consume the souls of nearly all beings within the 9 heavens. Furthermore, these souls undergo a gradual transformation within the Mad Blade, evolving into soul power, which, after another transformation, further fortifies the blade's spirit. This cycle continues, resulting in an ever stronger blade spirit capable of devouring ever more potent souls. It is not an exaggeration to assert that in the future, the Mad Blade may even consume the souls of saints. Standing beneath the shattering sky, a radiant and proud smile bloomed on Injio's face as he gazed upward, as if beholding the greatest masterpiece in existence. Luo Tian nodded, inquiring, "So, does that mean the Mad Blade currently possesses only 2 attributes?" Yet Injio chuckled and shook his head, saying, "How could that be? There is indeed a 3rd attribute, and you shall witness it soon. At last, the final 3 tribulations of the earth have descended. Among them, 2 have been consumed by the forces of thunder and fire, and the devouring attribute. Yet the Blade of Madness has paid a price for it, particularly during the penultimate tribulation, when it struck the Blade of Madness. Although absorbed by the devouring attribute, the transformation required time. The power of the tribulation erupted within the blade, sending it crashing from the sky to the ground. Though the Blade of Madness endured, even Luo Tian could perceive that the blade's spirit sustained grave injuries. The ultimate trial has finally arrived, yet the likelihood of the Blade of Madness passing it is minuscule. Nevertheless, neither Injio nor the Blade of Madness harbors any thoughts of retreat. In the next moment, the Blade of Madness soared once more into the sky, peculiar inscriptions appearing along its blade. The blade's spirit was released from within, and a vague black silhouette materialized beside the Blade of Madness. Injio was exhilarated, straining his neck to point at the indistinct figure, exclaiming, "I did it, boss. I have manifested the blade's spirit." Manifesting the blade's spirit is a skill coveted by countless artisans, while female artisans tirelessly seek to discover or hear the spirit of their tools. More advanced artisans attempt to strengthen or endow their spirits with incredible powers. No craftsman in the 9 heavens has ever succeeded in bringing a tool's spirit to tangible presence before others. The tool's spirit soaring high in the sky is not merely an arbitrary illusion. Although indistinct, it reflects its true form. The deity of treasured artifacts, the guardian of the vault for the celestial Caesar, is now poised to conduct the final trial for the manifested blade spirit of the Blade of Madness. Ancient words resonate from the void. Had Luo Tian not been a formidable being of the sacred path, he might not have comprehended them at all. Yet, as these archaic phrases entered his ears, they swiftly translated into the universal tongue of this cosmos, the right hand of Kuei. Upon hearing this, both Blood Sakura and Injio turned their gazes. And on the white crystal screen, Chu Kuei's right hand trembled slightly and involuntarily. This subtle motion was hardly perceptible, but upon Luo Tian's remark, Blood Sakura, surprised, noted, Chu Kuei's right hand is not circulating qi smoothly. It seems to have sustained an injury. Chapter 54. The Young Monarchs. Although neither of the 2 young monarchs has made a move, someone has already been injured. Chu Kuei could not have been wounded prior to the battle. Could it be that they had clashed while standing still? It appears that spiritual energy clashed beneath their feet, leading to Chu Kuei suffering an unseen disadvantage. Thus, although it seemed they had not engaged, their confrontation was, in fact, quite fierce. Luo Tian seemed to grasp the underlying principle. The 2 young monarchs indeed infused their spiritual energy into the mountain beneath them, where the hidden forces collided violently. Chu Kuei had suffered a setback and was thus impacted, resulting in his wrist being injured. Blood Sakura, being an expert in dealing with blood, recognized this at a glance. At that moment, someone finally made a move. And it was none other than Chu Kuei, who had suffered the unseen loss. With a flick of his paper fan, Chu Kuei unleashed his spiritual energy, transforming it into countless flames that danced like petals. A signature technique known as fire-flowing petals. The wind howled. The flames scattered in all directions, resembling a rain of blossoms descending from the heavens, confronted by the threat of high-level white spells. Yuan Shangkong remained remarkably composed. With a swift motion of his right hand through the air, a dark light disk manifested before him in the blink of an eye. Explode, slash, shouted the two genius experts in unison. As fiery streams erupted around Yuan Shangkong, while the dark light disk pierced through the void, targeting Chu Chi's vital points. Chu Chi quickly retreated, his expression serious yet remarkably calm. At the very moment the dark light disk approached, he suddenly darted aside, narrowly evading the razor-sharp disk that brushed past him. The dark light disk is nothing extraordinary. Just as Chu Chi spoke, he felt an ominous presence behind him. A glance over his shoulder revealed that the dark light disk he had just evaded had come to a halt behind him, splitting into numerous smaller disks, over a dozen in total. Though these smaller disks were diminutive, they encircled Chu Chi's escape route, whirring ominously as they spun in the air. Boom. Meanwhile, Yuan Shangkong unleashed a series of explosive blasts from the fiery streams, sending a cascade of flames skyward. While Yuan Shangkong himself was enveloped in fire and smoke, the smaller dark light disks suddenly surged forth, and Chu Chi, agile and deft, evaded 5 strikes in mere moments. Dodging all the attacks from the smaller disks, the ground bore the terrifying marks of their passage, indents reaching depths of 5 to 6 centimeters. To slay me, mere dark light disks are insufficient. Chu Chi flicked his paper fan, tossing his long hair aside. As the explosions from Yuan Shangkong's fiery streams began to subside, a tall figure emerged, treading upon the scorched earth. Remarkably, Yuan Shangkong had emerged unscathed from the assault of high-level white spells. Your treasures are rather abundant, Chu Chi remarked with a cold smile. At this moment, the onlookers noticed that Yuan Shangkong's battle attire had been torn, revealing a faint golden radiance beneath, a golden armor. Human artifact mid-tier, radiant golden armor. Yin Zhou recognized this treasure and spoke its name. The radiant golden armor is one of the most precious treasures of the town West Marquise estate. Legend has it that this armor was discovered by the ancestor of the Yuan family deep within a gold mine, which was rumored to emit a brilliant glow at midnight. Long ago, tales circulated that treasures lay hidden within the depths of the mine, but it was also home to ferocious beasts known as iron spiders, numbering in the hundreds and possessing formidable lethality. Upon hearing this legend, the Yuan family dispatched 1,000 private soldiers to eradicate the iron spider swarm, ultimately uncovering that the source of the glow was this very armor. The radiant golden armor boasts exceptional fire resistance. It is said that the Yuan family once placed a block of ice within the armor and then cast it into a raging fire. After half an hour, they discovered that only a corner of the ice had melted, while the internal temperature of the armor remained unchanged. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of the radiant golden armor are extraordinary. Even attacks from low-tier human artifacts may not breach its defenses. This artifact had originally been worn by the town West Marquis, but unexpectedly, to ensure victory against Chu Chi, it was donned by Yuan Shangkong. With such armor protecting him, even a day of explosions from fiery streams would scarcely harm Chu Chi. You are not lacking in quality either, Chu Chi remarked, with your human artifact mid-tier, white feather robe, complemented by those low-tier human artifact boots. Your form is elusive. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to evade my dark light discs in such a short span of time. Not only does Yuan Shangkong possess a protective treasure armor, but Chu Kuei is equally adorned with a magnificent artifact. The white feather robe, a mid-tier treasure garment, diverges from the resplendent golden armor, which enhances defensive capabilities. Instead, the white feather robe augments the wearer's swiftness. This exquisite item is crafted from the plumage of the feral white feather bird, a creature possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to the surrounding air, allowing it to soar swiftly with just a whisper of the breeze. The white feather robe, fashioned from such feathers, grants the wearer a body as light as a feather, enabling effortless movement. Both individuals hail from illustrious lineages, and for this contest, it can be said that they have laid their family's fortunes bare. Yuan Shangkong gradually raises his golden war spear, his aura swelling with murderous intent, reminiscent of a dragon leaping forth from the depths. The frivolity and playfulness cease here. The true battle is about to commence. With a sudden flourish, Yuan Changkong thrusts the golden spear forward with ferocity. Chu Kuei flicks his paper fan, lightly touching the ground with his toes, and his body begins to glide, as if floating. The fan whirls violently, sending gusts of wind towards Yuan Changkong, each blast akin to a steel blade. Yuan Changkong parries the onslaught of winds with his spear, the clash resonating with metallic echoes. As Yuan Changkong accelerates, his spiritual energy transforms into a radiant crimson glow enveloping him, while Chu Kuei maintains a frosty demeanor, resembling a crow commanding the chilling winds. Although the summit of Longsue Mountain is not insignificant in size, the two combatants have already engaged in a fierce struggle at the precipice. Yuan Changkong thrusts his spear with great force, but Chu Kuei deftly evades, countering with a sweeping motion of his fan, the edges gleaming with a frigid light aimed at Yuan Changkong's neck. Yuan Changkong retreats a half-step, furiously thrusting his spear, and as he attempts to block with the fan, their weapons collide, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that sends both combatants reeling. This exchange leaves the spectators in awe, the tension palpable, as one misstep could lead to fatal consequences that it seems they are about to reveal their true prowess. Whispered Shuang. After exchanging over 10 blows, apart from an initial slip by Chu Kuei, neither has sustained injuries. Yet as the battle intensifies, both are poised to unleash their ultimate techniques. Positioned on either side of the summit, Yuan Changkong abruptly plants his golden spear into the ground, gripping its shaft with both hands, eyes closed as he chants incantations. The crimson spiritual energy cascading from him flows into the spear, causing it to radiate a blinding red brilliance. Meanwhile, Chu Kuei raises his hand, casting the paper fan into the air where it spins, simultaneously reciting spells as he points at the fan. Amidst its rotation, a massive and formidable vortex begins to form above Chu Kuei's head. Black tier low-level spell, black wind driving the sun. Chu Kuei's words echo in the ears of the onlookers, who are instantly struck with astonishment. In the realm of Yunshan, black tier spells are considered treasures. Among the top 10 prodigies, few possess such arcane knowledge, and the black tier spells housed within the Four Seas Martial Pavilion are not accessible to the ordinary. Many onlookers witness a black tier spell for the first time in their lives, akin to witnessing a marvel, their hearts brimming with shock. However, just as Chu Kuei calls upon the black tier spell, Yuan Changkong bellows, Crimson Dragon Golden Spear. Black tier spell, another black tier spell. Before the crowd can recover from the astonishment of Chu Kuei's revelation, they are once again left dumbfounded by Yuan Changkong. The second black level spell unveiled a spectacle that left the gathered onlookers in utter disbelief, for they had not anticipated the emergence of yet another. The crimson aura upon the golden spear transformed into a fearsome red dragon, and as Yuan Changkong opened his eyes, he drew forth the golden spear with a might that could shake the heavens. As if a divine warrior had possessed him, above Chu Kuei's head, a terrifying vortex of dark energy spun with a disquieting spiritual essence, its unimaginable power hidden within the inky depths, striking fear into the hearts of all who dared to oppose it. Kill! Yuan Changkong bellowed, charging forth with his spear, radiating brilliance in golden armor, the red dragon spear embodying an unparalleled killing intent. Chu Kuei roared in response, unleashing the dark vortex that soared into the air. The black whirlpool and the crimson spear, both representing youthful sovereigns wielding black-level spells, now stood poised in a fierce contest, the outcome shrouded in uncertainty. I shall triumph over you. You are merely a stepping stone on my path to greater realms. Yuan Changkong roared with pride as he thrust his spear into the black vortex. The final trial of the frenzied blade commenced, as the phantom of the god of artifacts emerged from the void. Its surreal presence a testament to the shattered Tao Sea, its form a fragment of that fractured expanse that it regarded the frenzied blade's spirit as possessing only low-tier divine potential, even suggesting it might be obliterated beneath its dual might. The manifested spirit of the frenzied blade hovered mid-air, when suddenly a golden lightning bolt cleaved the sky, causing the frenzied blade to come to an abrupt halt, its tip aimed at the god of artifacts. In the next moment, empowered by the golden lightning and the rampaging fury that swept across the heavens and earth, it surged towards the phantom of the god of artifacts. A colossal hand, composed of red and purple hues, descended from the sky, growing ever larger. Luo Tian discerned that it was an immense hand forged entirely from the essence of rules, possessing the power to counter and seal the characteristics of all artifacts. Thus, beneath the shadow of this hand, under the control of such formidable energy, the properties of any artifact were rendered useless. One must rely solely on latent potential and inherent strength to confront the final trial of the earthly tribulation. Under the merciless edicts of fate, that hand loomed like a celestial weight upon the heads of all artifacts, symbolizing the arduous ascent required to attain divinity and gain entry into the repository of the celestial Caesar. Perpetually poised for annihilation, the tempestuous fury and golden lightning served to affirm the frenzied blade's indomitable spirit. It had never flinched before any adversary, regardless of their superior might. Once again, the voice of the god of artifacts resonated from the heavens, laden with disdain for the frenzied blade. Subsequently, 2/10 of the goddess' power descended, striking the characteristic sealed frenzied blade down to the ground. Beneath the demon god furnace, despair gradually etched itself upon Ingio's face as he clenched his fists and shouted, "The frenzied blade has yet to surrender." The earthly tribulation is far from over. That hand bore down relentlessly upon the frenzied blade below, yet it continued to struggle. Even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, Tio witnessed the true form is a supreme honor. "Now, relinquish your resistance and embrace annihilation," proclaimed the god of artifacts. The spirit of the frenzied blade endeavored to pry open the immense palm, yet the force seemed disproportionate. Ingio's despair deepened, and he couldn't help but utter, "Indeed, it appears I still fall short. I shall never transcend the threshold of the master of artifacts. If only I could sacrifice myself, perhaps. At that moment, Luo Tian gazed at the frenzied blade, who was exhausting every ounce of strength to resist the calamity, and softly remarked, "Its potential has yet to be fully unleashed. It is premature to draw conclusions now." Ingio, with a look of bewilderment, turned to Luo Tian and inquired, "When it comes to the craft of forging, boss, you cannot possibly know more than I do." Luo Tian, however, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "My analysis does not stem from a technical standpoint, but rather from an intuition. The frenzied blade and I have relied on one another over the years. As the saying goes, treasures are akin to their masters. If I can become a unique entity within the cosmos, breaking through the shackles of the 9 heavens to reach the sacred path, then so too can my blade." At the very moment Luo Tian finished speaking, the spirit of the frenzied blade unleashed a surge of potent energy. The special engravings that had appeared on the frenzied blade during the tribulation of the celestial artifact suddenly ignited. These engravings, which had not vanished even during Ingio's reforging, seemed to harbor an extraordinarily unique power at that instant. Ingio's ancestor stepped forth from outside the demon god furnace, his cold, piercing eyes fixed on the frenzied blade beneath the black cloak that enveloped him. Murmuring, "It is time. The hidden attributes must awaken." This utterance served as an omen, igniting the frenzied blade's counterattack. Accompanied by the radiance of the preserved engravings from its reforging, the spirit of the frenzied blade inexplicably drew upon immense strength, gradually prying open and even shattering the colossal hand conjured by the god of artifacts, the guardian of the celestial vault, revered throughout the ages by artisans as the god of artifacts. Cast a look of astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. The reforged frenzied blade was crafted solely by Ingio, who was acutely aware that it possessed a third attribute, albeit hidden. This meant that even Ingio himself was unaware of the specifics of this attribute. He merely witnessed the manifestation of the blade's spirit. The frenzied blade should not merely be called the frenzied blade. The frenzy is merely a manifestation of its potential. It ought to be known as the celestial blade, a weapon capable of severing the heavens, its brilliance destined to dazzle the entire multiverse. What we witness now is merely the initial step of the celestial blade revealing its radiance. The classification of artifact does not suffice to encapsulate its essence. It is still far from adequate. Woefully insufficient. At that moment, a golden thunderbolt suddenly pierced through the hand conjured by the rules, charging towards the phantom in the sky. In that instant, the phantom attempted to maintain an air of composure. Yet the golden thunder had already arrived. Attempting to block the golden thunder with a mere 20% of its energy was utterly futile. However, it was evident that the phantom had yet to grasp this reality. Thus, the next moment, the golden thunder effortlessly penetrated the 20% energy of the god of artifacts and surged through the phantom's left eye, creating a terrifying gaping hole, and no blood was shed. Nor was there any injury, for at that moment, the so-called god of artifacts was merely a phantom of the rules, incapable of feeling pain or bleeding. It was merely the final trial of the calamity. As long as the phantom of the god of artifacts did not acknowledge the frenzied blade, the last trial would remain insurmountable. Yet now, the third hidden trait manifests as the celestial blade. its purpose not to seek the approval of the divine artifacts, but rather to shatter this illusion. This initial strike merely marks the beginning. The celestial blade requires no validation from the divine artifacts. When it utterly dismantles the illusion, it shall have triumphantly passed the final trial of the calamity and truly ascended to the status of a divine weapon. The ancestral figure slowly approached Ingio, stooping and with hands clasped behind his back, a low chuckle escaping his lips as he spoke. The repository of the celestial conqueror holds little of merit. The artifacts forged by myself and my heir are meant solely for the worthy, not to be ensconced within a vault as mere exhibits. Moreover, the artifacts I create demand no external endorsement, for I am the very arbiter of worthiness. Chapter 55. The Pact of Mortal Combat. Two black tier spells collided with ferocity, a dark vortex and a crimson dragon unleashing devastation upon the summit of Longsue Mountain. The white feathered robe billowed amidst the tempest as Chu Kuei was repelled by the formidable aura emanating from the spells. Even at the 9th layer of the Qi refinement realm, fully wielding the power of a black tier spell necessitated a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy. Should his black wind succumb, it would herald a likely defeat in this battle. Ultimately, tranquility enveloped the peak of Longsue Mountain. Chu Kuei, his face flushed and breath labored, bent at the waist, as the black tempest dissipated from his gaze. He beheld Yuan Changkong, who grasped a golden spear. His form still enveloped in abundant spiritual energy, as if having unleashed a terrifying black tier spell without any depletion. This is impossible. Chu Kuei struggled to reconcile what he beheld, lying within the barrier. Despair etched across his face. One hand pressed against his chest while the other pointed accusatorily at the elevated Yuan Changkong. He exclaimed, "I refuse to believe it. You must have resorted to some trickery. It is inconceivable that you possess such an abundance of spiritual energy." Yuan Changkong, his left hand resting behind him, clutched a red porcelain vial, its lid seemingly ajar. Hearing this, Luo Tian stifled a laugh, while the nearby Xue Ying candidly remarked, "If such a woman were in our blood gate, I would wield a whip until she dared not weep for any man again." Yuan Changkong, standing tall against the wind, appeared to revel in the sensation of victory. As Luo Tian turned to depart, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Isn't that the waste of the Luo family?" The tone remained one of skepticism and derision, yet as Luo Tian helplessly shook his head, he suddenly discerned a different discourse emerging from the throng. "I was present on the day of Luo Tian's duel. He faced 3 opponents and triumphed over them all. I too was there, a witness to the spectacle. The recent climactic battle had been observed by many, and the once one-sided skepticism began to shift." Luo Tian felt an unexpected warmth blossom in his heart. After enduring years of scorn, the sudden acknowledgement, albeit a mere whisper amidst a cacophony of doubt and mockery, enveloped his frostbitten spirit. It dawned upon him that all his efforts were not in vain. A faint smile involuntarily graced Luo Tian's lips. Alas, despite these affirmations, the tide of skepticism surged forth once more. The Luo family, so affluent and powerful, has likely employed the services of 3 prodigious masters, intentionally conceding to Luo Tian to bolster his reputation. After languishing in ineptitude for over a decade, he suddenly transforms into a formidable figure. You claim to have witnessed this, but if he were to fabricate such a feat, would you even discern the deception? The so-called whispers of the populace are fearsome. The undeniable truth stands before us like a mountain, yet some still insist it is but a mirage. Luo Tian shook his head, preparing to push through the crowd and depart, when Yuan Bufan, that scoundrel, suddenly approached with his entourage, obstructing Luo Tian's path. The waste of the Luo family simply permitted to leave. Yuan Bufan tilted his head, brimming with self-satisfaction. Luo Tian retorted with a cold smirk, "You label me as a waste, yet I have rendered you one-handed. Have you healed so swiftly that you have forgotten the pain at the mention of this?" Yuan Bufan's expression darkened, and he barked, "You have incapacitated one of my hands. I shall have my brother render your spirit useless. Brother, do not allow this waste to depart today. Finish him off." The nature of a ruffian is such that if they cannot prevail, they call for reinforcements. 100 Yuan Bufans would be no match for Luo Tian. Thus he yelped like a rabid dog, hoping for Yuan Changkong to intervene. "Everyone knows you are a waste. Had it not been for your family's protection, my brother would have eliminated you long ago. The reason you were spared back then." Yuan Bufan was rambling on about the past when suddenly a figure flashed behind him, seizing his collar. Yuan Bufan froze. His arm, which had only just begun to heal after Luo Tian's assault, was lifted, and the next moment, A sickening crack echoed as Yuan Buffon's arm was grotesquely twisted and brutally snapped. After a moment of shock, he let out a frenzied scream. The one who had rendered him armless was none other than Blood Sakura, her face impassive. "You dare insult my man? You seek death," Blood Sakura declared, prepared to strike. Luo Tian hastily intervened. Although Yuan Buffon was detestable, should he or anyone associated with him be killed, it would escalate the situation tremendously. Yuan Buffon wailed like a dying dog, while the Yuan family's deathly servants quickly encircled them, anxiously eyeing Luo Tian, aware of his formidable prowess and hesitant to act recklessly. All awaited Yuan Changkong's response, or rather, they awaited his intervention. Yuan Changkong gazed down at Luo Tian and finally spoke. "Do you not wish to challenge me? I grant you this opportunity. If you can defeat the remaining prodigies, we shall clash once more atop Longsue Mountain. However, this battle shall not be a mere contest, but a fight to the death." His words were like daggers, draining the color from every face present. The implications of a deathmatch were monumental, if it were merely a contest. As it was today, though charged with tension and resulting in injuries to Chu Kuei, it would not breach the final boundary. As long as life remained, the potential for hatred would not escalate to terrifying levels. Yet, a deathmatch implies an unyielding struggle until one party perishes. The ramifications of a son's death would be catastrophic for both the Jinshi Marquisate and the Luo family. Following these words, even the members of the Yuan family were taken aback. Yuan Changkong raised his golden spear, pointing it at Luo Tian, exclaiming, "Are you afraid? Do you dare engage me in a fight to the death?" Luo Tian lowered his head, and just when everyone anticipated he would show signs of cowardice, he abruptly drew forth the tiger-tooth blade from behind him, swinging it fiercely, the blade slicing through the air, directed towards the mountain summit where Yuan Changkong stood. "When I have vanquished all the prodigies, that shall be the day you, Yuan Changkong, repay your debts. I accept this duel to the death. And with your blood, I shall cleanse all the humiliations of my past." Among the gathered crowd, only Luo Tian displayed no sign of astonishment. Although he had previously harbored doubts about whether the opponent was indeed the three elders of Xianhuang, the display of such formidable strength capable of guiding Ingio in crafting a divine weapon, coupled with an air of condescension that disregarded even divine artifacts, led him to deduce some clues. In the vast expanse of the Yuan Yuza cosmos, only the three elders of Xianhuang possess such mastery in the art of weapon forging. Esteemed Elder Sun Huang, even you cannot alter my assessment of divine artifacts. An artifact that lacks the qualifications to enter the treasury remains ineligible, even if crafted by your own hands, proclaimed the god of divine artifacts. The three elders of Xianhuang chuckled coldly. "It seems your intellect has diminished alongside the shattering of the Dao Si. I never suggested that this blade should enter the treasury of the Skytaker, nor do I require your evaluation of it. You are merely a stepping stone I have prepared for my successor." As the words of the three elders of Xianhuang resonated, golden thunder erupted once more, striking the protective barrier forged by the god of divine artifacts, which constituted 30% of its power. Should this layer of defense be breached, it would signify that the reforged blade of madness possessed the rank of a low-tier divine artifact, thereby indicating that Ingio had truly ascended to the ranks of artifact masters. Ingio gazed intently at the tumultuous battle above, knowing that the outcome hinged upon this singular moment. The golden thunder grew ever more intense, and the 30% barrier of the god of divine artifacts was utterly shattered, bolstering its power by an entire 10%. Yet it could not withstand the onslaught of golden thunder, or rather, the assault of the celestial blade at this juncture. The second segment of the phantom's form was instantaneously pierced. However, the ordeal was not yet concluded. The celestial blade soared higher into the heavens, the void brimming with golden lightning, roaring through like thunderous dragons. As the myriad bolts converged, the brilliance rivaled that of daylight. And with the crashing of thunder, the celestial blade hovered above the god of divine artifacts, its divine might illuminating the expanse of the heavens. The god of divine artifacts, exerting 40% of its strength, lifted its gaze, and in that moment, its colossal form was engulfed by the golden lightning that a terrifying explosion reverberated through the void, the space resembling a shattered earth revealing a dreadful chasm, as the phantom form of the god of divine artifacts sustained grievous wounds. Its body in tatters that I bestow upon this blade the rank of a divine artifact, granting it the eligibility to enter the treasury of the Skytaker. Proclaim its name, and once its form is shattered, the spirit of the weapon shall gain the right to enter the treasury, declared the phantom of the god of divine artifacts. Haha, it has yet to awaken fully. Now is not the time to reveal its name. I have no interest in the treasury of the Sky Taker, since I am capable of forging chaotic divine artifacts. That so-called treasury holds no glory for me. However, since you inquired about its name, you may experience it with your own body. Though merely a gatekeeper, you should be able to discern what it truly is. As the celestial blade hovered momentarily in the air, it gracefully descended, not with the intent to assault the god of artifacts, but rather to embed itself within the wounded phantom form. When the body of the god of artifacts enveloped the celestial blade, it began to sense the true potential of the reforged blade, even glimpsing the blade's past and present, uncovering the more terrifying shadows concealed behind this divine artifact, shadows that represented the dormant power of the blade, of which the awakened aspect was merely a fraction. The phantom form, having sustained injuries, was drawn into the radiant glow behind it, ultimately vanishing into the void. Luo Tian did nothing. He possessed the capability to intervene. For with the strength of the sacred path, he could alter the very rules of this realm or simplify the calamity at hand. Yet he refrained. This was a gesture of respect towards his old companion. The celestial blade, for its battle was one it ought to complete on its own. What is it attempting to achieve? Blood Sakura inquired of Ingio beside her. Ingio shook his head, replying, I am uncertain. This is my first time crafting a divine artifact. The manifested spirit of the blade approached Luo Tian, a mere step apart. Yet at such proximity, Luo Tian could still not discern its features, perhaps due to the spirit's insufficient strength to manifest a clearer visage. The rugged hilt appeared as if forged from black rock, seemingly untouched by any process of refinement, exuding a rawness that perfectly embodied the essence of the celestial blade. Luo Tian stepped forward. The blade hovered in the air, and these long-separated comrades were finally able to confront a formidable foe together once more. Luo Tian grasped the hilt, a golden arc of lightning flickering upon his hand before vanishing. While the crisp ringing of the blade resonated in his ears, nodding in acknowledgement without voicing it, he approached the three elders of Xian Wang, bowing respectfully as he said, Esteemed predecessors, it is an honor to meet you. The three elders nodded in return, one remarking, It is I who should be honoring your esteemed name. Who would have thought that the illustrious Sky Capturer possesses a mortal form? To think that the blade crafted by myself and my disciple is now wielded by you does indeed do it justice. What connection does this ancestral blade have with you? Ingio inquired curiously. The elder pointed to the inscriptions on the blade, stating, These two characters are read as Ba Luo, and the chaotic artifact I forged is called the Ba Luo Celestial Blade. Do you not see the connection? Chapter 56. An egg may not necessarily be defeated by a stone. Tianer, have you truly lost your mind? Accepting a life and death duel, do you wish to drive your mother to despair? Luo Mu exclaimed, slamming her palm upon the table, her face flushed with anger. Mother, last time I faced off against the three great talents, you were quite supportive, were you not? Why then do you chastise me this time? If I were to defeat Yuan Changkong, would it not bring honor to our Luo family? Luo Tian replied with a grin, attempting to quell his mother's ire. Last time was one matter. This time is entirely different. Even if you were to lose previously, your life was not in jeopardy. At worst, you would sustain some injuries and recuperate for a few days. But this time, it is a deadly duel. You are the only male heir of the Luo family. If something were to happen to you, what am I, as your mother, to do? Due to Luo Yinran's condition, the entire Luo family, particularly Luo Mu, had placed all their hopes upon Luo Tian. In the future, he is destined to carry on the legacy of the Luo family and to elevate its status. I might not even die. Dear mother, so rest assured, I am not foolish, haha. Luo Tian, with a cheerful demeanor, realized that a few words could not quell Luo Mu's fury, and thus sought an excuse to make a hasty retreat. After his departure, Luo Mu's expression darkened, and after a lengthy pause, she instructed the steward, on my behalf, write a letter to the master, informing him of the impending duel, and also convey that should he fail to intervene or assist his son, our grievances will be far from settled. The steward, trembling with apprehension, nodded and withdrew. In the grand hall, Luo Mu closed her eyes, her hands clasped around a string of prayer beads, murmuring, Why are the men of the Luo family so exceedingly proud? Meanwhile, the Jinchi Marquis should have been reveling in celebration due to Yuan Changkong's victory over Chu Kue. Indeed, a banquet was laid out, and numerous guests had come to offer their congratulations, however, within the confines of a private chamber. The Jinchi Marquis cast a grim gaze upon Yuan Changkong. In the next moment, he raised his hand and struck Yuan Changkong across the face, the once proudly defiant Yuan Changkong, upon receiving the slap. immediately knelt down, bowing his head in silence. You wish to engage Luo Tian in a life-and-death battle. Such a monumental decision. Did you consult me beforehand? The Jinshi Marquis demanded. Luo Tian has repeatedly injured my second brother and insulted our esteemed Jinshi Marquis. If we show leniency now, how will the citizens of Wanqing and the entire Yinshan kingdom perceive us? There are already murmurs suggesting that our reluctance to eliminate Luo Tian stems from our fear of Luo Kuan. Yuan Changkong replied, his head bowed, but his tone betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. What the outside world says is of little consequence. What matters is the future of our Jinshi Marquis. The third prince has recently facilitated contact between the national master and Luo Tian, offering him certain conditions. Are you aware of this? The Jinshi Marquis stated. Yuan Changkong was taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement. Do you know what conditions the national master has proposed? He seeks to persuade Luo Tian to recruit Luo Kuan into the third prince's faction, aiming to weaken our influence. This indicates that the third prince holds Luo Kuan in high esteem. The 300,000 troops under Luo Kuan's command could alter the fate of this nation. No sooner had the Jinshi Marquis finished speaking than Yuan Changkong interjected. Isn't that fortuitous? If I were to eliminate Luo Tian, Luo Kuan would undoubtedly be consumed by rage, leading to a fallout with the third prince, which would subsequently make us more valuable. Foolishness. Can we afford such a short-sighted act as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? Who will stand against Luo Kuan and his 300,000 troops then? What course of action shall we take now? Yuan Changkong frowned in contemplation. I will confer with the national master. But remember this. Even if you leave Luo Tian on the brink of death, he must not be slain under any circumstances. Both families' elders found themselves perplexed by this impending duel, a confrontation among the youth that seemed poised to sway the very destiny of the nation. Luo Tian looked up and recognized his opponent as Mo Yuyo. What brings you, the grand courtesan, out of the Moon Palace to share a drink with me? He inquired, pouring wine with a smile. Mo Yuyo shook her head and replied, shouldn't you be preparing to duel with Yuan Changkong? Oh, are you apprehensive that he might lose? Luo Tian chuckled, his laughter laced with mockery, though not aimed at Mo Yuyo, but rather at himself. How could she possibly believe that Yuan Changkong would falter? It is evident that she has come to this place in search of herself, driven by the certainty of her impending defeat. Within Luo Tian, emotions churned like a clear mirror, though he chose to remain silent about it. You will truly perish. He sought me out just now, seemingly inebriated, and he confided in me that the Yuan family forbids him from killing you. Yet, he also declared that ultimately, he would assuredly bring about your demise, for he harbors resentment towards you for inciting his father's reproach, and for shrouding his pride in humiliation, Mu Yao articulated. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Luo Tian's face abruptly stiffened, and the next instant, the wine glass he clutched shattered with a resounding crash, startling Mu Yuyo into retreat. Do you genuinely believe I will lose? Luo Tian queried, shaking off the remnants of the wine. It is not merely my belief. Rather, no one holds faith in your ability to triumph. Mu Yuyao spoke the unvarnished truth, not only in the great king city, but across the entirety of Yinshan Kingdom and even the neighboring Tieyu Kingdom, comprising billions. There was not a single soul who entertained the notion that Luo Tian could conquer. It was akin to a fragile egg colliding with a stone. Would the stone ever shatter? Should I emerge victorious, you may find yourself a widow awaiting the return of your lord, Luo Tian remarked, fixing his gaze upon Mu Yuyo. I did not come here to engage in a war of words with you, but rather to implore you to concede the very least. It would spare your life. I am aware that you have acquired skills amidst the sea of corpses and ghosts, yet those abilities are insufficient to vanquish Changkong. With that, Mu Yuyao rose. Having conveyed all she intended to say as a former friend, she felt she had acted with utmost compassion. The solitude within him became overwhelmingly palpable, as not a single person stood resolutely by his side, nor did anyone believe he could eliminate Yuan Changkong. Does the entire world truly deem Luo Tian destined for defeat? I shall defy their expectations and claim victory. If even the heavens themselves deem me likely to falter, then I shall prove them wrong. I, Luo Tian, shall triumph over the heavens. The youth's bold declaration soared into the heavens, as a bright moon illuminated the night. Suddenly, a flash of lightning cleaved the sky, followed by the thunderous roar of a tempest. Ha ha. You are angered. You are indeed angered. Luo Tian chuckled, staggering forward as if he had provoked the very heavens, reveling in the thrill of it all. The following day, at the Husei workshop, Luo Tian observed Yinju laboring at the forge and tapped his head, recalling the excesses of the previous night, which left him with a dull ache. Did you see the golden spear Yuan Changkong wielded yesterday? Chapter 57. The Legend of the Mine. After wiping his face with a towel, Yingji replied, I would advise against it. That place is quite sinister. Impossible. It is merely 50 miles from the great king city. If it posed any danger, the imperial guards would have long since eradicated it. Yet, it is peculiar why a deserted mine would harbor multicolored gemstones. And why the official would pose such a dilemma for me, Luo Tian pondered, sensing there might be more to the story. When I journeyed to the great king city, I fortuitously passed that area and stayed overnight in a nearby village. As night fell, every household securely barred their doors. The villager who offered me shelter warned that monsters roamed at night, and if one did not secure their windows and doors, calamity could ensue. Yingji recounted with an air of conviction. That is even less plausible. This is the capital of Yinshan Kingdom, where all wild beasts within 100 miles have been exterminated or captured. What monsters could possibly remain? Luo Tian expressed his doubt vehemently. I once shared your skepticism, until I witnessed it with my own eyes. Yingji approached, his expression suddenly turning grave. On the night I sought shelter, I, too, was skeptical. Being of modest means, I believed there might be a smattering of, or in some abandoned mines that I had often ventured into such places, for discovering even a small quantity of, or could save me a considerable sum. However, the mines in your country, Yunshan, are owned by nobility, and should I be caught digging by day, I would likely find myself imprisoned. Hence, I resolved to explore under the cover of night. Luo Tian nodded, refraining from interruption, allowing Yingji to continue. Under the cloak of darkness, I arrived at the vicinity of the forsaken mine. The moonlight that night was quite splendid. After observing for a while, I determined there were no patrolling guards and stealthily slipped inside. The mine was a labyrinth of tunnels, and fearing I might lose my way, I was cautious not to venture too deep. Yet, not long after entering, I heard an eerie weeping sound. Yingji's words began to captivate Luo Tian's attention. I wondered if perhaps a maiden had fallen into the mine. If there was a chance to assist, I felt compelled to do so. Following the sound of the crying, I discovered something. Can you guess what it was? Yingji inquired. Please don't tell me it's a monster. Luo Tian shook his head. It is indeed a monster. I beheld a woman with white wings weeping. Her upper body human, but her lower half a serpent. I was taken aback, too frightened to approach, and I fled in terror. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian burst into laughter. You must be jesting. A woman with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a serpent. Are you suggesting a hybrid of beast and human? Believe it or not, I care not. If you insist on dragging me along, I shan't accompany you to your doom, Yingji retorted, somewhat displeased. Luo Tian quickly leaned closer, grinning. Surely, you wish to uncover what gem the old official desires. If there is more than one such gem, we might strike it rich. Moreover, if that gem proves beneficial for sword forging, wouldn't you want to take a look? The mention of sword forging seemed to strike a chord with Yingji. After a lengthy hesitation, he finally acquiesced. However, they were not the only ones embarking on this journey. Schwering persistently trailed Luo Tian. The trio, accompanied by Xiao He, departed the grand city in a horse-drawn carriage. The pace was not particularly brisk, yet by the time they reached the abandoned mine, it was already afternoon. Luo Tian refrained from entering the mine straight away, for Yingji's words lingered in his mind. Firstly, Yingji was not one to exaggerate. As a blacksmith, he pursued authenticity in all endeavors. Much like the blades he forged, what grade they were, they remained, never embellished. Secondly, upon nearing the mine, Luo Tian indeed sensed something amiss. The mine, though seemingly deserted, typically bore warning signs surrounding exhausted sites, with all tools removed. Yet here, tools lay scattered about, and dilapidated wooden huts, long abandoned, still stood. This indicated that while the site appeared forsaken, it may not have been fully mined out. Something must have caused the miners to abandon their work. Let us find shelter first. Please lead us to the village where you last stayed, Luo Tian remarked, noting the sun was setting. Yingji, relying on his memory, led Luo Tian and the others to the outskirts of the village. The village was modest in size, comprising merely a dozen households. That a few houses were illuminated, yet it was evident that night had not fully descended. Nevertheless, the village was enveloped in an eerie silence. Not even a solitary stray cat could be seen, as every household had tightly shut their doors and windows, creating an atmosphere of unsettling tranquility. Come, I shall take you to the home of a villager who once offered me shelter, Yingji declared, guiding the trio to a particular house that he knocked gently on the door, and though movement could be heard within, no one answered. Villager, we seek a place to stay, Yingji called out. To their surprise, a child's wailing emanated from inside, swiftly followed by the admonishing voice of an adult. Cease your crying. Do not make a sound. The tone of the adult voice was laced with fear. Luo Tian gestured for Jiao to step back, then produced a silver note, sliding it through the crack of the door, and spoke. Villager, we mean no harm. This is a silver note. If you permit us shelter, it shall be yours. The child continued to sob, but moments later, a small gap appeared in the door, revealing a single eye. Luo Tian took a few steps back, smiling as he said, Villager, we are not monsters. We hail from the great king city and seek refuge as night falls. The villager, seemingly recognizing Jiao, nodded cautiously. You are not transformed beasts, are you? What nonsense. How could we be transformed beasts? Please, open the door, Luo Tian replied, maintaining his composure. After a brief interval, the villager finally opened the door, welcoming the trio inside. The interior was reasonably spacious. While the rural abode lacked extravagance, it featured a backyard and several empty rooms. However, Luo Tian found it peculiar that the surrounding walls were unusually high, approximately 3 or 4 meters, as if enclosing the entire house. You may stay in this room, the villager chuckled, his demeanor softening upon confirming Luo Tian and his companions bore no ill intent. Luo Tian handed over the silver note, inquiring, Is there any food available? We would appreciate something to eat. The villager's face lit up at the sight of the silver note, and as he went to prepare a meal, Luo Tian took the opportunity to explore the house. Aside from agricultural tools, he discovered several weapons. Though not of exceptional quality, they were evidently well maintained, gleaming without a trace of rust. How curious that these farmers possess weapons, and they appear to be frequently sharpened. At this juncture, Luo Tian began to gradually accept Jiao's unusual claims about monsters. The peasant meal could not compare to the culinary delights of Luchang Tower, and Jiao had anticipated Luo Tian might find it unpalatable. To his surprise, Luo Tian cheerfully munched on a cornmeal bun and pickled vegetables. Oh, you find it to your liking? Jiao inquired, puzzled. Why not? During my time in the sea of corpses and ghosts, I often went hungry. Having a bun to eat is simply delightful. By the way, villager, I have heard tales of monsters plaguing your area. Is there any truth to that? Luo Tian asked. The villager nodded gravely. Indeed, it has been quite severe. During this past New Year, a monster even devoured several children from the village. What manner of monster is it? Luo Tian pressed further. I have not seen it myself, but I have heard it described as a woman with a serpent's tail, capable of flight. It cries and preys on children. Truly terrifying, the villager replied, pulling his own child close, clearly horrified by the thought. Whether the elite beings from beyond the heavens can survive in the secret realms indicates that their prowess may not rival that of Luo Tian, at least not reaching the level of a saintly powerhouse. Contemplating this, Luo Tian spoke up, perhaps we could separate our groups. I could venture into one secret realm alone while Duanmuzi and the others proceed to another. The discussions within the attic grew animated, with Luo Tian and Duanmuzi resembling two children awaiting parental guidance. Upon Luo Tian's suggestion, the old man shook his head emphatically and remarked, We do not possess such choices. While it might be feasible to utilize the secret realms controlled by the Tianao family, that is an impossibility, or perhaps not at that moment. Elder Duanmusun finally interjected, interrupting the old man's discourse, stating, I have made the necessary preparations. Tomorrow we shall embark towards a secret realm in the domain of the Tiandao family. This sudden resolution left everyone taken aback, prompting the old man to inquire, Little Sin, have you perhaps engaged in some transaction with the evil demon ancestor? Or is there another reason? Duanmusun chuckled lightly, assuring them, it is not a transaction with the evil demon ancestor, so rest easy. Prepare yourselves. We will set off for the outer realms tomorrow. Additionally, inform the younger generation out there that we shall join them within a day after our departure. Though he did not elaborate, it was curious how every individual in the room instinctively trusted him, akin to how Luo Tian's decisions would be unconditionally accepted by Luo Bai and the others. While packing his belongings, which entailed little more than organizing some elixirs and inspecting the newly reforged and upgraded weapon, the Mad Blade, Duanmu's son approached and stated, There is a matter I wish to seek your consent on. Luo Tian nodded, awaiting Duanmusin's elaboration. Leaning against the door, Duanmusin began, These secret realms are tailored for cultivators at or nearing the saintly level, and Duanmuzi's cultivation falls short compared to your cohort. Yet, as she articulated, only formidable challenges and intense pressure can facilitate her growth. However, the seed must be preserved. She embodies our greatest hope. Thus, I kindly request that you lend her a hand at a critical juncture, ensuring her safety. Without hesitation, Luo Tian replied, I will do my utmost. Duanmusin nodded. Ah, splendid. You are indeed quite different from your previous incarnation. Do you know of my past life? Just as Luo Tian posed the question, Duanmu's son departed, leaving a lingering curiosity in Luo Tian's mind. With preparations complete, the sun of the cave world streamed through the window after a night's rest. Luo Tian descended the narrow staircase and emerged onto the street. Glancing around before asking, "Respected elders, how shall we journey to the outer realms?" "Follow me," came the reply from Sima Tian, who donned a white robe and strode down the empty street. In this cave world, no soul was in sight. Luo Tian was utterly unfamiliar with the concept of the outer realms. His scant knowledge was solely derived from books, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Incapable of fathoming the world outside and only able to imagine it through the leaves that drifted into its confined space, he turned to glance at Duanmu beside him, who, too, bore a look of bewilderment. Sima Tian, as he walked, remarked, "Upon reaching the outer realms, you shall encounter some elite successors cultivated by Shaoxin over the years. Initially, they were survivors of the shattered Zhu Yuan universe. Shaoxin once believed that the seeds of potential might lie within these individuals, who hail from various races, some of whose civilizations have even reached remarkable heights. Without exception, their talents are extraordinary, and some possess incredible secret arts and formidable abilities. However, it was later revealed that they were not the seeds after all, leading Shaoxin's gaze to shift back to the mortal realm of this universe. Yet, these prodigies are quite proud. While you may not have heard of them, they are already familiar with the two of you. Especially you, Luo Tian." Luo Tian nodded, offering no dissent. Upon noticing this, Sima Tian smiled appreciatively and continued onward. Luo Tian then inquired, "May I ask who disseminated my reputation?" Sima Tian chuckled and replied, "I anticipated your question. As for this matter, it is an elderly gentleman who feigns toughness, yet secretly takes pride in you that he may deride you. But when in the company of those geniuses from the Zhu Yuan universe, he extols your virtues to the skies." Luo Tian, having a fair inkling of whom Sima Tian spoke, couldn't help but chuckled. He and Duanmu stepped forward together, entering the black hole under Sima Tian's guidance. It was a lengthy and profound passage, not entirely shrouded in darkness, as the walls were adorned with swirling stars and distorted galaxies. Upon closer inspection, one could discern shattered universes, akin to exquisitely crafted jade butterflies that had been broken. Upon reaching the end of the black hole, Sima Tian tore it apart with his hands. Luo Tian and Duanmu exchanged glances before stepping out, finding themselves amidst void and chaos. This place was far darker than Luo Tian had imagined. The dim starlight resembled fireflies floating in a pitch-black forest. There were no paths, as if they had fallen into an ocean, gazing around yet unsure of where to venture. Most astonishing to Luo Tian was the complete absence of any semblance of life in this dark expanse. A complete universe is brimming with vitality, as if the universe itself were a colossal living entity, causing the energies of heaven and earth to pulsate with vigor, yet standing in the outer realms. Luo Tian felt nothing but an overwhelming stillness. Chapter 58. A night encounter with monsters. Tales of the bizarre often circulate in villages, and Luo Tian had long grown accustomed to such stories. However, upon hearing the earnest tone of a fellow villager, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Just as they were conversing indoors, a sudden gust of wind swept through the street outside. Its sound urgent and foreboding. "Why has the wind picked up so suddenly?" Jiao inquired, perplexed. "That is coming. Child, quickly hide." At the sound of the wind, the villager's demeanor shifted, as he anxiously pulled the child into a back room. Luo Tian, intrigued, asked, "What is happening?" The villager, his expression tense, approached the window to peer outside. Through the narrow gap, he glimpsed the pitch-black road beyond, yet whatever he saw caused him to stagger back in terror. Exclaiming, "It's here, the monster is coming." The three individuals, Luo Tian, Xueying, and Jiao, abruptly rose to their feet. Xueying swiftly approached the door, gently pushing it open to reveal a narrow crack. The street outside was devoid of any presence. Yet an eerie and urgent wind suddenly swept through. Jiao then inquired, "My fellow villager, is the creature you speak of one that possesses a female upper body, a serpentine tail, and wings?" The villager, extracting a hatchet from beneath a stack of grass, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have never encountered it myself, but the elders in the village have warned that when a strange wind arises at night, one must exercise caution, for it is likely that the creature has conjured this wind, seeking to prey upon the children of the village." Xueying slowly crouched down, her nails piercing her fingertips, as she let a drop of blood fall upon her brow. Gradually, her eyes began to turn crimson, veins weaving through them until they radiated a haunting scarlet glow. Concealing herself within the tempest, she sensed that something lurked within the wind. Although indistinct, its outline suggested it was not human. There is indeed something within the gale. Unlike any human presence, I can merely discern a silhouette. Shuang pushed her magical abilities to their limits, yet all that materialized was a vague shadow. At that moment, Luo Tian spoke. As both our fellow villager and Ingio have noted, concealed within the wind and singing a bizarre tune is a creature with the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a serpent. I did not see the wings, but it emanates a sinister aura, indicative of malevolence. Perhaps we should venture outside to investigate. Shuang, possessing a spirited courage, having grown up in the dark woods of Nanling, had encountered her fair share of peculiar occurrences. Thus, rather than being daunted by the strange happenings outside, she found herself intrigued. Luo Tian smiled and nodded. Indeed, but we must not act rashly. This is, after all, a village inhabited by people Defy. Before he could finish his sentence, the villagers suddenly cried out in terror. Where is my child? Where is my little one? When the fierce winds had begun, he had instructed his young child to take refuge inside. But upon realizing the presence of a creature within the winds, he hurried into the interior to attend to his child. To his dismay, he discovered that the child, who should have been hiding there, had vanished. Ingio exclaimed urgently. I had just told him to go inside. The villager lamented. Oh dear, how could there be such a large hole here? He pointed towards the surrounding wall, and upon hearing his words, Ingio turned to see a gaping hole, approximately 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter, in the corner of the courtyard, with some straw scattered around it. It was evident that this hole had been concealed by the straw, thus going unnoticed. It was not entirely the villagers' fault for overlooking it. Children in the village, driven by their playful nature, often devised schemes. Although the village had strict rules against venturing out at night, the allure of mischief proved irresistible. A group of children had made a pact to dig a hole, while their parents toiled in the fields, covering the entrance with straw, planning to sneak out to play once night fell. However, today was not an opportune time for such escapades. Despite their mischievousness, the villager's child was not so audacious as to flee from home, indicating that something was amiss. Ingio and his companions stumbled upon the gaping hole. Luo Tian and Shuang simultaneously sensed an anomaly within the village. The once deserted path was now graced by the unsteady figures of several children, appearing to be merely 4 or 5 years of age. How could so many children have found their way onto the road? Shuang, having noticed the silhouettes, inquired in astonishment. The demeanor of these children was decidedly unsettling. They ambled slowly, their expressions vacant and lost, their eyes devoid of light, yet their lips moved incessantly, seemingly engaged in a melodic chant that echoed on the breeze. As Shuang listened intently, the two distinct voices gradually harmonized into one. Something was amiss. The creatures of the wind appeared to be drawn toward the children. This is troubling, Luo Tian remarked, furrowing his brow. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the village, with only a handful of families residing there, and so few young ones. The danger outside was palpable, yet the children continued to wander out. Shuang spotted the movement of a shadow and urgently called out, "The monster is heading toward you." The villager, startled, froze momentarily, and at that instant, a colossal figure materialized beside him, the fierce winds unveiling the creature's true visage for the first time. The upper body was that of a stunning woman, while the lower half bore the tail of a serpent, exuding an aura of malevolence. Her serpentine tail, when upright, towered over the villager by a significant margin. Faced with such a beast, the villager was rendered utterly paralyzed by fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably, making flight impossible for an ordinary person unaccustomed to such horrors. The monster raised her hand, seizing the villager by both shoulders. As he gazed into her eyes, he found himself immobilized, standing there like a statue. "Villager, danger lurks," Ingio shouted, preparing to rush outside. But Luo Tian was swifter. With 3 leaps, he reached the villager's side. He gently placed a hand upon the villager's back, and in the next moment, spiritual energy surged from Luo Tian's hand into the villager's body. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply and cried out in alarm, clutching a child and retreating. "It feels as if I were dreaming," the villager stammered, still shaken after hastily seeking refuge indoors. Shuang approached, taking the villager's hand and examining his eyes. As if grasping the situation, she spoke. "You were just under a spell of enchantment. had it not been for Luo Tian channeling his spiritual energy into you, liberating you from that thrall, you might have met your demise by now. Chapter 59. Xiao Hei's contribution. Luo Tian stood resolutely before the creature, feeling little trepidation, yet perplexed by the encounter. This being radiated no trace of a savage beast. But neither did it resemble a typical human. It was neither beast nor man. Could it possibly be a demon? Luo Tian had previously thought that the demon race had long vanished from this world. Yet his encounters with the kettle frog and the revelations of the demon race's retreat into the mountains had somewhat altered his perspective. If only the kettle frog were here, he mused. At least it could discern whether this creature before me truly belongs to the demon race. With that thought, he raised his voice. Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? To his astonishment, the moment he finished speaking, the creature suddenly swung its lethal claws, delivering a fierce blow to Luo Tian. The strike was ferocious, and although Luo Tian reacted with remarkable speed, raising his arm to defend himself, the overwhelming force still sent him hurtling through the air. In a sudden collision, Luo Tian crashed into the pile of firewood behind him. Although he sustained no significant injuries, a surge of anger ignited within his heart. You scoundrel, at least allow me to finish my words first. You possess considerable strength. If you wish to fight, then let us see who prevails. With that, Luo Tian leapt from the heap of wood. The creature, sensing the hostility emanating from Luo Tian, swept its serpentine tail across the ground, shrieking as it swiftly approached. Yet, the Husei treasured blade in Luo Tian's hand was nothing short of a high-tier artifact, and the blade struck the creature's claw with undeniable force, causing it to bleed profusely and reveal bone. Severing one of its claws in the process, that a wretched cry escaped the creature as it writhed in pain. A flicker of fear evident in its fierce eyes, it hastily retreated, disregarding any thought of retaliation against Luo Tian, solely fixated on fleeing for its life. Thinking of escaping, Luo Tian exclaimed as he kicked the creature's fallen claw aside, and, with a swift twist of the Husei blade, charged toward the creature. The beast, in utter disarray, attempted to flee, but Luo Tian's speed was unmatched. Treading upon the pitch-black path, he transformed into a relentless pursuer of the night, intercepting the creature ahead of it. The creature, now stricken with terror, recognized that Luo Tian would not easily relent. It suppressed its fear, and a dreadful ethereal light flickered in its eyes. Observing the scene from within the dwelling, a fellow villager urgently warned, the creature has unleashed that strange light again. It's terrifying. I just witnessed that light and lost all recollection thereafter. Luo Tian, beware of its allure, Hong Ying called out in haste. Yet, it was evident that it was too late. Luo Tian's gaze had already locked with the creature's eyes. In an instant, his expression froze, and the murderous intent that enveloped him dissipated rapidly, as if his very soul had been siphoned away, leaving him motionless. Perched upon Luo Tian's shoulder, Xiao Hei lifted its neck high. Resembling a loyal sentinel, undeterred even in the presence of such a formidable and fearsome beast, the creature howled, bringing its claws down upon Luo Tian. In that moment, Xiao Hei suddenly unleashed a piercing shriek. Emanating an astonishing force from its diminutive frame, the sound waves erupted forth, sending a terrifying sonic wave that caused the creature to recoil in agony. Not only did it flee, but Hong Ying, Ingio, and the nearby villagers quickly covered their ears and crouched down. Xiao Hei continued its frenzied screeching, the waves of sound expanding outward in relentless succession. Porcelain vases and bowls shattered, while Ingio felt as though his head would split apart. Despite desperately pressing his hands against his ears, the horrific sound seemed to penetrate into his very soul. Cease your cries. Ah, my ears. Ingio lamented in anguish. However, Xiao Hei's wail persisted for several minutes, leaving all but the dazed Luo Tian in disarray. The most unfortunate was the creature that had attacked Luo Tian, overwhelmed by wave after wave of sonic force. Blood streamed from its eyes and ears as it collapsed to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, surrounded by the remnants of flesh torn asunder by the sound waves, after a few minutes, Xiao Hei finally ceased its piercing wail. The surrounding individuals took a moment to regain their composure. While the creature lay motionless on the ground, as if utterly spent, Hong Ying swiftly drew her weapon and approached the creature, plunging her blade into its heart. The creature emitted a pained groan, spewing forth a torrent of foul blood, its body convulsing violently before it finally succumbed to silence. Upon its demise, Luo Tian and the children who had succumbed to temptation abruptly regained their senses. Luo Tian, patting his head, remarked, I was careless. I thought my own cultivation could withstand the allure, yet I fell prey to it in an instant. How did this creature perish? Shuang. Did you slay it? Like the former villager, Luo Tian lost all recollection of recent events upon awakening. The final blow was struck by me, but it was Xiao He who ultimately vanquished it, Shui Ying stated candidly. Xiao He? That's impossible. How could Xiao He possibly overpower such a monster? Luo Tian exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. It is indeed true that we all witnessed it. That little creature's shrieks were truly terrifying that my ears are still ringing. And I feel rather uncomfortable, Ingio hastily added. Astonished, Luo Tian immediately began searching for Xiao He, only to discover that the little creature was perched atop the monster, using its sharp beak to pierce through the creature's abdomen. Subsequently, it managed to extract a small red orb from within. Xiao He, clutching the orb, flew over and landed before Luo Tian, dropping the orb onto the ground and then chirping a few times at him. Luo Tian crouched down, picked up the red orb, and after wiping away the bloodstains, observed that it was a dark crimson, approximately the size of a soybean. The orb emanated an unusual aura, distinctly different from that of the savage beasts, and bore a resemblance to the energy radiated by the water frog. What is this? Ingio inquired curiously as he approached. After pondering for a moment, Luo Tian replied, this item may be a demon core. Demon core? What is that? Ingio pressed, increasingly intrigued. Luo Tian contemplated for a moment before stating, I once heard a peculiar old man speak of the demon race in the Sea of Corpses and Ghosts. The demon race is known for its considerable intelligence, and although they have long since vanished, they left behind their own writings and historical records. The demon race possesses a unique cultivation system. Their ancestors inscribed the techniques they created into their bloodlines, passing them down to gifted descendants. As these demons cultivate and their demonic energy increases, a demon core gradually forms in their abdomen, akin to Ardantians, serving as a reservoir and conduit for demonic energy. In other words, the demon core is one of the most precious possessions of a demon with spiritual cultivation. Wow, does that mean this creature is one of the demon race? Ingio said, pointing at the deceased monster. Yet, Luo Tian shook his head. Not quite, to my knowledge. Only those demons capable of forming a demon core possess considerable magical power and high intelligence. This creature not only exhibits weak magical abilities, but also appears lacking in intellect, not resembling a cultivated demon. However, the extraction of a demon core from its abdomen perplexes me. Moreover, the last time the water frog showed me its blood, it was a different color from our human red blood. Yet this creature's blood is red, which also contradicts the traits of the demon race. As the two conversed, Xiao He suddenly took flight, gazing at Luo Tian with its round, pitiful eyes. What do you wish to do? Are you asking whether I will consume this demon core? Luo Tian queried. Xiao He, displaying remarkable intelligence, nodded vigorously and began chattering excitedly. Luo Tian, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, are you suggesting that if I abstain from eating, you will partake instead? To his surprise, he had guessed correctly. Xiao He nodded eagerly. Moreover, the expression on its face indicated a profound interest in the demon elixir, akin to discovering a rare delicacy. The other cosmic elites, tall and possessing brown skin, emanated the scent of blood, a testament to the countless acts of slaughter that had settled upon them. Luo Tian had encountered individuals like these before, those who killed indiscriminately, even taking pleasure in it, with the souls of the deceased haunting their every step, their flesh soaked in crimson. Just as Luo Tian was about to speak, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Standing beside them, Duan Muzi suddenly interjected, why not allow me to demonstrate the prowess of an outsider? Fu had not intended to challenge the seed, recognizing it as the linchpin of Duan Muzin's grand design and a pivotal figure destined to restore balance to the multiverse. Thus, despite his disdain for those from within the heavens, he refrained from provoking the seed, even though he secretly held a similar contempt. Initially, he had sought to intimidate Sima Tian by confronting Luo Tian. But the seed's intervention took him by surprise. Xia cast a scornful glance at Duan Muzi and remarked, Sister, do not jest. Your skills are insufficient to warm me up. Duan Muzi firmly grasped the hilt of her sword, her countenance serious as she declared, I am not jesting. I have come to the outside world to grow stronger. Since I have heard that the masters here possess extraordinary abilities, I wish to receive some guidance. Observing the earnest expression on Duan Muzi's face, Xia glanced at Fu with a hint of hesitation. The old man pondered for a moment before subtly nodding at Xia, who then laughed heartily and proclaimed, Sister, come at me with all you've got. Duan Muzi nodded resolutely. Noticing Luo Tian's gaze upon her, she swiftly added, You need not intervene on the desolate land. A whirlwind of sand and dust erupted as Duan Muzi's grip on the sword hilt trembled slightly. Xia, with arms crossed, bellowed, "Come at me, and let me see how much you can compel from my abilities." Duanmuzi drew her battle sword, and as the winds of annihilation surged forth from its sheath, 2 points of starlight ignited along the blade. With her full strength and formidable battle intent, she advanced upon Xia with the swiftness of the wind. Xia did not evade. As Duanmuzi swung her sword down, he suddenly roared, surprising everyone as the sheer force of his shout sent Duanmuzi staggering back several steps, her grip on the sword's hilt drawing blood. The power of a single shout had repelled the full force of Duanmuzi's strike. Starkly illustrating the disparity in strength, Luo Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Although Xia's actions seemed excessive and somewhat disrespectful to Duanmuzi, they plainly displayed the imbalance of power between them. "Sister, your strength is lacking. Perhaps you should take a break, lest I inadvertently injure you and cause Duanmu's son to grieve." Xia concluded with a hearty laugh. Du Nmzi's complexion flushed with indignation. After enduring humiliation, her fighting spirit surged anew. She raised her blade once more, concentrating all the spiritual energy within her being. The third star on the blade flickered erratically before finally shining brightly under Du Nmzi's full eruption of power. The 3-star radiance represented the pinnacle of her current capabilities. With a fierce determination, she charged forward, her feet leaving jagged traces upon the ground. In the blink of an eye, she closed in on YSH. Confronted with the explosive 3-star power of Du Nmzi, YSH raised his left hand, declaring with utmost disdain, "One hand suffices." In the next instant, he seized Du Nmzi's descending weapon not by the blade but by stepping forward at the moment of its descent. Grasping her wrist firmly, Du Nmzi felt as though her wrist might shatter, and as excruciating pain coursed through her, the energy she had amassed dissipated swiftly. YSH roared once more, the terrifying surge of spiritual force crashing into Du Nmzi, leaving her no chance to evade or retreat as before, for her hand was firmly in his grasp. "Ugh!" Du Nmzi cried out in agony as YSH laughed maniacally, flinging her away with brute force. She was hurled over 100 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. LTN furrowed his brow, swiftly pursuing her and aiding her to her feet. Upon closer inspection, he found that Du Nmzi had not sustained severe injuries. Her wrist was merely bruised and deformed. However, the earlier roar had struck her directly, ruthlessly shattering her spiritual shield and leaving her looking quite disheveled. Sam Tian's expression darkened as he remarked, "Is this a spar? She is a seed. If anything happens, you shall bear the consequences." YSH shrugged nonchalantly. "My apologies. When I strike, I tend to forget the limits. Besides, aren't seeds supposed to be invulnerable? I didn't even exert full force, just about 50 or 60%. That girl's strength is commendable. That strike had considerable power, but alas, her approach was too straightforward, rife with openings." LTN inquired of Du Nmzi, who shook her head, testing her wrist, which throbbed with pain, yet still pushed LTN away. Slowly rising to her feet, "We are not finished. He is right. I am indeed too weak. Thus, I must train. Real combat is the most effective means for my progress. Do not hold back. I can still exchange a few blows with you." The resolute Du Nmzi raised her blade once more, disregarding the protests of LTN and SMTN, charging toward YSH. But YSH erupted with laughter, and this time, he initiated the assault, his enormous crimson hand seizing Du Nmzi by the throat, mercilessly pinning her to the ground. Du Nmzi attempted to retaliate but was met with the sudden emergence of bony spikes from YSH's armor. To her horror, she noticed his eyes gradually turning blood red as the spikes pierced her shoulder, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Simultaneously, she felt her meridian sealed by his spiritual energy, his essence invading her body through the bone spikes. "You are not worthy of my full strength. Possess a modicum of self-awareness, mortal." Having spoken, he seized Duanmuzi and rose to his feet, an ethereal aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Indeed, he was a bloodthirsty madman. Sima Tian, sensing the disturbance, immediately shouted, "Isha!" released Duanmuzi. Simultaneously, Fu from behind interjected, "Do not kill her." He sought to defuse the situation and refrain from further conflict. Yet Fu's intentions were not to teach Duanmuzi a lesson, but rather to impart a lesson to Luo Tian while simultaneously embarrassing the old man from the mortal realm. If the seed would not suffice, was there not another prodigy of the sacred path nearby? Did the sacred path truly fear a disciple of the robbery path? Fu taunted. Sima Tian's brows furrowed tightly. The pressure from the opponent was becoming excessively burdensome. Isha chimed in. "Indeed, let the sacred path expert come forth for a duel." Could it be that he is merely a name without substance, and all within the heavens are so fearful? Luo Tian approached Duan Muzi, glancing at the bloodstains on her, and then at Sima Tian, who quietly urged, "Go, but do not kill." Luo Tian nodded, his form swaying as he directly positioned himself a step away from Isha, grasping the bone armor on Isha's left shoulder in Isha's astonished gaze. Luo Tian forcefully twisted, shattering the bone armored. Isha intended to retaliate against Luo Tian, but found himself momentarily bewildered, witnessing Luo Tian now standing 10 meters away, holding the broken bone armor. Luo Tian coldly declared, "To battle you, one hand suffices." Chapter 60. The Demon-Eating Pill. Xiao He rarely indulged in food. Prior to Luo Tian's insistence on feeding him meat chunks, this little creature would rather starve than consume anything within the ancient forest. Even when Luo Tian procured the flesh of the northern domain snow goose for him, he would only take a single bite before losing interest. It is known that the northern domain snow goose is referred to as the heavenly dragon meat. Succulent and delectable, commanding a high price in the market. Even the nobles of many great kingly cities hesitated to purchase it. Yet, this stubborn little being, indifferent to culinary delights, today displayed a ravenous expression towards the diminutive demon pill. Observing Xiao He's yearning gaze, Luo Tian found himself hesitating. Xiao He had hatched from an ancient wild beast's egg, and currently, research on ancient wild beasts on the continent was progressing slowly. Even empires like Destined and Yu possessed limited knowledge of them, let alone a small nation like Yinshan. Xiao He undoubtedly harbored immense potential. Based on recent events, this little creature might transform into a formidable wild beast in the future. However, would consuming the demon pill be detrimental to him? Let him eat it. Look at how he longs for it. His saliva is nearly dripping, Shui Ying murmured. Luo Tian finally nodded, flicking his hand to send the dark red demon pill soaring into the air. Xiao He immediately took flight, moving with remarkable speed, and in the air, he swiftly devoured the demon pill. Is this the kind of monster you witnessed? Shui Ying inquired. It is such a monster, but not this one. The creature I encountered last time also had the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a serpent, and it even had wings. However, the visage of the creature I saw last time was different from this one. They possessed entirely distinct faces, and the serpent tail I observed was black, while the one before me is green. After Ingio finished speaking, he nodded affirmatively. If that is the case, then it seems these creatures may not be singular, but rather a multitude. We have merely encountered one among them. Although the combat prowess of such monsters is not particularly formidable, the presence of a lurking group in the vicinity poses a significant threat to both the village and its inhabitants. Furthermore, Luo Tian, born into a prestigious military family, possesses an astute political acumen. This place is a mere 50 miles from the royal city, essentially bordering it. Is it conceivable that a cluster of man-eating monsters could exist so close to the royal city? Have the imperial guards never been aware of their existence? Has the village never reported this to the royal city? If the village had indeed made a report, and the imperial guards were privy to the existence of these creatures, why would they allow such a menace to persist? Moreover, it appears that the legend of monsters preying on villagers has been circulating for many years. Could it be that these creatures have been lurking in the vicinity for so long, without anyone taking action? What seems to be a resolution of a minor incident only serves to deepen Luo Tian's perplexities that we have reported to the court numerous times, yet we have awaited the arrival of the official troops to exterminate the monsters in vain. We are at our wits' end. Were it not for the generations that have resided here, this village would have surely been abandoned long ago. Yet, the villagers have awaited a savior. Benefactor, you rescued the children last night, thereby saving our village. Please accept our gratitude. Upon finishing, the old man prepared to kneel again, but Luo Tian and Ingio hurriedly intervened. After an exchange of pleasantries, they eventually sat down to converse. You mentioned that the village had previously reported this matter to the royal city, yet it has never been taken seriously, correct? Luo Tian inquired. Indeed, I recall the first report was made 30 years ago when I was still a young man. At that time, this village was besieged by such monsters, and several children had been devoured. Subsequently, the authorities dispatched personnel to investigate. I organized many villagers to search the mountains with them, but we only found the remains of the children and no sign of the monsters. The authorities were quite diligent then and continued their investigation. After a lengthy exchange of courtesies, the old village chief departed with his companions. Luo Tian contemplated preparing himself before venturing to explore the abandoned mine. Where is Xiao He? It was only now that Luo Tian realized he had no idea where Xiao He had gone. Just as he was pondering this, a call echoed from outside the house. He stepped out to see a black crow perched atop the roof. Although it resembled a crow, its feathers were sparse, and its eyes gleamed with a red glow, its size significantly smaller than that of an ordinary crow. What an ill omen! A crow that a villager raised a broom to shoo it away. Unexpectedly, the crow cawed and swooped down, landing precisely on Luo Tian's shoulder, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, including Luo Tian, who wore a puzzled expression. The black crow affectionately rubbed against Luo Tian's neck, seemingly quite fond of him. Upon closer inspection, Luo Tian exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be Xiao He?" Hearing its name, the black crow flapped its wings in excitement. Upon witnessing the transformation, Yin Jiao and the others were taken aback. Just last night, the little black creature resembled a sparrow, yet after a mere night, it had grown significantly. Although its appearance remained rather disheveled, it seemed to be imbued with a newfound vitality. How could it have grown so much? Yin Jiao asked in astonishment. After pondering for a moment, Luo Tian speculated, could it be due to that demon core from yesterday? The more I think about it, the more convinced I am. The little black creature's desire for the core wasn't merely a craving. Rather, it was instinctively drawn to the energy contained within, which is immensely beneficial for its growth. To put it simply, it was akin to a nourishing tonic that I always believed that ancient savage beasts could not be timid. It appears that my previous method of nurturing was flawed. Its previous poor condition was likely due to malnutrition, as it does not feed on ordinary flesh, but rather requires something akin to a demon core. Chapter 53. The same method applied to the opponent grasping the severed piece of bone armor. Luo Tian returned the very words uttered by Isha to him. Isha cast a glance at the torn bone armor on his shoulder, an odd expression crossing his face, as he slightly shrugged his shoulder. The shattered bone armor began to grow back at an astonishing pace. This armor, which appeared to envelop his body, was in fact an integral part of Isha's unique physiological structure, constituting an external skeleton. Luo Tian observed as the external bone armor fully regenerated, then crushed the fragment in his hand, the splintered pieces raining down to the ground. Isha occasionally shot odd glances at Wu. As if seeking his approval. Wu seemed to hesitate briefly before nodding and saying, I permit you to exert your full strength, but you are aware of the consequences of failure. My disciples are not allowed to falter. With the permission granted, a smile gradually illuminated Isha's face as he seized the bone spear from his back. The spear, translucent and resembling white jade, was indeed remarkable. Isha channeled his spiritual energy into it. The flow of energy became visibly apparent along the spear's surface. Moments later, the spear radiated with brilliance, and Isha's bones began to grow once more. However, this time the growth was not a mere healing process. Rather, the entire armor became denser and more robust, enveloping even his face entirely. Isha brandished the now crystalline bone spear, with only his eyes visible through the armor, exuding an intense aura of bloodlust. A low, ominous laughter resonated from within the armor. This bloodthirsty madman had received Wu's consent, and what was initially intended as a sparring match had inadvertently escalated into a brutal confrontation. Though facing an opponent at the 10th level of the path of robbery against the holy path seemed a futile endeavor, Isha appeared blissfully unaware of the disparity in strength between him and Luo Tian. At that moment, all that occupied his mind was the thrill of bloodshed and battle, like a gust of wind. Isha launched a surprise assault on Luo Tian, his speed so extraordinary that the watching Duanmu Zi could barely discern his movements. Even with her extraordinary vision, she found it impossible to keep pace with Isha's lightning-like agility. In retrospect, during their previous encounter, Isha had indeed held back. Had he unleashed his full power earlier, Duanmu Zi might not have even had the chance to retaliate. Be careful, Duanmu Zi shouted to Luo Tian. But the moment her voice pierced the air, Isha had already reached Luo Tian's side, his speed far surpassing that of sound. The white bone spear, imbued with immense power, thrust towards Luo Tian. At first glance, it appeared to be an unavoidable strike. All the rules of this desolate planet seemed to be manipulated in a peculiar manner by Isha. Yet, the saintly Luo Tian appeared to have lost his grasp over these rules, which was rather perplexing. Despite his superior cultivation in the path of the saints and being the sovereign of most rules, his control here was diminished several-fold. The white bone spear pierced through the 3-meter realm Luo Tian had conjured, but the crystalline tip of the spear emanated a potent white light, persistently breaching the defenses of this 3-meter world. With a cold smile, Isha remarked, "My lord of the saintly path, The realms within and beyond the heavens are vastly different. Do you not sense that the rules here are far less obedient than those within? You are but a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, while I have thrived in the harshest conditions beyond the heavens. Our levels of understanding are as disparate as heaven and earth. Cultivation and realm signify little. True combat is forged through blood and iron. The white bone spear seemed to gradually breach the 3-meter realm. With Isha's 10th layer cultivation in the path of tribulation, combined with his formidable fighting spirit, aiding him in overcoming Luo Tian's defenses at that moment, Luo Tian tilted his head, casting a frigid glance at Isha. He then took a step forward, causing time and space to momentarily freeze. In an instant, Luo Tian seized Isha's wrist, and as time resumed, a fleeting disorientation overwhelmed Isha, as if his memories had fractured. By the time he regained his senses, Luo Tian stood right before him. Remember this. No matter where you are, within or beyond the heavens, the saintly path will always remain the saintly path. As these words echoed, shattered fragments of bone armor suddenly lifted from the ground. Under the influence of Luo Tian's manipulation of the rules, these shards transformed into lethal projectiles aimed at Isha. With a mere thought, they swiftly pierced through Isha's cracked armor, drawing blood in an instant, using Isha's own shattered armor to assault his very being, defeating him thoroughly with what he referred to as the rules beyond the heavens. Crimson blood coursed over his reddish-brown skin, cascading down the bone armor, as Isha roared like a wild beast. Yet, before Luo Tian, this formidable 10th-layer expert from beyond the heavens had been utterly reduced to a trapped creature. Luo Tian grasped Isha by the neck and turned to Wu and the remaining 6 experts from beyond, stating, "Shall we consider this sparring session at an end?" Wu's aged face bore an expression of discontent. This time, it was not Luo Tian who had been humiliated, but himself. He had anticipated that Luo Tian, a newly ascended saint who had only just embarked upon the saintly path within the 9th heaven, would pose little threat. He had calculated that even if Isha were to ultimately lose, he would at least inflict some damage upon Luo Tian. The visage of a saint being wounded by a practitioner of the path of tribulation would surely be disgraceful. However, he did not expect Isha's defeat to be so swift and so complete. The 6 individuals behind Wu remained motionless, seemingly unconcerned with Isha as a friend or ally. They merely observed coldly as Isha struggled futilely in Luo Tian's grasp. If there are any among you who remain unconvinced, feel free to come forth and test your mettle. As he spoke, Luo Tian's spiritual power lifted Isha into the in the next moment. His 5 fingers slowly clenched, causing the bone armor encasing Isha's body to shatter incessantly. Remarkably, the tough man remained silent throughout the ordeal. Ultimately, before Fu and the 6 celestial experts, Luo Tian completely crushed the bone armor on Isha. The splintered fragments, under the manipulation of rules, began to turn back towards Isha's true form. Luo Tian was preparing to replicate his earlier action by piercing these bone shards into Isha's body. "Do you concede?" Luo Tian asked coldly. "That if you have the ability to slay me, dreaming of having me beg for mercy is futile," Isha bellowed at Luo Tian. With a disdainful snort, Luo Tian fully clenched his fingers. And in the next moment, the fragmented shards pierced into Isha's body, blood gushing forth, and even his formidable physique could not escape the harm at that moment. Sima Tian transmitted a message to Luo Tian, saying, "That's enough, it's time to cease." Chapter 61. The enigmatic sound. If Xiaohe can grow, it would be splendid news for Luo Tian. The extent of power an ancient wild beast could attain was beyond his imagination. Yet judging by Xiaohe's performance yesterday, the little creature's prospects were boundless. In high spirits, he tidied up his belongings, and under Ingio's guidance, the 3 set off toward the abandoned mine. The weather was clear and the sunlight abundant. Yet upon their arrival at the outskirts of the derelict mine, they distinctly felt the wind blowing from the mine grow increasingly cold. The area was eerily deserted, leaving Luo Tian with an unsettling sensation. "This place gives me a sense of unease. Something feels amiss," Luo Tian murmured. Looking ahead, the entire abandoned mine was shrouded in weeds, clearly having been untouched for quite some time. His gaze fell upon an entrance to the mine. "Though its depth was indiscernible, I descended through that entrance last time, and not long after, I encountered a monster." Ingio pointed towards the mine's opening. "Understood. Shuang, you stay here as a lookout while Ingio and I go down," Luo Tian declared, stepping forward, only to be surprised when Shuang followed him. "Did I not instruct you to stay behind?" Luo Tian asked, frowning. "Why should I heed your command? I intend to go down." Xue Ying retorted. Her demeanor diverged significantly from the women Luo Tian had previously encountered. She resembled a man more than anything, perhaps due to her upbringing. The blood sect had nearly a century of history, and from its inception, it was governed by women. Within the blood sect, men were mere tools for women, who were deemed the rightful rulers of the martial world. This ideology had been ingrained in Xue Ying from a young age, fostering a belief that men were inferior to women, who endured far too much while men reaped the benefits. Women, she thought, deserved to claim dominion over the world, a price to be paid for their sacrifices. Luo Tian shook his head and reluctantly said, "Then let us descend together. It matters little whether anyone remains above." Beside the mine entrance were climbing ropes and ladders, evidently left behind in haste when the workers were driven away. With no one returning to clear such tools, they descended into the depths of the mine. Darkness enveloped them, with only the sunlight above visible. "Proceed carefully. This place has an unsettling aura," Luo Tian cautioned as they ventured deeper inside. Upon entering the abandoned mine, Luo Tian increasingly sensed an unsettling aura permeating the entire cavern that he trusted his instincts. During 3 harrowing years in the sea of corpses and ghosts, this intuition had become his most reliable ally. Sometimes, a premonition of danger could very well save his life. Blood Sakura hoped to enhance the efficiency of their search. However, Injio immediately interjected with a note of dissent. "No, it's far too perilous here. If we separate, we lose mutual support. What if we encounter a horde of monsters?" With a scoff, she continued, "Such cowardice from a man. Very well, I shall venture left while you and Luo Tian proceed right." Dismissing his concerns, Blood Sakura strode towards the left. Once they split up, Luo Tian and his companions delved deeper into the right passage of the mine, marking their path along the way. After traversing for over an hour, a flicker of light suddenly illuminated something in the darkness. Upon closer inspection, Luo Tian discovered a skeletal remains. The skin was charred black, and the flesh had either decomposed or been consumed entirely. Judging by the state of the bones, this individual had likely perished many years ago. Could it have been devoured by a monster? Injio inquired in a hushed tone. Luo Tian shook his head, replying, "It doesn't appear so. Observe, the clothing remains intact. Although the flesh has been consumed, the bones are unbroken, indicating that this person did not suffer a violent death. They were likely a miner who met their fate in the depths of the mine. Or perhaps a thief who attempted to pilfer valuables and was dispatched by their accomplices, only to have their remains feasted upon posthumously." As Luo Tian pondered these revelations aloud, a sudden scream echoed from deep within the mine. "There's movement," Injio exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of alarm. "That it sounds like Blood Sakura. We must hurry. She may be in peril." Despite his disdain for the woman and a general aversion towards her, Luo Tian could not simply stand by and allow harm to befall her. "Damn it, we've fallen into a trap," he muttered under his breath. To their astonishment, the cries they had heard did not originate from Blood Sakura herself, but rather from one of the creatures before them, which had unerringly mimicked her voice. "What should we do?" Injio asked, gripping the blade she had forged herself, her eyes darting anxiously around them. Luo Tian smirked coldly. "Since we've stumbled into an ambush, let us not hold back. Step back a few paces. I will deal with these 3 monsters." Though Luo Tian possessed the absolute combat prowess to dispatch the creatures with ease, he faced a dilemma. He could not meet their gaze. The 3 pairs of beguiling eyes could easily ensnare him, rendering even his formidable abilities useless, leaving him a mere puppet to their whims. He tore a strip of cloth to blindfold himself, prompting a startled inquiry from Injio. "What are you doing?" "I cannot look into their eyes, so it is better to shroud my vision," he replied. With his eyes covered, Luo Tian stood firm, ears attuned to the sounds around him, relying on his other senses to ascertain the position of the monsters. The creatures began to move, one swiftly closing the distance between itself and Injio, effectively isolating her from Luo Tian. The cacophony of sounds filled his ears, the scraping of claws against the stone walls, and the unsettling rustle of tails against the ground. Cautiously, Luo Tian refrained from striking blindly, enveloping himself in a barrier of spiritual energy for protection. "Luo Tian, beware of what lies behind you." At that moment, the voice of Injio suddenly echoed, prompting Luo Tian to swiftly turn and strike with his blade. However, the next instant, a resounding clang reverberated as his weapon collided with the stone wall. Bam! A miscalculated move left Luo Tian vulnerable to a surprise attack from one of the monsters. A terrifying claw struck his back, sending him staggering forward. Had it not been for the protective aura surrounding him, that blow could have severely injured him. Ingio, what are you shouting about? Luo Tian bellowed. Yet, Ingio innocently replied, I said nothing. It was not I who spoke, but the creature beside you. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that these monsters indeed possessed the ability to mimic human speech, having previously imitated Xueying and now mimicking Ingio to disorient him. From now on, do not utter a word. Do you hear me? Luo Tian commanded loudly. Ingio complied with a nod and sealed his lips, surrounded by a cacophony of chaotic sounds, sometimes Ingio's voice, other times the disordered clamor. Luo Tian bent slightly, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Luo Tian, step back. I am behind you. Xueying's voice unexpectedly pierced through the tumult. Still trying to deceive me? You seek death. Luo Tian swung his battle blade, intending to cleave in Xueying's direction, when Ingio's voice suddenly interrupted. That is the real Xueying. Do not strike. Just then, another voice, claiming to be Ingio, shouted at him. Strike down. That Xueying is a fake. Amidst the growing confusion, Luo Tian found himself momentarily at a loss, bewildered by the conflicting sounds. Chapter 62. The Underground Cavern. Various voices intertwined in his mind, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the positions of the three monsters based solely on sound. Trust me, I am the true one. I am the real one. All other voices are false. Clutching the Husei battle blade, Luo Tian paused, the blade touching the ground, enveloped in a haunting silence. Suddenly, blood gushed forth as a monster's voice choked in its throat, unable to utter another sound. Its upper body was cleaved in two by the Husei blade. Collapsing onto the ground, the other two monsters stood stunned, and the cacophony around them diminished significantly. Luo Tian hefted the Husei battle blade and sneered, If you truly are Ingio, you would not be so close to me at this moment. Even if you can imitate our voices, you lack the wisdom to deceive me. Your sounds are too near to fool me. Moreover, your silence now confirms that all the voices that disturbed me were false. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian raised the Husei blade once more, stepping diagonally backward, and with a powerful downward strike, another monster met its demise. Whirling around, the remaining creature opened its mouth, mimicking Xueying's voice. I am real. Do not kill me. Do not kill. With a low growl, Luo Tian lunged forward with his blade, but the monster intercepted with its black claws. Luo Tian unleashed his spiritual energy, causing the entire blade to radiate a brilliant light, shattering the monster's claws and piercing through its body, pinning it against the wall. Though your imitation of Xueying's voice may be convincing, she would never plead for help from me. You do not comprehend our emotions. It appears you possess the remarkable ability to mimic our voices with astonishing precision, seemingly displaying a greater intellect than the one we encountered last night. Luo Tian mused to himself, observing Xiao He standing beside the demon Dan, awaiting his command, and chuckled. Go ahead and eat. Xiao He promptly joyfully consumed 3 demon Dan, thereafter emitting a satisfied chirp. That was quite a close call. Yet your wit is truly commendable. Ingio approached from a distance, having remained silent throughout. Let us continue our search for the blood cherry. Just as Luo Tian finished speaking, an individual emerged from the narrow passage, illuminated by the flickering flames, revealing none other than Blood Cherry herself. Where have you been? Those monsters just now were imitating your voice. We fell into an ambush, Ingio remarked with a hint of reproach. Blood Cherry, however, wore a grim expression as she replied, Follow me. There are some things I must show you. It seemed she had uncovered something of significance, and the two promptly followed her deeper into the passage. After navigating several turns, the terrain ahead gradually opened up. We must have descended quite a distance. The ground is lower than before, Ingio noted, sensing the downward slope they had traversed. That I found this place. And what lies within. You shall see for yourselves, Blood Cherry said, her words trailing off. Luo Tian raised the torch and proceeded forward, entering a vast underground cavern, a space so immense that the flickering flames could not illuminate its entirety. After advancing for another 10 meters, he sensed something ahead and halted, gradually raising the torch higher. The flames illuminated his path, and suddenly, the visage of a woman materialized before him, startling Luo Tian into retreating a few steps. What is that? He steadied himself and shone the flame once more, only to realize that what he had glimpsed was not a living woman, but rather a statue. The statue stood approximately 2 meters tall, Luo Tian circled it, observing its peculiar design. A figure reminiscent of the monsters they had previously encountered. The upper half was a stunning woman, while the lower half transitioned into a long, serpentine tail that trailed along the ground. The only distinction being the absence of wings. "Why is there a monster statue?" Ingio inquired, perplexed. Luo Tian shook his head, responding, "I do not know, but it appears the statue is of considerable antiquity. The stone material seems to be an exceptionally rare jade, which has allowed it to endure for so long that I suspect this stone carving is at least a millennium old. Luo Tian, come look." At that moment, Ingio called out from the other side. Luo Tian hurried over, and upon lowering his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. The illuminated area was strewn with porcelain vials, all sealed with red paper, and several that had been opened contained a strange yellow-red liquid. "What are these?" Luo Tian pondered, attempting to inspect the liquid when Ingio discovered a mechanism within the cavern. "There is a line of oil lamps here, likely intended for illumination. Let me light it," he said. As the flames made contact with the oil lamp, they swiftly spread along the cavern's walls, illuminating the entire space. Upon witnessing the true visage of the cavern, both Luo Tian and Ingio were rendered speechless. Not only are there stone statues and porcelain vases here, but also numerous human corpses, the majority of which are female, alongside many serpentine bodies. These serpents differ from ordinary snakes. They are thicker and longer, with diameters reaching half a meter. How could there be so many corpses? Upon witnessing such a horrifying scene, Ingio was equally taken aback, his voice trembling as he spoke. Luo Tian meticulously examined the corpses before him. Whether the deceased women or the serpents, they all appeared to have perished recently. This implies that not long ago, someone had been here and had brought these bodies down. "The abandoned mine truly harbors secrets," Luo Tian murmured. "Blood Sakura must have discovered this place first, which explains her peculiar demeanor earlier." Just as the three were astonished by the terrifying sight, a sound suddenly emanated from outside the cavern. "Something is amiss. Someone is approaching," Luo Tian cautioned in a hushed tone. The trio swiftly concealed themselves behind a table and a statue, and soon after, two men entered. "Hurry up. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. The air down here is foul," one of them urged. "I know. Don't rush me. This task must be executed promptly as instructed from above," the other replied. Both men appeared to be in their 30s, carrying oil lamps, their cultivation roughly at the 4th level of qi refinement. Strange. Why is the oil ignited inside? Upon entering the cavern, one of them noticed the lit oil, raising his suspicion to it must be that the fellows who came here a few days ago forgot to deactivate the mechanism. Enough chatter. This wretched place has gone unnoticed for years, and it won't attract attention now. You check the count of the porcelain jars while I attend to the bodies, the other man bellowed nonchalantly. At that moment, Luo Tian, hidden behind the statue, gestured to Blood Sakura, who stealthily maneuvered near the entrance of the cavern. "Something is off. There are footprints on the ground, and they are fresh. Someone has definitely been here." The man who had previously harbored suspicions now discovered the footprints of Luo Tian and his companions, causing him to tense up. Just as the other man was about to speak, he caught sight of Blood Sakura standing at the cavern's entrance. His expression changed immediately, and he shouted, "Who goes there?" Simultaneously, Luo Tian and Ingio emerged from the shadows, encircling the two men. The pair, now nervously huddled together, exchanged glances with the trio, realizing that escape was unlikely today, their faces turning pallid. Luo Tian, however, noticed the tattoos on the hands of these two men, images of a hawk. In the kingdom of Yinshan, such a symbol is not marked upon just anyone. Are they lackeys of the Yuan family? Luo Tian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this matter would be entangled with the Yuan family. As everyone regained consciousness, they quickly sensed the impending arrival of the demonic clan in the sky and behaved similarly to Sima Tian. Fu, along with 7 others, including the old man, soon vanished from Luo Tian's line of sight after employing a special spell. On Sima Tian's end, a barrier unfolded, enveloping the 3 of them in a veil-like shield, surrounding them in an eerie silence, devoid of even the faintest whisper of wind. Standing within the barrier, Luo Tian clasped his hands behind his back, observing the demonic beings that had appeared before him, noting their distinct differences from the demonic clan he had encountered in the celestial realm. Before them stood the malevolent race, their strength evidently superior, with most of them hovering around the realms of the 1st and 2nd tiers of the robbery path, during the 9 heavens, under the oppressive rule of the Zhulong clan. The malevolent beings had refrained from revealing themselves, choosing instead to lurk in the shadows. Aware of the malevolent race's method of body transformation, Many prominent sects and powerful factions, including the Zhulong clan, had taken great care to preserve the remains of their deceased masters. If a low-ranking disciple perished, their body would simply be cremated. However, the remains of significant figures within the sect were meticulously safeguarded to prevent the malevolent beings from seizing an opportunity. The descending malevolent beings gradually approached, a disquieting aura of wickedness permeating the camp. A few of these entities surveyed the area, one inching closer to the location of Luo Tian and his companion's barrier. The gossamer barrier lacked the ability to obstruct, yet it effectively concealed them from the gaze of the malevolent beings, unless they ventured within. Duanmuzi gripped the hilt of her blade tightly. While Sima Tian stood before her, his eyes coldly fixated on the encroaching foes. A mere veil separated them, and the imminent eruption of fierce combat loomed on the horizon. At that moment, Luo Tian stood at Sima Tian's flank, poised to launch a side attack. The moment the malevolent beings breached the barrier, creating a pincer assault. The malevolent beings advanced step by step, yet ultimately halted just outside the barrier, their dark purple eyes peering within. However, they hesitated to cross that final threshold. Sima Tian gestured for Luo Tian and Duanmuzi to remain calm, exuding absolute confidence in his barrier. Just as a confrontation seemed inevitable, a sudden gasp erupted from the opposite side, followed by a violent explosion that rattled the ground. Flames surged skyward as the trio turned their gaze towards the source of the blast, spotting a shadowy figure soaring into the air, desperately attempting to flee into the void. It was one of the descending malevolent beings. Damn it. It appears they have been discovered, Sima Tian communicated telepathically. Simultaneously, the malevolent beings that had been stationed before Luo Tian and his companions detected the anomaly and rushed towards it, not to provide support, but rather to escape into the void themselves. This action revealed the cunning of the extraterrestrial malevolent race. All the arriving malevolent beings possessed similar levels of cultivation, and with one now frantically fleeing, it would be tantamount to suicide for the others to pursue. In the current situation, retreat was undoubtedly the wisest choice at this juncture. On the other side, the old man Fu had personally taken to pursuing the fleeing malevolent being, his form swiftly ascending into the sky. The malevolent entity stood no chance of escape before him. After a brief struggle of mere seconds, it was swiftly dispatched, its body annihilated without a trace, leaving not even a remnant behind. More importantly, given that the malevolent race's greatest power lay in their ability to transform hosts, the old man Fu had also obliterated this malevolent being's soul. However, just as the confrontation concluded, the malevolent being that had been before Luo Tian and his companions had already ascended into the air, speeding away into the distance. Fu turned to Sima Tian and inquired, "Do you require my assistance?" Sima Tian emitted a cold snort, hastily pursuing his target and employing immense magical power to obstruct the path of the malevolent creature. When the fiend realized there was no escape, it promptly closed its eyes, seemingly prepared to perish alongside its surroundings. However, the astute Fu Laotu, familiar with the fiend's tactics, swiftly appeared and exclaimed, "It intends to inform the upper echelons of its kind about our location. We must not allow it to succeed. Otherwise, we shall all be exposed." Sima Tian's countenance turned icy as he gathered a colossal amount of starlight in his hand. The fractured planet's power was nearly concentrated within his grasp. After having undergone a self-sacrificial battle against Jia in the mortal realm, Sima Tian's strength had undeniably surged. With a decisive strike, he severed the connection between the fiend and the outside world. In the next instant, he grasped the creature's head, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy that obliterated the host's body. The fiend's remnants, filled with terror, fled but collided with the barrier erected by Luo Tian in the 3-meter world. "Where do you think you are going?" Luo Tian inquired coldly. In the following moment, an abyssal energy erupted from his palm, instantly consuming the malevolent being before him. Thus, all the malevolent entities that had descended were eradicated, averting the exposure of their positions. Once the group reconvened, Sima Tian spoke bluntly, "I require an explanation. There is a traitor among your ranks." This proclamation was momentous, instantly plunging the already strained relations between the two parties into a state of near-freezing tension. "What do you mean?" Fu Lao questioned icily. "Do you not comprehend my words, sir? Our movements are highly confidential, and it has only been a day since I brought Luo Tian and Duanmuzi to this celestial expanse. Furthermore, I deliberately chose this inconspicuous shattered planet as our rendezvous point. Why, then, have the fiends located us so swiftly? This vast shattered world is too coincidentally precise for them to land directly at our resting camp. I have meticulously eradicated all traces, yet they still manage to track us down. The only explanation is that there is an issue with your people. One among them has betrayed you. I in a partnership that was precariously on the verge of collapse. Sima Tian's words detonated like a massive bomb, threatening to obliterate any semblance of cooperation. Fu's expression darkened instantaneously. His fury palpable, he spoke in a low voice. What do you imply? Do you have any concrete evidence? I brought only my meticulously selected disciples, each one not only possessing exceptional talent, but also unwavering loyalty. Every one of them harbors a deep-seated vendetta against the fiendish ancestors. If you suspect them,